Hey, what's up with you, skeleton? Why are you just standing there, not moving at all? Hurry up and go fight some monsters. A sweet voice called out, pulling Jiang Cheng out of the chaos within his mind. He tried to open his eyes but found it impossible. Panicking, he raised his hand to touch his face, only to feel two bottomless hollows where his eyes should have been. The sound of bones grinding against each other echoed in his ears. Looking down, he froze in shock. His body was nothing but an empty skeleton, devoid of any flesh or blood. His wrist joint extended into a bone blade. This grotesque appearance bore no resemblance to a human. Just as his mind teetered on the brink of collapse, a sudden stream of information flooded into his consciousness. Congratulations, host, on activating the God Ear evolution system. Your current identity is an ordinary skeleton summoned by the undead player Zhang Mengmeng. The system's cold, mechanical voice rang out. Please acquire evolution points as soon as possible, or you will cease to exist. Memories of his past life flashed before his eyes. Once a legendary gaming prodigy, he had dominated the gaming scene. However, at the age of 20, an injury forced him to step back, relegating him to the status of a substitute player in a gaming club. Spending his days glued to a computer, he ultimately died of exhaustion. Now, reborn in the world of the game Great Wilderness, he found himself as nothing more than a summoned skeleton on the verge of vanishing. He checked his system panel. 100 HP, 0 MP, a pitiful 2 attack points with a 3 bonus from the bone blade, and 1 defense. Thankfully, the system provided 100 enhancement points as a starting gift. The game had just entered public beta, and every necromancer could summon 10 skeletons to battle monsters. However, most of these skeletons were mere cannon fodder. Jiang Cheng would need to rely on the system to carve out a path for survival. He immediately decided to enhance his weapon. The ordinary bone blade underwent multiple transformations as he invested enhancement points, first becoming a reinforced bone blade consuming 10 points, then evolving into a sharp bone blade consuming 20 points, and finally transforming into an explosive bone blade with 50 points. The final weapon boasted elite level 15 attack points and a 5 critical hit chance. Scanning his surroundings, Jiang Cheng saw a group of skeletons under the clear blue sky, swarming a skeletal wolf. The damage numbers floating above the wolf were pitiful, just 1 or 2 points. Beside him stood a young girl named Zhang Mengmeng, her face full of confusion as she studied him intently. Why is this skeleton so strange? Why is it just staring at its weapon in a daze? Zhang Mengmeng muttered, poking Jiang Cheng's spine with her wooden staff. As a semi-experienced player, she had never encountered such an odd summoned skeleton. Following Jiang Cheng's gaze to his bone blade, Zhang Mengmeng seemed to notice something unusual, but quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought. Just then, Jiang Cheng, who had been motionless until now, finally started to move. His skeletal frame swayed as he slowly walked toward the battlefield. With a heavy swing, he brought the bone blade down hard on the skeletal wolf's neck. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as a blinding 57 critical damage number floated into the air. Zhang Mengmeng was startled by the sudden, massive damage. The explosive bone blade not only triggered double critical damage, but also struck the wolf's vulnerable neck, resulting in quadruple damage. The combined triple damage instantly killed the skeletal wolf, which only had 50 HP remaining. A system notification popped up. Skeletal wolf killed. You gained 10 experience points and 10 evolution points. Immediately after, another notification appeared, indicating a level up to 2, HP 10, attack 1, defense 1. Jiang Cheng was astonished to discover that he could level up and gain experience just like a player. Not only that, but he also possessed evolution points and enhancement points, meaning he had 3 distinct upgrade paths. While the attribute increases per level seemed minor at first glance, this was only the beginning. Players would experience a significant leap in attributes every 10 levels, and future growth would be even more remarkable. This setup meant that his growth potential as a summon creature could surpass that of ordinary players. Slash. Another fierce strike landed. With the high attack bonus from the explosive bone blade, a 20 damage number appeared, instantly cutting the HP of another skeletal wolf by half. This time, although no critical hit or vital strike was triggered, the damage was still astonishing. This scene left Zhang Mengmeng in shock once again. Compared to the pitiful 1 or 2 damage dealt by other skeletons, this skeleton's performance was worlds apart. A 57-point critical hit was even 10 times the output of warrior players at this stage of the game. Baffled, she immediately checked the game forums. Although the game Great Wilderness had only been live for 10 minutes, there were already thousands of posts. However, after scouring the forums, she found no relevant information, only vague speculations like, anything is possible. Upon closer observation, Zhang Mengmeng noticed that this skeleton not only dealt incredible damage, but also displayed combat awareness far beyond that of typical summons. It consistently aimed for the skeletal wolf's weak point, the neck, with a remarkable hit rate of over 50. For reference, ordinary skeleton soldiers could barely land 1 hit in 10 attempts, and skeletal wolves were much faster, able to counterattack twice for every swing of a skeleton soldier. This was no coincidence. This skeleton was clearly a unique entity with combat experience and strategic thinking. After consecutively killing 10 skeletal wolves, Jiang Cheng had reached level 3, but he chose to retreat. It wasn't out of fear, but because the other skeleton soldiers, serving as cannon fodder, had all perished or disintegrated. Although he was pleasantly surprised to find himself unaffected by the summoning time limit, his slow attack speed, one strike every 3 seconds, made it difficult for him to handle a pack of wolves alone. He opened his attribute panel. Name: Jiang Cheng. Level: 3. Race: Undead Skeleton. Player: Yitiao Dai Xiaoming. HP: 120. Mana: 0. Attack: 4 Bone Blade 15. Defense: 3. Weapon: Explosive Bone Blade Elite. Evolution points: 100. Enhancement points: 20. Seeing the accumulated 100 evolution points, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel a spark of excitement, eagerly anticipating the transformation his evolution would bring. Congratulations on your successful evolution. As the system notification sounded, a wave of warmth surged into Jiang Cheng's skeletal body. His previously pure white bones turned to a dull white with a metallic sheen, clearly becoming tougher and more resilient. The system provided a detailed breakdown of the evolution changes. Evolved into a skeleton blade soldier, HP 100, Mana 100, Attack 10, Defense 5, Agility 10. In addition, he acquired an upgraded weapon, the Bone Blade Steel Knife, which automatically advanced to the Explosive Bone Blade Steel Knife, and learned a basic skill, Quick Slash. Jiang Cheng checked his updated attribute panel. Name: Jiang Cheng. Level: 3. Race: Tier 1 Skeleton Blade Soldier. Player: Yitiao Dai Xiaoming. HP: 220. Mana: 100. Attack: 14. Explosive Bone Blade Steel Knife 30. Defense: 14. Agility: 10. Attack speed: 1 slash every 2.9 seconds. Movement speed: 1 step every 2 seconds. Weapon: Explosive Bone Blade Steel Knife. Skill: Quick Slash. Evolution points: 0. Enhancement points: 20. His weapon, the Explosive Bone Blade Steel Knife, was of elite grade blue quality, boasting an attack power of 30 and a critical hit rate of 8. Among the 8 equipment quality tiers in the game: Common White, Elite Blue, Rare Purple, Legendary Green, Mythical Pink, Epic Orange, Mythological Red, Supreme Gold. This weapon was already quite impressive. With Jiang Cheng's beta testing experience at the gaming club, he knew that at this early stage of the game's launch, just half an hour in, most players were still struggling with their basic whiteboard weapons and were far from being able to challenge elite monsters that dropped elite grade gear. If he were to put this knife up for auction now, it could easily fetch a few thousand yuan, or even tens of thousands from a wealthy guild. Looking at his enhanced stats, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of confidence and took the initiative to approach the pack of skeleton wolves. This scene shocked his owner, Zhang Mengmeng, who had no idea that Jiang Cheng had evolved. Worried for his safety, she immediately cast a summoning spell to call forth 10 ordinary skeleton soldiers for backup. Little skeleton, you can't die on me now. Whether I get to eat meat this month depends on you. Zhang Mengmeng muttered to herself. She didn't start playing this game for fun, but to make a living. Despite her goddess-like beauty, Zhang Mengmeng's real life was filled with bitterness. Beneath the facade of a privileged family lay a broken home. After her parents divorced, she lived with her father and stepmother. At first, her stepmother treated her decently, but everything changed after her stepmother gave birth to a younger brother. All the love and care were redirected to him, leaving Zhang Mengmeng feeling like an invisible, unwanted presence. At school, her beauty became more of a curse than a blessing. Her female classmates kept their distance, assuming all her achievements were due to her looks or family background. This isolating environment became unbearable for her, and at the age of 18, she dropped out of school after graduating high school to face the world on her own. After much effort, she managed to land a job at a cosmetics company, hoping to prove her worth through hard work. However, the manager was only interested in her appearance and deliberately hindered her career growth. Despite her outstanding performance, she remained in an entry-level position after 6 months. When she confronted the manager, a balding man with yellowing teeth, he blatantly told her that if she agreed to be his girlfriend, she could be promoted to deputy manager immediately. This outright proposition disgusted Zhang Mengmeng. Enraged, she threw the cup in her hand at his face and quit on the spot, walking away without even collecting her paycheck for the month. She longed to earn recognition through her talent and skills, not by relying on her looks. But reality was harsh. She soon found herself in financial trouble. When she learned about the Wildlands, a game boasting 100 realism, she saw a glimmer of hope. With 7 billion pre-registered players, the game presented endless business opportunities. She chose the Necromancer class, attracted by its ability to summon skeletons, which could help her avoid the awkwardness of the beginner phase. However, reality struck hard as soon as the game began. The necromancer class was overwhelmingly popular, dominated almost entirely by professional gaming studios. The monsters outside the novice village were swarmed by players. Left with no other option, she ventured into the level 3 skeletal wolves territory. But the damage dealt by her level 1 skeleton minions was pitifully lonely, 1 to 2 points per hit, requiring a full minute to take down a single wolf. To make matters worse, the wolves traveled in packs, and new ones kept appearing before she could finish off the current group. She spent an enormous amount of time here, unable to kill a single target or gain any experience points. If it weren't for Jiang Cheng, the mutated skeleton, Zhang Mengmeng would have achieved nothing since the game launched. Her growing frustration had been gnawing at her. Now, watching Jiang Cheng charge alone into the pack of skeletal wolves, her heart nearly stopped. In a desperate bid to save him, she frantically commanded her newly summoned skeletons to rush to the battlefield, but their speed was painfully slow. As Jiang Cheng entered the wolves' attack range and 8 skeletal wolves lunged at him with their jaws wide open, Zhang Mengmeng felt her heart shatter. "No, don't die," she screamed at the top of her lungs, wanting to throw herself in front of Jiang Cheng to shield him. Yet, the mere 5 meters between them felt like an insurmountable distance. The battle erupted in an instant, with all 8 skeletal wolves biting at Jiang Cheng simultaneously. However, when the damage numbers popped up, Zhang Mengmeng froze in disbelief. Each attack only dealt 1 damage. Previously crouched on the ground, nearly in tears, Zhang Mengmeng suddenly stood up, rubbing her eyes in astonishment. She quickly pulled up the skeletal wolf's attribute panel. Skeletal wolf level 3. Attack, 1012. Defense, 2. Health, 50. Skill, bite. Description: skeletal wolves from outside the undead village. They retain their pack behavior from life, are ferocious in nature, and possess average speed. This is impossible, Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed in shock. A level 3 skeletal wolf with 1012 attack points could only inflict 1 damage on Jiang Cheng. This meant his defense was at least over 12 points. For comparison, as a level 3 player wearing beginner cloth armor, her own defense was only 5 points. Still, she couldn't help but worry about Jiang Cheng's situation. Despite his incredible defense, facing an onslaught from 8 skeletal wolves, his attack speed was just too slow. Just then, a series of combat data flashed across the screen. 126. Experience 10. 82. Experience 10. 42. 126. Experience 10. Zhang Mengmeng widened her eyes in shock, utterly speechless. What on earth is this? Zhang Mengmeng's eyes widened in shock as she watched Jiang Cheng effortlessly take down 8 skeletal wolves with just a few swift strikes, leaving her completely stunned. Jiang Cheng didn't pause for a moment, swiftly moving toward the next group of skeletal wolves. Each of his strikes was precise and powerful, as if slicing through butter. The system kept chiming with notifications of experience points gained, causing Zhang Mengmeng's eyes to sparkle with excitement. The next evolution requires 1,000 evolution points. Just killing skeletal wolves is going to take forever, Jiang Cheng thought to himself. He scanned his surroundings cautiously and noticed the faint figures of other players appearing within his line of sight. After a quick assessment, Jiang Cheng decided to head to the level 5 skeletal bear zone. He knew that as players exhausted the level 1 areas, this place would soon become overcrowded. At that point, his unique abilities as a special skeleton might attract unwanted attention. Although he was far stronger than ordinary players, his current sluggish movement speed could put him at a disadvantage. If players used kiting strategies or surrounded him, things could get tricky. Moreover, players could respawn infinitely after death, and provoking a large guild could lead to serious trouble. On top of that, the experience points from the skeletal wolves had already dropped to just 8 per kill, making it pointless to stay here any longer. "Hey, where are you going?" Zhang Mengmeng snapped out of her excitement, only to see Jiang Cheng turning to leave. When she realized he was heading toward the skeletal bear zone, she was so shocked that she was momentarily speechless. "You've got to be kidding me, heading to the skeletal bear zone?" Zhang Mengmeng muttered as she hurried after Jiang Cheng toward Fierce Bear Mountain. "Doggy, you're getting way too cocky. Who's the player here? Huh? Why do I feel like I'm the one who got summoned as a skeleton?" All along the way, Jiang Cheng maintained his efficient combat rhythm, dispatching any skeletal wolves in their path with ease. Watching the experience points steadily climb, Zhang Mengmeng felt a mix of joy and unease. "I was wrong, okay? I shouldn't have called you afraid of dying. Can we just take it slow and steady?" Zhang Mengmeng clasped her hands together, pleading with a pitiful expression. "Big bro, can we talk this through, please?" But Jiang Cheng ignored her entirely and pressed forward. Just then, a deafening roar echoed through the mountains. A skeletal bear had spotted them. The attributes of the skeleton bear were clearly displayed in Jiang Cheng's view. Level 5, Attack 1530, Defense 5, Health 100. This was a ferocious bear that had turned into a skeleton after death, boasting immense attack power, but with a slow attack speed. It's over, Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed in panic, summoning 10 skeletal minions to charge forward. However, the skeleton bear simply swung its massive claws twice, effortlessly scattering the skeleton soldiers. Jiang Cheng, on the other hand, remained calm, his expression unchanging as he focused on his attribute panel. Suddenly, he noticed that evolution points could be used to upgrade skills. Without hesitation, he immediately invested 100 evolution points to upgrade his quick slash to level 2, boosting attack speed from 30 to 60 for a duration of 10 minutes at the cost of 10 mana points. Not stopping there, he spent another 200 evolution points to upgrade quick slash to level 3, raising the attack speed boost to an astonishing 90. Although he exhausted all his evolution points, the results were exhilarating. Jiang Cheng silently activated the skill, instantly feeling an unprecedented agility as his attack interval shortened to 1.58 seconds per strike. He advanced toward the skeleton bear with measured steps. Roar! The skeleton bear let out a low, warning growl, and Jiang Cheng felt his attack power decrease by 10. However, this had no effect on his strategy. As the skeleton bear raised its massive claw, Jiang Cheng swiftly sidestepped to evade and precisely slashed at the joint of its hind leg with his blade. A sharp crack sounded. Though the attack only dealt 39 damage, it successfully destabilized the bear, causing it to lose its balance. Seizing the moment as it collapsed, Jiang Cheng raised his blade and delivered a fatal strike, triggering a critical hit to its weak spot and dealing 78 damage. A system notification chimed. You have gained 30 experience points and evolution points. In this battle, Jiang Cheng demonstrated his prowess as a top-tier player by leveraging his enhanced speed. His combat expertise shone in this hyper-realistic game, where his practical experience proved invaluable. What followed was a textbook display of hunting mastery. Jiang Cheng exploited the skeleton bear's sluggish movements, executing a flawless lure cripple kill tactical loop, reaping significant experience and evolution points. Meanwhile, Zhang Mengmeng stood dumbfounded, watching the scene unfold. This skeleton is something else. His luring technique is light years ahead of mine. That blade work, that speed, I can't even begin to compare. This skeleton, it must have gained sentience. Wow, how did he pull that off? Zhang Mengmeng couldn't help but mimic with her hands as she watched Jiang Cheng's fluid and precise movements effortlessly take down the skeleton bear. She carefully replayed each step in her mind. First, luring the skeleton bear's aggression, then waiting for it to rear up for an attack. At just the right moment, he dodged its massive paw with agility and delivered a precise strike to its leg joint. As the massive creature collapsed with a thud, he swiftly followed through with a clean decapitation, triggering a critical hit. The first time she saw Jiang Cheng hunt a skeleton bear so effortlessly in Fierce Bear Mountain, Zhang Mengmeng naively thought she could replicate his technique. Reality, however, hit her hard. What seemed like simple movements were actually the result of Jiang Cheng's extensive practice, accumulated experience, and extraordinary combat intuition. Her own attempts at combat were a disaster. She failed to manage the distance while luring the enemy, accidentally attracting 3 skeleton bears at once and barely escaping death. When she finally pulled a single one, she confidently prepared to dodge, but instead, she was swatted 3 meters away by a massive paw, landing painfully on a rock and questioning her life choices. 3 hours of grinding were filled with confusion, delight, and nervous determination. By now, she had reached level 7. When she opened the level rankings, she was stunned to see her name at the top of the list. First place, a silly little Ming, level 7. Second place, Xia Dongli, level 6. Third place, Yin Go Xianyue, level 5. Oh my god! Zhang Mengmeng rubbed her eyes, unable to believe she had surpassed the legendary god of levels, Xia Dongli. Known as one of the 12 true gods in the gaming world, he was famous for his relentless grinding. To him, wealth, status, and skills no longer brought satisfaction, only leveling up gave him a sense of fulfillment and passion for life. Ordinary players like her had never even dared to dream of catching up to such gaming titans. Yet here she was, thanks to a miraculous NPC, suddenly claiming the top spot on the server rankings, outpacing even the leveling fanatic Xia Dongli. If her friends playing Great Wilderness found out, their jaws would surely hit the floor. Zhang Mengmeng gazed at Jiang Cheng, who was still fighting gracefully in the distance, her eyes filled with admiration. She knew she had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Nowadays, Zhang Mengmeng has become nothing more than a passive player in the game, cheering 666 from the sidelines for Jiang Cheng. She stared intently at the unique skeleton in front of her, a bold thought surfacing in her mind: could this skeleton's godlike gameplay actually be the reincarnation of her idol, Jiang Cheng? Jiang Cheng had once been the ultimate deity in her heart. In the gaming world, he had created an unmatched legend. In just 3 years, he mastered all 16 classes to max level in a mythological game with a 60 realism rate and led each one to the top of the leaderboard. Such achievements made him the most dazzling figure among the preeminent 12 deities. But fate was cruel. A meticulously orchestrated car accident left this ladder-dominating champion gravely injured. To make matters worse, just a week ago, the gaming news delivered a devastating blow. Jiang Cheng had died suddenly of exhaustion in the club after countless sleepless nights grinding for others. This news utterly shattered Zhang Mengmeng. She cried for 3 days and nights straight, and if not for the need to stave off hunger, her grief might have lasted for years. Watching the skeleton's skillful maneuvers, Zhang Mengmeng couldn't help but associate it with Jiang Cheng's brilliance in her memories. The skeleton's godlike foresight and decision-making reminded her of her high school classmate, Zhang Haoming. While Zhang Haoming had been a legend at Tianhai High School for his exceptional gaming skills, far surpassing her own by a wide margin, seemed like a mere novice compared to this skeleton. If the two were to face off, Zhang Haoming probably wouldn't last beyond 3 rounds. As Zhang Mengmeng was lost in thought, Jiang Cheng had already reached level 7 and defeated a skeletal bear. Seeing that the experience gain was starting to diminish, it was time to move on to a new location. With 2,000 evolution points accumulated, it was the perfect moment to undergo an evolution. The system immediately presented 3 evolution paths. 1. Skeleton Heavy Infantry, gains 500 HP, 30 attack, 50 defense, with Blade Awakening and hunting skills. 2. Skeleton Blade Guard, gains 300 HP, 50 attack, 20 defense, 10 agility, with quick blade technique and dual blade skills. 3. A Hidden Option Skeleton Assault Vanguard, gains 300 HP, 100 mana, 50 attack, 50 defense, 20 agility, with assault armor and plunder skills. This unexpected hidden evolution path not only offered superior overall stats, but also featured extraordinarily powerful skills, immediately capturing Jiang Cheng's attention. Continue evolving the hidden path. It requires double the evolution points. Proceed with evolution? Jiang Cheng instinctively twisted his wrist, the sound of cracking joints echoing in the air. This habitual action, which he often did while thinking, seemed rather out of place now that he had become a skeleton. Yet, he clung to the habit nonetheless. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decisively chose to evolve along the hidden path. Although it required twice the evolution points, he believed strength was the foundation of everything. Evolution points could always be earned again, but missing the opportunity for a hidden evolution path might mean never encountering it again. The game had only been live for 3.5 hours, and most players were still grinding monsters on the outskirts of the beginner's village. However, Jiang Cheng understood well that other players would eventually catch up in level, and conflicts would be inevitable. Only absolute strength could guarantee his survival. More importantly, perhaps when he became strong enough to break the rules, he might find a way to return to the real world. Choose to evolve. The system notification immediately followed. Congratulations! You have spent 2,000 evolution points to evolve into a skeleton assault vanguard. Evolution commencing. Duration: 1 minute. Under Zhang Mengmeng's astonished gaze, a brilliant blue light surged into Jiang Cheng's skeletal frame. His height rapidly increased from 1.58 meters to 1.73 meters, and a faint blue glow flickered across the surface of his bones. The most striking change, however, was the sudden ignition of 2 vibrant blue flames in his once empty eye sockets. Whoa, my precious skeleton is evolving again, Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. In such a short time, Jiang Cheng had already undergone 2 evolutions. The previous evolution had sharpened his blade to a metallic sheen, allowing him to easily defeat a 100 HP skeletal bear. This time, aside from his more durable bones and the addition of soul flames in his eyes, she couldn't yet discern any other changes. Although she couldn't see Jiang Cheng's exact stats, Zhang Mengmeng remained vigilant by his side, carefully watching for any monsters that might interrupt the evolution process. However, she suddenly realized something felt off. Wasn't Jiang Cheng, as her summoned creature, supposed to protect her? Why did it now feel like she was the one protecting him? Finally, the system notification sounded. Skeleton Assault Vanguard evolution successful. Health increased by 300 points, magic by 100 points, attack by 50 points, defense by 50 points, and agility by 20 points. The moment the system notification sounded, Jiang Cheng woke up. As he opened his eyes, he immediately noticed something different. There seemed to be something in his eye sockets that could move up and down. Just as he was about to reach out and touch it, a delicate, charming face suddenly appeared before him. It was his master. Her flawless features were complemented by her fair, rosy complexion, and her large, sparkling eyes radiated a clear, lively light. At this moment, she was gazing at him with an expression of anticipation and curiosity, her eyes brimming with a hint of excitement. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This master of his truly was one in a million. Not only was she remarkably beautiful, but her adorably quirky personality, perfect figure, and graceful demeanor were also unmatched. If he were to score her, he'd give her a solid 99, leaving that 1 point out only to keep her from becoming overly proud. Unfortunately, her actions often gave him a scare. Previously, She had tried to mimic his move of slaying a skeleton bear and nearly ended up at the resurrection point. Jiang Cheng still remembered the bloodstains on the back of her necromancer's robe, left from being swatted away by the skeleton bear and crashing into jagged rocks. If he hadn't rescued her in time, she might have been sent to the Hall of Undead for revival. In this vast game world, death came at the cost of losing levels and equipment. What worried Jiang Cheng even more was the uncertainty of whether he, her summoned skeletal warrior, would also vanish if his clumsy master died. You've evolved, haven't you? Zhang Mengmeng beamed with a sweet smile. That's awesome. What new abilities did you get this time? Ugh, it's so annoying though I can't see your stats. What kind of stupid game is this? She grumbled lightly. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng felt a knowing smile in his mind. Unfortunately, as a skeleton, he had only cheekbones and couldn't make any facial expressions. Since he couldn't communicate with her, he decided to check his new stats first. Attribute panel. Name, Jiang Cheng. Level, 7. Race, Skeleton Assault Vanguard. Player owner, a silly little Ming. HP, 520. Mana, 200. Attack, 64. Explosive Bone Blade, 30. Defense, 64. Agility, 30. Attack speed, 1 strike every 2.5 seconds. Movement speed, 1 step every 2 seconds. Weapon, Explosive Bone Blade. Elite skills, Assault Armor, Plunder, Quick Strike level 3. Evolution points, 0. Enhancement points, 3. This evolution left Jiang Cheng thoroughly satisfied. His overall stats had tripled, and his HP had reached an impressive 520. With 64 points in defense, even the skeleton bear's attacks wouldn't be able to penetrate his protection. Although his attack speed had slowed to 1 strike every 2.5 seconds, the most delightful surprise was that the quick strike skill had been retained. This meant he could use evolution points to further improve his speed in the future. As much as he wanted to test his new strength on a couple of skeleton bears right away, he held back his excitement. Instead, he decided to first study the new skill he had gained, Assault Armor. Jiang Cheng quickly skimmed through the information about his newly acquired skills. The first one that caught his eye was Assault Armor. Skill, Assault Armor. Type, Active. Level, Rare. Effect, allows weapon form transformation for 10 minutes. Current form, Assault Bone Armor Defense 6, current weapon attack power 20. Next form, Bow. Material requirement, Bone Powder. A rare level skill. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. In the world of Great Wilderness, skills were ranked across 9 tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, rare, legendary, mythical, epic, divine, and supreme. A skill like this, capable of transforming weapon forms, was worth at least several million yuan. Next came the second skill. Skill, Plunder. Type, Passive. Level, Advanced. Effect, 1 chance to plunder the target's skill or talent upon killing them. The acquisition of these 2 skills filled Jiang Cheng with excitement. In another game, Mythology, which boasted a 60 realism rate, he had once earned the title of Ladder Overlord. Back then, he had created 16 characters under the Jiangbei series: Jiangbei Ming, Jiangbei Hai, Jiangbei Kua, Jiangbei Lan, Jiangbei Chuan, Jiangbei Huang, each one topping the PvP ladder rankings for different classes. The Assault Armor skill, in his hands, could undoubtedly unleash power far beyond its rare classification. The next Bao form, in particular, could effectively compensate for his disadvantage in movement speed. With his level of archery, while he might still struggle to hit a bullseye from 100 paces, landing every shot accurately was no challenge. As for the Plunder skill, it opened up limitless possibilities. For instance, he could repeatedly kill skeleton bears in hopes of acquiring their roar, skill, or thick-skinned talent. Jiang Cheng decided to continue hunting skeleton bears until he acquired the talents of Plunder, Roar, and Thick Hide. Although the 1 plunder rate was frustrating, the most important task at hand was to test the skill effects and quickly accumulate evolution points. Glancing at Zhang Mengmeng, who looked visibly uneasy, Jiang Cheng raised his bone blade and swung it forward sharply. The sudden movement startled Zhang Mengmeng, who cried out, "Ah! The skeleton is rebelling against its master. The skeleton is turning traitor." However, Jiang Cheng's target wasn't Zhang Mengmeng, but rather a skeleton bear that had suddenly respawned behind her. With his base attack of 64 points, combined with the 30-point attack boost from the bone steel blade, and a critical hit triggered, a damage number of 183 flashed above the bear. The skeleton bear collapsed instantly. The system notification followed: 22 experience points and 22 evolution points gained. Ignoring Zhang Mengmeng, who was still recovering from the shock, Jiang Cheng headed straight toward the depths of Fierce Bear Mountain. Drawing on his years of gaming experience, he knew that areas dominated by a single type of monster often spawned elite versions. Since he was already here, he might as well take the chance to see if any equipment could drop. After all, he had yet to encounter any equipment drops so far. Big brother, can't we just stay here and level up? Look, You can kill a skeleton bear with just one strike. We'd level up so fast. Zhang Mengmeng panted as she tried to persuade him from behind. Even as a skeleton, you should play it safe. Jiang Cheng ignored her protests, focusing on taking down every skeleton bear he encountered along the way. He knew all too well that without any guarantee of revival, he had to strengthen himself as quickly as possible. Now that his height had evolved to 1.73 meters, he could easily reach the weak points of the upright skeleton bears their necks. Bang! Another skeleton bear fell. With a critical hit to its vital point, Jiang Cheng dealt 267 damage. This time, luck was on his side. He successfully plundered the bear's talent, an increase of 20 points to maximum health and 1 point to defense. The powerful effect left Jiang Cheng overjoyed. This was far more efficient than his previous tactic of severing the bear's legs before delivering the final blow. With his current high attack stat of 94 points, even without a critical hit, a well-placed strike to a vital point was enough for a one-hit kill. Although Jiang Cheng didn't manage to plunder any skills, he did gain a 20-point health boost and a 1-point defense increase from the talent, which left him ecstatic. In the game, improving attributes was extremely limited either through leveling up or relying on rare treasures. Take the Hunyuan fruit, for example, which increases defense by just 1 point. It costs at least 2 million yuan on the market, and even then, it's rarely available. But now, he could directly obtain these enhancements through plundering. This discovery thrilled Jiang Cheng, and he quickly devised a strategy. I can specifically target wild creatures that compensate for my weaknesses, plundering their skills and talents. The bone blade slashed through the air, striking precisely at the neck of the skeletal bear. 183. The damage number popped up as the skeletal bear collapsed. Shortly after, the system notification sounded. Congratulations on defeating the skeletal bear. You've earned 22 evolution points and experience. With his expert techniques and sharp instincts, Jiang Cheng effortlessly took down these skeletal bears. He didn't even bother luring them one by one anymore. With his current defense, these creatures couldn't even scratch him. He rampaged through Bear Ridge, mowing down every skeletal bear in his path like cutting through butter. An hour later, as another skeletal bear fell, the system prompt appeared. Congratulations on defeating the skeletal bear. You've earned 16 evolution points and 16 experience points. Congratulations. You leveled up. Health 10, Attack 1, Defense 1. After leveling up twice and reaching level 9, Jiang Cheng noticed a significant drop in rewards. Each skeletal bear now only provided 16 evolution points, while the next level required 10,000 points. If the teleportation function had been unlocked, he would have already asked Zhang Mengmeng to take him somewhere else. From a distance, a blue-named elite skeletal bear standing atop the mountain caught his attention. Jiang Cheng hid behind a massive boulder and carefully examined the elite monster's stats. Skeletal bear leader level 10 elite. Health, 3,000. Attack, 60,100. Defense, 30. Skills, Bear Roar, Shockwave. Description: the elite leader of Bear Ridge, possessing overwhelming attack power. Although he was confident he could wear down the elite monster with his exceptional movement and awareness, it would take too much time. At this early stage of the game, time was everything. So, he decided to spend evolution points to upgrade his skills. 1,000 evolution points to level up Assault Armor to level 2. Quick Blade was upgraded from 300 points to 800 points per level, reaching level 8. He glanced at the new stats of his Assault Armor skill. Skill tier, Rare. Current level, 2. Skill effect: allows weapon transformation for 30 minutes. Bone Armor, Bow. Weapon attack power, 60. Resource requirement, Bone Powder. Although he had spent 3,900 evolution points, which pained him a little, the enhanced effects made it all worthwhile. Jiang Cheng checked the detailed information about the Quick Blade skill. At the basic level, this level 8 skill had an astonishing effect after activation. It could increase attack speed by 240 for 80 minutes. This meant he could achieve the terrifying speed of approximately one strike every 0.8 seconds. However, in the Great Wilderness game world, the actual attack speed wasn't solely determined by the stats on the panel. Even if the panel showed a speed of 0.1 seconds per strike, the average player, limited by their operational skills, might only manage 2 strikes per second in practice. But for Jiang Cheng, this was no issue at all. Had once set a world record of 13 strikes per second in the mythical game world, a record that remained unbroken to this day. With his Bowblade weapon and such a high attack speed boost, Jiang Cheng could finally showcase his signature combat technique Override. This was a player-created PvP combat method, not an in-game skill, but its remarkable effectiveness had led many top players to imitate it. It had even become a critical benchmark for evaluating and recruiting elite players in major gaming clubs. The essence of combat technique Override was forcibly interrupting spellcasting at close range, quickly switching to a melee weapon, and unleashing massive damage in an instant. For the Power Swordsman class, this technique was nothing short of a godsend. Although their spell damage was relatively low, their skills had stun effects. When combined with this technique, their combat effectiveness could increase several-fold. As the inventor of this technique, Jiang Cheng had long mastered it to perfection. He could seamlessly chain spells and switch weapons in an instant, leaving his opponents completely overwhelmed. At this moment, he was dragging the skeletal remains of a bear to a nearby boulder and meticulously scraping bone powder with a bone knife. This powder was essential for activating his assault armor. Without it, the armor's effects couldn't be triggered. Watching from the side, Zhang Mengmeng was utterly confused. Skeleton big brother, why are you suddenly shaving bones? After witnessing Jiang Cheng's terrifying strength in their earlier battles, she had upgraded her nickname for him from Skeleton and Big Bro to the more affectionate Skeleton Big Brother. Noticing Jiang Cheng's gaze fixed on the elite skeletal bear atop the mountain, Zhang Mengmeng grew a bit uneasy and suggested, "How about this? Let's wait until I reach level 10 and learn necromantic empowerment and summon skeletal archer. By then, I can boost all your stats by 30 and summon archers to help. Then we can challenge that elite boss. How does that sound?" Watching the skeleton big brother in front of her prepare to challenge an elite monster, Zhang Mengmeng couldn't help but feel astonished. Take the skeletal bear, for example, with 3,000 health points and 30 defense. Her current skeletal minions, with their pitiful 5 attack power, couldn't even break through its defense. Not to mention, the skeletal bear had such high attack power that even with Jiang Cheng's evolution, taking a few hits would still be dangerous. Unless she could summon a skeletal archer at level 10, or Jiang Cheng himself evolved into a skeletal archer, they might stand a chance. With a ranged weapon, they could potentially kite the elite bear to death in half an hour. But challenging a level 10 elite monster now? Even the 12 true gods hadn't triggered the system announcement for the first elite monster kill yet. As Zhang Mengmeng's thoughts wandered, a bone suddenly dropped in front of her. She looked at Jiang Cheng in confusion. "Skeleton big brother, what do you want me to do with this?" Jiang Cheng picked up a bone knife and began meticulously shaving bone powder as a demonstration. "You want me to help shave bones?" Zhang Mengmeng asked tentatively. Seeing Jiang Cheng nod in confirmation, she jumped up excitedly. "Great! You're finally willing to communicate with me." She immediately grabbed her sharp necromancer staff and joined Jiang Cheng in shaving bone powder. Although her speed couldn't compare to his, she worked diligently. "What are we using this bone powder for?" Zhang Mengmeng asked curiously as she worked. Jiang Cheng answered her with a series of actions. The bone knife in his hand transformed into a long bone bow, and the bone powder on the ground condensed into a bone arrow. He drew the bowstring and aimed. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air and struck the elite skeletal bear's head 80 meters away with precision. A damage number, 78, floated above the bear, and the quick blade skill activated, granting Jiang Cheng a 240 attack speed boost for the next 80 seconds, reducing his attack interval to 0.7 seconds. Whoosh! Another arrow was released. 78, 78, 52, 52. Damage numbers continuously popped up above the elite skeleton bear's head. Jiang Cheng's bone arrows rained down like a storm, and the bone powder on the ground visibly diminished at an astonishing rate. In just 7 seconds, he fired 10 arrows in rapid succession, each one hitting its mark with pinpoint accuracy, leaving almost no time for reloading. The elite skeleton bear's health evaporated by 600 points in an instant, leaving Zhang Mengmeng stunned. At this moment, the elite skeleton bear was still wandering in circles, howling in confusion, unable to locate the attacker 80 meters away, a distance far beyond its 50-meter aggro range. Jiang Cheng, meanwhile, swiftly converted the bone powder on the ground into 20 bone arrows and secured them at his waist. While maintaining his relentless assault, he gradually closed in on his target. 20 seconds later, when the elite skeleton bear finally spotted Jiang Cheng, it didn't retreat. Instead, it charged forward in a rage, slamming the ground with a massive paw to unleash its shockwave ability. Boom! Sand and rocks flew in all directions. Yet, to Zhang Mengmeng's surprise, the elite skeleton bear turned and fled. But Jiang Cheng seemed to have anticipated this. With agile movements, he leaped forward, knocked an arrow, and pursued it relentlessly. At that moment, Zhang Mengmeng suddenly realized Skeleton Big Brother had moved closer earlier because he had predicted the bear's escape. This level of foresight made her feel utterly inadequate. The battle ended swiftly. System notifications began to chime. "Congratulations on defeating the skeleton bear leader. You have earned 1,000 experience points, and your level has increased. You have slain the level 10 elite skeleton bear leader, becoming the first player out of 10 billion across the server to defeat a level 10 elite boss. Drop rate increased by 200. Congratulations on earning the first kill reward, 10 gold coins. Would you like to announce this server-wide?" Zhang Mengmeng was utterly shocked. A reward of 10 gold coins was worth at least 100,000 renminbi. In this early stage of the game, where everything relied on money, this fortune was incredibly significant. However, instead of cashing out immediately, she decided to save it to upgrade undead enhancement skills, further boosting Jiang Cheng's strength. At the same time, Jiang Cheng reaped a bountiful harvest. 1,000 experience points, 1,000 evolution points, 100 enhancement points, and, most importantly, thanks to the 200 drop rate bonus, the ground was littered with glowing blue equipment, coins, and potions. As he began collecting the spoils, Zhang Mengmeng excitedly ran over. Skeleton Big Brother. I leveled up directly and got 10 gold coins as a reward. Now I can learn to summon skeleton archers. This is amazing. Oh, by the way, should we make a server-wide announcement? Jiang Cheng didn't reply immediately, as his attention was entirely captured by a golden book lying on the ground. What's this? Wow, so much blue gear. Zhang Mengmeng's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the loot scattered on the ground, but she refrained from picking anything up. After all, it was Skeleton Big Brother who had defeated the elite skeleton bear leader, so the right to distribute the spoils naturally belonged to him. She noticed that Skeleton Big Brother was holding a book in his hand and suddenly realized something. A skill book dropped. Her delicate face lit up with excitement. Jiang Cheng immediately checked the skill book's attributes. Split skill. Quality. Advanced skill. Type. Passive. Effect. When attacking, 5 of the damage will split and affect other enemies within a 1 by 1 meter range. Ignores defense and evasion. A split skill, a powerful tool for crowd control, Jiang Cheng thought with delight. Although this skill's level wasn't high, its effect was undeniably strong. The split damage, ignoring both defense and evasion, was practically a divine skill for melee combat. While 5 damage might not seem like much, this skill could be upgraded with evolution points, unlike other players who would need additional skill books. A system prompt soon appeared. Would you like to learn the split skill?
Yes.
Jiang Cheng chose to learn it without hesitation. After letting Zhang Mengmeng collect all the gear on the ground, Jiang Cheng immediately opened his attributes panel to check his stats. Name, Jiang Cheng. Level, 10 experience, 5001000. Race, Skeleton Assault Guard. Health, 630. Mana, 330. Attack, 75. Explosive Bone Blade 30. Defense, 70. Agility, 30. Attack speed, 2.5 seconds per strike. Movement speed, 1.75 seconds per step. Skills, Assault Armor 2, Plunder Passive, Quick Blade 8, Split Passive 1. Evolution Points, 1003. Enhancement Points, 100. After reaching level 10, his attribute growth had increased significantly. Health and mana gained 100 per level, attack 10, and defense 10 times higher than before. Although he was now eligible to change classes, Jiang Cheng felt uncertain about it. However, it didn't matter much. His evolution ability far surpassed ordinary classes. The most pressing task was to continue strengthening himself. It's time to head back and regroup, Jiang Cheng thought. Zhang Mengmeng had also reached level 10 and needed to change her class to Undead Summoner. After the change, she would gain the skill to summon Undead Priests, which could boost the attack power and attack speed of the Undead, an enormous advantage for Jiang Cheng. Combined with her level 5 Undead Enhancement and level 10 Skeleton Archers, she could help him level up even faster. Spending 100 evolution points, Jiang Cheng upgraded the split skill to level 2. After spending 200 evolution points, Jiang Cheng upgraded the splitting skill to level 4, bringing the total consumption to 600 evolution points. The upgraded skill reached advanced quality. As a passive skill, it now transfers 9 of the damage from each attack to other enemies within a 11-meter radius, completely ignoring defense and evasion. While the effect might seem modest at first glance, its potential is limitless with further upgrades. Unlike other players who need to meet multiple requirements such as gold, level, experience points, and skill points to learn skills, Jiang Cheng can freely enhance his skills using only evolution points. This level of convenience is undeniably overpowered. After upgrading the skill, Jiang Cheng signaled to Zhang Mengmeng that he wanted to check the equipment. Although Zhang Mengmeng was still excited about the newly acquired gear, she handed it over without hesitation. Her movements were especially gentle, and her face showed a trace of reluctance and concern, as if she was afraid the equipment might get damaged. This made Jiang Cheng feel a bit awkward, but he still took the equipment and began inspecting its attributes. The equipment included 3 items. Bear Paw Gauntlets Elite Equipment. Required level, 10. Attack power, 12. Critical rate, 1. Bear Claw Necklace Elite Equipment. Required level, 10. Attack power, 12. Critical rate, 1. Bear Helm Elite Equipment. Required level, 10. Attack power, 2. Defense, 10. These 3 items form the bear set. Equipping both the gauntlets and necklace activated the set effect, Sturdy Armor, granting an additional 20 defense points. The biggest advantage of this set was that it had no class restrictions, making it usable by any profession, which was extremely rare in the early stages of the game. However, for Jiang Cheng, the attribute bonuses of this set were limited, and more importantly, he didn't meet the level requirement to equip it. While he could display the equipment like other players, it wouldn't activate any effects, rendering it purely decorative. After returning the equipment to the still-dazed Zhang Mengmeng, Jiang Cheng began preparing for enhancement. The 100 enhancement points he earned from defeating the skeleton bear leader were just enough to be put to use. Enhancement points could not only strengthen weapons but also improve various body parts to increase defense, attack speed, and movement speed. However, adhering to the belief that the best defense is a strong offense, Jiang Cheng decided to continue enhancing his weapon. A system prompt immediately popped up. Do you want to spend 100 enhancement points to enhance the explosive bone blade? Enhance. As the system notification sounded, Jiang Cheng's bone blade steel knife successfully upgraded, transforming into the bone blade steel knife of annihilation and Skyrend. The bone knife on his right arm instantly emitted a blood-red glow, and at the connection point between the blade and his arm bone, a vivid, crimson dot appeared. A fine, blood-filled groove extended along the metallic blade all the way to the tip, exuding an intimidating aura. The new weapon's attributes caught Jiang Cheng's attention. Quality: rare. Attack: 6080. Critical rate: 15. Traits: Annihilation critical damage 30. Skyrend ignores 10 points of the opponent's defense. Impressive, Jiang Cheng muttered in genuine admiration. Typically, rare grade equipment only carries one trait, legendary grade 2, and mythic grade 3. Yet, this rare grade weapon possessed 2 traits, clearly setting it apart from ordinary gear enhanced through the strengthening system. With this weapon and his splitting skill, Jiang Cheng estimated his monster-killing efficiency would at least double. It was time to head to the main city to change his class. Without hesitation, he set out for the Boulder Forest, aiming for Ragewind City, one of the 108 main cities in the Great Wilderness World. Since the Novice Village lacked a class change NPC, this path was his only option. The Boulder Forest was not only a necessary route to Ragewind City, but also an excellent spot for leveling up. The area was home to level 15 stone golems with a formidable 30 points of defense. Though their attack power was low, they provided abundant experience. For most level 15 players, even with full professional gear, breaking through their defense was nearly impossible. However, for Jiang Cheng, it posed no challenge. On the way, Zhang Mengmeng was still immersed in the joy of acquiring new equipment. When she snapped out of it, they had already arrived at the Boulder Forest. She watched as Jiang Cheng walked straight toward a stone golem and quickly checked its stats. Stone golem level 15. Health: 500. Attack: 115. Defense: 30. Skill: Petrified Skin. Kill reward: 200 experience. Big skeleton brother, the stone golem's defense is so high, we won't even scratch it. Before she could finish, Jiang Cheng had already swung his blade at the stone golem. Clang. 230. Zhang Mengmeng was left speechless. 230 damage. Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes fixed on the chaotic battle unfolding before her. But this stone golem has 30 defense. Her gaze was locked on Jiang Cheng's weapon. The blade in his hand no longer resembled its original form, it now gleamed with a cold, blood-red hue, radiating an eerie glow. Each swing sent chills down her spine. She glanced down at her own mighty bear armor set, and the pride she once felt evaporated instantly. I'm still the same useless person, completely unchanged, she murmured to herself, her eyes never leaving Jiang Cheng's lean figure. High attack, high critical strike, high defense, and it could even transform into a bow. Just how many secrets was this skeleton brother hiding? The battle raged on. Amid the clanging of strikes, the damage numbers began to drop. 117. 75. 45. Jiang Cheng noticed something was off. With each strike, a strong recoil surged through his arm. The stone golem's surface darkened further, as though it had donned an invisible layer of armor. The blade no longer chipped away at the stone, instead sparking violently upon impact. Petrified Skin? Jiang Cheng quickly realized it was the golem's special skill, doubling its defense. This was a skill worth acquiring. With a final critical hit of 85, the stone golem collapsed with a thunderous crash. A system notification popped up, kill confirmed, awarding 150 experience points and evolution points. It also dropped a piece of white-tire equipment, a plain pair of white boots. Jiang Cheng tossed the boots to Zhang Mengmeng and stopped fighting, falling deep into thought. Petrified Skin was a passive skill that activated only when health dropped below a certain point. By luring multiple enemies at once, he could target another enemy after triggering the skill on one, using the passive split damage and armor-piercing effects to maximize his output. He walked over to Zhang Mengmeng and gestured to explain his plan, but she just looked at him blankly. Skeleton big brother, what exactly do you want me to do? Jiang Cheng sighed in exasperation, miming a gesture of frustration. All he wanted was for her to drag over the skeleton bear's corpse to make bone powder, which he could then use to lure more enemies with his bow. It was such a simple request anyone else would have understood immediately. Skeleton big brother? I'm sorry. Zhang Mengmeng clutched her arms, her lips trembling with guilt and frustration. Am I just too stupid? Am I holding you back? Jiang Cheng spread his hands and let out another sigh. Figuring out how to quickly level up, shed his skeleton identity, and return to the real world clearly required solving communication issues while also improving Zhang Mengmeng's concerning skill level. He turned back toward Fierce Bear Mountain, swiftly hunting a few skeletal bears and dragging their corpses back to Zhang Mengmeng. Seeing the bones, she immediately understood her task and began focusing on grinding them into bone powder. I, the #1 player on the leaderboard, have been reduced to making bone powder for a skeleton, she grumbled, though her face betrayed a contented smile. Being able to help Jiang Cheng, even in this small way, was far better than being completely useless. To her, assisting her skeleton big brother with something like this was nothing short of an honor. As she worked, she observed Jiang Cheng's combat. The stone golems had astonishing defenses, substantial health, and activated a petrified skin ability when their HP dropped to half. While they provided generous experience, the kill speed was frustratingly slow. She silently pondered if switching to other monsters might improve efficiency. Maybe it's because stone golems deal low damage and are safer for me, Zhang Mengmeng thought, glancing at her white boots. Warmth filled her heart. Skeleton Big Brother was willing to sacrifice efficiency just to ensure her safety. If only he weren't so cold and reserved. A bit more warmth in his personality would be nice. In the distance, the constant clash of metal echoed through the stone forest. Jiang Cheng had drawn the attention of 4 stone golems and was enduring their attacks while slashing at them with all his might. With each strike, 4 damage numbers floated up simultaneously. 115, 15, 15, 15. A critical hit. 257, 30, 30, 30. When the first stone golem activated its petrified skin, Jiang Cheng immediately shifted to the next target. He skillfully rotated his attacks among the golems until the first one finally fell. A system notification chimed. Kill confirmed. Gained 150 experience points and evolution points. Jiang Cheng quickly switched weapons, his bone blade transforming into a long white bone bow. With precise shots, he drew in another stone golem. This strategy tripled his efficiency. Zhang Mengmeng watched in astonishment, finally realizing she had been wrong. Skeleton Big Brother had already devised a meticulous tactical plan from the start. It wasn't about accommodating her safety when choosing this hunting ground at all. In the dark forest, Xie Changkong, revered as one of the 12 true gods and known as the Sword God, sat quietly atop a pitch-black boulder, intently watching a video. Surrounding him were dozens of top-tier players, yet unlike the usual frenzy of leveling up during the game's launch, these individuals seemed entirely uninterested in gaining experience points. Instead, they stood silently, keeping watch by the Sword God's side. The area was eerily still, as the elite players had thoroughly cleared out all the nearby monsters. The only sounds came from the combat audio in the video playing before Xie Changkong. This was the world of the Great Wilderness, a virtual realm hailed as the Second World, where such paid features were a unique offering. For someone like Xie Changkong, the cost was of no consequence. The video featured gameplay from a once legendary mythological game, showing a power swordsman taking on the ultimate boss, the Dark Overlord. The swordsman's performance was nothing short of perfection. Precise maneuvers, dazzling footwork, textbook-level techniques, and an unprecedented solo combat strategy. Over a grueling 140-minute battle, he suffered only a single hit from an unavoidable area-wide ultimate skill, accomplishing what was deemed an impossible feat, nearly defeating the Dark Overlord unscathed. As the video concluded, Xie Changkong let out a soft sigh, his gaze distant. A middle-aged man dressed in a dark necromancer robe approached him. Young master, you've watched this video countless times. Haven't you already mastered all 14 of his Godder techniques, including Stasis Strike, Void Flash, Law-Ending Whirlwind, and Shadow Step? He asked. Xie Changkong toyed with the elite-grade long sword in his hand, a trace of melancholy in his eyes. Mastered, yes, but I can never reach his level. Take the 12 swords of instant kill, for example. He surpassed 13 strikes per second, while I can't even break past 11. These techniques carry his essence theory tailored perfectly to him. Are you aiming to break free from his influence and create your own Godder techniques? The middle-aged player asked seriously. Xie Changkong shook his head. It's not that simple. The reason he's called the Eternal God isn't just because he could create his own techniques. I only regret that I never got to face him in battle. From the age of 15, I spent 5 years mastering all his Godder skills by the time I turned 20. Since then, I've searched everywhere for him, hoping to spar once he recovered from his injuries, only to hear of his passing. He shook his head with a hint of sadness, but quickly regained his composure. Enough. The dead cannot be brought back to life. My opponents now are the other true gods. Shifting his focus, he asked, Uncle Long, any news on that player Dai Xiaoming? No concrete leads yet, but it seems they aren't a smuff account of some pro player, just a new necromancer player, the middle-aged man replied. A new player? Xie Changkong raised an eyebrow slightly. No assistance from anyone? None at all, the man confirmed. Xia Chongkong smiled faintly. Interesting. I wonder if Xia Dongli will cough up blood when he finds out that, despite hiring 30 top players to help him, he was still outpaced by a complete newbie? In the jagged stone forest, Jiang Cheng leaned against a massive boulder to rest, waiting for his skills to cool down. His Swift Blade skill lasted for 80 minutes, while Assault Armor only lasted for 30 minutes. Both skills had a cooldown time of 2 hours after all. In the Great Wilderness game world, the longer the skill duration, the longer its cooldown period. Without the benefit of Assault Armor, Jiang Cheng had to rely on agile movement to lure and kill monsters. Although it was slightly less efficient than using a bow to draw aggro, it was his only viable option. After over an hour of intense combat and waiting for monsters to respawn, Jiang Cheng had cleared the stone forest 3 times. The area was now littered with the corpses of stone creatures, with no living enemies left in sight. However, his efforts had paid off handsomely, as he managed to kill 1 stone creature every 6 seconds on average, earning him an impressive reward: 130,000 experience points and evolution points. His attribute panel reflected significant changes. Name: Jiang Cheng. Level: 14 increased by 4 levels. Experience: 31,588,40,000. Race: Skeleton Assault Vanguard. Base attributes had improved across the board. Health increased to 1,03400. Mana reached 73400. Attack power rose to 11540. Defense increased to 9020. Other attributes remained unchanged. Agility: 30. Attack speed: 2.5 seconds per strike. Movement speed: 1.75 seconds per step. Although he regretted not obtaining the Petrified Skin skill, the 130,000 evolution points were more than enough for him to undergo another round of evolution. Each evolution brought a mix of uncertainty and anticipation, making the process of growing stronger utterly captivating. Before beginning his evolution, Jiang Cheng headed to Bear Mountain to hunt a few skeletal bears. He handed them over to Zhang Mengmeng to produce bone powder. After repeated demonstrations and explanations, he finally managed to get the innocent girl to understand how to assist him, by using her staff to summon skeletons and forming a protective fan-shaped barrier around him in the cave. Given the presence of several undead players spotted in Bear Mountain, Jiang Cheng took extra precautions. He selected a hidden stone peak cave as the location for his evolution. This time, he was presented with 3 evolutionary paths: Skeleton Assault Armor Captain, Skeleton Spear Captain. Hidden Evolution Path: Blood Inferno Assault Skeleton Captain. Cost: 10,000 evolution points. Jiang Cheng immediately noticed the possibility of a hidden evolution path and made his choice without hesitation. Although it required double the evolution points, the current total of 130,000 made the 20,000 point cost seem insignificant. However, when the system prompted that this evolution would cost 30,000 points, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Triple the cost? This implied that the next evolution might require 4 times the points. Based on the system's usual pattern, a base cost of 100,000 points could balloon to 400,000. Of course, no system is ever innocent, just a bunch of greedy merchants, Jiang Cheng muttered internally. Still, he confirmed the evolution. After all, the evolution points were meant to be spent. As the system announced, congratulations on spending 30,000 evolution points to unlock the hidden evolution: Blood Inferno Assault Skeleton Captain. Jiang Cheng slowly closed his eyes. The blue flames in his sockets gradually extinguished, and his entire body became enveloped in a crimson glow. The system displayed a countdown of 10 minutes for the evolution process. At the cave entrance, Zhang Mengmeng was peering through the gaps between her summoned skeletons to observe Jiang Cheng. Seeing him encased in the blood-red light, she suddenly realized, oh my gosh, Skeleton Big Brother is evolving again. No wonder he asked me to summon skeletons to stand guard. Putting down her staff, she rested her chin on her hands, her eyes brimming with curiosity. To her, this Skeleton Big Brother was no ordinary being. His method of slaying monsters was practiced and composed, as if it had been ingrained into his very bones. Even more astonishing were his movements, seemingly chaotic, yet incredibly precise. Despite the skeleton's inherently slow movement speed, Jiang Cheng always managed to dodge the rock creature's attacks with impeccable footwork right after landing a strike. If not for the physical limitations of the skeleton body, he might even have been able to take down 4 rock creatures in one go without sustaining any injuries. His movements reminded Zhang Mengmeng of the Phantom Step, a technique her idol had invented, allowing users to perfectly manipulate enemy sightlines. Although Jiang Cheng's footwork differed slightly from the Phantom Step, it demonstrated an equally high level of skill and finesse. I wonder if I could learn it? Zhang Mengmeng mused to herself, but then quickly shook her head. She recalled her classmate Zhang Haoming, who was reputed to be an expert gamer. Even after years of practice, he had barely grasped a fraction of the Phantom Step's essence. The thought of attempting it herself quickly vanished. Just then, her vision abruptly went dark. Oh no! Zhang Mengmeng's heart skipped a beat as she realized something had gone terribly wrong. The sound the helmets powered off, Zhang Mengmeng's heart sank abruptly. It's over! It's over! My skeleton big brother! She frantically pulled off the helmet, letting out a scream. Landlady, help! The creaky security door was pushed open, and a plump, middle-aged woman strolled in. Have you paid the rent? Have you paid the utilities? Zhang Mengmeng immediately wilted. I. Just then, her stomach growled loudly, betraying her. She realized that not only was her game character starving, but she herself hadn't eaten in ages. I've cut off your utilities. Pay the rent first, then we'll talk. The landlady slammed the door shut, leaving Zhang Mengmeng sitting there, looking utterly dejected. Though the landlady had a sharp tongue, Zhang Mengmeng knew deep down that she was kind-hearted and often helped her out quietly. After a moment of thought, she decided to call her best friend to borrow some money. She picked up her 5-year-old phone, and after enduring several crashes and unbearable lag, she finally managed to dial her friend's number. Hello, Xiang, there's something I need to discuss with you. What? What are you doing? Hearing the voice on the other end of the line, Zhang Mengmeng's face instantly turned red. Before the conversation could continue, the call was abruptly cut off. Zhang Mengmeng stared blankly for a moment before erupting into a furious scream in her bedroom. Xiang, you traitor! That's it, we're done. We're officially done. Just as she was fuming and on the verge of exploding, her phone buzzed with a notification from the mobile carrier, reminding her of an overdue bill. The message also mentioned a top-up 50 and get 30 free offer. Staring at the screen, Zhang Mengmeng felt like crying but had no tears. Do you think I'm short of 30 bucks? I'm short of 50. At that moment, the old electric fan suddenly started spinning again. The power was back on. The landlady's voice came from outside the door. Today's your last day. If you don't pay the rent, pack your things and get out. And come over for dinner tonight. I've got leftovers piling up. Can't finish them all. Despite the harsh tone, Zhang Mengmeng couldn't help but smile warmly. After taking a sip of tap water, she put on the second-hand gaming helmet she had bought from a flea market. In the game, only half a minute had passed, and Jiang Cheng was still unconscious. However, she noticed that her character's health indicators were all in the red. She had already been struggling for 3 hours, but she gritted her teeth and pushed through so as not to burden Jiang Cheng. Now, the extreme hunger and thirst triggered a dizziness mechanism, forcing the system to give her a 20-minute offline recovery period. Her character collapsed in front of Jiang Cheng. 9 minutes later, the hollow eye sockets of Jiang Cheng's skeleton suddenly flared with blood-red flames, and a crimson aura engulfed his entire skeletal Fermi had finally evolved. A system notification flashed before Jiang Cheng's eyes. Congratulations on evolving into the Blood Prison Assault Skeleton Captain. As the sound of the announcement faded, a series of changes instantly began to unfold within him. The crimson flames in the sockets of Jiang Cheng's eyes suddenly flared up, now burning even brighter and more vivid than before. His vision, once a black void, gradually became clear. After confirming there was no danger in his surroundings, he carefully inspected the transformations in his body. What was once a dull gray skeleton had turned into a blood-red frame, its surface faintly enveloped by nearly imperceptible blood flames, like a warrior risen from a sea of corpses. Sharp bone spikes had emerged at each joint. Even the bone blade he wielded had undergone a transformation, its metallic sheen replaced by a blood-red hue, with the same eerie blood flames flickering along the blade, exuding a cold, chilling aura. The most striking change, however, was the blood-colored cape that had grown from his shoulder bones. This was no ordinary piece of fabric, it was an extension of his very skeleton, seamlessly integrated with his body. When Jiang Cheng gave the cape a slight flick, his weapon, the blood prison blade, vanished instantly. With another flick, the weapon reappeared, as if summoned from thin air. This unexpected discovery filled Jiang Cheng with excitement. The cape was actually a magical storage space. Immediately, he thought about storing his bone arrows. Testing his theory, he placed a single bone arrow into the cape, and sure enough, it disappeared into the storage. This completely solved the issue he had faced earlier when using the assault armor, where he had awkwardly attached bone arrows to his ribcage, a sight that always made Etiao de Xiaoming struggle to suppress laughter. Jiang Cheng then opened his attribute panel to review his stats. Detailed attributes listed in the original text. The data left Jiang Cheng exhilarated. At this stage of the game, these attributes were practically unrivaled, far surpassing players of the same level by several magnitudes. The two rare level skills were the cherry on top. Bloodthirsty Frenzy, while not offering the highest boosts, could stack with the Quick Blade skill and could further be enhanced using evolution points. Meanwhile, Scarlet 7 Strikes was the ultimate weapon against high HP bosses. Just as he was about to examine the specific attributes of the Blood Prison Blade, Jiang Cheng carefully examined the attributes of his newly acquired weapon. The blood prison blade of the Shattering Void emitted a dark red glow, and its attributes were astounding. Of rare quality, with an attack power of 90,190, a 15 critical hit rate, and an additional 30 critical damage boost. The Shattering Void trait could ignore 10 points of the opponent's armor, while the Blood Prison trait was even more lethal. Each attack inflicted a bleeding effect lasting 60 seconds, dealing 20 points of damage per second, with a chance to trigger a severe wound effect that reduced the target's movement speed by 20. Compared to his previous weapon, this one not only had 30 points more base damage, but also introduced the powerful Blood Prison trait. Jiang Cheng immediately realized the weapon's terrifying potential, a total of 1,200 points of damage over a minute, enough to instantly kill most wild monsters at the current stage. More importantly, the slowing effect was a perfect tool for chasing down enemies. Just as he was about to start upgrading his skills, he noticed something unusual. Normally, after each of his evolutions, Dai Xiaoming would excitedly circle around him, but this time, the silence was unsettling. Turning around, Jiang Cheng froze. Dai Xiaoming had collapsed on the ground. As an experienced player, he immediately recognized the symptoms of hunger-induced dizziness. Seeing her cracked lips and pale face, Jiang Cheng suddenly realized that she had been enduring hunger and thirst for over 4 hours without saying a word, fully focused on helping him grind bone powder. This stubborn girl, Jiang Cheng murmured with a sigh, shaking his head. He bent down and gently picked her up. Her body was soft and weightless, her waterfall-like hair cascading over his arm. After settling her in a stone cave under the watchful care of a skeleton guard, Jiang Cheng set off to find food and water. However, shortly after he left, 5 players appeared amidst the jagged rock formations. Leading the group was a swordsman wielding a massive iron blade, followed by 4 female players dressed in necromancer robes. The women gazed at the swordsman with admiration. Was Qi Tun Tianxia, a substitute member of the Shanhe Guild and a personal disciple of Quanzong Jin Shanhe, one of the 12 divine masters. Master, it must be such a blessing to be taken as a disciple by Quanzong, right? One of the female players asked, her voice full of envy. A blessing? Qi Tun Tianxia's smug smile faded as a bitter laugh crossed his mind. The past 3 months of hellish training had nearly driven him to his limit, over 18 hours of practice per day, spending 3 months perfecting a single step. Among the 12 divine masters, was there a single one who wasn't a monster in human form? In a mythological game, a player spent days following a wild creature, endlessly repeating movements to dodge and maneuver, until his vision blurred and dizziness set in. After 3 whole months, his master, a fist-fighting grandmaster, finally revealed an astonishing truth. The skill he had been practicing all along was none other than the legendary technique of the fallen deity, Jiang the Demon King. The Shadow Step? This revelation excited him so much that he fainted on the spot. But when he regained consciousness, an even harsher reality awaited him. What was once a single wild creature had now become 3, and his master nonchalantly informed him that his 3 months of grueling practice didn't even qualify as beginner level. What truly crushed him, though, was learning the ultimate test required to truly master the Shadow Step. Surviving an hour under the relentless attack of 100 lightning-fast hornets without getting stung. It was a challenge that seemed utterly impossible for any human to achieve. Fortunately, the Great Wilderness game launched ahead of schedule, allowing him to temporarily escape this nightmarish training. Upon entering the game, he realized that those 3 months of effort hadn't been in vain. A simple demonstration of his movement technique left 4 female players starry-eyed, hailing him as a master. Upon learning he was a disciple of the Fist sect, they practically worshipped him. Master, why did you bring us to this stone forest? Asked Anxiang Yuan, a necromancer from the Anxiang Guild, as she glanced around curiously. There are these monsters here called stone golems. This place was my master's favorite leveling spot during the beta test, Qi Tun Tianxia explained proudly. Of course, you need at least 60 attack points to even be here. Wow, the Fist sect master was in the beta test. The 4 girls' eyes lit up immediately. Of course. My master said he even encountered a peerless expert here and had an epic battle. A peerless expert? Could it be one of the 12 true gods? Master, you must tell us all about it. Anxiang Shuang tugged at his sleeve excitedly, while the other girls bombarded him with questions, making Qi Tun Tianxia feel immensely pleased with himself. But just then, Anxiang Yuan, standing atop a pile of rubble, frowned and said, Master, there don't seem to be any monsters here. That's impossible. My master wouldn't lie to me. Qi Tun Tianxia snapped out of his admiration of Anxiang Shuang's graceful figure and carefully surveyed the surroundings. His face fell as realization struck. What this place was? It cleared out by someone. A sudden chill swept through the air, rustling Qi Tun Tianxia's hair. He stood amidst the desolate forest of peculiar rocks, flanked by 4 undead girls. The unexpected scene left everyone a bit bewildered. Well, this might be a game bug, Qi Tun Tianxia said with a forced laugh, trying to brush it off. But deep down, He knew Better Great Wilderness was known for its meticulous design, and a bug was highly unlikely. The only plausible explanation was that someone had already cleared out the monsters here. Recalling his master's words, the peculiar rock forest typically spawned 258 monsters every half hour. With the precise calculations of the 12 true gods, this number was undoubtedly accurate. For someone to clear all the monsters in just 30 minutes, that would mean killing one every 5 to 6 seconds on average. Even with my master's current gear, that would be impossible. Qi Tun Tianxia thought, stunned. He briefly suspected it might have been Xia Dongli, the god of levels, but quickly dismissed the idea Xia Dongli was a mage and wouldn't venture this far. This must be the work of the Dominating World Guild, he explained to the four girls. Let's just wait here. My master has some influence in the Dominating World Guild. When they return, I can use his name to ask them to share some space for us to level up. As soon as he said this, the girls erupted with excitement. Wow, you're amazing. Dominating World is one of the top 20 guilds in the country. Their guild leader is the son of the Lu Corporation, worth billions. Qi Tun Tianxia smirked with pride. Of course. My master is one of the 12 true gods, after all. The group decided to rest and wait for the monsters to respawn. However, at that moment, Xiang Shu-ing noticed scattered skeletal remains inside a nearby cave. As an experienced player, she immediately thought of the hidden ruins often found in Great Wilderness, which might contain artifacts, rare treasures, skill books, pet eggs, or even hidden bosses. Seizing the moment while the others weren't paying attention, she slipped into the dark cave. Using the light filtering in from outside, she saw a figure that took her breath away, a stunning young woman with flawless curves and an exquisite face. Even as a fellow woman, Xiang Shu-ing couldn't help but be mesmerized by her beauty. Could it be a fallen NPC? Xiang Shu-ing stared at the figure lying on the ground and pondered silently. In this hyper-realistic game set in the wilderness, the system had eliminated the traditional health bars and name displays. Unless players actively revealed their identities through teaming up, guilds, or friendships, everyone appeared as mysterious as strangers in the real world. Xiang Shu-ing crouched down, carefully observing the unconscious beauty before her. Delicate features, a flawless figure. This level of perfection surpassed reality, leading her to instinctively assume the person was an NPC. Little did she know, this was actually the top-ranked player on the leaderboard, Tiao, Dai Xiaoming. She reached out and gently examined the stranger's equipment, her attention suddenly caught by the bear-shaped helmet on her head, glowing faintly blue. Elite gear? Her heartbeat quickened. She soon realized that this NPC was fully equipped from head to toe. Beyond the basic weapons and clothing, the gear included a helmet, gloves, necklace, boots, and belt, all high-level items. Among them were 3 pieces radiating an enticing blue glow, appearing to be part of a premium set. Greedy thoughts began to stir in Xiang Shu-ying's mind. Selling these items could easily fetch tens of thousands. Even just wearing them and posting a photo on the forums would undoubtedly cause a sensation. After all, 10 hours into the game's launch, she was still stuck with her starter staff and robes, without a single decent piece of equipment. On the global chat, even a level 5 Y-Tire glove was being sold for 5,000 yuan, with demand far exceeding supply. She couldn't resist reaching out to take the equipment off, only to find it wouldn't budge. Just as she was puzzling over this, excited shouts echoed from outside the cave. Boss, monsters. Monsters are here, look. Huh. Why is there only one blood skeleton? In the distance, a skeleton engulfed in blood-red flames was slowly advancing from beneath a rocky peak. However, the much-anticipated members of the Dominating World Guild were nowhere to be seen. Shuang, where did you go? Come out quickly. The mobs are spawning. Anxiang Yuan's sudden shout startled Anxiang Shuang, making her shudder. She reluctantly took one last look at the gear on a tiny, adorable character. Determined to keep this secret, she decided to return alone after the mob fight. She quickly crawled out of the cave, only to bump into Anxiang Yuan, who had been looking for her. Shuang, what are you doing here? Nothing. I was just answering nature's call. Anxiang Shuang stammered, her cheeks flushing. Hurry up. There's a super cool blood skeleton over there. The pro player said it might be a hidden boss, and we need to back him up. A hidden boss? Anxiang Shuang frowned slightly, feeling an even greater sense of urgency. This place not only had ruins, but now a hidden boss had appeared too? When they arrived at the rocky peak, Anxiang Shuang immediately spotted the so-called hidden boss. It was a blood-red skeleton, its hollow eye sockets flickering with roaring flames. Jagged, glowing bone spikes jutted out from its joints, and a crimson cloak billowed dramatically in the wind, transforming into streaks of blood shadows. Wow, why do I think this hidden boss looks so cool? Anxiang Shuang couldn't help but exclaim. You think so too? Anxiang Yuan looked at her in surprise. Their eyes met, and they could see mutual admiration reflected in each other's gaze. But why is it holding a bamboo tube and some fruit? Maybe it's just the hidden boss's quirky habit, Back with the team, Qi Tun Tianxia grew visibly excited. With 4 necromancers supporting him, a high-level swordsman with 60 attack points, he felt confident they could take down the blood skeleton. Everyone summoned 10 skeleton soldiers. They'll lead the charge. 9 will take turns surrounding it to draw aggro, leaving 1 slot open for me to deal damage. Qi Tun Tianxia laid out the strategy in detail. Hidden bosses can drop skill books and rare gear, so stay sharp. Binger will summon first, then Yenner, Shuang, and Yuan. Time it carefully so the skeleton soldiers don't all vanish at once, or the boss will regenerate health. Anxiang, Binger, and Yenner were quick to praise him. Wow, you really know your stuff, master. No wonder you're a disciple of the Fist sect. Who knew necromancers could summon skeletons with such fine-tuned tactics? This is so educational. Skill books and rare loot? We're about to strike it rich. Following a pro like you is the best decision ever. Wait, is that blood skeleton walking toward us? Anxiang Yuan suddenly spoke up, her voice tinged with alarm after observing closely. Walking toward us? No way. Usually, even a hidden boss has its own territory and won't leave its designated active. While Qi Tun Tianxia was intensely focused on commanding the battle, Jiang Cheng had silently closed the distance from 500 meters to just 50 meters. This extraordinary range of movement made his face burn with embarrassment, and the questioning glances from the women around him only deepened his unease. Ignore him, Binger. You go ahead and summon, he said, forcing a calm demeanor. All right, Shadow Binger obediently replied. Although Qi Tun Tianxia had misjudged the situation again, as the apprentice of a renowned master, the girls still had blind faith in him. As Jiang Cheng advanced to within 40 meters, Shadow Binger raised her staff high and began chanting a summoning spell. Lord of the Undead, heed the call of your servant, grant me the power of the undead. The ground trembled as 10 skeletal remains emerged, quickly assembling into low-level skeleton warriors under the influence of some mysterious force. Shadow Binger playfully gave her commands, sending the skeletons toward Jiang Cheng, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. For any gamer, encountering a boss was an exhilarating moment. It meant gear, skill books, gold, and even opportunities to convert in-game rewards to real-world currency. Spread out in a fan formation, maintain a 90-degree angle, and leave 1 spot open for me, Qi Tun Tianxia instructed, sword in hand, as he strategized. When the distance between them and Jiang Cheng narrowed to just 10 meters, he began calculating the perfect timing to encircle their foe. The gap shrank further, 9 meters, 8 meters, until it was just 1 meter. Surround him, Qi Tun Tianxia commanded, swiftly moving into position, his massive iron sword poised to strike. But in the blink of an eye, the blood skeleton swung its crimson cloak, unleashing a bone blade drenched in blood in a sweeping motion. 1054, 128, 128, 128. Crimson damage numbers erupted in rapid succession. Bang, 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 bang. The 9 skeleton warriors, each with only 100 health points, were instantly reduced to shattered bones. Qi Tun Tianxia barely survived thanks to his level 10 high health pool, but even so, more than half of his 235 HP was obliterated. What the hell is this damage? He exclaimed in shock, instinctively retreating and activating the swordsman's Gale Step skill to boost his movement speed by 50. Yet, it was as if the blood skeleton had foreseen his escape. Rutiat instantly blocked his path. A blinding flash of blood-red light streaked through the air. 485. As the damage number appeared, Qi Tun Tianxia dissolved into a beam of white light and disappeared. Inside the Shanhe Club, an 18-year-old boy suddenly jolted awake in his luxurious nutrient pod. Removing his helmet, his face was filled with disbelief. What just happened? That move, could it have been? Qi Tun Tianxia stared at the skeleton that had just unleashed the shadow blade slash, an overwhelming sense of disbelief surging within him. This was a skill hailed as a divine technique, and in the entire Great Wilderness game, fewer than 100 players could master it to perfection. The essence of the shadow blade slash lay in the ultimate control of weapon light and shadow effects. Under the unique light and shadow algorithm of the Great Wilderness, the weapon's reflections weren't simply visible, they were composed of billions of scattered points, forming an extremely dazzling focal point at a specific spot. If this focal point hit an opponent's eyes, it could instinctively force them to close their eyes. In a static environment, with long-term practice, one might manage to locate this critical focal point. But to precisely control it in the ever-changing chaos of battle, that level of technical difficulty far exceeded the capabilities of an ordinary expert. What made it even more frightening was the combination of Shadow Blade slash with the Shadow Step's perspective disappearing effect. It was like fighting a ghost. You could never pinpoint your opponent's position. All you'd see were glimmers of flashing lights, and before you could react, you'd already be defeated. The more Qi Tun Tianxia thought about it, the more unsettled he became. A mere skeleton, how could it possess such an advanced skill? adding to that its astonishing attack power and the area-splitting effect. He shuddered at the memory of Jiang Cheng killing 10 skeleton soldiers with a single strike, causing over 1,000 points of damage. Damn it! A level 15 wild zone spawning a level 50 hidden boss? Chi Tun Tian Xia cursed under his breath, feeling utterly humiliated. Without hesitation, he made a decision. I need to notify Master immediately. Just then, the system notification echoed. Player Chi Tun Tian Xia has been killed. Plunder effect triggered. Skill acquired. Swift Wind Step. This unexpected reward made Jiang Cheng's eyes light up. So killing players could also trigger the plunder effect? While it didn't grant evolution points, it allowed him to acquire skills. This discovery sparked a wave of ideas. Could he hunt players to collect skills from every class, creating an unprecedented ultimate skill set? His mind raced with possibilities. Gathering all crowd control skills to keep opponents immobilized forever, or plundering every summoning skill to build an invincible army of summoned creatures. The potential seemed boundless. Finally, Jiang Cheng examined the newly acquired Swift Windstep skill. Quality: Common. Current level: 1. Skill effect: Consumes 50 mana, increases movement speed by 8 for 30 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. A swordsman skill. Huh? Kind of trash. Jiang Cheng muttered to himself, unimpressed. Gale Step is an essential skill for swordsman players prior to their class advancement, but it often becomes redundant afterward. However, if upgraded to level 10, it might still hold some value. Jiang Cheng decisively took care of the 4 stunned undead girls. Although he regretted not being able to obtain the skeleton summoning skill, his priority was to attend to the unconscious Zhang Mengmeng. He carefully dripped water from a bamboo tube onto her pale lips while focusing on upgrading his skills. System notifications flashed one after another. Congratulations, you've spent 100 evolution points to upgrade Gale Step to level 2. Congratulations, you've spent 200 evolution points. Until the final message appeared. Congratulations, you've spent 1,000 evolution points to upgrade Gale Step to level 10. Breakthrough evolution triggered. The direction of the skill breakthrough is unknown. Requires 10,000 evolution points and 100 enhancement points to proceed. Breakthrough evolution? Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. Normally, ordinary skills max out at level 10, legendary skills at level 20, and supreme skills at level 30. But this breakthrough mechanism seemed to imply the potential for unlimited upgrades. The only issue was the need for enhancement points. It seemed he would have to find a way to earn more of them. While waiting, Jiang Cheng allocated the remaining evolution points to other skills. Gale Step reached level 10, increasing movement speed from an 8 boost to 80. Quick Blade skill reached level 10, enhancing attack speed by 300. Split effect improved to 15. Assault armor advanced to level 3, unlocking a new weapon, the spear. Bloodthirsty Frenzy upgraded to level 6, boosting attack and attack speed by 90. He was left with 17,250 evolution points. At that moment, Zhang Mengmeng slowly regained consciousness. She instinctively checked her disheveled clothing and cast a suspicious glance at Jiang Cheng, who was standing guard at the cave entrance. Could it be that this skeleton big brother? Her cheeks flushed slightly. Noticing her reaction, Jiang Cheng simply cracked his joints noisily, gesturing for her to follow. It was time to test these new skills in real combat. Skeleton big brother. Seeing Jiang Cheng about to leave, Zhang Mengmeng called out to him anxiously. She bit her lip and cautiously extended a finger. Could you sell me just 1 gold coin? I haven't eaten all day. Jiang Cheng turned around and examined the girl in front of him. Her delicate features and flawless figure would undoubtedly make her a goddess-like figure in the real world. Yet here she was, reduced to relying on selling in-game gold coins to survive. Seeing her hopeful yet nervous expression, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but nod in agreement. Yay! Skeleton big brother is the best. Zhang Mengmeng was overjoyed and, in her excitement, planted a quick kiss on Jiang Cheng's skeletal face. The soft sensation transmitted through his cheekbone left Jiang Cheng speechless, and all he could think about was hurrying off to upgrade his equipment. The impulsive gesture left Zhang Mengmeng frozen in place, her face flushed red. Her thoughts spiraled out of control. That was my first kiss, and it was with a skeleton? Will he think I'm too impulsive? But he's just game data. Aren't I supposed to admire the Grand Demon King Jiang the most? What am I even doing? As she was lost in her chaotic thoughts, her stomach growled at the worst possible moment. The real-world hunger snapped her back to reality, and she quickly logged onto the forum to start looking for potential buyers. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng was already engrossed in grinding monsters. 3 stone golems appeared around him, and with a casual flick of his cloak, the blood prison blade materialized in his hand. With a single slash, he triggered a critical hit. Coupled with armor penetration and critical damage bonuses, he dealt a whopping 570 points of damage, instantly killing one of the golems. The system notification chimed. Gained 80 experience points and evolution points. Bonus 20 experience points awarded for defeating a higher level enemy. This level of damage completely changed his previous combat strategy. There was no longer any need for evasive tactics. He turned to the second stone golem and struck it with another slash, dealing 295 points of damage. Although this time the critical hit didn't trigger, the golem activated its petrified skin ability. Simultaneously, the Blood Prison Blade's special effect kicked in, inflicting continuous damage of 20 points per tick. The Blood Prison's tearing effect, as a pure status damage ability, completely ignores defense and skill damage reduction. Only specific resistance to tearing can counter it. With a continuous damage of 20 points per second, it inflicts a terrifying total of 1,200 damage over 60 seconds. For stone golems, which only have 500 health points, it's nothing short of catastrophic. The corners of Jiang Cheng's lips curled slightly. There was no need to wait for the stone golem's petrified skin to wear off. His movements were agile, each step precise. As his blade flashed, he had already retreated beyond the golem's line of sight. This seamless combination of slashing and leaping back allowed him, within just 5 minutes, to mark all 258 freshly spawned stone golems with the Blood Prison seal. As time passed, the stone golems fell one by one, and experience notifications continuously flashed in Jiang Cheng's mind. Each stone golem granted 80 base experience points and evolution points, plus an additional 20 points as an over-level kill bonus. At times, as many as 30 stone golems collapsed simultaneously, creating a spectacular scene. His level quickly rose to 15, with corresponding attribute increases. Health and mana each increased by 100 points, attack by 10 points, and defense by 5 points. After wiping out this wave, his evolution points skyrocketed by 25,800, bringing the total to 36,000. Unfortunately, there was no chance to test other skills, as all the stone golems had been cleared out. With 25 minutes remaining until the next respawn, Jiang Cheng was starting to grow impatient. Meanwhile, Zhang Mengmeng had already exchanged gold coins for 30,000 yuan in cash, happily paid her rent, and even stayed to enjoy a meal at her landlady's house. When she logged back in, she was stunned to see her experience bar showing level 15. I'm level 15? What the? Just from one meal. Skeleton big bro, what did you do? This is faster than riding a rocket. As Jiang Cheng prepared to take her to challenge a boss, a massive stone golem suddenly appeared in the rocky forest. It was a level 20 hidden boss, the mountain-moving troll. With 150,000 health points, an attack range of 300,500, defense of 50,100, and skills like Resentful Aura, Earth-Shaking Stomp, and Rock Throw, it was a formidable foe. According to legend, this boss was once a young herb gatherer who accidentally fell into a petrification pool and became a stone demon, harboring a deep hatred for humanity. Most enticing of all was its 200 drop rate. Jiang Cheng chuckled softly, seeing it as the perfect opportunity to test his new weapon and skills. He turned to the still-dazed Zhang Mengmeng and extended his hand, asking her for bone powder. Hidden bosses in the Great Wilderness are incredibly rare, not only because of their limited numbers, but also due to their association with specific storylines. They may drop valuable hidden class transfer books. In the world of the Great Wilderness, these unique hidden classes are extremely scarce, making any encounter with a hidden boss an opportunity not to be missed. Jiang Cheng's gaze was firm as he decisively entered combat mode. While ordinary players might have been intimidated by the terrifying health, attack, and defense stats of this boss, Jiang Cheng, with his current skills and attributes, was confident. Even if he could only utilize a tenth of his peak power, he was more than capable of taking on this boss solo. The moment Zhang Mengmeng handed him the bone powder, Jiang Cheng launched his attack. A series of skill effects lit up the battlefield. Assault armor activated, granting him the ability to freely switch weapons for 30 minutes. Bloodlust Fury enhanced his attack power and attack speed by 90. Quick Slash provided a 300 attack speed boost, and Gale Step increased his movement speed by 80. With these buffs stacked together, Jiang Cheng's combat capabilities soared to an entirely new level. His attack speed skyrocketed by 390, allowing him to strike once every 0.3 seconds. His movement speed improved from 1.75 seconds per step to 1.4 seconds. Most impressively, his attack power reached a staggering 579 points, a shocking figure in an era when most players only had attack stats in the double digits. The stone-throwing troll quickly noticed Jiang Cheng approaching. This third-turtle behemoth moved into action, grabbing a massive rocky peak with both hands and ripping it out of the ground. Debris rained down, raising a cloud of dust in the jagged stone forest. This was its domain, filled with throwable stone peaks capable of crushing any intruder into pulp. The troll raised the sharp tip of the rock and, amidst Zhang Mengmeng's startled cries, hurled it with tremendous force toward Jiang Cheng. The stone, whistling through the air with a piercing sound, covered the 100-meter distance in an instant. Big brother, watch out! Zhang Mengmeng's heart nearly stopped. She knew that if Jiang Cheng were hit by this attack, he would be utterly obliterated on the spot. With a deafening crash, the sharp stone struck the ground, creating a massive crater and scattering fragments everywhere. Yet in the next moment, Zhang Mengmeng was overjoyed to see a blood-red figure emerge unscathed from the rain of debris. Jiang Cheng swung his blood-red spear in a flurry of rapid movements, shattering all the flying fragments into fine dust that floated in the air. Realizing its ranged attack had failed, the stone-throwing troll let out an earth-shaking roar and reached for another rocky peak behind it. But by this point, Jiang Cheng had already closed the distance to just 20 meters. Swiftly switching to a bow, he utilized his incredible 0.3-second attack speed to fire 3 arrows in a single second, hitting the troll's head, heart, and abdomen. 1737, 527, 1054. 20 blood prison effect. Drains 20 HP per second. Through this probing attack, Jiang Cheng identified the troll's weaknesses. Its head and heart were critical vulnerabilities, while its abdomen was far more resilient. The third-turtle stone-throwing troll was indeed a formidable opponent, its vital points completely out of reach for melee weapons. Jiang Cheng moved nimbly, continuously firing arrows with pinpoint accuracy at the troll's heart. After quick calculations, he realized that it would take at least 150 arrows to bring down this massive creature with his bow. Clearly, his arrow supply was insufficient, and sooner or later, he would have to switch to close combat. The sound of arrows cutting through the air was relentless. In just 10 seconds, Jiang Cheng fired 30 arrows consecutively at the same spot on the troll's heart, each one hitting its mark with precision. Damage numbers flashed repeatedly: 1,054, 1,739, 1,746. The troll's health plummeted by 33,585 points, a full one-fifth of its total HP vanishing in an instant. From a distance, Zhang Mengmeng stared in disbelief, her small hands instinctively covering her mouth. To her, this so-called hidden boss seemed as fragile as an ordinary foot soldier in front of her skeleton big brother. The pain finally enraged the stone-throwing troll, and it let out an earth-shaking roar. With all its might, it uprooted a small rocky peak and hurled it toward Jiang Cheng, determined to crush this pesky adversary. As the massive rock hurtled toward him with a deafening whoosh, Jiang Cheng remained calm and composed, continuing his precise assault. A barrage of bone arrows rained down in a straight trajectory, slicing through the air. When the rock was only 3 inches away, he shifted his left foot slightly to the side, and in a flash, his longbow transformed into a blood-red spear, which he used to stabilize the corner of the incoming rock. At the exact moment the immense force struck, Jiang Cheng executed one of the 14 divine techniques, momentum shift slash. Using the troll's own force against it, he deftly sidestepped and retreated before the full impact could spread through his body. With a thunderous crash, the blood-red spear spun in his hand, deflecting the shattered debris. By then, he had already propelled himself 10 paces away. Quickly switching back to his bow, he unleashed 3 more arrows in rapid succession. 1,776, 1,110, 1,117. The stone-throwing troll's health dropped to 90,000. At that moment, 2 unexpected visitors emerged silently from the stone forest. A man with a buzz cut and golden gauntlets stood alongside a female swordsman carrying a massive blade. They positioned themselves behind Zhang Mengmeng, their gazes fixed intently on Jiang Cheng with a scrutinizing air. Master, a hidden boss. The female swordswoman's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the world of the Great Wilderness game, hidden bosses were always the ultimate prize for players. Each one came with a unique backstory, and defeating them often yielded rare items like equipment, skill books, or even class change manuals. However, the man standing before her remained unusually calm. "It's not ours," he said flatly, his gaze fixed on a distant blood skeleton. His brows furrowed slightly, as if deep in thought. The swordswoman froze for a moment, then seemed to remember something. Her excitement quickly faded, and she quietly stepped behind the man, refraining from mentioning the hidden boss again. Forceful combat technique? Borrowing momentum for a strike? Shadow step? The man murmured to himself, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. He tightened his grip on the golden gauntlets in his hand. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng was locked in an intense battle with the boulder-throwing troll. Under the devastating damage of his arrows, the troll's health had already dropped to half. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng sensed something unusual. As a skeleton, he was naturally sensitive to living creatures, and his instincts, honed during his days as a Godder player, told him that someone was watching him. Dodging a massive boulder hurled by the troll, Jiang Cheng stepped back 10 paces and shattered the rubble with ease. He turned his head and, across a distance of 300 meters, locked eyes with the man. The man exuded an aura of sheer ferocity. His clean-cut hair, golden gauntlets, and solid, muscular frame all radiated power. Even with a stunningly beautiful, graceful swordswoman by his side, Jiang Cheng's blood-red, fiery gaze was fixed solely on the man. This was the unmistakable presence of a true expert. Recognizing the man's identity, Jiang Cheng relaxed instead of tensing up. The bow in his hands transformed instantly into the blood-prison blade, and he launched a ferocious assault on the boulder-throwing troll. Bang! The heavy back of the blade struck with immense force, dealing a solid 507 damage to the troll's head. In a flash, Jiang Cheng teleported behind the troll and landed another precise blow. Another 507. The third strike hit its mark just as flawlessly, once again dealing 507. The boulder-throwing troll roared in fury, yet it couldn't pinpoint its attacker and could only spin around in frustration. For a hidden boss with a certain level of intelligence, this situation was entirely beyond its comprehension. It let out deafening bellows, shaking the surroundings. From 300 meters away, the pair could hear everything clearly. "Master, why is that blood skeleton?" the swordswoman started to ask but was abruptly cut off. "Don't ask. Just watch." The man raised a hand to silence her. "Oh," the swordswoman obediently closed her mouth, though the astonishment in her heart was impossible to suppress. She stared at the battlefield in disbelief. A blood skeleton was somehow more powerful than all her 5 years of rigorous training, completely overturning her understanding of the game. Frustrated, she silently cursed the game developers, convinced that designing such a boss was nothing more than tormenting the players. The intense battle between Jiang Cheng and the catapult troll caused a massive commotion, quickly spreading to the surrounding areas. The guild leader of Dominate the World was the first to lead over 100 members into the stone forest. "Leader, it's here." A female player from the Anxiang Guild said a particularly powerful hidden blood skeleton boss appeared here, a member reported urgently. Hearing the distant rumbling, the guild leader of Dominate the World decisively ordered, "Secure the area. Surround and block off the vicinity." The guild members were thrilled, their blood pumping at the thought of being the first in the entire server to encounter a hidden boss. Just as the guild leader was about to instruct his team to clear the area, his expression suddenly changed upon spotting a figure in the distance. "Silence," he ordered his members, gesturing for them to stay quiet. He then approached a man and woman hiding behind a rocky peak. Before he could say a word, the man wearing golden gauntlets interrupted him coldly. "Take your people and remove any unrelated players." That simple command made the typically domineering guild leader immediately shift his attitude. Though conflicted internally, he quickly instructed his members to carry out the order. This left his subordinates confused, unable to comprehend why their leader was showing such deference to a complete stranger. Meanwhile, the battle had reached a fever pitch. In less than a minute and a half, Jiang Cheng had already reduced the catapult troll's health to 10,003. Standing 100 meters away, Zhang Mengmeng was so excited that her hands trembled, eagerly awaiting the impending victory. However, she couldn't help but notice something odd. Despite the commotion, the surrounding area was eerily quiet, with not a single spectator in sight. This was completely at odds with how she understood typical player behavior in the game. Just as her curiosity peaked, the system notification sounded. "Congratulations on defeating the hidden boss, Catapult Troll. You have earned 20,000 experience points, received a first kill reward of 20 gold coins, and gained a 200 increased drop rate for being the first to kill a hidden boss. You are the first player on the server to defeat a hidden boss. Would you like to announce this to the entire server?" Boom. The massive body of the boulder-throwing troll crashed to the ground, sending shards of rock flying everywhere. Scattered across the ground were items glowing with green and blue light equipment, silver coins, special items, and potions enough to overwhelm the senses. A system notification promptly chimed in. "Congratulations on defeating the boulder-throwing troll. You have gained 20,000 experience points, 20,000 evolution points, and 400 enhancement points." Only 400 enhancement points? Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow. It seemed that enhancement points were much harder to come by than evolution points. Even a level 20 hidden boss only dropped this much. Other bosses were likely to be even stingier. Without dwelling on it, Jiang Cheng, his skeletal frame creaking with every step, began searching the ground. Equipment was of no use to his bony body. He was more interested in skill books. With the 200 loot drop bonus, he wasn't entirely sure what treasures might have appeared. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a peculiar item in the upper right corner of his field of vision. He quickly stepped forward to pick it up. "You have acquired Bone Warhorse Token 1. Jiang Cheng examined the white bone token in his hand, and the system promptly displayed its attributes. A one-time use item of common quality that could summon a bone warhorse. "Useless junk," Jiang Cheng muttered under his breath. During the beta, he had encountered all sorts of summoning tokens, ranging from ordinary creatures to mythical beasts like dragons and phoenixes. However, summoned creatures were generally fragile and mostly served as status symbols in towns. But then, a bold idea crossed his mind. What if it could evolve? He chanted an incantation. "Hexagram of the Netherworld Sea of Bones, heed my command and descend from the abyss." Immediately, A warhorse made entirely of gleaming white bones materialized from the void, with mysterious runic patterns swirling beneath its hooves. However, its attributes were laughable. Just 1 HP, 0 defense, a 10 movement speed bonus, and it could not be revived upon death. The system displayed an option to evolve it for 10,000 evolution points. Jiang Cheng instantly recognized the opportunity mounts were much faster than players. Riding one could be life-saving, and combined with weapons like spears or halberds, it could offer significant damage bonuses. Although he had easily dealt with the boulder-throwing troll, that was primarily due to its sluggish speed. Truly challenging bosses often came with absurd traits: extreme speed, area damage, instant kill abilities, and more. Bosses were also the main source of enhancement points, so he needed to prepare in advance. Without hesitation, Jiang Cheng began the evolution process. For 10,000 points, he evolved it into a bone warhorse with 300 HP, 5 defense, and a 20 movement speed bonus. For 15,000 points, it became a bone steed. Finally, for 20,000 points, he upgraded it to an elite quality bone stallion, boasting 1,000 HP, 20 defense, a 50 movement speed bonus, and a leap ability capable of jumping 10 meters. Now that's something worthwhile, Jiang Cheng said with satisfaction. With this bone stallion, traveling with Dai Xiaoming would be much more convenient in the future. Let's go. The man with golden gauntlets, hiding behind the rocky peak, spoke calmly. He cast one last deep glance at Jiang Cheng before turning and leaving without a trace of hesitation. The female swordsman Yun Xiang stood frozen in place, her face blank with confusion. The dazzling glow of those pieces of equipment still lingered in her mind, especially the legendary item radiating a green light, far superior to the plain gear she was wearing. With her master's strength, seizing those items would have been no challenge. So why did he choose to walk away? Sensing his disciple's doubt, the man with golden gauntlets paused. Yun Xiang, you must understand what makes a god tier player truly powerful is never just their equipment. With the same gear, you might bring out 100 of its potential, but a god tier player can unleash 500 or even more. I think I get it. Yun Xiang replied with a nod, though her understanding was limited. She knew well that even though she was hailed as the successor of the Fist Master in the Shanhe Club, her strength might not even reach a tenth of her master's. Master, when facing such a skilled player, shouldn't you have at least sparred with them? Yun Xiang couldn't help but ask. After all, her master, Zhen Shanhion of the 12 Divine Masters and renowned as the Fist Maniac, was infamous for his love of dueling. Zhen Shanhe glanced at the golden grade growing gauntlets he had possessed since birth and replied softly, "Now is not the time for us to meet." Yun Xiang nodded obediently, though her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. A mere blood skeleton had displayed such divine skills, executing fluid techniques while soloing a level 20 hidden boss. Even watching it made her scalp tingle. That level of mastery was something she couldn't even dream of achieving at her current stage. Master, is that blood skeleton a hidden boss? Were we just watching two hidden bosses battle each other? Zhen Shanhe smiled faintly. In time, you'll understand. After leaving, they encountered Du Batianxia and his guild of veteran players. Without a guild emblem or guild chat channel, Du Batianxia struggled to issue commands effectively, his face showing signs of exhaustion. But upon seeing Zhen Shanhe and Yun Xiang, he immediately perked up and approached them energetically. Fistmaster, have you finished off the boss? Zhen Shanhe simply nodded. Disperse. I owe you one for this. With that, he led Yun Xiang away. Though such a curt response might have seemed dismissive, Du Batianxia's face lit up with excitement of favor from the Fistmaster. When guild wars commenced, this favor could undoubtedly elevate his guild to new heights. However, curiosity gnawed at him. Who exactly had the Fistmaster and swordswoman Yun Xiang been watching take down the boss? Du Batianxia's mind was racing, desperate to rush inside and uncover the truth. Zhang Mengmeng could barely contain her excitement. Her petite frame trembled slightly with exhilaration as her hands gestured animatedly in the air. Skeleton Big Brother, you're amazing. How did you manage to dodge those boulders while spinning the spear like that? That was so cool. And this horse, these pieces of equipment, she chattered on, but suddenly seemed to realize something and stopped mid-sentence, her expression turning bashful. Jiang Cheng noticed her change in demeanor and gestured with his right hand, signaling her to quickly pick up the dropped equipment before it disappeared. To his surprise, Zhang Mengmeng's reaction was unexpected. Oh, it's fine. I was just curious, not really interested in these items, she said, retreating a step as if worried Jiang Cheng might misunderstand her intentions. Left with no choice, Jiang Cheng decided to handle it himself. He carefully examined the equipment's attributes. Doom Robe, Elite Quality, 15 Defense, set effect grants 100 HP and other bonuses. Doom Boots, Elite Quality, 15 Defense, 10 Movement Speed. Boots of Speed, Elite Quality, 50 Movement Speed. Although these blue tier items were fairly ordinary, he unexpectedly came across a green gem, the Heart of Doom. This was a legendary quality special item that could be embedded into a weapon to reduce an enemy's attack and defense by 10. When Jiang Cheng handed the equipment and gem to Zhang Mengmeng, he specifically reminded her to keep them safe. Though he wasn't entirely sure if the clueless girl understood, her constant nodding gave him no choice but to hope for the best. Finally, a seemingly ordinary piece of parchment caught Jiang Cheng's attention. It turned out to be a necromancer's letter, which could be used to unlock a hidden class transfer quest. For undead players, this was an incredibly rare item worth at least 50 million. Wow, is this for me? Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed as she took the letter, bouncing with excitement. Can I use it? Jiang Cheng nodded in approval. This naive girl truly needed to grow stronger, especially since her safety might directly affect him. Awesome. I got the quest. Zhang Mengmeng cheered, her joy overflowing. And there's a hidden reward 2 5-star socketing stones and an all-class skill book. Hearing the mention of socketing stones, Jiang Cheng's interest was piqued. It seemed he needed to complete the task as soon as possible. Mounting his skeletal warhorse, he extended his hand toward the shy Zhang Mengmeng. Shall I help you mount? Zhang Mengmeng lowered her head as Jiang Cheng extended a blood-red skeletal hand toward her. A mix of emotions surged in her heart shyness, mingled with a faint sense of excitement and anticipation. The thought of sharing a ride with the skeletal elder brother made her cheeks flush slightly. Despite her embarrassment, Zhang Mengmeng, worried about wasting time, mustered her courage and gently placed her soft hand into Jiang Cheng's bony palm. A piercing chill spread through her hand on contact, and before she could react, she let out a startled cry. A powerful force lifted her off the ground, and in an instant, she found herself seated on the back of the skeletal warhorse. The skeletal steed galloped forward, the scenery around them blurring into streaks as it sped past. Zhang Mengmeng's jet-black hair was tousled by the rushing wind, alternately obscuring and revealing her delicate features. Feeling the strong gusts sweeping past, she instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around Jiang Cheng's torso and leaned against his back, her heartbeat audible amidst the chaos. And so, the skeletal figure and the young girl rode together on the skeletal warhorse, weaving through the forest of jagged rocks, racing toward the shadowy marshes of the level 25 wilderness. Along the way, players from the Dominating the World Guild caught sight of this unusual duo and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. What the? Did I just see a skeleton riding a horse with a girl? Already has a mount? I'm a knight, and I don't even have a donkey. Even a skeleton is living better than me. Envious and jealous eyes followed their retreating figures. One player from the guild, narrowing his eyes in contemplation, muttered, could it be that the Fist Grandmaster is protecting that top-ranking undead player? But he quickly dismissed the thought. No way. The top player must have a powerful faction backing them, not some lone wanderer. As they burst out of the rocky forest and entered the shadowy marshes, they were met by a group of level 20 swamp undead. The skeletal warhorse immediately activated its leap skill, its hooves scattering a whirlwind of fallen leaves as it soared into the air with the two riders. Jiang Cheng's blood-red spear gleamed in his hand. With the added momentum of the high-speed charge and descent, he struck with precision, piercing through the hearts of the undead. The combined effects of a 150 charge speed boost, 30 descent bonus, critical hit multiplier of 3.8x, the destruction trait's 30 critical damage boost, and the warhorse's 40 damage bonus culminated in an overwhelming 4.5x damage output. System notifications flashed repeatedly. 2,795, 2,178, 1,179. Killed level 20 swamp undead. Gained 150 EXP and evolution points. Overlevel kill bonus. 50 EXP and evolution points. Killed level 20 swamp undead. Gained 150 EXP and evolution points. Overlevel kill bonus. 50 EXP and evolution points. After defeating a level 20 swamp undead, Jiang Cheng gained 150 experience points and evolution points, along with an additional 50 points as a reward for defeating a higher level enemy. The blood-red spear spun and slashed in his hands, delivering a powerful thrust that pierced through 3 swamp undead at once. With only 1,000 HP each, these undead were neatly skewered together. Jiang Cheng grabbed the spear and launched into a series of relentless attacks. Stab, sweep, parry, bang, bang, bang. Without the bonus from a charging attack, the damage numbers were noticeably lower against the swamp undead's high defense. 780, 768, 764. However, this level of defense was negligible for Jiang Cheng. Mounted on his warhorse, he enjoyed a 40 damage boost, making it easy to dispatch the 1000 HP swamp undead with just 2 strikes. Swamp undead species data. Level 20. HP 1000. Attack 90,137. Defense 4050. Skills: Swamp Poison Mist. Waiting. Trait: Venom Infusion. These undead, wandering at the edges of the dark swamp, were once humans consumed by overwhelming resentment before death. They harbor deep hatred toward humans, but their skills and traits are mediocre, making them unsuitable for efficient leveling. After quickly clearing out the group of undead and earning approximately 5,000 evolution points, Jiang Cheng continued heading north. Skeleton big brother, you're so cool. Riding a horse is just so thrilling. Zhang Mengmeng clung tightly to Jiang Cheng's back, feeling the protection of his blood-red cloak as he effortlessly cut down the wild monsters along the way. The only discomfort she felt came from the hardness of his skeletal body and the jarring bumps of the horse, which made her chest ache. Clop, clop, clop. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng halted in front of a swamp. The air was thick with a pungent, nauseating stench. Even without a nose, he could sense the foul odor. The blood-red flames in his eye sockets flickered as he scanned the surroundings cautiously. Something seemed to be lurking in the mist, watching them. Jiang Cheng gestured for Zhang Mengmeng to indicate the mission's location. Snapped out of her daydream, her cheeks flushed instantly. Over there, there's an undead altar. The necromancer Natalie is waiting there, but Jiang Cheng didn't move immediately. Over the past half hour, he had already accumulated 14,856 evolution points, along with 400 enhancement points dropped by the stone-throwing troll. It was time to attempt a skill breakthrough. After all, as a hidden class, transitioning to a necromancer was no easy feat. Being well-prepared would increase his chances of success. He was filled with anticipation for the upcoming skill breakthrough, something he had never encountered in previous games. Jiang Cheng was assessing his current skill set. Among his 3 max-level abilities, Swift Blade, Wind Step, and Split Swift Blade's 300 attack speed boost was already close to its limit. Even increasing it to 500 would only reduce his attack interval from 0.3 seconds to 0.28 seconds, which wasn't cost-effective. As for Wind Step, its priority was low for now, due to the support provided by his Bone Warhorse. This left the Split skill as the best candidate for enhancement. At level 10, Split dealt 15 additional damage while ignoring defense and evasion. However, Jiang Cheng noticed a problem. The Split effect didn't activate while mounted. It only functioned properly when he switched to wielding the Blood Prison weapon. This limitation heightened his anticipation for its enhanced version. After spending 10,000 evolution points and 100 enhancement points, the Split skill successfully advanced to level 11, evolving into Fury Slash. The new skill effect intrigued Jiang Cheng. The additional damage increased slightly from 15 to 16, but the attack range doubled to 2 by 2 meters and gained a 1 attack power bonus. While the damage boost was modest, the expanded range meant he could affect more targets simultaneously, for instance, splitting 8 stone golems in one strike. Combined with the improved skill quality, this upgrade was quite worthwhile overall. With only 300 enhancement points and just over 4,000 evolution points remaining, there weren't enough resources to enhance other skills. Jiang Cheng shifted his focus to his skeletal body. He discovered that every part of his body, from the blood-red flames in his eye sockets to his nasal bone, hand bones, chest bones, leg bones, ear bones, and even his cloak could be strengthened, each with unique enhancement options. In the end, Jiang Cheng decided to prioritize enhancing his eyes, hoping to pierce through the dense fog of the shadowy swamp. The first enhancement cost 100 points, increasing his vision range from 100 meters to 110 meters. The second enhancement required 200 points, further extending his vision range to 120 meters and evolving his eyes into Crimson Survey Eyes. The central blood-red flame in his eyes now contained a speck of dazzling white fire, granting him the ability to see through obstacles and detect all enemy units within a 120-meter radius. Noticing this new capability, Jiang Cheng's skeletal teeth, curled into a faint grin, had clearly discovered something interesting. The blazing white flame in Jiang Cheng's eyes pierced through the fog, clearly revealing the dense clusters of blood-sucking worms on the surrounding trees. After a quick estimate, he determined that within a 120-meter radius, the number of these dangerous creatures exceeded 10,000. The system promptly displayed detailed information about these creatures. Swamp blood-sucking worm. Race, undead. Level, 15. Health, 100. Attack, 11. Defense, 11. Skills, bloodsuck. Possession. Trait, extreme speed. Characteristics. Despite their low attack and defense, these tiny undead worms are adept at hiding. What makes them truly troublesome is their speed and blood-sucking ability. Good thing I didn't rush in, Jiang Cheng thought to himself. If hundreds of these worms possessed me at the same time, even if each one only drained 1 health point, such a massive swarm attack would be fatal. Strengthening my eyes was definitely a wise choice. This ability to see through obstacles and scout enemies from all directions ensured that he no longer had to worry about surprise attacks. Combined with his rage/skill, which doubled his attack range, these blood-sucking worms hidden in the fog, though overwhelming in numbers, were not an insurmountable challenge. He just needed to clear them out in batches. This place is perfect for farming experience and looting skill traits. Jiang Cheng calculated silently. He turned to Zhang Mengmeng and gestured downward while the blood-red flames in his eyes flickered, signaling her to close her eyes. The little girl seemed to understand his intent. Reluctantly sliding down from the skeletal warhorse, she said with concern, "Skeleton, big brother, be careful. This place is so creepy." Jiang Cheng waved reassuringly and then dismissed the skeletal warhorse. His blood-red cape flashed through the dim swamp like a streak of crimson light as he took his first step. The sound of decaying leaves crunching softly underfoot was enough to stir hundreds of blood-sucking worms. They swarmed at him from all directions. For an ordinary person, it would likely be too late to react until the worms had already latched on. But for Jiang Cheng, equipped with the scarlet scouting eyes, such ambushes were futile. With 20 minutes remaining on his quick/skill, Jiang Cheng wasted no time launching his attack. The blood prison blade cut through the air, striking the first blood-sucking worm with precision. 673. 101. Repeated multiple times. The splitting effect activated, instantly reducing hundreds of worms within a 2-meter radius to pools of sticky liquid. System notifications chimed in rapid succession. Killed swamp blood-sucking worm. Gained 100 experience points and 1 evolution point. After just one wave of attacks, Jiang Cheng had already amassed 10,000 evolution points and experience points. He pressed on, swinging the blood prison blade once again as another wave of damage numbers floated up. 678. 102. Repeated multiple times. Meanwhile, the system notifications continued flashing. Loot skill activated. Acquired trait. Extreme speed. Agility 1. Congratulations. Level up. You are now level 16. Health and mana increased by 100 points. Attack 10. Defense 5. When he advanced into the next area and faced over 300 blood-sucking worms, he unleashed another slash. 679. 102. Repeated multiple times. Finally, the long-awaited notification appeared. Loot skill activated. Successfully acquired skill. Bloodsuck. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Jiang Cheng's skeletal jaw as he felt a surge of satisfaction. Among the many passive skills, the lifesteal ability stands out as unparalleled in sustainability. For solo players without the support of a priest, this skill is a game-changer for solo grinding. Even more exciting is that Jiang Cheng also possesses the AoE skill, Furious Slash. Jiang Cheng took 3 steps back and carefully examined the lifesteal skill stats. Lifesteal. Rarity. Rare. Type. Passive skill. Effect. Converts 0.5 of damage dealt into health. The data made him frown slightly. Compared to the initial 5 lifesteal rate of a strength swordsman, this skill, which he had taken from the blood leeches, was 10 times weaker. This might be due to the excessive number of blood leeches, leading the system to nerf the skill. However, Jiang Cheng wasn't overly concerned. In his hands, no skill was truly useless. As long as it could evolve, its effects after breaking through might even surpass the strength swordsman's passive lifesteal. He immediately began investing evolution points. 1,000 points to upgrade to level 2. 2,000 points to continue upgrading. 7,000 points to successfully reach level 7. Lifesteal current level, 7. Effect. Converts 3.5 of damage dealt into health. He spent a total of 36,000 evolution points, but the results were remarkable. With a 3.5 lifesteal rate, the blood leech's forced health draining effect was no longer a threat. With a single strike, he could slay hundreds of blood leeches at once, and the rate of health recovery might even surpass the rate of health loss. Jiang Cheng stepped forward over the corpses of the blood leeches, this time advancing 5 steps at once. In an instant, thousands of blood leeches surged in from all directions, densely swarming to fill the space around him. The buzzing of wings grew louder and louder, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of blood leeches attached themselves to his body. 1x100. His health dropped sharply from 1730 to 1100, causing Zhang Mengmeng to gasp in alarm. But in the next moment, the blade of blood prison slashed through the air, leaving behind a blood-red arc. Slash. A critical hit was triggered on a weak point. 1076. 172. 172. 37. 6. 6. In an instant, 300 blood leeches were killed, and a flurry of red lifesteal numbers appeared above Jiang Cheng's head. His health was restored to full in the blink of an eye. Phew. That scared me to death. Zhang Mengmeng patted her chest and exhaled deeply. She had initially worried that her skeleton big brother might be sacrificing himself because she was holding him back. Little did she know, he had a lifesteal ability. Lifesteal? Watching Jiang Cheng's heroic figure as he effortlessly slaughtered the blood leeches, Zhang Mengmeng fell into deep thought. Big brother skeleton has evolved a blood-sucking ability. Zhang Mengmeng widened her eyes in disbelief. Just when she thought she had seen the limits of Jiang Cheng's abilities, he would always surprise her with something new. His relentless evolution left her both amazed and a bit self-conscious. No, I need to get stronger too. She clenched her small, delicate fists, determination flashing across her exquisite face. I can't be a burden to Big Brother Skeleton. After putting on the Doom robe and Doom boots Jiang Cheng gave her, her stats experienced a significant boost. She eagerly opened her stats panel. Name: Cute Little Ming. Class: Necromancer not yet advanced. Level: 17. HP: 910. MP: 910. Attack: 25,135. Magic attack: 125. Equipment: Weapon: Wooden staff 5 white. Armor: Doom robe blue. Helmet: Mighty Bear helmet blue. Gloves: Mighty Bear gloves blue. Boots: Doom boots blue. Belt: White belt white. Necklace: Mighty Bear necklace blue. Ring: none. Bracelet: none. Medal: none. Title: Newcomer. Am I really this strong now? Zhang Mengmeng was shocked to find that not only was her level of 17 far ahead of others, even the so-called god of levels, Xia Dongli, was only at level 14, but thanks to her equipment bonuses, her physical attack of 135 had taken the top spot on the attack leaderboard, surpassing Sword God Xie Changkong and Fist Master Zhen Shanhe. What surprised her even more was the system notification awarding her a new title. Title: Number 1 under heaven. Quality: Supreme Radiance. Duration: 1 hour 59 minutes remaining. Attribute bonuses: Luck 20, Attack 50, Defense 50, Critical Rate 30. Under heaven, I reign supreme. My steps are like the wind, my shadow like the clouds who can keep up with my divine speed. Looking at this title, which refreshes every 3 hours, Zhang Mengmeng knew deep down that all of this was because of Jiang Cheng. She didn't care about these fleeting titles. All she wanted was to always be the best of friends with Big Brother Skeleton. The system notification rang out again. Congratulations, your level has increased. HP and MP 100, Attack 10, Magic Attack 1. Current level: 18. It seemed that, for the foreseeable future, this number 1 under heaven title would be hers to keep. In the depths of the falling leaves forest, within the ant colony, an orderly battle was unfolding. Over 300 level 10 blood ants swarmed densely toward an elite team of 108 mages. This team, with an average level of around 10, far surpassed the usual player level of 6 or 7. During the fight, a mage clad in a blue robe always took the lead, casting explosive flames first, followed by the synchronized spells of the other mages. This disciplined team was none other than the Mad Mage Group, the elite leveling squad under Xia Dongli, one of the 12 true gods. The group was composed of top-tier mages recruited by the Dongli Club at high salaries. Young Master, the ant colony has been your leveling paradise since the beta test. The blood ants here may have low health, but their sheer numbers and high experience points make them ideal. In less than an hour, you'll surpass Yitiao Dai Xiaoming and reclaim the top spot on the level leaderboard. An excited butler in his 40s or 50s said from behind Xia Dongli. Xia Dongli, with 2 beautiful mages in his arms, wore a confident smile. His Mad Mage group had set an astounding record when the Mythos server launched, reaching level 25 in a single day, securing his position as the top player until the Great Wilderness server opened. Unexpectedly, an unknown player surpassed him in this new server, tarnishing his reputation. I'm at level 15 now, leveling up roughly once every half hour. What level is Yitiao Dai Xiaoming at now? Xia Dongli asked. Young Master, no need to worry. Half an hour ago, she was only at level 14. She shouldn't have leveled up much since then, the butler replied. Xia Dongli nodded thoughtfully. I've been observing her leveling speed. My guess is she's hired a 30-player team and is likely grinding in the stone forest. Young Master, your insight is unparalleled, the butler exclaimed in admiration. However, there's a rumor that Yitiao Dai Xiaoming might have some connections with the guild Dominate the World. Dominate the World? Xia Dongli scoffed. It's just a minor guild ranked in the top 20 nationwide. Ah fu, your intel is lacking. Seeing the butler's anxious expression as he tried to explain, Xia Dongli waved him off. Relax, I'm not blaming you. You can leave now. After the butler left, a playful smirk appeared on Xia Dongli's face. So the maniacal fist sect is resorting to such petty tricks, sending a 30-player leveling team to support a newcomer, hoping to push me out of the 12 true gods? Ha, my Mad Mage group is already in position. Let's see how far you can go. With a cold laugh, he opened the leaderboard to check Yitiao Dai Xiaoming's exact level. The moment his system level upgraded to 16, Xia Dongli's lips curled into a confident smile. Just moments ago, he had wiped out around 60 blood ants with a single round of attacks using his Frenzy Magic Circle, earning 4,200 experience points. This astonishing leveling speed filled him with anticipation as he prepared to check the rankings. Opening the rankings page, the first thing that caught his eye was the newly introduced attack rankings. When he saw the name at the top, Yitiao Dai Xiaoming, with an attack power of 132, he froze in astonishment. A necromancer with physical attack power surpassing Xie Changkong? Zenshan, that sparring maniac. sure has big ambitions, Xia Dongli murmured to himself. First, he had sent a 30-person leveling team into the bizarre rock forest to train newcomers, attempting to shake Xia Dongli's position as the top-ranked player. And now, he had stacked equipment on this newcomer to challenge Xie Changkong's attack ranking. Xia Dongli couldn't help but imagine Xie Changkong's reaction upon seeing this. After quickly skimming through the other rankings and confirming that no new names had appeared, Xia Dongli finally opened the leaderboard he cared about the most, the level rankings. It was the moment for the rankings to update, and a rare surge of excitement bubbled within him. Ever since becoming one of the 12 Divine Masters, he had seldom felt this way. He had even given up a job advancement opportunity and rushed to level up just for this moment. But as the leaderboard fully loaded, Xia Dongli's expression froze. Second place, Xia Dongli, Mage, level 16. First place, Yitiao Daxiaming, level 20. 220. Xia Dongli's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of shock. His uncharacteristic reaction startled the two female players standing nearby. Master, are you all right? Leave, Xia Dongli said coldly, his face dark and unwilling to let anyone witness his current state of disarray. The two women hurriedly exited the ant nest, not daring to utter another word. As the frenzy magic circle continued its relentless attacks, generating a steady stream of experience points, Xia Dongli felt no joy. The gap between level 20 and level 16 was simply too vast, impossible to close in the short term. Once again, he had missed the chance to be number one under heaven. What puzzled him the most was how Xinshan's Shanha Guild could even possess such capability. A 30-person leveling team, given the current state of players, shouldn't be able to achieve such rapid progress. Maintaining his frenzy magic circle alone required 108 top-tier mage experts, with monthly expenses running into tens of millions, an undertaking far beyond the means of an ordinary guild. Xia Dongli pondered deeply. The immense financial power backing the Shanha Club was intimidating. It didn't make sense for such a level of effort to be aimed solely at him. What force was secretly supporting this newcomer with such determination? Even his own frenzied magic guild seemed to pale in comparison. Meanwhile, in the dark swamp, Jiang Cheng had just finished clearing out the blood flukes, reaping significant rewards. Not only had he leveled up to 20, but his agility attribute also increased by 10 points, and he earned 370,000 evolution points. Riding his skeletal warhorse, he guided Zhang Mengmeng through the swamp and arrived at the depths of the dark forest. Before them stood a dilapidated temple of the undead. The area around the temple was eerily desolate, devoid of even a single wandering spirit, which made it feel particularly empty. The heavy stench of decaying corpses filled the air, as though countless rotting bones were fermenting beneath the ground. The pungent odor invaded their nostrils, causing both of them to frown. Natalie should be inside. Let's go in, Jiang Cheng said as he dismounted. Taking the blushing Zhang Mengmeng by the hand, he carefully stepped onto the black, grass-covered ground and walked toward the depths of the temple. The crunching sound of gravel and dried grass underfoot mingled with the distant, eerie calls of strange birds, adding to the ominous atmosphere. Jiang Cheng held Zhang Mengmeng's hand tightly while vigilantly scanning their surroundings, ready to respond to any potential threats. Suddenly, a crow landed on a nearby broken white pillar, tilting its pitch-black head. Its jet-black eyes gleamed coldly as it curiously observed the peculiar pair. The blood skeleton gave the crow an unfamiliar and unsettling feeling, chilling and ominous, as if it had just emerged from a pool of blood, sending shivers down its spine. What intrigued it even more was the blood-red cloak Jiang Cheng wore, which seemed to conceal some enigmatic power. Hidden disciple of the undead, why have you come to my temple? The crow wondered silently to itself. Who's there? A raspy voice echoed through the tranquil forest, startling Zhang Mengmeng, who instinctively hid behind Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng had already sensed Natalie's presence. With his blood detection eye, he could perceive all living beings within a 120-meter radius. As an experienced gamer, a talking crow was far from surprising to him. However, he was slightly intrigued by his ability to communicate with it. Necromancer, Natalie? Jiang Cheng cautiously transmitted his thoughts. The crow's dark eyes swiveled toward him, studying him intently. To understand the language of the dead. You are indeed no ordinary undead, it remarked. Before the words settled, the crow's form dissolved into a plume of black flames, gradually reshaping into a mysterious woman clad in a dark robe. She gripped a black staff adorned with a carved human head and stared coldly at Zhang Mengmeng. This temple has remained untouched for 1,000 years. Speak, what brings you here? With Jiang Cheng by her side, Zhang Mengmeng mustered her courage and handed over a letter. I'm here to transition to a special class, she said. A class transition? Natalie let out a bitter laugh. You wish to apprentice under a necromancer despised by millions? Zhang Mengmeng froze, stunned by the weight of such a statement. Natalie's expression turned somber, as if lost in her memories. Go back. This path is not for you. To revive the dead is a grave transgression against the natural order. The way of necromancy leads nowhere. You cannot bear its burden. Zhang Mengmeng glanced at Jiang Cheng standing beside her and suddenly steeled her resolve. She couldn't remain a burden to her skeletal elder brother forever. She couldn't let him down. No matter how difficult the road ahead, I am willing to walk it. Please, give me a chance. Natalie looked at her with unexpected interest. Necromancy is condemned by the world. You must think carefully. Great power comes at the cost of eternal solitude. I've thought it through, Zhang Mengmeng said firmly. With her skeletal elder brother always by her side, solitude didn't frighten her. Ha, words alone won't suffice. Natalie waved her staff, and a black energy engulfed the entire temple. From the ground, thousands of bony hands erupted, followed by the emergence of skeletal figures. These skeletons shattered simultaneously into powder, which ascended to the temple's ceiling and coalesced into a towering, 100-meter-tall black skeletal giant. Its eyes burned with black flames, its body shrouded in dark energy, and it wielded a massive, 10-meter-long black blade. This is the art of necromantic fusion, which allows the amalgamation of countless undead. I call this creature the Skeletal Dragon General. Defeat it, and you shall become my disciple. Attributes of the Skeletal Dragon General. Level, 30. HP, 300,000. Attack, 1000-1000. Defense, 300,300. Skills, Rending Slash, Dragon Soul Strike, Thousandfold Division, Dragon Blade Slash, Shadow Strike. Abilities, Disintegration, Rebirth. Traits, Shadow Strike cannot be dodged. Facing such a formidable opponent, Zhang Mengmeng knew her chances of victory were slim, but she refused to give up. This time, she needed to confront the challenge alone. She couldn't let Jiang Cheng take the risk. Master of the Undead, heed my call and grant me the power of the Undead. She raised her wooden staff, summoning 10 skeletal soldiers to charge at the Skeletal Dragon General. Whoosh! A streak of black light flashed, instantly reducing the newly summoned skeletons to powder. The powder flew toward the Dragon General's blade, causing it to grow even longer. Jiang Cheng's eyes gleamed. If such an ability could be seized, gathering bone powder in the future would become significantly easier. The true strength of the art of necromantic fusion lay in its ability to merge tens of thousands of skeletons into a superior life form. Necromancers were indeed extraordinary. The crimson flames in Jiang Cheng's eyes flickered and stilled as he scrutinized Natalie before decisively stepping forward to shield Zhang Mengmeng. Given Zhang Mengmeng's current strength, facing the Skeletal Dragon General would be no different from walking into her own demise. He hadn't acted immediately earlier because Natalie appeared to harbor no malice if she had truly intended to harm them. Her immense power, spanning thousands of levels, would have ended their lives in an instant. You. Natalie studied Jiang Cheng with slight surprise. You two don't seem to have a master-servant relationship. Could it be you're a couple? A faint smile played on her lips as she commanded the Skeletal Dragon General to advance. Your identity intrigues me, but with your strength, I doubt you could withstand even a single move. Clang. A sharp metallic sound split the air. Jiang Cheng executed one of the 14 divine techniques, borrowed momentum slash, deftly retreating under the Skeletal Dragon General's blade. Only a 1 damage indicator appeared above his head, a sight that left Natalie's expression frozen in disbelief. Natalie was momentarily stunned. She had just declared that Jiang Cheng couldn't block a single strike, and was about to order the Skeletal Dragon General to withdraw, only to be proven utterly wrong on the spot. A retreat using borrowed force? What kind of technique is this? As someone who had lived for millennia, she'd never witnessed such a skill, let alone seen anyone survive a blow from the Skeletal Dragon General with almost no harm despite the vast power disparity. Without hesitation, Jiang Cheng activated Assault Armor, Gale Steps, and Bloodthirsty Frenzy. The blood prison weapon in his hand transformed into a crimson longbow, and as he retreated, he shot 3 consecutive arrows. 117, 213, 121. The 3 arrows struck the Skeletal Dragon General's heart, skull, and abdomen, with the skull being a critical hit. After gaining a 10-step distance, Jiang Cheng unfurled his cloak and fired another 3 arrows in quick succession. However, they were intercepted midair by the Skeletal Dragon General's massive guandao. The Skeletal Dragon General sustained only minor damage, with the blood prison's tearing effects displaying above its head. 11, 11, 11, 20, 20. Suddenly, a piercing screech of metal against stone came from the ground dragon's lair slash. A streak of black light surged upward from the ground, aiming directly at Jiang Cheng. Yet instead of retreating, he stepped forward boldly. In the stunned gazes of both Natalie and the Skeletal Dragon General, the 10-meter-long guandao missed its mark, cleaving into a broken pillar instead. Boom! The pillar shattered into fragments, scattering debris everywhere. At the same moment, 3 arrows embedded themselves precisely in the back of the skeletal dragon general's skull. Enraged, the skeletal dragon general roared it was being toyed with, mocked, and this was its ultimate humiliation. Just as it prepared to unleash a shadow strike, its soul was abruptly bound, its consciousness extinguished in an instant. The massive skeletal frame collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. "Stand down," Natalie said, her gaze fixed deeply on Jiang Cheng. To possess such strength and intelligence, as well as a guardian like that, speaks volumes about your character. You've passed this trial. She then turned to Zhang Mengmeng. "Follow me. You need special training. Your current strength is far too weak." "Huh. I passed just like that?" Zhang Mengmeng was utterly confused. After all, she felt like she hadn't done anything at all. Overjoyed, she ran up to Jiang Cheng and grabbed his arm. "Skeleton big brother, I did it. You're truly the greatest treasure in my life. Thank you so much." Her eyes glistened with emotion, on the verge of tears. The stark contrast between her earlier despair and her current elation overwhelmed her. Jiang Cheng, knowing Zhang Mengmeng couldn't understand his words, simply nodded silently. "Don't waste any more time. Let's go," Natalie urged. "All right, skeleton big brother, goodbye." Zhang Mengmeng raised a small fist. "I promise I'll get stronger and never drag you down again." Reluctantly, she let go of Jiang Cheng's hand and followed Natalie, though she couldn't help but glance back at him repeatedly. Just as Jiang Cheng was about to leave to continue leveling up, Natalie appeared before him unexpectedly, holding an ancient book in her hands. "Care to chat? Your combat techniques are quite unusual, something I haven't seen in 1,000 years. If you're willing to tell me what they are, this ancient book will be yours." Jiang Cheng glanced at the black scripture in Natalie's hand. The book was ancient and weighty, with a black cover adorned with golden edges, clearly a rare treasure. "This is the necromancer's black scripture," Natalie said, a cryptic smile playing on her lips. "It can bring the dead back to life, transforming them into loyal skeletal servants to fight for you." "Interested? You mean any dead creature can be resurrected as a skeleton?" Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. If this scripture truly had such power, it would be nothing short of a divine artifact. He was already imagining defeating bosses and resurrecting them into his own skeletal army. "Not quite," Natalie interrupted his thoughts immediately. "The necromancer's black scripture can only resurrect creatures with skeletal structures. Without bones, resurrection is impossible." "That's still powerful enough," Jiang Cheng thought to himself, already calculating the value of the deal. While mastering all 14 divine techniques was rare, many players could manage 1 or 2. If he didn't strike this deal with Natalie now, and someone else got the chance, the consequences could be unpredictable. "Are you willing to teach me?" Natalie asked, her tone serious. Jiang Cheng nodded decisively. "What would a death mage like you want with this?" he asked curiously. "To take revenge on my enemies," Natalie replied bluntly. Jiang Cheng could sense her sincerity, and since he wasn't one to pry into others' secrets, he agreed without hesitation. Deal. What followed was Jiang Cheng teaching Natalie the divine technique known as shadow kill through momentum within the temple. However, while he demonstrated the moves, mastering the technique would require extensive practice. Given Natalie's aptitude, whether she could fully grasp this ultimate skill remained uncertain. After all, techniques worthy of being called divine were never easily learned by just anyone. "Can you tell me where this technique originated?" Natalie asked, her curiosity about Jiang Cheng only growing after realizing the technique's terrifying potential. Shadow kill through momentum emphasized striking first, meeting an enemy's attack hidden, dodging with their momentum, and delivering a counterstrike. Any mistake could lead to death. The mind capable of devising such a technique had to belong to either a madman or a genius. "I created it myself," Jiang Cheng answered calmly. "You created it?" Natalie was incredulous. As a millennial mage, she had encountered countless geniuses, but if Jiang Cheng truly invented this technique, he was undoubtedly one of the most extraordinary. "I studied the essence of Tai Chi and grasped the principle of leveraging an opponent's strength against them. It took me 3 months of relentless experimentation and refinement to finally adapt it for combat," Jiang Cheng said, a hint of nostalgia in his voice as he recalled those days of martial arts research. Techniques like Divine Extermination Whirlwind, Half-Step Domain, and Shadow Blade / all part of the 14 divine skills were the fruits of his labor. But now, as a skeletal being, some of these skills were beyond his reach. Only through continuous evolution could he regain his peak strength. Tai Chi? Natalie looked puzzled, but chose not to probe further. Instead, she solemnly handed over the necromancer's black scripture. "As promised, this scripture is now yours." "All right." Jiang Cheng accepted the scripture, already planning his skeletal army. If he could evolve them continuously and combine their abilities with Dai Xiaoming's necromantic fusion technique. "How long will it take her?" Jiang Cheng asked. "About 3 days," Natalie replied. "Don't worry, he'll make sure your girlfriend becomes a formidable necromancer. Then he'll be off. He'll return in 3 days," Jiang Cheng said as he bid Natalie farewell. heading off to find an elite monster to test the scripture's power. As she watched Jiang Cheng's figure disappear into the distance, Natalie's thoughts lingered. To remain so composed in my presence, unfazed by my aura, what a mysterious undead he is. Jiang Cheng took out the necromancer's black codex and carefully examined its attributes. This treasure, one of the 10 legendary books of the world, was astonishing even in its base stats. An increase of 500 points each for health and mana, along with an impressive 30 critical hit rate bonus. When paired with his existing blood prison weapon, his critical hit rate soared to an incredible 45. The Black Codex also possessed 3 unique abilities: Dark Intimidation, which dealt double damage to undead enemies; Resurrection, which, though it only had a 0.1 chance, could transform defeated enemies into skeletal minions; and the most practical ability, Necromantic Transformation, which allowed him to actively convert the dead into skeletons at the cost of 1,000 soul power. Even better, these skeletons had a chance to inherit the talents and skills of their former selves. Jiang Cheng immediately stored the Necromancer's Black Codex into his blood prison cloak and summoned his skeletal warhorse. Utilizing the remaining skill duration, he switched to his blood prison lance and charged toward the level 30 wilderness area known as the Skeleton Graveyard. 10 minutes later, Jiang Cheng arrived at the outskirts of the graveyard. The mist-shrouded cemetery was teeming with wandering skeletons, particularly a large number of level 20 graveyard archers, each boasting 1,200 health points and 100 attack points. These skeletons were not only skilled in archery, but also possessed a focused talent. Without the Scarlet Survey Eye, recklessly entering this area would likely result in being riddled with arrows. Jiang Cheng took out his last 7 bone arrows, ready to test the resurrection effect of the Necromancer's Black Codex. He swiftly fired 3 consecutive arrows, each striking the graveyard archers squarely in the head. With multiple bonuses in play, each critical hit dealt 2,417 damage, instantly killing 3 archers. He fired another 3 arrows, taking down 3 more graveyard archers. The 6 fallen skeletons transformed into black orbs of light that flew toward Jiang Cheng, absorbed by the Necromancer's Black Codex. For each soul power absorbed, Jiang Cheng's attack power increased by 0.1 points. The final arrow, though it didn't trigger a critical hit, still delivered 1,464 damage under the effect of Dark Intimidation, easily finishing off the 7th graveyard archer. This time, the long-awaited resurrection effect finally activated, granting Jiang Cheng a loyal skeletal servant. Jiang Cheng, who hadn't held much hope, was utterly astonished when the resurrection skill triggered. A 9,000 chance had actually succeeded, leaving him in disbelief at his own luck. However, there was no time for reflection on the battlefield. The resurrected skeleton had barely regained its footing before being riddled with arrows, turning into a sieve. But that brief moment was enough to divert the enemy's attention. Jiang Cheng squeezed his legs, and the skeletal warhorse beneath him shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging toward the Gravekeeper archers who were targeting his skeleton. The 50-meter distance was covered in just 3 seconds, thanks to the warhorse's incredible speed. As he neared the group of archers, Jiang Cheng leapt into the air, his longbow transforming mid-flight into the blood prison blade. Seizing the moment, he brought the weapon down fiercely on the nearest Gravekeeper archer. With a sickening thud, the sharp blade, empowered by the force of his descent, cleaved the archer and its longbow cleanly in half. Bone fragments scattered as a 3170 critical damage number floated above the enemy's head, followed by 508 bleeding damage and 20 speed penalty damage. Capitalizing on the momentum, Jiang Cheng swung his blade horizontally, slicing another Gravekeeper archer in half at the waist, dealing a hefty 2147 damage. Within seconds, every archer within a 2-meter radius had fallen, granting him 9 soul points, 1,800 experience points, and evolution points. By this time, the remaining archers in the distance had noticed his presence. A barrage of arrows whistled through the air toward him. Although Jiang Cheng managed to dodge most of them, a few grazed his body, inflicting 30 damage points. Yet, with his lifesteal ability, he was unfazed and pressed forward, slashing and killing as he advanced. Skills like Furious Slash, Life Drain, Critical Strike, and Blood Prison were triggered repeatedly, ensuring Jiang Cheng's health stayed well above the danger zone. He continued his assault, weaving through the skeletal graveyard, cutting down enemies with precision. In a relentless spree, he annihilated the outer perimeter of Gravekeeper archers. Half an hour later, Jiang Cheng reached the inner area, having slain over 800 archers. He amassed 160,000 evolution points, 820 soul points, and even leveled up. As he struck down the final archer, a sudden system notification popped up. Resurrection passive triggered. You have gained a loyal servant. The skeletal remains slowly stood up, transforming into a basic Gravekeeper archer. Without hesitation, Jiang Cheng began evolving his new subordinate. After investing tens of thousands of evolution points, the ordinary Gravekeeper archer was promoted to an elite Gravekeeper power archer, eventually evolving further into a rare class destruction power archer, with stats nearing Jiang Cheng's own level. Just as Jiang Cheng was about to test the combat prowess of his powerful new minion, a group of adventurers appeared on the outskirts of the skeletal graveyard. Among them, a beta tester, intending to lead the team in search of the legendary underground tomb treasure, froze in shock at the sight of the battlefield littered with bone fragments. I'm not lying, no one has been here, I swear. Mr. Wuming stood before the desolate skull graveyard, his voice trembling with fear. All he had intended was to rely on Xian Yu and Qian Zhonglong's strength to evade the archers patrolling the outskirts. As disciples of the 12 true gods, one a pupil of a Mei Thorn and the other of Qianshan Shui, they should have been the perfect allies. But the scene before him sent a chill down his spine. It seemed someone else had beaten them to it, stepping into this forbidden land ahead of them. Just as his suspicion grew, a cold flash streaked through the air. Silently, Xian Yu's dagger pierced his neck. A critical hit of 457 floated in the air, marking a fatal blow. Mr. Wuming's figure dissolved into particles of light and vanished. Whether anyone's been here or not, you're no longer of any use, Xian Yu said, licking the blood off his dagger with a satisfied smirk. As the prized disciple of a Mei Thorn, he had always looked down on second-rate characters like this. Shadow Dog, stop wasting time. Judging by the signs, someone must have already been here, Qian Zhonglong remarked. Xian Yu was unfazed by the nickname Shadow Dog. He crouched down to examine the bone dust on the ground carefully. No rush. Judging by the timing, they can't have gone far. At this stage, which faction would have the guts to clear out the skull graveyard? Qian Zhonglong's expression grew serious. This place is shrouded in mist, with archers everywhere. It would take hundreds of deaths just to break through. Could it be the Sanctuary? The Sanctuary, being the top guild in the Huaxia region with thousands of elite players and millions of members, certainly had the capability. But Xian Yu shook his head. My master knows the Sanctuary's third elder. They don't have any missions like this. As he spoke, he moved forward cautiously, scrutinizing every trace on the ground. Known for his meticulous nature, Xian Yu's reputation as the Shadow Dog was as legendary as players like Jian Ingyun and Lang Go Qian Zhonglong. Suddenly, Xian Yu's expression changed. The bones are covered in blade marks. 9 Gravekeeper archers, 3 killed by fatal head wounds, the rest untouched? This looks like the work of one person. In this foggy terrain, it was already challenging to avoid being turned into a pincushion by arrows, let alone taking down all the archers. As he pondered, a sharp whistling sound broke the silence. Beside Qian Zhonglong, a dagger collided midair with an arrow, sending shockwaves rippling out. The arrow snapped into 2 pieces. There's an archer. Fall back. Before the words even settled, another arrow, this time blazing with crimson flames, whizzed out of the mist. That arrow's not ordinary. Don't try to block it. 275. Before Ingo Xian Yu could finish speaking, an arrow had already struck Qian Chonglang directly in the heart, with a critical damage number flashing above his head. Moments later, the arrow exploded within his body, causing another damage number, 175, to pop up. A system notification immediately followed. You are affected by the destruction arrow. You are severely injured, and your movement speed is reduced by 30 for 3 seconds. Qian Chonglang quickly retreated, checking his health. His original 565 HP had dropped to just 105. As a disciple of Qianshan Shui, one of the 12 true gods of legend, and a renowned legendary wave hound among the 12 legends, he had never been in such a sorry state. Something's not right. This archer is unusual, he thought warily. Xian Yu swiftly stepped in front of Qian Chonglang, intercepting the next arrow from the destruction archer. Both of them simultaneously used the universal skill detection. To their surprise, the archer wasn't a boss but a minion with an owner. Even more shocking, the stats revealed it belonged to the Blood Prison Assault Skeleton Captain. As Qian Chonglang downed 3 bottles of basic health recovery potions, he suddenly caught sight of a blood-red cloaked skeleton emerging from the mist, wielding a spear and charging straight at Ingo Xian Yu. Watch out, he shouted in alarm. But Xian Yu appeared calm and confident. As an assassin player, he was no stranger to ambushes, especially with his mastery of powerful skills like borrowed momentum, slash, and empty flash. Flipping his dagger, he prepared to counterattack while dodging the strike. Just then, a blinding blade light suddenly pierced through the white mist. This was the level 1 divine skill, Blade Light Slash. Xian Yu's protective skill, Shadow Shield, shattered instantly. Yet, he maintained his composure and promptly activated Empty Flash, one of the 14 divine skills. His confidence, however, was short-lived. He soon realized a blood-red spear tip had somehow pierced through his body unnoticed. Initially, he dismissed it, believing that skeletons, as one of the lowest-tier undead, couldn't deal significant damage. Thud. 2122. His health dropped to 0 in an instant. Xian Yu stared in disbelief. It turned out that Jiang Cheng's blood prison spear was more than a meter longer than those wielded by ordinary blood prison soldiers, making Xian Yu's 1-meter retreat insufficient to escape its reach. As shock filled his eyes, his body dissolved into specks of light. Killed player Yin Go Xianyu. Plunder skill triggered. Successfully plundered Shadow Shield. Jiang Cheng smirked as he spoke. Empty flash? Looks like I can use it now, too. With that, he turned his gaze towards the stunned Qian Chonglang. The key difference between Void Flash and Borrowed Momentum Kill lies in timing. One is reactive, while the other is proactive. This fundamental distinction stems from Jiang Cheng's deep understanding of the game's mechanics. Before Jiang Cheng created Void Flash, defensive skills across all classes were largely ignored. Even when maxed out at level 20, these skills only provided a decorative glowing shield effect and an 8 damage reduction, breaking instantly upon taking a hit. Most players considered investing significant experience points and money in upgrading these skills a complete waste. However, Jiang Cheng firmly believed that there were no truly useless skills in the game. Through meticulous observation, he noticed a common trait among all defensive skills: they triggered a breaking effect when attacked. If a movement skill could be activated at the exact moment this effect occurred, it would trigger the game's damage immunity mechanism. The catch? The timing window for this maneuver was incredibly narrow, a mere 0.1 seconds. Players needed extraordinary awareness and anticipation to execute it perfectly. After a month of relentless experimentation, Jiang Cheng finally perfected the Void Flash technique. When he achieved a 100-win streak in the ranked arena using this strategy, securing the top spot on the leaderboard, the entire server was in shock. Defensive skills suddenly became a hot topic for research among players. Yet, 99.9% of them soon realized they couldn't master this high-difficulty technique. Although Jiang Cheng currently lacked a compatible movement skill, he could cleverly exploit the perspective bug of Phantom Shadow Step to replicate the Void Flash effect. At that moment, Xinyu, who had just respawned, anxiously sent a warning in the Thousand Waves Guild chat. Wave Dog, are you dead yet? If you're still alive, retreat now. That skeleton's attack power is terrifying, and it can freely switch weapon forms, mastering both warrior and mage combat styles. This is no ordinary skeleton. Faced with these warnings, Thousand Waves was filled with doubt. He had initially planned to challenge the blood skeleton Hedon, but before he could make a move, a blinding flurry of blade flashes left him unable to open his eyes. When his vision finally cleared, an arrow precisely struck his heart, leaving him with only a sliver of health. At first, he thought it was a coincidence. But even after consuming healing potions to recover, the opponent's arrows continued to reduce his health to the exact same critical level. This made him realize that the blood skeleton could not only lock onto targets with pinpoint accuracy in the fog, but also calculate damage perfectly, leaving him utterly powerless. After several attempts, Thousand Waves gave up resisting entirely. Though he was known as Wave Dog, even he had to recognize his limits. True recklessness meant showcasing skill while ensuring survival, not throwing away his life in vain. Big guy, what exactly do you want? Thousand Waves asked helplessly, staring at the motionless blood skeleton before him. While the skeleton didn't make any threatening moves, he knew that even the slightest misstep would spell his death. Sell some gear, Jiang Cheng replied, gesturing for him to follow. The cloak dropped by the graveyard archers is useless to me, no attribute bonuses, and it slows me down. Better to trade it for some health potions or coins. Although Thousand Waves couldn't understand the blood skeleton's words, he had no choice but to follow obediently. When he saw the mountain of equipment piled up near the graveyard, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "This? All the graveyard archers here? You killed all of them?" His master was hailed as a legendary player, while he himself was a legend in the gaming world. This status gave Qian Chonglang an insight and gaming experience far beyond that of ordinary players. As his gaze swept across the area, questions flooded his mind. This place refreshed every half hour, spawning over 800 archers each time. But just how overpowered were the stats of that blood skeleton? As a legendary archer himself, Qian Chonglang knew better than anyone what it felt like to be focused by a barrage of archers. Without any stealth skills, how had that blood skeleton evaded such concentrated fire? These questions only deepened the curiosity in his eyes. Jiang Cheng retrieved a silver coin from his inventory, holding it in his defined, jointed fingers. He gestured that equipment could be traded for gold coins, mana potions, health potions, or skill books. Qian Chonglang immediately understood his meaning, but as he looked at the level 20 equipment, he couldn't help but smile wryly. The server's only been up for one day. Most players are still around level 10, and even I, a legendary player, am only at level 13, he thought. These level 20 basic gear items are practically unsellable right now. Everyone's busy buying potions and learning skills. It'll take at least 3 days to turn these into profit. Besides, I only have 78 copper coins. I can't even afford that silver coin. Noticing his hesitation, Jiang Cheng raised 5 skeletal fingers, then added another 5. You mean I should find a guild? If one person isn't enough, find 5, and if 5 aren't enough, find 10? Qian Chonglang suddenly understood. But then, a trace of worry crossed his face. Aren't you afraid he'll just run off? Jiang Cheng shook his head. He knew Qian Chonglang was Qian Shangsu's apprentice and cousin, someone who often followed them around in games shouting praises. He seemed trustworthy enough. Still, Jiang Cheng felt the need to reinforce this trust, so his skeletal hands began forming a series of gestures. After watching the gestures, Qian Chonglang was stunned. You're actually a member of that guild? I see now. As for why you've ended up like this, never mind. They'll handle selling these items for you. You want gold coins, health potions, and mana potions, right? But how am I supposed to contact you? Jiang Cheng simply stood there silently, signaling that he would remain in this spot. Then, without another word, he turned and walked toward an elite archer. His crimson cape gradually disappeared into the white mist. Qian Chonglang gathered the equipment from the ground and left the skeleton graveyard. In the guild chat, he made up an excuse to brush off teammates who wanted to help. As he pondered which guild to approach for selling the equipment, an idea struck him. The guild Chi Tun Tianxia group of wealthy, free-spending players would be the perfect buyers for these level 20 basic items. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng was fixated on the elite graveyard archer, contemplating whether he could trigger his resurrection passive to add this elite to his skeletal army. He knew that after defeating this elite archer, he would be ready to evolve. However, the Blood Raven below seemed like it would be a much tougher challenge. The attributes of the elite Gravekeeper archer appeared before Jiang Cheng. Elite quality, 25 health points, 15,000 attack points, 150,300 defense points, and 90 skill points. It possessed 2 powerful skills, Slow Arrow and Armor-Piercing Arrow, along with innate abilities like Power Strike and Archery Mastery. As a loyal guardian of the Blood Raven, its archery skills were unparalleled. Jiang Cheng's eyes glinted with interest, as he was particularly drawn to the elite Gravekeeper archer's skills. If the passive resurrection effect could be triggered, he would gain another powerful subordinate. Unfortunately, he only had 832 soul points accumulated, not enough to activate resurrection manually. Besides, there was still the Blood Raven boss here, and it was wiser to save the manual resurrection opportunity for it. Let's test with empty slash, Jiang Cheng decided, opting to experiment himself instead of ordering the destructive archer to attack. Whoosh! A corrosive armor-piercing arrow shot out from the mist with incredible speed. As the arrow made contact with the gray protective aura surrounding Jiang Cheng, it emitted a faint sound like glass shattering, and the shield immediately broke apart. This familiar sensation caused Jiang Cheng's eyes to narrow. He precisely caught the moment the gray aura disappeared and stepped back, just in time to exit the elite Gravekeeper archer's attack range. The armor-piercing arrow abruptly vanished midair in front of him, dealing no damage. The silver shield not only nullified the arrow's effect, but also caused it to dissipate entirely. Despite successfully evading the attack, there was little satisfaction on Jiang Cheng's blood-streaked face. He knew his movement speed was still too slow. Without mobility skills, such perfect dodges could only succeed about 30 of the time. He was still far from his peak abilities of 13 swords per second, 12 spells in 1 staff, or 13 shadows in 1 step. Take it down. Jiang Cheng commanded the destructive archer to attack. Amid the whistling sound of interwoven arrows, Jiang Cheng maneuvered around the elite archer while shielding the destructive archer from attacks. Damage numbers continuously popped up. 1120. 675. 20. 20. The defense is too high. My attacks are still not enough, Jiang Cheng muttered. Even with a soul-enhanced attack value of 82 points, bringing his total attack power to 422 points, the elite archer's high defense and damage reduction rendered his strikes less effective. Even a 3.3x critical hit only dealt 1120 damage. With a final blow, 1170, the elite Gravekeeper archer crumbled into a pile of bones, and several beams of light flashed across the ground. The system notification immediately chimed. Elite Gravekeeper archer defeated. You have gained 2,500 experience points, 2,500 evolution points, and 200 enhancement points. To Jiang Cheng's delight, the resurrection effect was triggered, granting him a loyal servant. Nice. Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. A skeleton rose from the ground, rapidly coalescing into the form of an elite archer. This elite Gravekeeper archer inherited all the attributes of the Blood Inferno Assault Skeleton Captain. 1,000 health points, 50,100 defense points, 30 attack points, and mastery of skills like Armor-Piercing Arrow and Slow Arrow, along with proficiency in powerful strikes and archery. Jiang Cheng observed this impressive attribute configuration with quiet delight, but he chose not to rush his subordinate's evolution. The current evolution points were insufficient, and enhancing his own abilities remained his top priority. The evolution of his subordinates could wait for a more opportune time. As the last elite Gravekeeper fell, the surrounding mist began to dissipate. Accompanied by the creaking sound of mechanisms being triggered, a massive tomb emerged before Jiang Cheng. Piles of bones surrounded the burial chamber, and the ancient tomb door slowly opened. This was the tomb of the Blood Raven. According to legend, the Blood Raven was a formidable demon general from 1,000 years ago, skilled in both archery and swordsmanship. During his lifetime, he fought in 32 battles, slaughtering millions and remaining undefeated. However, fate was cruel, served under an inept ruler, and was ultimately betrayed and killed. After his death, his deep resentment was tainted by demonic energy, transforming him into the Blood Raven, who now resided in this eerie tomb. The Blood Raven's most fearsome attack was his 18-arrow barrage, a relentless storm of arrows unleashed every 0.5 seconds for 7 consecutive waves, covering a wide area with devastating power. Even with Jiang Cheng's current movement speed and the use of his shadow step technique, it would be nearly impossible to completely evade this attack. After careful consideration, Jiang Cheng decided to focus on strengthening himself first. The system displayed 2 standard evolution paths for him: Blood Inferno Bone Battalion Captain and Heavy Armored Skeleton Battalion Captain, each requiring 100,000 evolution points. There was also a hidden option, Blood Inferno Frostbone Lieutenant, which required 400,000 evolution points. Without hesitation, Jiang Cheng chose the hidden evolution path. He found a concealed spot, assigned 2 archers to stand guard, and began the 20-minute evolution process. Instantly, a sharp, icy chill erupted from his skeletal frame, freezing the ground around him. His body was soon encased in a layer of frost as the transformation began. Just as his evolution was nearing completion, an 11-player team appeared on the outskirts of the tomb. Leading the group was Mr. Nameless, who harbored resentment after being killed earlier and had lured this wealthy team, led by Tun Tianxia, into his scheme. Isn't this supposed to be a level 20 hunting zone? Are you trying to get us killed by bringing us here? Tun Tianxia frowned in suspicion. Mr. Nameless hastily explained, actually, this is a level 30 grinding spot, but it's already been cleared out. There's only one boss left here: slow attack speed, low defense. If we work together, we can definitely take it down. Hearing the word boss, Tun Tianxia couldn't help but recall the blood-red skeleton that had left him traumatized. However, he reasoned that such a neutral boss wouldn't appear this far out. With that thought, he waved his hand and announced to the group, brothers, we can't compete for bosses out there, so let's have some fun with this one here today. Damn it, I spent 2 million and hired 300 people, all of whom are dead, just to make it to this cursed place. If I don't see the boss's shadow soon, you're done for. Mo Outyin raised his delicate fist, a threatening expression crossing his face. Mr. Wuming's face shifted slightly, but he quickly forced a smile. Don't worry, we won't let you down. Despite his words, a flicker of disdain flashed through his mind. When Ingo Xinyue and Lang Go Qian's Honglang brought him here, only 3 people died. Yet this group of wealthy fools had not only lost over 300 mercenaries, but also caused their own guild to lose dozens of members. What a bunch of useless amateurs. Actually, whether or not we kill the boss isn't the main point, Mo Outyin said, spreading his hands with a feigned look of melancholy, his tone flamboyant. The most important thing in life is the feeling, the experience of it all. Cut the crap and get moving, Tun Tianxia snapped impatiently. The respawn time for wild areas varies, but most are around 30 minutes. We've been clearing this place for so long that the mobs are probably about to respawn. If we spend 2 million and don't even see the boss, only to get killed by small mobs, that would be beyond humiliating. Just then, a message popped up on Tun Tianxia's friend interface. Tun Tianxia, where are you? It was Lang Go. This 12 Legends player was usually indifferent to him, so why was he reaching out today? I'm at the Skeleton Graveyard, helping some rich guys experience life. Skeleton Graveyard? The level 30 wild zone? Get out of there. Are you trying to die? Tun Tianxia sneered. Ha, save your breath. We're a professional team, we won't die. With that, he blocked Lang Go without hesitation. That guy always looked down on others, just because he was one of the 12 legends. What? Only you guys are allowed to take on higher-level mobs and hunt bosses. As Tun Tianxia stepped forward onto a shattered skull fragment, 2 sharp whistling sounds suddenly sliced through the air. 357. 121. Mo Outyin was instantly struck by arrows and vanished in a flash of white light. What the hell? Didn't they say there were no mobs? Fan Outyin stumbled back in panic. Chaos broke out among the group as Dun Outyin raised his shield and Outyin summoned his mount in an attempt to block the incoming arrows. But then 4 more arrows came tearing through the air. An armor-piercing arrow, a shock arrow, a destruction arrow, and a slow arrow. A barrage of debuffs stacked up, and Dun Outyin's defenses collapsed in an instant. The shock effect left him stunned, and the explosion from the destruction arrow obliterated him. The 4 undead mages behind him, and even the donkey mount, all in a flash of white light. Just as Tun Tianxia was about to lose his temper, he noticed the words, Blood Hell Assault Skeleton Captain Subordinate, displayed above the 2 archers. His heart skipped a beat as his gaze shifted to the icy figure behind them. Oh crap, that can't be. The sight of the boss trapped in the ice sent a surge of excitement through Cao Yan. He quickly analyzed the situation. The boss is stuck in the ice and mutating, completely defenseless and unable to fight back. This is the perfect chance to secure the first kill. He immediately issued orders. Old Knight, charge in and cover us. Take out those archers first. Noticing Chi Tun Tian still standing there in a daze and realizing they had just lost another teammate, his tone became even more urgent. At this moment, their party still had a decent amount of firepower. 3 strength-based swordsmen, 1 knight, 1 ice archer, and 3 mages. In Cao Yan's mind, as long as the swordsmen could get close, the graveyard archers wouldn't pose much of a threat. When that happened, the blood skeleton boss would be at their mercy. The knight, Qiao Yan, caught on immediately. With a confident grin, he leveled his iron spear and activated the level 5 knight skill, Charge. Despite losing his donkey mount, this pseudo-movement skill allowed him to quickly close the distance between himself and the archers. In the blink of an eye, he was only 10 meters away from his target. An arrow whizzed through the air, striking Qiao Yan and dealing 122 damage. Unfazed, he downed a mid-grade health potion and sidestepped skillfully to dodge the next arrow, balancing himself by stepping on a skull underfoot. Meanwhile, the 3 mages had entered casting range. Explosive flames and fireball spells were unleashed in quick succession. The graveyard archers, lacking magical defenses, took significant damage. 45, 48, and 128 numbers flashed above their heads in rapid succession. As the team reveled in their imminent victory over the boss, Chi Tun Tian finally snapped out of his stupor and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Are you all out of your minds? Retreat now." But it was too late. Just as Fan Outyan smugly lobbed a fireball at the ice block, encasing Jiang Cheng, dealing a mere 1 damage, a sudden change occurred. The sound of ice shattering filled the air. From within the fractured block emerged a skeletal figure, its body gleaming like blood jade, draped in a billowing crimson cloak. It raised a blood jade longsword and unleashed a devastating skill, Blood Prison Ice Slash. In an instant, 108 ice pillars erupted from the ground, forming a chilling wall of frost. All 8 players were instantly encased in ice, frozen like statues. Moments later, the ice wall shattered, the pillars exploding into shards. The members of the Outyin gang were obliterated in an instant, their forms vanishing in bursts of white light. The crimson cloak fluttered lightly as Jiang Cheng sheathed his blade and stood tall. The chilling air lingering before him had yet to fully dissipate, leaving behind glistening ice shards scattered across the ground. Among them lay a few dulled pieces of equipment and a motionless skeleton. A flicker of surprise flashed through the incandescent flames of Jiang Cheng's pupils. He quickly checked the log, so killing players could also trigger the resurrection passive ability. Now that was an interesting discovery. He glanced down to examine the skeleton stats. Skeleton Mage, Common Quality, 1 HP, 10 Attack, 1 Magic, 1 Defense. Affiliation, Subordinate of the Shueyu Frozen Bone Division. Trash. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but sneer. With stats like these, even evolution wouldn't make it worthwhile. In the distance, a lone survivor remained. Jiang Cheng started walking leisurely toward the last person standing. Great skeleton god, spare me. I was wrong, I admit it. Chi Tun Tianxia cried out, staring at the figure capable of summoning a 10-meter ice wall. He knew escape was futile, especially with 2 archers eyeing him like hawks. He might as well have certain death written above his head. At that moment, Qian Chonglang rushed over hurriedly. Great one. This man is the leader of the Outyin Guild. He's willing to buy your equipment. Jiang Cheng's blade halted midair, and Chi Tun Tianxia let out a sigh of relief. But confusion quickly crept in, judging by Qian Chonglang's tone. It seemed he was well acquainted with this skeleton deity who could understand human speech. Were they actually close? Jiang Cheng pointed at the scattered white equipment on the ground, his skeletal jaw moving but producing no sound. Chi Tun Tianxia froze. Was he supposed to return the equipment? Smack. Qian Chonglang slapped the back of his head. What are you thinking? Pay up and buy the equipment. We're supposed to buy back equipment we dropped? I only have 3 gold coins, and they cost me 300,000 to acquire. Chi Tun Tianxia grumbled. Smack. Another slap landed. Are you broke or what? Qian Chonglang retorted. Chi Tun Tianxia nodded, then shook his head, ultimately caving under Jiang Cheng's icy stare. Reluctantly handing over his 3 coins, his face turned green with regret. He quietly vowed to get this money back later. Just as he was about to leave, Qian Chonglang tossed him 13 pieces of level 20 common gear. Take these and sell them to your guild's rich players. It'll come for the money later. I'm so done. Chi Tun Tianxia muttered, his expression a mix of frustration and despair. Not only had he been exploited, but now he had to drag his guild members into this mess. I should have just stayed home today. Watching Chi Tun Tianxia's dejected figure fade into the mist, Qian Chonglang felt a twinge of sympathy. But his focus quickly shifted back to Jiang Cheng, who had a distinct feeling that this skeleton had grown even stronger. The current Jiang Cheng exudes an eerie and chilling aura at first glance, as though an icy glacier from the depths of hell has descended. Even with his steadfast composure, he couldn't help but feel a creeping coldness just by looking for a moment too long. Around the blood-red flames in his eye sockets, a new ring of ghostly blue fire had emerged, clinging tightly to the edges. His skeletal frame no longer appeared as purely crimson. Instead, it now carried a faint jade-like luster, with traces of blood visibly coursing through the bones, as if they were carved from blood jade. Under the moonlight, this skeleton would undoubtedly radiate an immaculate brilliance. The blood-red blade in his hand seemed alive, with blood flowing continuously within its blade, emanating a chilling and unsettling aura. Just one glance at it could make anyone's heart race. This mysterious and cold energy was a testament to his newfound strength, far surpassing what it once was. Qian Zhonglong observed the transformation before him with amazement, unable to suppress his astonishment. How could he become so powerful in such a short time? He's stronger than any player. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, perhaps even he wouldn't mind becoming a skeleton if it meant gaining such strength. Master, here are the coins for you, Qian Zhonglong said, handing over 3 gold coins to Jiang Cheng. As his hand brushed against Jiang Cheng's skeletal hand, an overwhelming, bone-chilling cold surged through him. He couldn't help but shiver, his face paling instantly. The sheer intensity of the cold seemed capable of freezing someone alive. Jiang Cheng took the coins but did not immediately leave. Instead, he casually tossed a silver coin back to Qian Zhonglong. Although Jiang Cheng was familiar with him, Qian Zhonglong was unaware of Jiang Cheng's true identity. Offering a small benefit would ensure his loyalty and effort. For me, Qian Zhonglong froze for a moment, then quickly accepted it with a grin. A single silver coin was worth a considerable amount in the market, equivalent to around 1,000 to 2,000 yuan, roughly a day's worth of gold farming income for him. Ah, master, you're so generous. From now on, all your gear is on me. While my connections may not compare to yours, I do have some reputation in these parts. After Qian Zhonglong departed with excitement, Jiang Cheng began examining the changes in his evolved stats. His health and mana had each increased by 800 points, his attack had risen by 150, his defense by 50, and both his strength and agility had gained 100 points. Additionally, he had acquired a new skill called Blood Prison Ice Slash, along with a new talent, Frozen Bone. His weapon had also evolved into Blood Prison Frostbite. Frozen Bones is a powerful permanent passive ability that transforms the entire body into frozen bones. Within a range of 0.5 meters, it deals an icy assault to enemy units every 0.5 seconds. Each assault adds a stack of the slow effect, reducing the enemy's attack and movement speed by 1. Once the slow effect reaches 10 stacks, it triggers a freeze effect, immobilizing the enemy for 0.5 seconds. This seemingly simple 0.5-second control might appear trivial to casual players, but in high-level battles, it often becomes the deciding factor between victory and defeat. More importantly, it is a permanent passive ability. At this moment, Jiang Cheng was gripping the Blood Prison Frostbite, a rare-grade weapon that left him visibly thrilled. The weapon's attributes were astonishing. Attack power, 150-150. Critical hit rate, 20. Annihilation effect, 50 critical damage. Rift effect, ignores 20 points of the target's armor. Blood Prison effect, causes bleeding damage on attack, inflicting a 60-second bleeding state, 30 health per second, and potentially triggering a severe injury effect, 30 movement speed. Frost Soul effect, 10 chance to trigger a slow, reducing the target's attack and movement speed by 30. Cold Light effect, 1 chance to trigger the Frost Soul effect, freezing the target for 0.5 seconds. Compared to most players on the server who were still using basic or blue-grade weapons, this rare 5-effect weapon was unparalleled. Jiang Cheng's stats far exceeded those of knights wielding legendary gear of the same level, with a staggering total attack power of 767 base attack, 685 soul power, 82. Such stats were unattainable unless someone wielded the level 20 Golden Radiant Supreme artifact as a power swordsman. While quietly planning to gather 1,000 soul power to confront the Blood Raven, the skeleton graveyard suddenly refreshed. Hundreds of skeleton archers simultaneously spotted him, and a rain of arrows came showering down. Jiang Cheng acted swiftly, recalling his 3 minions into the Necro Codex and allowing the arrows to strike him directly. These attacks could only deal a pitiful 1 damage, posing no threat to him in his current state. He swung the Blood Prison Frostbite. 5,874. 869. 869. 30. A cascade of damage numbers appeared, showcasing the devastating output from critical hits, weak point strikes, the weapon's 50 critical damage bonus, and the Necro Codex's 100 racial counter effect, resulting in a total of 7x damage. In just 5 minutes, over 800 archers were reduced to a mere 30. These remaining skeletons were deliberately left behind by Jiang Cheng to block other players. The damage was so overwhelming that the freezing effect had no chance to activate. Deciding not to waste any more time, Jiang Cheng set out directly to confront the Blood Raven. Creak. Outside the dimly lit tomb, the heavy door swung open once more. Through the swirling dust, Jiang Cheng stepped into the Blood Raven's tomb. The chamber was pitch black, with a corridor stretching into what seemed like an endless abyss. The air was thick with the scent of decaying wood, and the eerie atmosphere would have deterred most players. But Jiang Cheng was undaunted, striding forward without hesitation. The corridor was so dark that one couldn't see their own hand in front of them. Beneath his feet, the occasional crunch of skulls breaking echoed in the silence. Jiang Cheng didn't spare a glance, continuing onward. Behind him came a faint rustling, as if something was crawling along the ground, persistently following his steps. He paid it no mind, staying focused on his path. Half an hour later, a faint glimmer appeared ahead. Just as the sudden brightness caused Jiang Cheng's eyes to momentarily adjust, the presence behind him launched a sneak attack. But for a skeleton like him, such tricks were meaningless. Clang! A crimson cloak whipped through the air as Jiang Cheng spun around and slashed with his sword. Blood splattered through the air, drenching him before it was fully absorbed into the blood prison frostblade. The damage number 11756 appeared, followed by a notification. Defeated Tomb's Bloodhand. Gained 500 evolution points, 500 experience. A crisp sound came from the ground. Among the remains of the skeletal hand, Jiang Cheng spotted a blood-red gem. Bloodstone. A socketable gem that increases lifesteal by 1. Without a second thought, he tossed the gem into his upgraded cloak. The cloak now had an enhanced capacity, able to store up to 30 bone arrows alongside special items, potions, and other small objects, essentially adding 30 inventory slots. However, it couldn't hold equipment or skill books. Emerging from the corridor, Jiang Cheng found himself facing an ancient temple. The oil lamps on the walls suddenly ignited, and an eerie voice echoed through the dim yellow tomb chamber. You severed my hand. How dare a lowly skeleton like you? 108 arrows transformed into a storm, covering a 10-meter radius. This was the Blood Raven's unique skill, thousand-fold arrows. However, Jiang Cheng, in his evolved state, was more than prepared. With a slight pull of his jawbone and a swing of the Blood Prison Frostblade, he unleashed Blood Prison Ice Slash. Instantly, a wall of ice formed, composed of 108 towering ice pillars. The arrows struck the ice wall with a cacophony of clinks before the wall shattered, destroying every arrow in its wake. Finally, Jiang Cheng got a clear view of the Blood Raven, standing at the center of the circular chamber. This legendary level 30 boss boasted 3 million HP, an attack range of 11,001, and 200 defense points. He was skilled in 6 abilities, including Blood Curse and Arc Arrows, and possessed 4 talents, such as Mastery of Archery. Once a heroic general of ancient Atlantis, the Blood Raven had been unjustly killed, his vengeful spirit preventing him from entering the underworld. Now, he was a curse upon the ages. It's not that I want to fight you, Jiang Cheng said, locking eyes with his opponent. I just need someone like you as my subordinate. Arrogant fool. In the dimly lit tomb chamber, Shuya stood tall and proud. Clad in silver armor and surrounded by an eerie crimson glow, his longbow emitted a blood-red shimmer. He looked at the lowly skeleton, Jiang Cheng, before him with utter disdain, finding it laughable that this creature dared to entertain the thought of recruiting him as a subordinate. A flash of blood-red light illuminated the chamber as Shuya activated his innate ability, Phantom Crow. In an instant, he transformed into a blood-colored shadow and appeared behind Jiang Cheng, slashing down fiercely with his blade. However, the anticipated sound of cracking bones never came. Instead, a gray light flickered, and the skeleton vanished from his view. In the blink of an eye, 3 dull yellow streaks of blade light shot directly at Shuya's eyes. He barely managed to shut them, but it was too late to avoid the strike. System notifications flooded in. 732. 30-inch. You were slowed. Attack and movement speed reduced by 30. You have suffered blood prison damage. Movement speed reduced by 30. You are bleeding. Health decreases by 30 points per second. Your armor is reduced by 20 points. You are affected by a slowing effect. Movement speed reduced by 1. You are under the Scarlet 7 Slaughter Deprivation effect. Health decreased by 30,000. Before he could recover, a barrage of armor-piercing arrows and shock arrows followed. Whoosh. Whoosh. 15. 5-inch. His armor was further reduced by 50 points, leaving him in a state of intermittent dizziness, with his movement speed dropping by another 3. The battle had barely begun, yet Shuya was already trapped in an unprecedentedly passive state. His body was riddled with negative effects, His movements sluggish, and damage numbers continuously popped above his head. He stared in disbelief at the lowest-tier skeleton before him. A crimson cape flashed before his eyes, and a 1756 damage number forced Shueya to stagger back in pain. Only then did he see clearly this skeleton was entirely blood-red, with actual blood flowing through its bones. The long blade in its hand exuded an aura so oppressive it was suffocating. "Are you sent by the Undead Overlord?" Shueya asked warily. "After you're dead, we can discuss that," Jiang Cheng replied coldly. Activating all his skills, he fired 3 bone arrows in quick succession, each striking Shueya with precision. 1857. 1857. Enraged, Shueya summoned a blood-colored shadow and unleashed Arrowstorm Barrage. 18 blood-red homing arrows streaked through the air with a deafening roar. But Jiang Cheng, using momentum shift slash, deflected the first arrow, taking only 1 damage. He then transformed his blade into a spear, skillfully blocking 16 arrows with impenetrable precision. The remaining 2 arrows struck him, but they inflicted a mere 700 points of damage. Watching Jiang Cheng's astonishing display of skill, Shueya's eyes widened in disbelief. He muttered under his breath, "What kind of ghostly technique is this?" 18 tracking arrows all dodged. Blood Crow widened his decayed eyes in disbelief. What shocked him even more was that the blood skeleton not only used his arrows to retreat, but also switched weapons midair to deflect incoming arrows. Blood Crow's core skills, Shadow Arrow Storm and Thousand Arrows, had long cooldowns, forcing him to rely on ordinary arrows. Yet the cunning blood skeleton kept pulling off one jaw-dropping maneuver after another. Under the slowing effects, Blood Crow's attack and movement speed had drastically decreased, making it nearly impossible to land a hit. When he finally managed to strike with an arrow and thought he could wear down his opponent, that cursed skeleton immediately fired 3 arrows, restoring its health to full in an instant. Meanwhile, Blood Crow's health was steadily drained by ongoing bleed effects, with 30 constantly floating above his head, leaving him unable to recover. At last, Blood Crow's Shadow Arrow Storm and Thousand Arrows were off cooldown. Just as he prepared to unleash them, the blood skeleton suddenly charged toward him. "Foolish!" Blood Crow sneered internally as a blood-red shadow appeared behind him, and a flurry of arrows formed in the air. But in the next moment, a system notification left him stunned. "You are affected by a slowing effect, currently at layer 10. You are frozen. Duration: 0.5 seconds. What the hell? Is this even possible?" Blood Crow raged, forced to wait for the freeze to end. His Thousand Arrows skill was interrupted and couldn't be activated. No matter still had Shadow Arrow Storm. At this close range, surely the blood skeleton couldn't avoid it. Blood Prison Ice Slash. A sudden ice wall materialized between the skeleton and Blood Crow. With a deafening crash, the wall and the arrows shattered simultaneously into fragments. For the next half hour, Blood Crow endured a living nightmare. The blood skeleton kept cycling through the same tactics, engaging with a spear when lacking ultimate skills, switching to a longbow to drain life after landing a hit, and summoning 2 archers to apply pressure whenever Blood Crow's armor-piercing debuff wore off. If Blood Crow, in his fury, tried to attack the summoned archers, they would vanish instantly. And every time Blood Crow's ultimate abilities came off cooldown, the skeleton would precisely time a 10-layer slowing effect to freeze him in place. For the first time, Blood Crow thought that perhaps the days of being framed by treacherous officials in life were better than this. At least back then, no one toyed with him like this. Suddenly, the blood energy in the entire tomb surged wildly toward his body, causing him to tremble violently. He knew his end had come, yet that damned skeleton remained unscathed. Hee. Blood Crow let out a chilling laugh. "What kind of cursed skeleton is this? I refuse to accept this." With a deafening explosion, Blood Crow's body burst apart, his corrosive blood splattering across the tomb's pillars. 2 green lights gleamed among the scattered loot. A system notification followed. "You have slain Blood Crow, earning 300,000 experience points, 300,000 evolution points, and 1,300 enhancement points. You are now cursed by Blood Crow and under the gaze of the Blood Tyrant from the Lost Continent. Proceed with extreme caution. Your level has increased to 23. Health and mana increased by 100. Attack and defense increased by 10. Soul power 30. Done." Jiang Cheng exhaled deeply. Did it drop anything good? The hidden mission Revenge of the Blood Raven was suddenly triggered. This was an S-rank mission targeting a deposed tyrant who had become the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King, ruling over the Land of Bones, was once the monarch whom the Blood Raven had served loyally. Now, he commanded an army of 300,000 skeletons. Driven by vengeance, the Blood Raven betrayed the Undead faction in secret and defected to the Blood Inferno Demon Lord's forces. The system prompt appeared. Accepting the mission would mean opposing a level 300 legendary Skeleton King, while refusing would draw the attention of the level 3000 Blood Inferno Demon Lord. Jiang Cheng habitually flexed the bones of his right hand, deliberated for a moment, and then made his decision. Accept. The mission objective was immediately established: eliminate the Skeleton King and his 300,000 skeleton army. Upon completion, Jiang Cheng would be rewarded with the Blood Raven's ultimate archery technique and a mysterious legendary prize. Even after accepting the mission, the unsettling sensation of being watched lingered, but Jiang Cheng paid it no mind. That was his nature, never one to provoke trouble, yet never one to shy away from it. His decisions were always resolute. With the sound of creaking bones, Jiang Cheng walked toward the loot. First, he picked up 2 glowing green items: a legendary quality longbow called the Blood Raven's Ambush Bow, which offered 25 attack points, 100 agility points, as well as Blood Raven form and Blood Burst effects, and the Blood Raven's Heart, a legendary gemstone that could be embedded into the bow, granting a 40 attack boost and a precious 15-point accuracy bonus. Although this bow was not as powerful as his current Blood Inferno Frostbite, it was worth at least 200 gold coins at this stage. The Blood Raven's Heart, however, was the true treasure. He decided to use the socketing stone given to him by Natalie to embed it into a weapon. Continuing to scour the spoils, he found 3 gold coins, 12 potions, 2 pieces of rare purple-grade equipment, and 2 blue-grade items. Among them, the Blood Raven's Fury Staff and the Blood Raven's Fury Robe were excellent level 25 rare equipment, featuring effects like Fury, Phantom Raven, and Blood Devour, making them perfect for a certain adorable mage. After collecting everything, Jiang Cheng exited the Blood Raven's tomb and summoned his skeletal warhorse, preparing to head for the shadowy forest. Before departing, he spent 1,000 soul energy to resurrect the Blood Raven. Crack, crack, crack. Countless blood-stained bones began to coalesce from the remains of the Blood Crow. After expending 1,000 soul power, Jiang Cheng watched as a blood-red skeleton slowly rose to its feet. Its bones shimmered with a crimson glow, resembling the form he had before evolving into the Frostbone Commander. The skeletal figure held a longbow in its hands, a blood-red longsword sheathed at its waist, and its eye sockets burned with flickering crimson soul flames. The moment it laid eyes on Jiang Cheng, it dropped to one knee and said, "Blood Crow greets the master." Jiang Cheng quickly examined the Blood Crow's attribute panel. Bloodbone Crow. Level 1. Quality: Legendary. Health: 3000. Attack: 300-1000. Defense: 3050. Skills: 1000 Arrows, Shadow Arrow Assault, Arc Blade, Blood Battle Frenzy, Soul Roll. Traits: Archery Mastery, Blood Devour, Blade Mastery, Phantom Crow. Description: Subordinate of the Hellfrost Bone Commander. A legendary quality subordinate, missing only a blood curse. Still not bad. Jiang Cheng nodded in approval. Without hesitation, he began leveling up the Blood Crow. After spending 55,000 evolution points to raise its level to 10, its attributes significantly improved. Swiftbone Blood Crow. Level 10. Quality: Legendary. Health: 6,000. Attack: 600-1000. Defense: 60,100. Skills: Swift Arrow, 1000 Arrows, Shadow Arrow Assault, Arc Blade, Blood Battle Frenzy, Soul Roll. Traits: Archery Mastery, Blood Devour, Blade Mastery, Phantom Crow. Each level adds 300 health, 30 attack, and 3 defense points. At level 10, it even gained the Swift Arrow skill. Legendary quality really lives up to its name. Jiang Cheng mused to himself. Time to test its power. He made his way to a forest filled with level 20 magic rabbits. The area was already swarming with groups of players around level 12, struggling to defeat the creatures. Due to the high agility of the magic rabbits, ordinary players found them extremely challenging to handle, but it seemed they had no better options. Not far away, a swordsman named Hong Shan, known as Sword Demon, was showing off his skills to a female player named Ruan Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang, watch closely. This is the forced battle technique created by that top-tier player. I've only managed to grasp the basics, he boasted, hefting his basic longsword and performing a leaping slash at a level 20 magic rabbit. Ruan Xiangxiang clapped in admiration, secretly pleased with herself. Though she couldn't rival Zhang Mengmeng in looks, she knew how to play to her strengths. She had successfully attached herself to a top player from the Dominance Guild, allowing her to effortlessly reach level 10. In comparison, Zhang Mengmeng, with no one to guide her, was likely still stuck at level 5. As Hong Shan enthusiastically explained the mechanics of the power swordsman's skills to Ruan Xiangxiang, a crimson figure caught the corner of his eye, causing his right hand to tremble involuntarily. The sword demon Hong Shan struck with precision, stunning the demon soul rabbit before casually using a scouting skill. The system notification revealed it to be a level 10 Swiftwind skeletal blood raven, belonging to a player named Blood Prison Frostbone Deputy General. So, it's just a player's pet. Hong Shan breathed a sigh of relief. He recalled his cousin Kitani Yangxia's warning. When encountering blood skeletons, you either run for your life or kneel and beg for mercy. Though his cousin was a disciple of the Great Fist sect, it seemed this time the danger was overblown. He quickly recognized it as the pet of a dark archer. This level 10 class could tame wild creatures using the charm skill, so it must have been the work of the dark archer named Ruin Shangxiang in the distance. Such a long name for such a lousy pet. Hongshan scoffed internally at the unseen owner. While continuing his teaching, Hongshan skillfully wielded his longsword, explaining the techniques of force swordsman to Ruin Shangxiang in detail. Experts can forcefully switch weapons during an automatic jump. It doesn't deal damage but retains the stun effect, saving you 1 second of prep time. Take someone like our guild's vice president, Blue Moon, Hongshan added, his tone growing more animated. A top-tier player like her can seamlessly switch between manual and automatic modes, saving up to 1.5 seconds. But the most incredible is Sword God Xie Chongkong. Not only does he go fully manual, but his casting is flawless. He can chain a jump slash into any skill mid-combo, and continue chaining skills within the jump slash. Wow, the Sword God is that amazing. So, Brother Sean, how skilled are you? Ruin Shangxiang asked with admiration. I'm a Hall of Fame member, naturally a top-tier player, Hongshan replied smugly, switching his longsword to a non-class katana and slashing at the stunned demon soul rabbit repeatedly. 39. 26. Damage numbers popped up continuously. But the one even stronger than the Sword God is the player who created divine techniques, Hongshan boasted while switching back to his basic broadsword to keep attacking. Now that's true mastery killing without even moving. Without moving? How is that even possible? Ruin Shangxiang asked in disbelief. Hongshan kept swinging his sword as damage numbers continued to appear one after another. It's not that he doesn't move. It's that he's so fast you can't see it. It looks like he hasn't moved, but you're already dead. Sword Demon Hong Shan's words were brimming with confidence in his abilities. He then explained that this was the 15th divine skill he had created, absolute static slash. The hallmark of this move was its speed, so fast that even the game's damage triggering mechanism couldn't keep up. Often, the enemy would be dead long before the damage numbers appeared on the screen. Sigh, if I had this level of skill, the 12 true gods would all be my juniors, Hongshan remarked wistfully, his eyes fixed on the damage numbers flashing on the screen. 47. 127. These two numbers left him utterly speechless. The 47 was his damage dealt to a demon soul rabbit, while the 127 was the counterattack damage he received from the rabbit. The difference was laughable. He hurriedly downed 2 health potions, silently regretting his decision. If it weren't for showing off, he would never have come to this cursed place to grind mobs. Change, you look like you're about to die, Soft Fragrance gently reminded him. No worries, just a minor issue. Hongshan dismissed her concern nonchalantly. I'm a strength swordsman. At level 12, I've got 400 HP. I can handle it. Just then, Soft Fragrance's attention was drawn to a figure in the distance. Huh, Change, it looks like a red skeleton is coming over there. What is that? It looks so impressive. As a dark archer, she had a particular fondness for pets that looked powerful. TCH, just a trash pet, Hongshan scoffed. Fragrance, you can't judge things by appearances. In the Wildlands game, skeletons are the lowest tier mobs. This one might have a fancy name, but I bet its attack is garbage, and it probably doesn't even have a single skill. Soft Fragrance responded with disappointment. Ah, I thought it was strong. But why is it luring a whole group of mobs? Luring a group of mobs? Hongshan smirked. Ha, probably because the archer thinks this pet is useless and wants it to suicide. But wow, what a jerk. How much HP could a trash pet like that even have? And luring Soma. Before he could finish his sentence, the Blood Crow had already completed the mob pull. 1,000 arrows strike was unleashed in an instant. 108 arrows fanned out, covering 38 demon soul rabbits. 1,000 arrows strike, 300 attack bonus. 1875. 3,850. 1875. A barrage of damage numbers erupted across the screen. A flurry of damage numbers erupted across the grassy field. The level 20 demon soul rabbits, each with only 600 HP, were instantly killed by the Blood Raven's 1,000 arrow skill. 38 demon soul rabbits let out piercing wails simultaneously before collapsing neatly onto the ground. This astonishing scene immediately caught the attention of nearby players. Holy crap, what kind of insane damage is that? Whose pet is this? It's ridiculously strong. You've got to be kidding me. A level 10 pet can deal this much damage? Watching their own pathetic 50 damage hits in comparison, the surrounding players couldn't help but feel disheartened. Just then, another arrow whistled through the air, and a massive 3,850 damage number flashed in front of Jianma Hongshan. The demon soul rabbit he had been painstakingly fighting, chugging potions just to stay alive, was instantly obliterated by someone else's pet with minimal effort. Ruan Xiangxiang, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but question, Brother Sean, Didn't you say that pet's attack power was trash and it didn't even have any skills? Jinma Hongshan was momentarily speechless and could only awkwardly retract his earlier statement. The nearby players began to voice their frustration. Whose pet is this? Can you tone it down a bit? Yeah, we're all newbies here. You're completely ruining the game balance. Taking advantage of the newbie protection system, some players started growing bolder. Ruan Xiangxiang even dared to cast a charm spell in an attempt to control the powerful Blood Raven. Other archer players, seeing this, also prepared to take action. However, in the next instant, 3 arrows suddenly shot out from the forest. 2,857, 2,896, 1771. 3 enormous damage numbers appeared almost simultaneously, and in a flash, Ruan Xiangxiang and 2 other archers turned into beams of white light and vanished. Jinma Hongshan didn't even have time to react. What just happened? What about newbie protection? Run. That damage is insane. A blood-red figure emerged from the shadows, blade flashing. 3,215, 520, 570. With the system notification, killed Zhao Huashenxiu. Plunder successfully triggered. Jiang Cheng's Rage Blade wiped out 3 players in one swift move. In under a minute, all 73 players in Rabbit Forest had been killed by Jiang Cheng. His gaze swept over the field of wild monsters before issuing a command to the Blood Raven. Clear them all out. Leave none behind. What's going on? I want to file a complaint. An angry voice echoed through the wilderness. How can someone bypass the protection mechanism and kill players here? Godlike. You died too? How would I know? Right after you were killed, I got one shot as well. Did you see who it was? See my foot. All I saw was a flash of red light before being teleported to the respawn point. The respawn point in Stormwind City suddenly became lively. Dozens of white flashes appeared one after another, accompanied by a chorus of wails. Brother Sean, you died too? Ruan Xiangxiang looked at Jinma Hongshan with a guilty expression on her face. Don't even mention it. I'm back to level 11. No, it's a disaster. Jinma Hongshan sighed, his complex gaze resting on Ruan Xiangxiang, making her shiver involuntarily. Brother Sean, it's just 1 level down, right? Let's get the guild leader to lead a team and avenge ourselves. Ruan Xiangxiang looked at Jinma Hongshan expectantly, only to be met with a look that screamed, Are you an idiot? Lead a team to fight? Jinma Hongshan looked down at his now empty right hand and cursed inwardly at this clueless woman. Not only had he lost a level, but his 100,000 coin whiteboard greatsword had also been dropped. And now she wanted to gather a team just to get themselves killed? He had seen it clearly. It was the Blood Skeleton. According to his cousin, the Blood Skeleton could take down 8 fully geared players from the Aotion guild with a single strike. Most of their guild members were just level 10 newbies without decent equipment. This would be nothing short of suicide. As he watched the others around him still clamoring for revenge, Jinma Hongshan shook his head and walked away, leaving a bewildered Ruan Xiangxiang behind. Frustrated, Ruan Xiangxiang logged off and removed her headset, immediately dialing Zhang Mengmeng's number. At that moment, Zhang Mengmeng had just logged off after learning Necromancer Fusion and was attending a 5000 coin sign language class. On the podium, the teacher was patiently explaining. The gesture for 8 means to give, with 5 fingers spread out, palm upward. It signifies offering. Zhang Mengmeng diligently took notes of each gesture, secretly thinking how happy her skeleton big brother would be to know she was learning sign language. Her phone vibrating interrupted her thoughts. Seeing it was Ruan Xiangxiang calling, Zhang Mengmeng directly declined the call and focused on her class. It wasn't until the class ended that she turned her phone back on and found over 30 missed calls. Ruan Xiangxiang called again. Mengmeng, I'm so sorry. I accidentally passed out yesterday and just woke up. How much money do you need to borrow? I don't need it anymore. I've already got it, Zhang Mengmeng replied coldly, clearly not buying the flimsy excuse. Oh, that's good, that's good. Ruan Xiangxiang breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, are you playing Grand Wilderness? It's super popular now. There are 12 billion players online. My whole family's playing it. Yeah, I'm playing. I'm level 9 now, and I know some top players from the Dominator Guild. What's your in-game name? Log in, and it'll help you level up. My in-game name? Zhang Mengmeng returned home and quickly ate some pancakes to satisfy her hunger. Her phone rang, and the enthusiastic voice of her best friend, Ruan Xiangxiang, came through. You're just embarrassed because your level is too low, right? It's fine, we're best friends. I won't make fun of you. Zhang Mengmeng looked at the pancake in her hand with a helpless expression. If she told Ruan Xiangxiang that she was already at level 25, she probably wouldn't believe it anyway. After thinking for a moment, she decided to respond to this unexpected enthusiasm with action. Alright then, I just finished my job transfer. Add me. My ID is Dumb Little Mengna. With that, she hung up the phone, quickly finished the remaining pancake, and logged into the game. Job transfer? That means she's only level 10, right? This girl really likes to act tough, Ruan Xiangxiang thought to herself with a hint of disdain. She then decided to reconcile with Brother Shan and bring him along to meet Zhang Mengmeng. Using her persuasive charm, she finally convinced Jianma Hongshan, the sword demon, to accompany her to the dark forest. Meanwhile, in the dark forest, within the ruins of an ancient temple, Natalie was wielding a staff adorned with a human skull. The ground cracked open, and 3 skeletons slowly emerged. Necromancy is a basic skill for necromancers, she explained while demonstrating, and the key to necromantic fusion is mental focus. With a mere thought, the 3 skeletons instantly turned to bone powder and reassembled into a tall skeletal warrior armed with a spear. This new skeletal warrior not only had doubled attack and defense, but also gained 2 special skills. Your turn. Natalie gestured for Zhang Mengmeng to give it a try. Zhang Mengmeng, her expression serious, raised her wooden staff and summoned 3 skeletons. Under Natalie's astonished gaze, she completed the fusion effortlessly. What was supposed to be a 3-day job transfer task, she had completed in just 1 day. However, she didn't leave right away. Instead, she stayed in the dark forest to continue practicing while waiting for Jiang Cheng to return. 3 hours later, a friend request popped up. Ruan Xiangxiang wants to add you as a friend. After accepting the request, Ruan Xiangxiang's voice came through immediately. Mengmeng, what kind of weird place are you transferring jobs in? The outside is full of level 20 monsters. If it weren't for my boyfriend bringing a group of people, we wouldn't even be able to get in. You're not lying to me, are you? Wait for me. Zhang Mengmeng apologized to Natalie and walked out of the temple. Outside, she saw Ruan Xiangxiang, Jianma Hongshan, and several others, including Qi Tun Tianxia, chatting casually. Bro, your friend is impressive transferring jobs in a place like this? Could this be a hidden class? When did you make such a powerful friend? Qi Tun Tianxia asked Jianma Hongshan suspiciously. Jianma Hongshan looked puzzled and turned to Ruan Xiangxiang for answers. Ruan Xiangxiang felt embarrassed and quickly said, Sorry, Brother Tianxia, Brother Shan, I didn't know she would make up such a lie. How about this, we leave and head to the Wind Fury City Tavern? My treat as an apology. No rush. Qi Tun Tianxia waved his hand dismissively. Maybe she really is a hidden expert. Let's wait and see. Qi Tun Tianxia let out a deep sigh, his gaze filled with evident displeasure as he looked at Jianma Hongshan. Though he kept up appearances with polite words, in his heart, he had already cursed this sword demon, who was wasting his leveling time, countless times over. Forget it, Brother Tianxia, Brother Hongshan. Let's just leave. Ruan Xiangxiang forced a faint smile, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Honestly, my friend has been playing for about a year and is only slightly better than a newbie like me. Level 6 and already changing class? Your friend must be something else. A few players from the Tianxia guild immediately responded with anger. What bad luck. We're out of here. They turned and left without a second thought, clearly unconcerned about saving Jianma Hongshan's reputation. Qi Tun Tianxia shrugged helplessly, his tone filled with disdain. Cousin, I've done all I can. For a woman, you've caused the guild to lose over a dozen players. This mess is entirely your own doing. Don't ever tell anyone you know may can't afford to lose face like this. With that, he prepared to follow the departing group. Just then, a soft yet slightly cold voice suddenly rang out. Ruan Xiangxiang. From the ruins of the dilapidated temple, a figure dressed in a blue mage robe slowly emerged. It was none other than Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. In that instant, everyone froze in place, their bodies trembling, except for Ruan Xiangxiang. What shocked them wasn't Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming's appearance, though her beauty did leave them stunned for a few seconds. What truly stunned them was the 4 glowing words above her head. The best in the world. Xiangxiang. Someone stammered, Your friend's ID. What is it again? Hey, a little dumb Meng? Sword demon Hong Shan stared at Zhang Mengmeng, who was approaching slowly, and turned to Soft Xiangxiang with a puzzled tone to confirm. That's indeed what she told me before. Soft Xiangxiang answered hesitantly, her tone carrying a trace of uncertainty. Could she have lied? Lied? Qi Tun Tianxia interjected. Can those big golden characters lie? The only golden shining supreme title in the entire server is right on her head. A title that signifies the ultimate power and influence. How could that be fake? Sword demon Hong Shan furrowed his eyebrows, scrutinizing Zhang Mengmeng in front of him. Her appearance and aura were undeniably far superior to Soft Xiangxiang's. Are you sure your friend here is just an ordinary person? She really is. Soft Xiangxiang started to speak, but swallowed her words. Even though she was a novice in the game, seeing the #1 in the world title and the reactions of those around her, she realized Zhang Mengmeng had likely grown to a level beyond her imagination. No way, this is the real hidden boss. Qi Tun Tianxia's face was full of shock, surpassing the god of levels by 5 levels, leaving Xia Dongli far behind. And being the mysterious expert whose identity has been speculated on countless times in the forums, turns out she's your friend? The expressions of the other members of the Dominate the World Guild changed instantly, their attitudes making a complete 180-degree turn. Hongshan, sorry about earlier, we were rash. From now on, you're the leader of our squad. Wherever you want to go, we'll follow. That's right, boss. Please take us with you. Sword Demon Hongshan was dumbfounded, thinking to himself how he had inexplicably become a boss. These people, who had been so displeased just moments ago, were now fawning over him. The power of being #1 in the world was indeed terrifying. Mengmeng, soft Xiangxiang quickly stepped forward, her face full of smiles. You really kept me in the dark. We agreed to be noobs together, and here you are secretly becoming #1 in the world. As she spoke, she reached for Zhang Mengmeng's hand. Zhang Mengmeng instinctively dodged. No, it's not like that. I just practiced casually, she said, intending to explain that it was all thanks to Skeleton Big Brother. But realizing these people wouldn't believe her, she decided not to elaborate. Even casually practicing can make a master reach #1. This is what it means to be a true expert. Qi Tun Tianxia quickly stepped ahead of the Dominate the World Guild members, eager to shake hands with Zhang Mengmeng. Master, I am Qi Tun Tianxia. It's truly an honor to meet you under these circumstances. Zhang Mengmeng politely declined the handshake, feeling a bit uneasy. Thank you. She turned to soft Xiangxiang, her tone indifferent. Xiangxiang, you guys should go level up first. I don't need to train for now. Having been abandoned during her hardest times, Zhang Mengmeng decided to keep her distance. Despite her gentle appearance, she was incredibly stubborn. Once she made a decision, it was hard to change her mind. Her sincerity was reserved only for those who truly cared for her. Oh, all right then. Mengmeng, earlier I'm sorry. Seeing Zhang Mengmeng like this, Ruan Xiangxiang finally realized she had missed a golden opportunity, and regret filled her heart. If she hadn't been so intent on mocking Zhang Mengmeng back then, and had instead sincerely lent her money to help, wouldn't she now be able to share in her success? But she knew her stubborn friend all too well. Whether it was dropping out of school to work or running away from home, once Zhang Mengmeng made up her mind, there was no turning back. Wow, I can't believe we actually met the hidden #1 in the world today. One of the Dominating the World Guild members exclaimed excitedly. This trip was so worth it. Not only is the boss stunningly good-looking, but she's also so unique. With this kind of divine aura, maybe Hongshan's girlfriend was right, she might have really switched to a hidden class and given up leveling for it. The others nodded in agreement, except for Sword Demon Hongshan, who looked at Ruan Xiangxiang thoughtfully. Xiangxiang, what's your relationship with her? His gaze was probing. Qi Tun Tianxia also noticed Zhang Mengmeng's cold attitude toward Ruan Xiangxiang. You must have done something to make her distance herself from you, right? Having such an amazing friend and not cherishing her, talk about not knowing how lucky you are. I didn't expect her to become a boss either, Ruan Xiangxiang screamed inwardly. She didn't even level up. How did she become the #1 in the world? This is unbelievable. After the group left with a dejected Ruan Xiangxiang, Zhang Mengmeng, who was heading back to the temple, suddenly spotted a blood-red figure. Her eyes lit up, and she lifted her blue mage's robe as she ran toward Jiang Cheng, her hair flowing in the wind. Skeleton Big Brother, you're finally back. Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed excitedly, grabbing Blood Raven's bony hand. However, Blood Raven knelt fearfully before Jiang Cheng. Master, I didn't mean to offend. It's fine. It's not your fault, Jiang Cheng said with a helpless shrug. Blood Raven sighed in relief and quickly stepped aside. Only then did Zhang Mengmeng realize she had mistaken him for someone else. Embarrassed, she rubbed her fingers together. Skeleton Big Brother, I'm so sorry. I got the wrong person. When Jiang Cheng asked her about her studies, Zhang Mengmeng was momentarily confused but quickly caught on and began gesturing in sign language excitedly. However, after watching her animated movements, Jiang Cheng awkwardly realized he couldn't understand. So even Skeleton Big Brother has things he doesn't know. Zhang Mengmeng teased with a smile. It's okay, from now on, they'll teach you sign language. Jiang Cheng remained silent for a moment before nodding in agreement, feeling a rare warmth in his heart. He then handed Blood Raven's wrathful staff and mage robe to Zhang Mengmeng. Unsurprisingly, as soon as she put on the gear, the weapon rankings saw the appearance of a new name. The ever-adorable Dai Xiaoming. Wow, is this for me? Zhang Mengmeng stared incredulously at the robe and staff in her hands, her excitement causing her fingers to tremble slightly. When she realized it was a set of level 25 purple equipment, she was so shocked that she couldn't find the words to speak. Really? Is it really for me? She asked again, needing confirmation. As someone who frequently browsed gaming forums, she knew all too well what purple equipment represented. On the current server, even blue elite gear was scarce, let alone rare purple equipment. She never imagined that Skeleton Big Brother not only owned 2 pieces, but would also give them to her without hesitation. When Jiang Cheng nodded in confirmation, Zhang Mengmeng's face lit up with a joyous smile. She held the equipment carefully and quickly ran behind a stone pillar. However, after a moment's thought, she worried her actions might be misunderstood. Peeking out from behind the pillar, she shyly said, I am going to change into it. Skeleton big brother. No peeking, you have to wait. Jiang Cheng smiled and gestured for her to go ahead, then cast a meaningful glance at Bloodraven. Bloodraven immediately understood and hurriedly requested, Master, I request to return to the sanctuary. With Jiang Cheng's approval, he was sent back into the Necromancer's Black Codex. This magical book not only contained a separate dimensional space for resurrected skeletons, but also displayed their names and attributes on its blank pages. Due to its ability to restore their mana through soul energy, Bloodraven and the others regarded it as their sacred haven. Seizing this moment, Jiang Cheng began reviewing Bloodraven's revenge mission. The level 300 Skeleton King not only had a 10-second invincibility field, but could also deal 5,000 damage per second within a 500-meter radius. At Jiang Cheng's current movement speed, escaping was impossible, and direct confrontation was out of the question. However, the 300,000 strong skeleton army under his control could potentially be a key resource. That earlier sense of danger before returning to the temple, now it made sense. It was likely the minions of the Blood Prison Demon Lord spying on him. While the temple guarded by Natalie was temporarily safe, venturing outside was another matter entirely. The priority now was to enhance his strength. Jiang Cheng glanced at his 1,500 enhancement points and began a series of upgrades. First, he spent 100 points to enhance his foot bones, gaining 5 movement speed. Next, he invested 300 points, successfully evolving his foot bones into gale steps, boosting his speed by an astounding 130 points. This allowed him to achieve an impressive movement speed of 1 step per second, even without using wind step, greatly improving his maneuverability in combat. Finally, he used 500 enhancement points on the Blood Prison Frostbite weapon, upgrading it to Frost Lament. The new weapon not only saw a comprehensive boost in its base attributes, but also gained a unique chaos effect, making it an extraordinarily powerful asset. The damage per second of Blood Prison Rend was increased by 20 points, which means a single strike is enough to take down a 3,000 HP wild monster. What's even more exciting is the Wailing trait. As a passive area control trait, its activation rate significantly increases with faster attack speed, making it far superior to active traits that rely on cooldowns. Jiang Cheng's mind stirred, and he decided to use his remaining 400 enhancement points to upgrade Quick Blade. Spending 10,000 evolution points and 100 enhancement points, he successfully advanced the Quick Blade skill. The system immediately notified him that Gale Step could be combined and fused. Without hesitation, Jiang Cheng chose to proceed with the fusion, even though it required double the cost 40,000 evolution points and 400 enhancement points. After the fusion succeeded, Jiang Cheng obtained the legendary Phantom Windbreaker skill. This skill not only granted an additional 50 points to agility and movement speed, but also came with an impressive active effect. Consuming 300 mana would provide a 300 attack speed boost and a 100 movement speed increase for 10 minutes. Additionally, during this time, each attack had a 12 chance to trigger the afterimage effect, dealing an extra 30 of the previous attack's damage and ignoring defense. Although the duration being limited to 10 minutes was slightly disappointing to Jiang Cheng, the resulting movement speed requiring only 0.7 seconds per step was undeniably remarkable. He initially considered further upgrades, but gave up upon seeing the requirement of 100,000 evolution points, 200 enhancement points, and 10 silver coins. Instead, he allocated 320,000 evolution points to other skills, upgrading Assault Armor to its maximum level, ready for evolution. Despite its substantial upgrade costs, this rare skill's versatility in weapon transformations and added magic resistance made Jiang Cheng's combat abilities even more well-rounded. Finally, he maxed out the lifesteal effect to 5, completely exhausting his evolution and enhancement points. Just then, the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed from afar. A group of 136 players was approaching the temple. They were divided into 14 squads, each consisting of 10 players, all clad in basic whiteboard gear. Hurry, hurry, it's here, a voice shouted. My tracking skill shows the aura of his pet disappeared in this ruined temple. Shinxiu, are you sure we can wear down that neutral boss? Another voice asked. Don't worry, guild leader, Shinxiu replied confidently. That boss may deal high damage, but it lacks magic resistance, isn't very fast, and has no control skills. Its ranged attack is limited to only 30 arrows. We have 40 knights to tank, 76 mages for DP siege, equipped with level 10 whiteboard weapons capable of 50 magic damage and 20 priests for healing. We'll definitely wear it down. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng's lips curled into a sly smile. Another group of players had come to serve as his testing dummies. Skeleton Big Brother, who's here? Zhang Mengmeng stepped out from behind a broken pillar, adjusting her red robe with golden edges. The blood-red gemstone staff in her hand glimmered faintly, perfectly complementing her striking appearance. Even Jiang Cheng, who was used to seeing beautiful women, couldn't help but inwardly admire her. Zhang Mengmeng's looks were truly outstanding. That vibrant red not only suited her perfectly but also added a touch of cold elegance to her aura. Nothing much, just found some players to help me practice new skills, Jiang Cheng said casually, spreading his hands. Oh, I see. Zhang Mengmeng didn't entirely understand but was quickly distracted by two system messages she had just received. Wow, skeleton big brother. I made it onto 2 leaderboards again, she exclaimed excitedly, jumping up and down. The weapon leaderboard displayed the following. 1. Dumb Little Ming, Blood Crow's Wrathful Staff Purple, Rare, Level 25. 2. Sword God Xie Chongkong, Frenzied Greatsword Blue, Elite, Level 15. 3. Thousand Miles of Frostqian Shan Shui, Storm of Speed Blue, Elite, Level 15. Not only had she claimed the top spot on the weapon leaderboard, but her weapon's level and quality also far surpassed those of the other 2 top players. The system's daily reward of 10 enhancement stones was incredibly valuable, with each stone worth about 1 gold coin equivalent to 100,000 renminbi. Skeleton big brother. Here you go. Zhang Mengmeng handed the enhancement stones to Jiang Cheng without hesitation. Jiang Cheng took them with a smile and attempted to upgrade his weapon, only to be met with a system message stating that he needed a higher-level legendary green glow stone. Silently, he returned the enhancement stones to Zhang Mengmeng, then suddenly scooped her up and ran behind the broken pillar. Zhang Mengmeng let out a startled cry, her heart racing and her cheeks flushing. Skeleton big brother, what are you doing? Jiang Cheng didn't answer. Instead, he tossed her onto the broken pillar and made a throat-slitting gesture. He intended for her to face hundreds of players on her own. It was a necessary step for her growth. When she could no longer hold on, he would rescue her with his chain scythe. The players spotted the figure on the pillar and immediately launched a fierce attack. Explosive flames. Gale arrows. 78 damage notifications appeared in rapid succession, and Zhang Mengmeng instantly lost 352 health points. However, she quickly regained her composure. Raising her blood-red staff, she activated a skill. By the decree of the abyss of the undead, transform and reincarnate. In an instant, 36 skeletons crawled out of the ground, causing a wave of panic among the players of the Tianqiu Guild. All eyes were fixed on Zhang Mengmeng's mysterious figure dressed in a red robe, trimmed with gold and wielding a blood-red staff. Having just claimed the title of number 1 in the world, her identity as a player was unknown to the guild members, who mistook her for an NPC. After all, in the current stage of the game, such extravagant gear seemed like something only an NPC could possess. This NPC is way too good-looking. That staff, could it be legendary grade? That robe looks incredible too, probably legendary gear as well. However, when they noticed the damage numbers floating above Zhang Mengmeng's head, everyone froze. After an entire barrage of attacks, she had only lost a quarter of her health, and most attacks barely scratched her, dealing a mere fixed 1 damage. Doesn't matter if it's an NPC. Kill it. It's just a bit of health, 3 more rounds and it's done? Ordered Zhao Hua Tianxiu, the calm and composed leader of the Tianqiu Guild. His eyes were locked on Zhang Mengmeng's staff, glimmering with greed. The other members eagerly prepared to launch another wave of attacks, gripping their staffs tightly. Forget about the skeletons. They can't kill us with that little damage. If we take down this NPC and loot the gear, we'll hit the jackpot. But in the next moment, the situation took a dramatic turn. Zhang Mengmeng raised her blood-red staff and commanded, Necromantic Fusion. Instantly, 36 skeletons disintegrated into countless fragments of bone dust, which reassembled under her control into a colossal 10-meter-tall skeletal warrior. Wielding an enormous scythe, it blocked the guild's path. 30, 35, 11. Damage numbers popped up repeatedly, but even after another concentrated barrage, the towering skeleton had only lost a tenth of its total health. Zhao Hua Tianxiu frowned and used his scouting ability. To his shock, he discovered that Zhang Mengmeng was part of Yitiao Dai Xiaomeng, the number 1 ranked player in the world. His jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. This was the top player on the leaderboards. But it was already too late. The giant skeleton activated its Death Harvest ability, and the massive scythe began spinning rapidly through the crowd. Meanwhile, Zhang Mengmeng wasn't idle either. With a shout of abyssal grasp, 36 skeletal hands erupted from the ground, immobilizing all the mages preparing to cast spells. What the hell is this skill? Why can't I move? The mages shouted in frustration, struggling in vain. The moment the 36 mages were pulled, the skill effect of the abyssal hand activated immediately. A layer of eerie and terrifying abyssal energy enveloped them, rendering them unable to cast spells or even move. Every half second, a 50 damage number floated above their heads, and their health points plummeted at an alarming rate. These level 15 mages, even with their gear, only had 350 health points. Watching their life drain away, panic spread among them. If not for the timely healing from the priests behind them, and if Yitiao Dai Xiaomeng had unleashed another skill, they would have likely been wiped out already. Is this a hidden class? Zhao Hua Tianxiu stared at the scene in shock. first in level, first in weapons, first in spells, and now even a hidden class. But when he noticed Yitiao Dai Xiaoming's health dropping rapidly, already down by half, finally felt some relief. No matter how strong a player is, it's hard to withstand an overwhelming numerical disadvantage. Since the conflict had escalated to this point, there was no reason to hold back anymore. Even if he wanted to call for a truce, the guild leader would likely refuse. 117, 105, 77. The Scythe Wraith Guard's Death Harvest skill instantly took down 3 knights, so fast that even the priests couldn't react in time. This scene only further enraged the guild's players. Focus fire on the NPC. She's almost dead. Once she dies, that skeleton will fall apart, and the legendary weapon will drop, a player shouted excitedly. At that moment, Zhang Mengmeng let out a soft command. Bone armor. Her red mage robe was instantly covered in countless white bones, increasing her physical and magical defense by 50 points for 10 seconds. A wave of forced damage numbers began to appear above the heads of the mages from Tianxiu Guild. What the hell? This is insane. What kind of broken skill is this? Can we even kill her? Don't panic. This skill won't last long. Keep attacking. Focus on the skeleton first. Zhao Hua Tianxiu quickly calmed his guild members. All 133 players immediately redirected their attacks, launching a fierce assault on the Scythe Wraith Guard. At the same time, some players cautiously targeted Yitiao Dai Xiaoming, trying to see if her spell effects had worn off. Zhang Mengmeng, meanwhile, was feeling a bit flustered. Facing such a massive onslaught for the first time, she almost lost her composure. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng's presence behind her gave her a sense of security, allowing her to regain her focus. However, most of her skills were now on cooldown. While hidden class skills were powerful, they came with extremely long cooldowns. Moreover, she had invested all her gold into support skills to better aid Jiang Cheng, leaving her without offensive skills like Death Embrace or Necromantic Frenzy. Once the bone armor effect wore off, she would be in serious trouble. A 5 damage number floated above Zhang Mengmeng's Hiata hit from an explosive flame spell. The 10 seconds were up, and the bone armor effect had disappeared. Quick, attack the NPC. Her skill effect is gone. Zhao Hua Tianxiu, who had been closely monitoring Yitiao Dai Xiaoming, shouted with excitement and gave the order. All the mages immediately stopped what they were doing and prepared to launch a fatal strike at Zhang Mengmeng. At this critical moment, 3 blood-red bone arrows suddenly descended from the sky. 1,175, 2,753, 1,759. 3 mages' heads were pierced instantly, their bodies dissolving into particles of light. The blood-bone arrows disintegrated in the light, transforming into a blood-red scythe. A crimson chain materialized out of nowhere, connecting the scythe to a point near Zhang Mengmeng, and stretched taut in an instant. The metallic clink of the chain echoed in everyone's ears. The blood-red scythe suddenly swept to the left. Slash, slash, slash. A rapid succession of slicing sounds filled the air as the scythe struck 32 mages standing nearby. 32 flashes of death illuminated the battlefield, stunning everyone present. 32 mages collapsed instantly, their defeat in a single strike leaving the entire battlefield stunned. System notifications resounded one after another. Killed Zhao Hua Wu Dao, triggered resurrection effect, gained a loyal servant. Killed Zhao Hua Nong Run, plundered talent, spell defense 1. Killed Zhao Hua Jimin, plundered skill, explosive flames. A blood-red chain scythe traced a graceful arc through the air, returning to the hand of the Crimson Shadow. Just as arrows were about to strike Zhang Mengmeng, the blood shadow moved swiftly, transforming the weapon into a spear mid-motion and spinning it in midair. Amid the clash of metal, 15 out of 16 arrows were deflected, with only one grazing the blood shadow and dealing a negligible 1 point of damage. The spear then morphed into spell-resistant armor, enveloping Jiang Cheng's blood skeleton in a protective barrier. 32 explosive flames descended with a deafening roar, yet they too could only register a series of 1 damage numbers. What the hell? Another 1 point of damage? Are you kidding me? What kind of damage is this? The crowd was in shock as 32 mages were obliterated in an instant. Zhao Hua Tianxiu furiously slapped Zhao Hua Shenxiu. Didn't you say he had no spell defense? Zhao Hua Shenxiu looked bewildered. I didn't know, but his health isn't that high. Retreat. Zhao Hua Tianxiu quickly commanded. This blood skeleton is too strong. Wait for his defensive skills to wear off. Keep hitting him from range, don't let him get close. Before the words could fully leave his mouth, Jiang Cheng had already leapt down from a broken pillar. His spell-resistant armor instantly transformed into a blood-red, long-handled guandao. He darted behind the skeletal scythe guards, disappearing into the barrage of flames. The 36 knights scanned their surroundings in confusion, their hearts suddenly pounding as their warhorses grew restless and agitated. A blinding blood-red slash of light erupted without warning. Hold the line. Knights, raise your shields, someone shouted. But it was too late. Jiang Cheng's Guandao came crashing down, dealing an overwhelming 3,875 points of damage. The dual effects of Horse Cleave and Shield Break activated, bypassing the knight's defensive bonuses entirely. Amid the spray of blood, the knight and his horse were cleaved in two. The Guandao emitted a mournful wail as its freezing effect triggered, encasing 4 nearby knights in ice. Moments later, they turned on each other in a frenzy of mutual slaughter. And Jiang Cheng? He had already activated Swift Shadow Break, continuing his relentless massacre. Holy crap! He's chasing us. Run. Whoever can escape, just go. Zhao Tianxiu watched as his well-equipped knights fell into chaos, anger boiling within him. He wanted nothing more than to strangle Zhao Tianxiu on the spot. Especially when he saw that the blood skeleton's movement speed was even faster than theirs. She almost kicked Zhao Tianxiu off his back in frustration. So much for no control skills. So much for not fast. It was all lies. Boss, please don't kill me. One knight player pleaded desperately. Slash. 3,754. 1,236. Jiang Cheng swung his blade, obliterating both man and mount. The residual effect of Gale Shadow Strike triggered immediately, with damage numbers of various colors flashing in quick succession. The blood red of the first strike, the golden hue of the residual damage, the white of Wrath Slash, the blue of Frostbite 1, the deep crimson of Tear, and the black damage of the Blood 7 kill skill. A Guardian Knight shouted in disbelief before his demise. What the hell is this damage? His words hadn't even finished echoing before he turned into a beam of light and vanished. The surrounding knights weren't spared either, succumbing to the Wrath Slash effect and disappearing in flashes of light. Blood Prison Frost Slash. Jiang Cheng swung his Guandao downward, instantly forming 108 icy pillars, creating a solid ice wall. With a deafening crash, the wall shattered, killing 12 more players on the spot. The Tunterlong Guandao greatly extended the attack range of Blood Prison Frost Slash, ensuring a flawless mass slaughter. The system notification chimed in. Resurrection effect triggered. You have gained a loyal servant. You have plundered an opponent's skill. Skill synchronization acquired. Swish. 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 3 arrows shot into the ground before Zhao Tianxiu, transforming into a blood-red scythe connected to Jiang Cheng. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, Jiang Cheng flicked the chain lightly, turning into a crimson shadow that flashed in front of the group, cutting off their escape route. His scythe morphed into a staff as Jiang Cheng decided to test the damage output without using magic attacks. Explosive Flame. Explosive Flame. Explosive Flame. Damage numbers of 11, 12, and 12 appeared in succession. Seeing such weak damage, the players immediately grew emboldened. Damn, is this boss losing steam? Don't run, everyone. Attack. With that kind of damage, he's definitely weak. Let's take him down. Damn it, I'm getting revenge. Let's crush him. But in the next moment, Jiang Cheng switched his staff back to a longsword and slashed fiercely at Zhao Tianxiu. 2,122. Instant kill. 339. 339. The Wrath Slash effect triggered again, and 7 or 8 players within a 2-meter radius collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the damage inflicted on Jiang Cheng was either negligible or forced health reduction. Even when a mage managed to deal significant damage, Jiang Cheng could fully heal himself with a single strike. Holy crap! What kind of broken boss is this? Split damage, lifesteal, freezing, confusion, slow, tear, debuff. Armor breaks got every debuff under the sun. His weapon switch at will. His movement speed is insane. What the hell are we even playing against? Buzz. The cry of extreme frost suddenly shuddered, and in the instant a blade flashed, its wailing effect was triggered. For knights had just ridden their horses to the narrow stone pillars at the outskirts of the temple when they were stunned by Jiang Cheng's wailing effect, plunging them into chaos. This scene left the players in the rear utterly astounded. This boss actually knew how to use the terrain to set up an ambush. Who the hell came up with the idiotic idea to fight this boss? I'm gonna dig up their ancestors' graves, someone shouted furiously. The 4 knights embroiled in the skirmish happened to block the exit, trapping more than 40 players within the inner area of the temple. On either side were pillars over 10 meters high, leaving retreat as the only option. Screw it. If we're going down with dignity. Zhao Tianxiu brandished his iron sword and leaped out from the crowd. A few players gave him a thumbs up for his courage. But the next second, Zhao Tianxiu fell to his knees before Jiang Cheng with a thud. Master, please spare. Before he could finish his plea, Jiang Cheng's blade fell. A system notification immediately followed. Player Zhao Tianxiu killed. Plunder effect triggered. Acquired skill, Leap Slash. Jiang Cheng was puzzled. Last time he killed this guy, he plundered 2 points of strength. Now it worked again? Could this guy have some kind of reversed fortune? He made a mental note to keep an eye on him. The cleanup was left to Bloodraven and the destructive archer. Bloodraven's 1,000 arrows rained down in 3 waves, instantly mowing down swathes of players. Jiang Cheng didn't bother chasing the remaining stragglers. For now, enhancing his own strength took priority. When Zhang Mengmeng climbed down from the broken pillar, her face still carried an expression of disbelief. Though she had confidence in Jiang Cheng, witnessing a single person take down a 100-man team was utterly shocking. A dark shadow flickered, and Natalie appeared before Zhang Mengmeng. Your power has grown again. It's remarkable, she remarked, before mentioning that a faction was keeping tabs on Jiang Cheng. How strong are they? Jiang Cheng asked while gathering the spoils of battle. Stronger than you, by a bit, Natalie said with a serious tone. Finally, Jiang Cheng asked Natalie to help merge his subordinates, but she teased him instead. Why not ask your little girlfriend? She's quite the necromancer now, with exceptional talent. Jiang Cheng smiled knowingly, finding Natalie, despite her powerful abilities as a mage, to have quite an eccentric personality. He then walked over to Zhang Mengmeng and summoned several skeletons. Give it a try, he said curtly. Zhang Mengmeng froze for a moment, only snapping out of it when Natalie gave her a nudge. Tool try, but I might fail, she said cautiously, afraid she might botch the fusion of Jiang Cheng's skeletons. Her timid demeanor made Natalie chuckle. Disciple, what are you worried about? Your man wants skeletons, that's easy. Don't stress, if it doesn't work, he can just revive them again, Natalie said, transforming into a raven and disappearing into the temple. What man? Master, you're too. Zhang Mengmeng's face flushed red instantly. She snuck a glance at Jiang Cheng, and upon seeing his calm, expressionless face, she let out a sigh of relief and carefully raised her staff. Necromantic Triangle Seal. Deathly Fusion, she chanted, focusing her mental energy on the 5 skeletal servants. As the spell activated, the skeleton mage, swordsman, knight, archer, and priest crumbled into bone dust. The crimson gemstone at the tip of her staff shimmered, and the bone dust rapidly gathered toward the center. Following Natalie's guidance, Zhang Mengmeng concentrated on locating the blue soul flames of the skeletons, attempting to preserve their skills. After exhausting all her mana, she finally completed the fusion. Though utterly drained, she couldn't wait to inspect the result. Before her stood a black skeleton of medium height, holding a jagged, serrated sword that exuded an eerie menace. However, when she checked the attribute panel, her face fell. Terrifying skeleton. Quality: Elite. Level: 10. Health: 600. Mana: 200. Attack: 1010. Magic attack: 30-30. Skills: Blazing Sword, Guardian Sword, Gale Sword. Talent: Swordsmanship Mastery. Affiliation: Blood Prison Frostbone Lieutenant. These stats are awful. Zhang Mengmeng looked at Jiang Cheng with a dejected expression, worried he'd be disappointed. To her surprise, Jiang Cheng seemed pleased. Not bad, he said, instinctively reaching out to pat her head before abruptly pulling back his hand, lost in thought. Memories of a little girl, always eager to show off her newly learned skills and waiting for his praise, flashed through his mind. He would always pat her head just like that. Realizing the person before him wasn't the one from his memories, Jiang Cheng let out a silent sigh of relief. Seeing Zhang Mengmeng still dazed, he quickly changed the subject. Let's check out its evolution potential first. Zhang Mengmeng's fusion result took Jiang Cheng by surprise. Through careful observation, he discovered that the thrilling skeleton was a perfect combination based on a swordsman, fused with elements of a mage, knight, and archer. In his lineup, the 6 resurrected skeletons each had their own roles: 2 mages, 1 knight, 1 swordsman, 1 archer, and 1 priest. Among them, 4 skeletons possessed powerful skills. The knight mastered level 15 Guardian, the archer had level 15 Swift Arrow, and the mage wielded level 10 Explosive Flame. Analyzing the effects of these skill fusions, Jiang Cheng deduced that the Blazing Sword originated from Explosive Flame, the Guardian Sword from the Guardian skill, and the Gale Sword evolved from Swift Arrow. Seeing such fusion effects strengthened his confidence in achieving a perfect skill combination in the future. A system prompt sounded. Evolving the thrilling skeleton requires 1,000 evolution points. Proceed with evolution? Insufficient evolution points. Jiang Cheng's hand paused, and he sighed inwardly. It seemed it was time to venture out to earn evolution points and deal with some potential threats. This harvest was already substantial, had acquired 3 practical skills. Leap / compensated for his lack of mobility and could negate fall damage. Synchronization allowed him to share health with the skeletal warhorse, and Explosive Flame filled the gap in long-range area attacks, particularly effective against monsters with high physical defense. Compared to the long cooldown of the Blood Prison Frost / Explosive Flame could be cast again in just 1 second, though its magic attack power still needed improvement. At that moment, Zhang Mengmeng shyly handed him 3 items. Skeleton Big Brother. These are for my master for you. Jiang Cheng accepted 2 5-star socketing stones and a special stone, examining them carefully. The socketing stones had an 80 success rate, while the legendary item name, Phantom Magic Runestone, could add 100 magic attack points to a weapon. Natalie's thoughtful gesture warmed Jiang Cheng's heart. Clearly, she knew he wasn't lacking in skills and had deliberately chosen the more practical Phantom Magic Runestone. Jiang Cheng glanced toward the temple, aware that Natalie was watching it all unfold. Taking out the Blood Raven's heart and the Calamity Heart he had obtained earlier, Jiang Cheng weighed his options. The Calamity Heart could weaken an enemy's attack and defense by 10, while the Blood Raven's heart offered a 40 boost to archery damage and a 15-point accuracy increase. Considering that legendary weapons could only have 2 sockets, he unhesitatingly chose the combination of the Blood Raven's heart and the Phantom Magic Rune Stone, enhancing both his magic attack and archery accuracy. With Explosive Flame, his efficiency in dealing with long-range groups of monsters improved significantly, especially against those that were hard to approach or had extremely high physical defense. Seeing that Dai Xiaoming had already packed up, Jiang Cheng summoned his skeletal warhorse, letting her sit behind him as they sped out of the temple. 2 more bosses were waiting for them. Meanwhile, in a tavern in Gale City, Duba Tianxia was discussing important matters with a male archer player, Qian Zhonglong. Sipping strong liquor, Qian Zhonglong regretfully mentioned that his master, Qian Shanxue, hadn't participated in team activities for quite some time. Duba Tianxia flashed a meaningful smile. What a pity. But, does the great Langshan have some free time? Me? I do have some time, Qian Zhonglong replied. But where's the boss you mentioned that drops the guild creation order? It seems to be on the outskirts of the Dark Forest. No idea what those 2 bosses are doing there. All mysterious and secretive. The outskirts of the Dark Forest? Qian Zhonglong's lips moved slightly as he tapped his fingers lightly on the table. He was sitting in a small restaurant, discussing the latest developments in the game with Dubei Xiangxia. Guildmaster Du, are you aware of what's been happening over there recently? Dubei Xiangxia nodded slightly. You're talking about the blood skeletons wiping out the Tianxiu Guild, right? Don't worry about that. According to the forums, the blood skeletons are neutral bosses. They won't attack unless provoked. As long as we mind our own business, it won't affect us. No, you misunderstood me. Qian Zhonglong picked up a piece of beef with his chopsticks and ate it, then shifted the topic. Guildmaster Du, how confident are you in this operation? The question caught Dubei Xiangxia off guard. With only 2,000 members in his guild, going up against 2 level 30 bosses was no small feat. They had tested the waters a few times before, and the boss's skills were incredibly tricky. Alta's Corrosion Aura deals 300 true damage per second and reduces 200 armor. Melee fighters can't even survive against it, Dubei Xiangxia explained with a furrowed brow. Armin is even worse. She can summon 100 ghouls. These minions are fragile, but as soon as Armin's health drops to half, she hides among the ghouls and summons 20 wraith priests to heal her like crazy. Without overwhelming magical firepower, she's practically untouchable. He sighed but quickly regained his composure. Still, with you on our side, our chances will increase significantly. Don't overestimate me, Qian Zhonglong shook his head. I'm only level 18 and haven't even learned all my skills. If there's anyone who could guarantee success, it'd be my master and the Archmage working together, but they'd never step in for something like this. Dubei Xiangxia rubbed his forehead, looking a bit anxious. These bosses, which could drop a guild creation token, had wandered out of the Blood Prison Glacier. A rare opportunity indeed. It's a great opportunity, but you need the strength to seize it. Qian Zhonglong took a sip of water. With only 2,000 members, going up against bosses with such high damage, summoning abilities, and healing mechanics isn't going to end well. Besides, you're probably not the only one eyeing these bosses, are you? Dubei Xiangxia admitted. You're right. The 81 strength Tianxiu Guild, the 752 ranked Outyin Gang, and the 59th ranked Dark Fragrance Demon King Guild are all interested. Tianxiu is still recovering from being wiped out, and while Outyin Gang has plenty of rich members, their skills are subpar. The real trouble is the Dark Fragrance Demon King Guild. They have a lot of mages, including necromancers, elementalists, frost mages, and pyromancers. Qian Zhonglong nodded in approval, impressed by Dubei Xiangxia's thorough analysis. It seems like you're determined to win this. But aren't you overlooking one potential ally? If you could convince that person to join, this operation would be a guaranteed success. Dominating the world's eyes lit up. Could it be that Qian Chonglang really managed to invite the Sage of Magic? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Qian Chonglang seemed to read it, shaking his head with a smile. Not the Sage of Magic, but that neutral boss. Blood Skeleton? Dominating the world's eyes widened in disbelief. Langshan, this isn't something to joke about. Although Qian Chonglang, as one of the 12 legends, was highly revered, the Blood Skeleton was notoriously difficult to communicate with. However, Qian Chonglang's lips curved into a confident smile. Others might not be able to, but I can. That said, have you thought about the reward once the task is done? Still hesitant, dominating the world suddenly remembered a crucial detail. Wait a second, Lang Shan. Even if you can convince him, these two bosses have extremely high physical defense and are only vulnerable to magic attacks. According to the Tianxiu Guild, it seems the blood skeleton doesn't possess any magic abilities. Qian Chonglang froze for a moment, awkwardly rubbing his forehead. I overlooked that. All right, he'll see if I can get a disciple of the Sage of Magic to help, and he'll gather some reinforcements for you as well. That would be amazing. Dominating the world's face lit up with joy. You'll be well compensated, I promise. Qian Chonglang nodded, turned, and left the tavern, only to be immediately surrounded by a crowd of enthusiastic fans. Watching his frantic escape, dominating the world couldn't help but marvel. Truly one of the 12 legends. Just 2 days after the server launched, he was already fully equipped with level 15 gear, and some of it was even rare blue-grade quality. But where on earth did he get all that loot? Meanwhile, on a shadowy forest path, Zhang Mengmeng was pulling a wooden cart, her every step leaving deep imprints in the ground. Sitting on the cart were Bloodraven and the terrifying skeleton, while Jiang Cheng walked alongside. He didn't allow Zhang Mengmeng to stop and rest, as this was a critical moment in her shadow step training. In Jiang Cheng's mind, he had already made up his mind. He would groom this naive and adorable girl to become the 13th true god in the online gaming world. Jiang Cheng silently observed Yitiao Dai Xiaoming. This seemingly delicate girl possessed an unexpected resilience. From her stubbornness in choosing to endure thirst rather than drink water, and through her daily conversations with Natalie, he could see her uniqueness. Perhaps her talents were average, but she had rare qualities: patience, perseverance, and determination. Most importantly, she had an unyielding drive to improve. As he watched her, Jiang Cheng was reminded of Qinshan Shui from years ago. He mused to himself that, under his guidance, this naive and adorable girl might truly grow into the 13th great deity of the online gaming world. Of course, it would all depend on her own effort. She wouldn't go easy on her. At this moment, Yitiao Dai Xiaoming was pulling a wooden cart that emitted an ear-piercing creak. She was dressed in a lavish red robe with golden embroidery, yet she dragged the cart through the forest with 2 skeletons in tow. Another skeleton walked alongside, seemingly supervising her. This bizarre combination immediately caught the attention of passing players. Is there a quest here? Do you need help? Let me pull the cart for you. Hey, beauty, want me to take care of that skeleton for you? Players swarmed around her, eager to uncover any potential quest clues from the peculiar scene. However, Zhang Mengmeng remained entirely focused on her task, ignoring the players around her. Wow, this NPC is so aloof. Look at that robe she's wearing, it must be legendary gear. I had to scavenge just to get a pair of plain boots, and this NPC is dressed like royalty. Why does that skeleton look kind of familiar? An hour passed, and instead of dispersing, the crowd of followers grew larger, their chatter growing louder. Jiang Cheng made no effort to drive them away. Instead, he used the situation as an opportunity to train Zhang Mengmeng's ability to handle pressure. As someone who had won 3 consecutive world championships in the Mythic Game series and faced the scrutiny of 2 billion viewers, he deeply understood the importance of maintaining composure. Having Yitiao Dai Xiaoming pull the cart wasn't just about practicing her movements, it was also about cultivating her poise under attention. And she was doing quite well. The only one uneasy was the blood raven perched on the cart. The idea of its mistress pulling it around felt utterly bizarre. Judging by the look in Jiang Cheng's eyes, the raven suspected its future days would not be easy. This way, Jiang Cheng pointed to the ground with his spear, directing Yitiao Dai Xiaoming. For this kind of synchronized training, he preferred using gestures instead of written instructions. In real combat, a glance or a hand signal was often faster and more effective than words. Just as he had trained Qinshan Shui back in the day, he believed Yitiao Dai Xiaoming could also reach this level of seamless coordination. However, the players, growing impatient, began to stir. Why are we even following them? She doesn't care about us at all. Yeah, this is a total waste of time. How about we just take down this NPC and grab her gear instead? Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Jiang Cheng's lips. It seemed the perfect targets for combat training had arrived. Don't make rash decisions, idiot, one player shouted angrily. What if it's some godder boss that can obliterate everything? We'll all be dead meat. Exactly, you moron. Another player chimed in, pointing at the Blood Raven. Didn't you notice that Blood Raven belongs to the Blood Prison Frostbone captain? These might all be his subordinates. The captain is a big shot in the army. If you want to die, go ahead and do it yourself. These protests quickly cooled the impulsive players. No one dared to act recklessly. The scattered players, lacking unity, eventually dispersed with disappointed expressions. Jiang Cheng felt a slight pang of regret, but wasn't too bothered. Through his Scarlet Survey eye, he'd already detected a boss approaching. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as a massive tree snapped and fell. The players beneath it barely had time to react before being blasted away by the impact. 3,537. 3,537. 300. 300. Damage numbers floated up in quick succession. Holy crap. 2 level 30 bosses. What the hell? Why are level 30 bosses roaming around here? Who the hell lured them here? Are you insane? Screw this. Who can even handle bosses like these? Furious curses erupted as players scattered in all directions. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng quickly inspected the attributes of the two bosses. Blood Prison Blade Guard Armor. Rarity. Rare. Level. 30. HP. 3 million. Attack. 500,500. Defense. 500,500. Magic Defense. 200. Skills. Ghoul Summon. Evil Spirit Priest Summon. 1000 Blade Slash. Blood Prison Blade Strike. Talents. Blade Mastery. Regeneration. Description. The lowest ranking subordinate of the Blood Prison Demon Lord, tasked with gathering and relaying intelligence for the Blood Prison Army. Blood Prison Demon Guard Altair. Rarity. Rare. Level. 30. HP. 3 million. Attack. 500,500. Defense. 500,500. Magic Defense. 200. Skills. Corrosion Aura. Frenzy Aura. Thorn Aura. Blood Prison Hand. Talents. Counter-Strike. Description. The lowest ranking subordinate of the Blood Prison Demon Lord, responsible for the army's supplies. After seeing the boss's stats, the fleeing players became even more enraged. Damn it. If I find out who lured them here, I'll beat the crap out of them. They won't be able to leave their bed for a month. Run. 2 level 30 bosses with 500 defense each? My attack is only 50 points. How the hell am I supposed to damage them? As the players fled in panic, the two bosses locked their gaze onto Jiang Cheng's group. Bloodraven, you betrayed the Demon Lord and became a fallen slave, bringing shame to the Demon Lord. Altair roared, slashing through a tree with a single strike, crushing another group of players beneath it. Bloodraven, who had just gotten back on his feet, looked utterly confused. Having lost his memories after reincarnation, the only thought left in his mind was to follow his master's orders. Come back with me and answer to the Demon Lord. As soon as Altair finished speaking, Armin summoned hundreds of ghouls, which began surging toward Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng signaled Zhang Mengmeng to set down the wooden cart and begin summoning undead. Following Jiang Cheng's earlier advice, Zhang Mengmeng had used coins and experience to level up to 10, allowing her to cast necromantic empowerment. This spell could boost the attack and magic attack of her minions by 300 points for 10 minutes. The fleeing players stopped at a distance, now watching with great interest. Damn, they're actually after that NPC. This is going to be good. With these two bosses and their massive health pools, that female NPC is probably going to die a horrible death. Boom, boom, boom. 4,552. 4,552. 4,552. 3 explosive fireballs detonated amidst the ghoul horde. These small, frail creatures with 200 magic defense were instantly reduced to charred pools of blood. Within a 30-meter radius, 60 ghouls were annihilated in an instant, leaving the onlookers completely dumbfounded. What the heck is this skill? A player exclaimed, staring at the scene in front of him. Jiang Cheng had unleashed a skill of astonishing power, its range far exceeding that of a typical explosive flame. It looks like explosive flame, but doesn't that skill only cover a range of 3 meters? How is his range dozens of meters? You don't get it. He's an NPC. Of course, his skills would be unique. He probably cast 3 explosive flames at once to create that effect. Ridiculous. Why don't you try casting 3 explosive flames in 1 second? That skill has a 1-second cooldown. Exactly. Casting 3 skills in a single second, there aren't many players in the gaming world who could pull that off. Hundreds of players stared in astonishment at the massive area of destruction caused by Jiang Cheng's 3 explosive flames. Everyone was speculating about why this blood skeleton's explosive flame was so extraordinary. Ignoring the crowd's chatter, Jiang Cheng's staff transformed instantly into a blood-red spear. With full force, he hurled it toward the Blood Prison Warden. The spear tore through the air, scattering fallen leaves from the ground as it flew straight at its target. Is this blood skeleton crazy? Throwing his weapon away and planning to fight the boss barehanded? Maybe it's another one of those NPC-exclusive moves? The Blood Prison Warden sneered, raising his massive curved blade to intercept the attack, certain that his opponent was a fool. But the next moment, his smirk froze. The spear split into 3 arrows midair, evading the curved blade and striking his heart with precision. System notifications flashed repeatedly. 2,121. 2,121. 2,121. 765. 50. 30,000. An onslaught of debuff effects followed. Shadow damage, blood prison tear, armor break, crimson 7-fold slaughter deprivation, blood prison severe injury, frost slow. Before the blood prison warden could react, The mournful cry of a weapon echoed. From thin air, a blood-red scythe attached to a chain materialized, slashing downward in a devastating arc. 1172. You are affected by wailing confusion. For 2 seconds, you cannot distinguish friend from foe. The Blood Prison Warden's eyes turned blood-red as he lost all sense of reason, attacking the Blood Prison Blade Guard in a frenzy. Though the damage was minimal due to their similar attributes, the corrosion aura continued to take effect. Altair, have you lost your mind? Are you betraying the Demon Lord? The Blood Prison Blade Guard shouted in confusion, unable to comprehend what was happening. Suddenly, the Blood Prison hand grasped his throat. Under the stunned gazes of all the players, a shocking figure appeared above the Blood Prison Blade Guard Armin's head. 150,000. My freaking god. Is this a movie? The players were dumbfounded as they watched the scene unfold before them. Two once powerful bosses had suddenly turned on each other, leaving everyone utterly baffled. The weapon wielded by the Blood Skeleton was truly terrifying. Scythe, bow, lance, and staff shifted seamlessly as if it commanded an infinite arsenal. Each strike could strip away half of its opponent's health, a horrifying level of damage that made every player present secretly relieved they hadn't recklessly attacked that female NPC. Blood Prison Guardian snapped out of a 2-second confusion state, only to find himself severely weakened. His partner, Alman, was in the middle of summoning a ghostly priest for healing, but suddenly, 3 explosive fireballs struck him deadened. 4,412. 4,412. 4,412. The massive damage from the consecutive hits instantly turned the ghostly priest, who had just materialized, into a pool of blood. This was Alman's life-saving skill, and it came with a hefty 5-minute cooldown. Alt, this is all your fault. Alman roared. What did I do? Alt looked completely bewildered. I didn't do anything. Alman didn't argue further, but instead turned his attention to Jiang Cheng, standing 30 meters away, and unleashed Thousand Blade Slash. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take down that blood skeleton. Alt finally snapped back to his senses and charged toward Jiang Cheng right behind the blade aura. You filthy skeleton, die. Blood Prison Hand. However, the expected outcome did not occur. An awkward silence filled the air instead. Just as the Thousand Blade Slash was about to strike Jiang Cheng, his blood-red cloak flicked gently. With a long spear in hand, Jiang Cheng effortlessly deflected the deadly attack. He then executed Momentum Flash Kill, simultaneously recalling the Blood Raven and the Terror Skeleton while pulling Zhang Mengmeng back 5 steps, perfectly evading all incoming assaults. Holy crap! That's Momentum Flash Kill, one of the 14 divine skills. An NPC using a divine skill? Is the game admin messing with us? You use Necrofusion to hold off the Blood Abyss Guard, and I'll take care of the Blood Abyss Blade Guard. Jiang Cheng instructed Zhang Mengmeng briefly before turning to face the Blood Abyss Blade Guard, Armin. He didn't expect the rookie to immediately grasp the tactical synergy. At this moment, as long as she didn't cause trouble, that was already the best cooperation he could hope for. Jiang Cheng hurled his spear, which struck the trunk of a massive tree above the Blood Abyss Blade Guard with precision. In an instant, the spear transformed into a scythe, its chain tethered to him. With a fierce pull of the chain, he launched himself like a blood-red shadow toward the treetop. This discovery thrilled him since mastering the chain scythe. Not only could he retrieve arrows through transformation, but even spears could be used in this way, making his combat style far more versatile. Suspended midair, Jiang Cheng swiftly transformed the chain scythe into a longbow. The bowstring thrummed 3 times in rapid succession, sending 3 arrows whistling through the air. Immediately after, he summoned a swarm of blood crows, unleashing a torrential rain of arrows. While the Blood Crow's arrows dealt only 600 points of physical damage, each insufficient to effectively harm a boss with 500 defense, the sheer density of the arrow rain perfectly masked Jiang Cheng's 3 custom-crafted arrows. Ever since embedding the Phantom Rune Stone, each of his attacks carried spell damage. Combined with the Dark Dread effect, his strikes were now capable of dealing significant harm to his enemies. You're courting death, the Blood Abyss Blade Guard roared, swinging its Blood Abyss blade in a sweeping arc to shatter a swath of arrows. Yet Jiang Cheng's armor-piercing arrow found its mark, and the damage numbers, 4,412, flashed repeatedly. The Blade Guard's defense dropped by 50 points, and the freezing effect rooted it in place, having both its attack speed and movement speed. Jiang Cheng moved nimbly among the treetops, constantly shifting weapon forms to launch attacks. Each time the Blood Abyss Blade Guard chopped down the tree he was on, he would fire an arrow to relocate to another tree. When the guard summoned a horde of ghouls, he countered with explosive fire spells, clearing them in waves. Whenever his mana ran out, he quickly consumed a magic potion. This guerrilla tactic wore the Blade Guard down to the brink of collapse. Altair, avenge me! The Blood Abyss Blade Guard bellowed in despair before crashing to the ground, sending leaves and dust flying everywhere. The surrounding players were left dumbfounded. exclaiming in awe, "Holy crap, who even fights a boss like this?" The weapon in the hands of the blood skeleton shifted seamlessly, like flowing water, each transformation accompanied by stunning special effects. His combat style was flawless, skills linked effortlessly, his movements were precise, and his control over the pace of battle was nothing short of textbook perfection. The spectators were left in awe, their jaws dropping as this blood skeleton completely shattered their understanding of what was possible. Especially captivating was the small cape fluttering in the wind, adding an extra touch of charm and flair to his already imposing presence. "I never thought a skeleton could be so cool," exclaimed a female mage, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Jiang Cheng. "Wait for me," another female player shouted excitedly. "My boyfriend just needs one last shovel to finish burying something. I'll be there right after." "A skeleton this cool who can change weapons? I have to catch him." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows pierced the air with precision, pinning the blood prison blade guard, Armin, to the ground. The system notification immediately followed. 30,000 evolution points gained, 30,000 experience points earned, 1,500 enhancement points acquired, soul power 15. With a deafening explosion, the ground erupted in radiant light, scattering hundreds of pieces of equipment everywhere. The glowing hues of blue, purple, and green reflected off the items, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the players. Legendary gear. Grab it quick. The crowd surged forward, swordsmen activating wind steps, knights summoning their mounts to charge ahead. But just as they approached, 3 massive explosive flames detonated within the crowd, instantly claiming over 30 lives. Blue damage numbers rained down relentlessly. 600, 585, 486, 488. The remaining players froze in their tracks, staring in terror at the cold and ruthless blood skeleton. Jiang Cheng extended his right hand nonchalantly. "You have 3 minutes to pick up the loot. If you can grab it, it's yours." Pausing for a moment, he added with a smirk, "I happen to be in need of a few skeleton thralls." Picking up a pitch-black token, Jiang Cheng turned and headed off to assist the struggling dumb little Meng, leaving a stunned crowd of players in his wake. He had discovered that killing players not only granted 35 soul power points, far surpassing the 1 point from regular monsters and the 15 from bosses, but also significantly increased the chances of triggering skeleton thralls. The players exchanged uneasy glances. What does he mean by that? 3 kilometers from the edge of the dark forest, within the forest of strange rocks, members of the Domination Guild were gathering. Out of nearly 2,000 players, more than 1,800 had already arrived, their faces alight with barely concealed excitement. They were eager and restless, as if ready to charge forward the moment the boss appeared before them. The guild leader, Du Batianxia, observed the scene with a satisfied smile, appreciating the cohesion and morale of his guild. But soon, his brows furrowed as his gaze shifted towards the distant rock formations. "Guild leader, has Lang Shan not arrived yet?" Jianmo Shan approached Du Batianxia, his tone barely able to mask his excitement. He was in awe that his leader had managed to invite Qian Chonglang, one of the 12 legends. Although the 12 legends were slightly less renowned than the 12 divine legends, and were often referred to as the lesser legends, for ordinary players, merely meeting one of them was enough to boast about for a decade. "He's on his way. Don't worry," Du Batianxia replied confidently. "No one can handle those 2 bosses right now. Among the top 50 guilds in the Huaxia region, ours is the only one in New Feng City. The rest are just small guilds. Even though the Inxiang Demon King team poses a slight threat, there's no way they could invite someone from the 12 legends. This guild establishment token is as good as ours." Jianmo Hongshan grew even more excited after hearing this. "You're incredible, guild leader. But I heard Langshan invited someone else this time too. Who is it?" Du Batianxia gave a mysterious smile. "It should be Fa Shang's disciple, Famo, Famo?" Jianmo Hongshan was stunned once more. "Damn, guild leader, you're amazing. With 2 legends on our side, who would dare compete with us for the guild establishment token?" Du Batianxia remained silent. In truth, he still had an ace up his sleeve. Quan Zhong Zhenshan he. If Jianmo Hongshan knew about this, he'd probably lose his mind. However, this trump card was reserved for the guild's post-establishment siege battles, where they would showcase the true strength of the Domination Guild. "They're here," someone shouted as 2 figures emerged from the distant rock formations, causing the crowd to erupt in excitement. "Lang Shun, Famo." Shouts of exhilaration filled the air. Du Batianxia quickly sent out a party invitation. Qian Chonglang accepted it promptly, but Famo, dressed in a black mage robe and holding a black staff, raised his staff to stop them. "Let me make this clear first. Aside from the guild establishment token, all other loot from the boss belongs to me," Famo declared, his words causing a commotion among the players. Du Batianxia's expression darkened slightly as he turned to Qian Chonglang for help. The latter merely shrugged helplessly. "I know this goes against our original loot distribution plan, but there's no choice. He's the main damage dealer here. If you don't agree, he won't be helping for free. The Blood Prison Demon Guard and the Blood Prison Blade Guard are bosses with extremely low magic resistance and summoning abilities. Without high magic damage and AoE spells, they're impossible to defeat. FAMO smirked coldly. Let me put it this way. At this stage, aside from my master and me, no one can take down these two bosses. Let's go. Don't waste my time. I'm not here to listen to your nonsense. Isn't this way too arrogant? Coming in and demanding all the loot for himself. The players from the Dominating World Guild grumbled after hearing Fama's words, though they only dared to complain quietly through their private chat channels. Fama cast a cold glance over the group. Don't blame me for being harsh. In this world, strength is everything. Here are my stats. If you think I'm not worthy after seeing them, feel free to leave. I'll handle this alone. The group began their journey into the dark forest, with Fama leading the way. He casually unleashed explosive flames to clear obstacles ahead. He then shared his attribute data in the team chat. Fama, the legendary mage's stats. The players eagerly opened the shared data to take a look. Name: Fama Storm of Vengeance. Race: Human. Class: Inferno Mage. Level: 19. HP: 620. MP: 1570. Magic Attack: 50120. Defense: 2050. Magic Defense: 3040. His equipment consisted of a complete set of level 15 Black Vine Blue-grade gear, complemented by a few white-grade items. His skill panel displayed maxed-out abilities like Fireball, Explosive Flames, and Spell Shield. The sight of these stats quickly quelled the players' dissatisfaction. Although the numbers themselves weren't extraordinary, in Fama's hands, this gear and these skills could unleash 10 to 20 times their usual power. Most of the group chose to remain silent, while a few players decided to cozy up to Jiang Cheng, who seemed more approachable. Fama continued clearing the path ahead. 3 consecutive explosive flames created a 15-meter-long trail of fire, wiping out 18 skeletal wolves in one go, each taking over 300 damage. This display of power once again proved his unmatched dominance. Jinma Hongshan sidled up to him with a flattering smile, inquiring about the special skill. Fama briefly explained that it was a technique called Mana Link, allowing multiple explosive flames to connect into a larger area of effect. Just as he was about to elaborate on the requirements for the skill, Fama suddenly looked up sharply, his expression tense. Wait a second. It seems someone is already fighting the boss. Without another word, he quickened his pace, heading deeper into the dark forest. Dominating the World narrowed his eyes, his gaze falling on Jiang Cheng, who was surrounded by the crowd. His eyes were filled with inquiry. He hadn't heard any sound earlier and couldn't understand why Fama claimed someone was already attacking the boss. Someone's already attacking the boss. Jiang Cheng's expression shifted slightly as he explained. You might not know this, but Fama has exceptionally sharp hearing. If he says it's happening, he's definitely not wrong. That's incredible. Dominating the World was initially surprised, but then relaxed. Even if someone's attacking the boss, there's no need for Fama to be so anxious, is there? We don't know the specifics yet. Let's go take a look, Jiang Cheng said as he pushed through the crowd. He swiftly notched an arrow and shot it, propelling himself forward at an astonishing speed. What kind of skill is that? That's insanely fast. Jinma Hongshan and the others stared in shock. Dominating the World sighed and explained, that's a little trick used by archers called Spiral Arrow. By utilizing the small wind vortex created by the Spiral Arrow in combination with the Piercing Steps technique, it slightly increases movement speed. Amazing! Jinma Hongshan gave a thumbs up in admiration. I used to think I was a top-tier player and not too far off from these legendary figures. Now I realize I'm just a total rookie. Dominating the World shook his head at the comment. Legends are legends for a reason. Their abilities are on another level, and the gap is not easily bridged. His gaze turned cold as he waved his hand and commanded, let's go check it out. I'm guessing it's the Anxiang Demon King group who got ahead of us. This might be the perfect opportunity to take down their elite team and recover some of our losses. Jiang Cheng followed Fama to a small hill, noticing Fama's figure trembling slightly under the blazing sun. Curious, Jiang Cheng stepped closer. He noticed an unusual glint of excitement in Fama's eyes. Having known him for years, Jiang Cheng had rarely seen this expression, except when dealing with the most formidable opponents. Following Fama's line of sight, Jiang Cheng froze as well. At the foot of the hill, several flashes of blue, purple, and green light sparkled on the ground. It was unmistakably a few pieces of legendary equipment. What's going on? Someone defeated the boss and didn't pick up the loot? That's crazy. Jiang Cheng, thrilled, was about to use his roll skill to dash down but was stopped by Fama. Don't act recklessly, Fama warned. Didn't you notice? There are 172 players 51.2 meters away, and none of them are picking up those items. Are you kidding me? Jiang Cheng was incredulous and immediately activated his keen eye skill to enhance his vision. Taking a closer look, he found that Fama was right. What's going on? Are they all insane? Why would they leave legendary equipment lying there? Famos' gaze shifted toward the depths of the forest as his tone grew somber. Perhaps they're too afraid to pick them up. Afraid to pick it up? What a joke. Qian Zhonglong's voice was filled with disbelief. In his eyes, players were essentially immortal. At worst, dying would cost them just one level. He had seen players recklessly throw themselves into danger for a mere potionzo. How could they ignore a piece of legendary equipment? Especially when most of these players were dressed in cheap gear. Risking certain death to grab a legendary item could mean tens of thousands of times the profit. At the current market rate, it could sell for at least 1 or 2 million. Are these players all idiots? Unless they're being intimidated by one of the 12 true gods, there's no way they just stand there doing nothing. Qian Zhonglong suddenly realized something. Wait, who killed the boss? Dumbass, did you see clearly? Famo's lips curled into a faint smile. A very powerful expert. A powerful expert? How powerful? Powerful enough to stop these people from picking up legendary equipment. Qian Zhonglong stared at him skeptically, then suddenly had a realization. Wait, are you saying the Blood Prison Blade Guard was killed by one person? Not by those players working together? Heh. FAMO let out a dismissive laugh. Those 172 players? They don't have that kind of ability. 172 players couldn't match one person? Qian Zonglang's eyes lit up with understanding. Dumbass, was it your master? It wasn't my master. She's in Mingfeng City right now. She wouldn't bother coming all the way here just for a boss. FAMO shook his head in denial. Let's go. The Blood Prison Demon Guard is almost dead. With that, FAMO began calculating. 32.73 meters from the ground, total loss of 132 health points, 72 buffer points, only 3 viable connections, landing damage reduced to 13 health points. Then, he leapt forward, using the force of a fireball spell to propel himself off the rocky terrain. He landed steadily, with just 13 points of damage hovering above his head. Watching from the slope, Qian Zhonglong couldn't help but shake his head. Damn, this show-off is at it again. Something as simple as a roll, and he has to make it so complicated. With that, he jumped down as well, using the soul roll skill of his archer class to reduce damage, though he still took 66 points of damage. After they left, the 1-800-strong Du Batian Xia guild finally arrived in a grand and noisy procession. Complaints spread among the group about how overly realistic the game was. Even jumping down a slope cost health and potions. Watching the guild's Hall of Fame players effortlessly use damage mitigation techniques made the regular members even more envious. As Sword Demon Hong Shan and Du Batian Xia moved a little further ahead, a flicker of light in the distance caught their attention. Green legendary, purple rare. The crowd buzzed with excitement, eager to act. However, just as Sword Demon Hong Shan was about to step forward, Du Batian Xia stopped him. Something's not right. Lang Xin and FAMO must have seen this earlier, but they didn't pick it up, and now they've disappeared. This is too strange. What on earth happened? There were only 30 seconds left to pick up the equipment. Jiang Cheng looked at the hesitant players in the distance and sighed inwardly. These people were overly cautious, too afraid to even claim legendary equipment. He signaled to Xiaoming to hold her position, then passed through several large trees, heading toward the spot where the equipment had dropped. The creaking sound of his bones echoed as he moved, now just 10 meters away from the loot. The players in the distance observed him with a mix of awe and fear. They knew full well that the green legendary equipment, unprecedented on the entire server, was worth at least tens of millions. Yet, in the face of Jiang Cheng's terrifying skill damage, they dared not even get close. Suddenly, 3 explosive flames erupted around Jiang Cheng. 57, 57, and 54 damage numbers floated above his head, drawing gasps from the players watching. This was the chaining effect of the explosive flames, which not only expanded the range but also boosted damage to 150 and inflicted 3 consecutive hits. However, Jiang Cheng had already activated his magic resistance armor, rendering the damage negligible. Hiding among the trees, the mage known as FAMO froze for a moment before casting a max-level detection spell on Jiang Cheng. Blood Prison Frostbone Commander. Level 25. Description? To FAMO's shock, even the max-level detection spell couldn't fully reveal this NPC's information. Xiaolang, team up with me. FAMO waved his black staff, his robe billowing dramatically. In an instant, 108 ice pillars formed before him, rapidly solidifying in an attempt to encase Jiang Cheng in ice. Blood Prison Ice Slash. The ice pillars pierced through FAMO's magic shield in an instant. But FAMO was prepared, activating Void Flash and Shadow Step before the shield fully dissipated, disappearing from Jiang Cheng's field of vision. Moments later, 4 large fireballs streaked in a straight line toward Jiang Cheng, abruptly changing direction mid-flight to target his skull, ribcage, chest, and leg bones. FAMO intended to use this attack to identify the skeleton's weak points, aiming to make his next strike fatal. What he didn't realize, however, was that Jiang Cheng possessed the Blood Sense Eye, rendering Shadow Step ineffective against him. Yet, upon recognizing his opponent as FAMO, Jiang Cheng deliberately chose not to activate the Blood Sense Eye. Among the 12 legends, in terms of talent, Qian Zhonglong ranks last, but FAMO is number 1. Jiang Cheng chuckled inwardly, quickly transforming his magic resistance armor into a blood-red staff. He unleashed an explosive flame at the 4 incoming fireballs, precisely targeting their mana connection points. To the shock of everyone watching, the 4 fireballs were converted into Jiang Cheng's own skill, detonating harmlessly around him. This was because player release skills triggered a protective mechanism when used on themselves, and Jiang Cheng had cleverly turned FAMO's attack into his own ability. Seeing this, FAMO's hand, gripping the black vine staff, began to tremble noticeably. To him, this was no mere spell counteraction, it was a demonstration of a far more advanced technique. The expression on Fama's face changed dramatically as he realized this wasn't a simple spell cancellation, but a more advanced mage technique spell seizure. Among all the professions, mages stood out as the most versatile, thanks to the existence of the eccentric Sage of Magic, a woman known for her relentless pursuit of the arcane arts. She was so devoted to her research that she even offered herself to further her studies, though she was ultimately rejected. Nevertheless, she became a close confidant of the person in question. After his passing, the Sage of Magic remained in the city of Mingfeng, refusing to see even her own disciples. The concept of spell connection points was the culmination of research by 2 legendary figures, giving rise to techniques like area linking, spell cancellation, spell seizure, and the infamous spell annihilation tornado, which granted 3 seconds of invincibility. Among these, spell seizure was the most sinister, allowing one to claim an opponent's spell as their own by utilizing connection points in conjunction with area linking. An NPC that knows mage micro-techniques? Fama couldn't help but curse, his mind filled with doubts about the game administrator's design choices. In that split second of distraction, an explosive flame struck him directly, dealing a forced 1 damage. Reacting swiftly, Fama used momentum flash kill to retreat 3 meters, his black vine staff now entwined with spiraling flames. Take this, Fama sneered, halting his staff midair and transforming the flames into a fire dragon that surged toward Jiang Cheng. But Jiang Cheng was prepared. With 3 swift steps, he vanished from sight. The fire dragon, losing its target, suddenly exploded behind Fama. It was a predictive attack, perfectly blocking any possible escape route. Without a shield skill to rely on, Fama had no choice but to endure the devastating 619's damage Heaton. At that moment, Qian Chonglang emerged from the forest. Stop. This is all a misunderstanding, Great One. Jiang Cheng lowered his staff, a knowing smile spreading across his face. He had long noticed Qian Chonglang observing from the shadows, but chose not to expose him. As someone who stood at the pinnacle of power, Jiang Cheng understood the loneliness that accompanied it and appreciated talents like Fama. Naturally, he didn't intend to go all out. Go help me take down that boss and we'll call it even, Jiang Cheng gestured. Qian Chonglang immediately caught on and dragged the still-dazed Fama to assist Dai Xiaoming. Meanwhile, under the watchful eyes of over 1,800 players from the Dominance Guild, Jiang Cheng began picking up the equipment scattered on the ground. Guild leader, it's the Blood Demon. Sword Demon Hong Shan, who had been following along, turned pale. Blood Demon? Debei Xiangxia froze for a moment, carefully scrutinizing the figure before him. A blood-red cloak billowed in the wind. Eerie light emanated from skeletal remains resembling blood jade, and in its hand was a crimson staff. The appearance was uncanny save for the absence of a skeletal warhorse and a female companion. It was almost identical to the legendary Blood Demon. What shocked him even more was that this blood skeleton bore an almost identical resemblance to the one he had encountered in the Forest of Strange Stones, except the weapon was slightly different, and the bones appeared even more translucent. Could it be that the blood skeleton protected by the Fist Sect deity last time was actually this one? He quickly cast a level 1 detection spell, but there was no response. Who here has a max level detection spell? He asked his companions. Who even learns that? Level 1 is enough. Level 10 just gives you a couple more lines of info. Totally useless, came the dismissive replies from around him. Suddenly, Jianma Hongshan asked, killed by the Blood Demon? But didn't Zhao Hua Tianxiu say it has no spell damage? How would I know? Debei Xiangxia snapped irritably. Earlier, he had confidently analyzed with Qian Chonglang that the blood skeleton had no spell damage, but reality had just slapped him in the face. Now, with over 1,800 players gathered here only to find the boss already defeated, the crowd grew restless and agitated. Guild leader, what's going on? Are we fighting or not? We need to level up, someone shouted. A knight spoke up with a suggestion. The boss may be dead, but isn't there another one right here? We don't need the guild creation token. Taking this one down works too. The idea was immediately met with enthusiastic approval. Debei Xiangxia hesitated, glancing at the restless crowd of players. His heart wavered. Take it down, and you'll become the first guild leader in Huaxia to establish a guild. This thought kept echoing in his mind. Smack! He suddenly slapped Jinma Hongshan on the head. Take down what? Both Fama and Langshan are missing. Something's fishy, let's find them first. I didn't even say anything. Why are you hitting me? Jinma Hongshan protested, looking aggrieved. Out of caution, Debashi Yangxia ordered his forces to form ranks 30 meters away from Jiang Cheng. Although confused, the players reluctantly complied, watching as the blood skeleton picked up the scattered equipment piece by piece. Under the intense gaze of the crowd, Jiang Cheng gathered up all the gear and potions from the ground. When his eyes fell on an unidentified legendary gem, his heart stirred ever so slightly. Jiang Cheng carefully put away the unidentified gemstones and other items, suppressing the anticipation in his heart. He glanced at Debashi Yangxia, who was still hesitating, and shook his head helplessly before turning toward the blood prison demon guard. He was well aware that identifying these legendary items required the expertise of a professional appraiser. However, with the game having only launched 2 days ago, no player had yet reached the skill level needed to appraise legendary equipment. He wasn't in a hurry, knowing that his own progress was simply ahead of the curve. President, are we really just going to stand by and watch? A guild member asked anxiously. Debashi Yangxia narrowed his eyes slightly. What else can we do? He, too, felt a surge of frustration, but the current situation left no room for rash actions. The scattered players in the distance, the strange events in the rocky forest, the mysterious disappearance of Qian Chonglang and Fama, and the fall of the boss, all of these were warning signs. This blood skeleton was no ordinary foe. At this critical stage of the guild's rapid development, every decision could shape its future trajectory. Caution had to take precedence. The onlooking players recognized Debashi Yangxia and began murmuring among themselves. Isn't that Debashi Yangxia? Yeah, it is. My friends in their guild and just confirmed it. When they saw that even Debashi Yangxia, ranked 20th in the Huaxia region, and his 1,800-strong team didn't dare confront the blood skeleton, everyone was stunned. Who is this blood skeleton? Even Debashi Yangxia won't provoke them? That flame mage earlier was top tier, but they couldn't last more than a few moves against the blood skeleton. That mage looks familiar, but I just can't place where I've seen them before. Sensing the unfavorable situation, the players began retreating. Without at least 200 level 30 players, there's no way to win. Let's go level up. We'll come back when we hit level 30 and settle the score. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dai Xiaoming was finding the battle much easier thanks to the addition of Fama and Qian Chonglang. However, she noticed that the strength of these two seemed unusually high. They hadn't used a single health potion throughout the fight and were effortlessly toying with the blood prison demon guard. Fama and Qian Chonglang displayed seamless teamwork. One unleashed explosive flames while the other executed precise shots, taking turns to draw the boss aggro. The blood prison demon guard was enraged, its remaining health dropping to 15,000. Curse you, wretched insects! The blood prison demon guard roared, charging back and forth between the two. Your turn to distract him. Watch out for his blood prison hand, Qian Chonglang reminded, knocking 3 arrows onto his bow. He opted for a more challenging parabolic shot. This advanced archery technique not only controlled damage but also allowed precise timing for the arrow's impact, making it an effective way to draw the boss aggro. The arrow struck precisely at the critical point on the blood prison demon guard's head, perfectly timed. It happened just as the mage finished releasing 4 fireballs, and the demon guard's blade was about to slash down on the mage. The 3 flying arrows not only inflicted damage but, more importantly, successfully redirected the demon guard's aggro. Dumb little Ming witnessed everything, her eyes shimmering with astonishment. She had previously been puzzled by Qian Chonglang's shooting strategy, but now she finally grasped the tactical intent behind it. Watching this seamless coordination, she couldn't help but turn to Jiang Cheng, who was walking over, and curiously asked, "Skeleton Big Brother, who are these 2 expert players?" Jiang Cheng naturally couldn't answer her question. His thoughts had already shifted to the next steps. First, eliminate the blood prison demon guard before him, then deal with some useless equipment, and head straight to the Skeleton King's territory to complete quests and accumulate evolution points for his next transformation. After such a delay, it was time to progress to the next form. Killing the minions of the blood prison demon king would inevitably provoke retaliation, and the next boss to appear would likely be beyond his current abilities to handle. More importantly, as other players continued to grow stronger, maintaining his dominant advantage required him to stay ahead at all times. The game was nearing a pivotal turning point. Once the first player reached level 30, the guild system would be unlocked. At that time, formal guilds with features such as team-friendly fire prevention, guild voice commands, and battle formation bonuses would far surpass the current loosely organized groups. The situation would undoubtedly become much more challenging. The dungeon mode unlocked at level 30 was not to be overlooked either. The drop rates for experience, gems, skill books, and artifacts there would far exceed those in the wild. By then, he would also need to enter the main city and embark on the dungeon journey. The most pressing matter now was to complete his evolution and enhance his strength as soon as possible. At the same time, he planned to address the language barrier that had been troubling him. While hand signals and eye contact sufficed during battles, everyday communication was far more convenient with speech. Jiang Cheng thought to himself, perhaps it's time to try strengthening my laryngeal bones? Jiang Cheng touched his throat bone, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. This seemed to be his spine didn't have a larynx. Though taken aback, he had to accept this reality. Since that was the case, he decided to first attempt strengthening his jawbone. The system prompt indicated it required 100 enhancement points, and Jiang Cheng confirmed the enhancement without hesitation. A faint glow flashed, and the attribute panel showed an increase in attack power by 10 and strength by 1. He then invested 200 points, followed by 1,000 points, only to gain a total of 40 attack power and 10 strength, with no special abilities awakened. Slightly disappointed, Jiang Cheng shifted his attention to his skull, hoping to acquire a mental communication ability. The first enhancement consumed 100 points, resulting in a minor increase in casting speed and 1 to his mental attribute. He immediately invested another 200 points, gaining a 0.5 boost in casting speed and 5 to his mental attribute. At that moment, a battle scene abruptly interrupted his enhancement process. 3 arrows whistled through the air, striking the Blood Prison Demon Guard's head and producing stunning damage numbers: 2,117, 2,117, 2,118. Under the astonished gazes of Qian Zhonglong and FAMO, the Blood Prison Demon Guard collapsed to the ground, sending dirt flying and covering Qian Zhonglong in dust. The system notification chimed. You have slain the Blood Prison Demon Guard. Reward: 30,000 experience points, 30,000 evolution points, and 1,500 enhancement points. With the newly acquired enhancement points, Jiang Cheng immediately resumed strengthening his skull. Spending 300 points granted him a 3 increase in casting speed and 20 to his mental attribute. Investing 400 points triggered a significant breakthrough. His skull evolved into the Mind of Bone, bringing remarkable improvements: 10 casting speed, 50 mental attribute, and 300 magic points. This evolution brought a qualitative leap to Jiang Cheng's perception. His vision became sharper, distant childhood memories resurfaced, and with his eyes closed, he could sense movements within a half-meter radius. Checking his attribute panel, he found that the Mind of Bone allowed him to perform simple mental communication within a 10-centimeter range by consuming magic points. Although the communication range of just 10 centimeters was undeniably limiting, it at least made interaction possible. Jiang Cheng immediately pulled Zhang Mengmeng closer to test it. When he used the Mind of Bone to convey a message, Zhang Mengmeng froze. Her breathing quickened, and as she gazed into the blood-red flames in Jiang Cheng's eyes, her heartbeat raced, leaving her momentarily speechless. What did you learn? Jiang Cheng asked again. I learned, Zhang Mengmeng began, then suddenly realized something. Skeleton Big Brother. You can talk now? Her expression shifted from confusion to delight as she excitedly grabbed Jiang Cheng's arm, seemingly oblivious to the chilling cold emanating from it. However, after waiting for a while and hearing no further words from Jiang Cheng, she asked in confusion, why aren't you speaking again, Skeleton Big Brother? Was that just my imagination? You, come closer, Jiang Cheng said, pulling her in once more. Zhang Mengmeng's breath hitched, and her chest felt tight. Jiang Cheng leaned in so close that she could barely breathe. She lowered her head, bit her lip lightly, and closed her eyes, waiting with a mix of nervousness and a trace of secret anticipation. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smile at her adorable and dazed expression. He reached out to ruffle her hair, but his fingers unexpectedly got tangled in her strands. It was only then that Zhang Mengmeng realized Jiang Cheng wasn't about to kiss her, and she wished she could disappear out of sheer embarrassment. Ah, that hurts. Just as Zhang Mengmeng was about to turn away, a sharp pain shot through her scalp, making her squat down with a low whimper. Jiang Cheng stared at the strands of glossy black hair caught in his fingers, momentarily speechless. Are you okay? He asked awkwardly, shaking the hair off his hand. I'm fine. Zhang Mengmeng forced a smile despite the pain, her delicate face slightly twisted. But Skeleton Big Brother, next time you want to pat my head, could you, give me a heads up first? It really hurts a bit. Got it. Jiang Cheng replied simply. Since Skeleton Big Brother can talk now, does that mean I don't need to teach you sign language anymore? Zhang Mengmeng asked, her gaze lingering on him, her tone carrying a hint of reluctance. Jiang Cheng was about to explain the importance of sign language for building better teamwork when Qian Zhonglong approached with a confused-looking Fama in tow. Qian Zhonglong took in the scene before him, his eyes filled with admiration. To him, this petite and adorable girl wasn't just stunning in appearance. Her outfit, paired with her personality, created an irresistible contrast. However, he quickly dismissed his thoughts. After all, she belonged to the skeleton master. Jiang Cheng used hand gestures to instruct Qian Zhonglong on how to handle the equipment, leaving Fama thoroughly puzzled. Fama had no idea why this blood-red skeleton possessed such extraordinary skills, why Qian Zhonglong called him a master, or who the girl in the red robe was. Jiang Cheng then pulled Zhang Mengmeng aside and whispered in her ear, asking her to invite the two to join their team and help sort through the gear. When the team invitation was sent, Qian Zhonglong and Fama exclaimed in unison, "Yiqiao Daxiaming." The top-ranked necromancer on the leaderboard? Qian Zhonglong gave Jiang Cheng a thumbs up. Impressive. Fama, on the other hand, stared at Jiang Cheng in shock. You're the one who helped her reach the top of the leaderboard? A pro is a pro, effortlessly boosting a girl straight to the top of the leaderboard. Qian Zhonglong remarked, a glint of schadenfreude in his eyes. If Xia Dongli finds out, he'll probably be furious, won't he? Jiang Cheng simply nodded calmly. Beside him, the mage Famo looked on with a hint of wariness in his gaze and spoke. With such rapid leveling speed and relying on the AoE damage from explosive flames, your mana wouldn't be enough to sustain it. Earlier, you weren't showing your full strength, were you? Well, obviously. Qian Zhonglong exclaimed while picking up gear and potions scattered on the ground. He patted Famo on the shoulder and continued. Skeleton God took care of that idiot shadow dog with a single shot in close combat. That guy's probably still questioning his life choices. Just over an hour ago, Skeleton God single-handedly wiped out the elite team of over 100 players from the Tianxiu Guild. As he spoke, Qian Zhonglong handed a curved blade and a token to Jiang Cheng, then began meticulously sorting through the loot. 12 gold coins, 15 bottles of intermediate mana potions, 7 blue equipment pieces, and 2 purple ones. The green item is this curved blade, and then there's this blood prison token. Jiang Cheng accepted the curved blade and inspected it carefully. Bloodthirsty curved blade. Quality, legendary. Level, 30. Attack, 185,205. Accuracy, 10. Critical damage, 20. Special effect 1. Bloodthirst 1 chance to trigger on attack, increasing attack speed by 10, stackable up to 5 times, lasting 30 seconds. Special effect 2. Blood prison inflicts bleeding damage, causing 20 damage per second for 60 seconds, with a chance to reduce the target's movement speed by 20. Not bad, Jiang Cheng commented nonchalantly, tossing the curved blade back to Qian Zhonglong along with the Blood Raven's ambush longbow. Sell them. If you want it, hurry up and gather the money. Sell them? This is a legendary weapon, the only one in the entire server. Qian Zonglang's eyes widened in disbelief, but when he received the ambush longbow, his face lit up with sheer joy. Oh my god, a level 25 legendary bow. Overcome with excitement, he grabbed the still-dazed Famo and dragged him off towards Stormwind City. Hey, blockhead, hurry up and help me gather the funds. I need to buy this bow. Watching the two figures disappear into the blood-red flames, Jiang Cheng turned to Daxiaming and said, tell them to come find me after they've sold everything. I need to talk to them. Got it. Daxiaming quickly sent a message in the party channel. The replies came swiftly. Qian Zhonglong. Got it. Famo Rainstorm. They'll definitely come back to seek his guidance. Jiang Cheng summoned his skeletal warhorse and, with a firm hand, helped Daxiaming onto the saddle by supporting her waist. Ignoring the blush spreading across her cheeks, he grabbed the reins and set off toward the Land of Bones. Upon arrival, the scene was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Unlike the skeleton graveyard, the Land of Bones resembled an entire undead kingdom. Towering castles constructed from the bones of massive creatures loomed in every direction. Scattered across the blackened ground were countless bleached white bones, and atop the castles stood rows of skeletal archers, their empty eyes coldly fixed on Jiang Cheng and his skeletal steed. A siege battle? Now this could be interesting. Stop. Who are you? What are you doing here? A commanding voice, full of authority, echoed from above the white bone fortress. At the center of the fortress stood a skeletal general radiating a dark, ominous aura. The black warblade in his hand pointed directly at the intruder. Jiang Cheng pulled the reins of his steed to a halt and quickly scanned the opponent's stats. Black Fiend Gatekeeper Elite. HP, 15,000. Attack, 120,150. Defense, 2020. Skills, Black Fiend Blade Net, Blade's Blessing. Talent, Mastery in Blade Arts. Role, Ordinary Gatekeeper of the White Bone Kingdom. After reviewing the stats panel, a faint smile appeared on Jiang Cheng's lips. He turned to Zhang Mengmeng, who was clinging tightly to him from behind, and said, let go of me for a moment. Cast an enhancement spell on me. Then summon your pet to attack the gate and draw their attention. Got it. Zhang Mengmeng obediently hopped off the horse and gracefully waved her staff. Instantly, 36 skeletons erupted from the ground. This time, she completed the summoning without chanting a spell, clearly demonstrating her mastery of the game techniques Jiang Cheng had taught her along the way. The Nokent casting, an advanced skill, marked her transition from a novice. Necrofusion. Zhang Mengmeng softly chanted, and the 36 skeletons merged into a formidable scythe-wielding skeletal guard, charging toward the fortress gate. Damn it! What are you trying to do? The Black Fiend gatekeeper growled furiously, his tone laced with rage as Jiang Cheng ignored him. To kill you, Jiang Cheng replied casually. As his words fell, 3 arrows shot through the air with deadly precision. Arrogant lowly skeleton, courting death. Archers fire. The Black Fiend gatekeeper retreated swiftly, commanding his 300 archers to unleash a volley of arrows. But to his horror, the 3 arrows mid-flight transformed into chain scythes, hurtling straight for his vital points. A series of terrifying damage numbers appeared above the gatekeeper's head. 9,396. 450. The Black Fiend gatekeeper's body trembled violently. Just as he attempted to flee, he realized he was completely immobilized, as if frozen in place. With a crisp sound of chains, a blood-red skeleton leapt into the air, wielding a crimson spear, descending like a divine warrior from the heavens. Clang! The spear pierced through, and the gatekeeper's skeletal frame shattered into countless fragments. The archers guarding the gate stood in stunned silence, their jaws agape. Damn it! A ruthless skeleton has arrived. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed from the gates of the bone castle, immediately drawing the attention of the gatekeeping archers. A towering skeleton, standing 10 meters tall and wielding an enormous scythe, was relentlessly ramming the gate. As the archers prepared to unleash a volley of arrows at the scythe-wielding skeletal guardian, they made a fatal mistake. They overlooked Jiang Cheng, who was still positioned above the castle. In an instant, Jiang Cheng's blade, fueled by fury, slashed through the air, unleashing a crimson arc that eradicated all 7 gatekeeping archers within a 2-meter radius. System notifications flashed repeatedly. 9,833. 2003. 2003. 50. This devastating damage was the result of Jiang Cheng's meticulous preparation. He had invested 300 enhancement points, 4 silver coins, and 30,000 evolution points into upgrading his skill, Furious Slash, to level 3. The upgraded skill not only provided a 3 attack boost and 18 splash damage, but, more critically, combined its defense-ignoring trait and 30 points of armor penetration to inflict a staggering 2,003 damage in a single strike, effortlessly killing the archers, who each had only 2,000 health. By the time the remaining archers realized what had happened, Jiang Cheng had already cleared a large area atop the bone castle. The deputy commander of the guards urgently shouted, "Take out that blood skeleton first." Over 200 arrows rained down on Jiang Cheng, reducing his health by 785 points. But before the next volley could be fired, Jiang Cheng struck again, instantly restoring his health to full. Sensing the dire situation, the skeleton deputy commander decisively ordered a subordinate, "Damn it, forget defending this gate. Go report to the commander and tell him an army of 100,000 is attacking the castle." When the subordinate hesitated and pointed out that there was only one enemy, the deputy commander smacked the skeleton's skull hard. "This one is as good as an army of 100,000. Now go." With each enemy Jiang Cheng defeated, system notifications continued to flood in. Killing a level 30 Blackshade archer not only awarded him 300 evolution points and experience, but also granted an extra 50 points for defeating an enemy above his level. Additionally, he gained agility bonuses from the plunder effect and loyal undead minions from the resurrection effect. Meanwhile, inside the Blackshade fortress, the Blackshade commander was proudly showcasing his army's prowess to the Bloodshade Overlord, one of the 9 great commanders under the Skeleton King. After watching a performance by 12 Blackshade blade soldiers, the Blackshade commander confidently boasted, "My strongest unit is the Blackshade archers. Their precision and ferocity are unmatched. Any castle they defend becomes an impenetrable fortress, impossible to breach." Little did he know, outside the castle, Jiang Cheng was ruthlessly dismantling his boastful claims with every strike. "Commander, bad news." A limping Black Fiend archer stumbled into the hall, collapsing to his knees despite the pain from his broken leg. "There's an army of 100,000 attacking the city." "What? 100,000? The Black Fiend commander, who had been ready to strike the archer dead, froze in shock and slumped back into his throne. His face was filled with disbelief. For 1,000 against 100,000, how could they possibly win? "Calm yourself, Black Fiend," the Blood Fiend general said steadily. "In this region, apart from the Ogre Kingdom of the Gobi, there are no major forces. Ogres reproduce slowly, and their entire military strength is barely 10,000. Where would 100,000 soldiers come from?" The Black Fiend commander snapped back to his senses, his eyes sharpening. "Speak. Why would you give a false report about the enemy forces?" "A reporting, Commander. It was the Deputy General's orders," the limping archer stammered nervously. "In truth, there's only a single blood skeleton outside the city." Smack! A bone goblet flew through the air and struck the archer squarely on the skull. "Just one blood skeleton, and you're all terrified?" Guards, drag this fool out and shoot him with arrows. Wait, the Blood Fiend General interjected. Since a blood skeleton has been mentioned, why not take a look? Haven't you always boasted about your Black Fiend archers? A single blood skeleton? It couldn't even get past the Whitebone Fortress. The Black Fiend commander scoffed. Commander, it's already inside. The archer blurted out hurriedly. Ridiculous. A 30-meter high wall, how could it have gotten in? The commander demanded. It used a shape-shifting weapon, turning it into a chain scythe to fly over the wall. The Black Fiend commander's hand trembled as he quickly took a gulp of blood wine to steady his nerves. Even if it's inside, 372 archers firing at once, how could it survive? Commander, its defense is incredibly strong, and it can regenerate by absorbing blood. What about the gatekeeper? The gatekeeper is dead. The spearman? The spear general and 1,000 spearmen all dead. The heavy sword soldiers? The heavy sword general is dead as well. The royal guards? The royal guards are all dead. The Black Fiend commander suddenly realized this was the entirety of his forces. Just as he was about to speak, the corpse of a royal guard was hurled into the hall, shattering into splinters of bone upon impact with the floorboards. All the skeletons froze in place, paralyzed. Then, a chilling voice echoed through the hall. That's right. I'm already here. Damn it. You're limping. Can't you find someone else to deliver the message? Black Shah commander glared at a skeleton warrior in a blood-red cloak who had just entered, his expression turning incredibly grim. The archer, startled by the remark, slapped his forehead in frustration and said, "Oh right, why didn't I think of that?" Though Black Shah commander had no blood flowing through his bones, he was so furious it was as if he spat out old blood. He cursed angrily, "Damn it, with soldiers like this, how can the castle not fall? My patience is completely shot." Calm down, Black Shah, Blood Shah commander analyzed calmly. This skeleton may excel in group combat, which is how it managed to fight its way here. If you and I join forces, this skeleton will stand no chance. These words slightly eased Black Shah commander's expression. Black Shah commander's soul fire flared. Exactly. Watch my Black Shah hand. In an instant, a blackened skeletal hand extended 10 meters, reaching straight for Jiang Cheng, who was engaged in battle with the guards. Clang. Jiang Cheng activated his flash kill skill, leaping backward while transforming his weapon into a longbow midair, firing 3 arrows in rapid succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 arrows struck their marks. Black Shah commander's skull, his ribcage, and finally, Blood Shah commander. System notifications popped up one after another. 2117, 145, 3501. Defense reduced by 30 points. Movement speed reduced by 30. 50 HP lost per second for 60 seconds. Attack and movement speed reduced by 50. HP reduced by 50,000. Frozen for 1 second. Blood Shah commander was instantly frozen, his skeletal form locked in place as damage continued to pile up. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Cheng immediately summoned Blood Ravens and the Destructive Bowman, using his remaining 2,000 soul energy to resurrect the Blood Prison Guardians. He intended to test whether the Blood Prison Guardians' Blood Prison Hand skill would still have their HP after resurrection. Clang, clang, clang. 3 more arrows struck the freshly unfrozen Blood Shah commander. 111. Various effects triggered in succession. Armor break, shock impact, explosive destruction arrows, Blood Raven's Blood Feast, Blood Prison Hand. 1 second later, a massive 400,000 damage number appeared, leaving the 2 commanders utterly stunned. Commander, didn't you say his single target strength was weak? This is weak? This is ridiculously strong. I can't even run right now. Black Shah commander stammered in panic. Don't panic. Blood Shah commander barked, halting Black Shah's retreat. Hearing this, Black Shah commander steadied himself slightly, trusting that Blood Shah commander must have a backup plan. But in the next moment, Blood Shah commander said, "I'll retreat first." Without hesitation, he tossed Black Shah commander behind him, activated his blood escape skill, and vanished from Black Shah castle, leaving Black Shah commander standing there in utter disbelief and chaos. Damn it! The skeletal face of the Black Fiend commander was filled with shock. He watched helplessly as his ally turned and left, his heart consumed with anger and confusion. They had agreed to fight together, decided that solo combat was not an option, yet now the ally fled for his life, not even considering taking him along in a blood escape. Before he could continue to curse, a flash of icy light streaked through the air. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound echoed as 108 ice pillars, conjured by the swing of a massive halberd, surged toward him. The black soul fire in the Black Fiend commander's skull flickered violently. Just as he was about to retreat and command his guards to counterattack, he suddenly realized the entire castle was empty. Even the archer from before had been reduced to a pile of dry bones. Damn it! What kind of godlike figure have I provoked? Staring at the desolation before him, the Black Fiend commander felt utter despair. Over 10 years of painstakingly training more than 4,000 elite soldiers, he had hoped to rise to prominence in the Bone Kingdom. Yet, in an instant, they were obliterated. 3,117. A damage number floated above his head. A glimmer of hope flashed in the Black Fiend commander's eyes. This level of damage was negligible compared to his 4 million health points. You brat, you're dead. How dare you scare this commander? I'll grind your bones to dust. 50 minutes later. Mercy, great one. The Black Fiend commander knelt before the blood skeleton, utterly broken as he stared at his remaining 2,000 health points. The constant 50 poison damage over his head, paired with wave after wave of chilling slow effects, continuously drained one of his attack and movement speed. After 10 stacks, he would be frozen entirely. How pitiful. I can't spare your life, but you can say your last words, Jiang Cheng said with a smile. The Black Fiend commander was silent for a moment. As his health dropped to 1,500, he finally let out a despairing wail. In my next life, just don't let me find that archer. / 1,735. With the final strike, a series of system notifications rang out. Defeated Black Fiend commander, gained 40,000 experience points, 40,000 evolution points, 2,000 enhancement points. Bloodraven's Revenge Quest Progress, 2. Kill Reward, 1 Earth Fiend Rune. Jiang Cheng carefully examined the attributes of the Black Rune. Earth Fiend Black Fiend Rune Legendary Quality. Description: Rune imbued with mysterious dark power. Effect: when embedded in bones, grants a 3 chance to blind enemies for 3 seconds upon attack. Requirement: bones must have a rune slot. Jiang Cheng's mind stirred. If he could embed runes into all 206 of his bones, his potential would be boundless. Hundreds of effects stacking in a single strike would be enough to strike terror into any enemy. He immediately began the process of enhancement. 500 enhancement points to strengthen the skull, casting speed 5, spirit 50. 600 enhancement points for another upgrade, casting speed 6, spirit 50, gained 1 rune slot. Although he successfully unlocked a rune slot, Jiang Cheng didn't rush to embed the relatively mediocre rune. He decided to hunt down other commanders first to see if he could obtain better runes. Jiang Cheng entered the castle with Yitiao Dai Xiaoming and began taking stock of the spoils from the battle. Looking at the ground littered with loot, Yitiao Dai Xiaoming still found it hard to believe within just 2.5 hours, a heavily guarded castle had been taken down single-handedly by the skeleton Big Brother. This is for you, Jiang Cheng said, handing her a bracer while swiftly sorting through the other spoils. The loot from the Black Fiend commander left him somewhat disappointed. There wasn't even a single legendary item, only a few pieces of rare purple-grade equipment. Black Fiend boots. Quality: rare. Base attributes: 30 defense, 20-30 magic defense, 20 movement speed. Special effect: Gale creates a wind current while walking, increasing movement speed by 10 for 10 seconds. Black Fiend ring. Quality: rare. Base attributes: 30 magic attack. Special effect: Black blood, 1 chance to deduct 1000 HP from the opponent when performing a magic attack. Withering bracelet. Quality: rare. Base attributes: 30 magic attack. Special effect: Wither, 3 chance to drain 100 mana from the opponent when performing a magic attack. These 3 pieces of equipment were a perfect fit for Yitiao Dai Xiaoming. Besides these, the overall rewards from the Black Fiend castle were also quite substantial. Experience points: 1.67 million. Evolution points: 1.67 million. Enhancement points: 2,000. Equipment: 28 white and blue grade items, 5 purple grade items. Gold coins: 15. Jiang Cheng had now reached level 30, but he was still far from the 4 million evolution points required for his next evolution. He quickly reviewed his attribute panel. Base attributes: HP, 3,630. MP, 3,430. Attack, 525. Strength amplification, 179. Extreme Ice Sorrow, 250. Soul Power Attack, 503. Defense, 285. Magic Defense, 1. Movement Speed, 185. 0.98 seconds per step. Attack Speed, 2.22 seconds per swing. Although his current stats far surpassed those of players at the same level, Jiang Cheng was keenly aware of his shortcomings. Weak magic defense, insufficient magic output, a lack of crowd control skills, limited mobility, and most significantly, the inability to equip items. While he could barely handle level 4050 bosses, hidden bosses at level 60 would pose a considerable challenge. It seems I still need to get stronger, Jiang Cheng muttered to himself as he gazed at the Black Fiend commander's corpse and silently activated the resurrection effect of the Undead Black Scripture. After spending 4,000 soul power points, Jiang Cheng watched as a skeleton, shrouded in black mist, slowly emerged from the ground. This was the same Black Fiend commander who had given him quite a challenge during their earlier battle. Now, however, it had become his ally. The Black Fiend Commander's stats appeared before him: Level 1 Legendary Quality, 2,500 health points, 150-150 attack, 150-150 defense, and magic defense. Its skills included Black Fiend's Hand, Black Fiend Aura, and Black Fiend Flames. What pleased Jiang Cheng even more were its three talents: High Morale, which increased the attack power of allies within a 50-meter radius by 20, Master Trainer, which enhanced skill damage by 20, and Black Fiend's Battle Spirit, which boosted physical damage by 20. Just what I need a leader to command my skeleton army, Jiang Cheng thought to himself with excitement. With this powerful ally, his plan to form an elite skeleton unit was one step closer to fruition. Jiang Cheng then began a series of skill upgrades. He spent 55,000 points to raise Blood Prison Ice / to level 10. He used 5,500 points each to upgrade Leap / Shadow Shield, Synchronize, and Explosive Flames to level 10. Lastly, he invested 35,250 points to push Bloodthirsty Frenzy to level 10. The system displayed two fusion options. Leap / could be fused with Blood Prison Ice / requiring double the points and 1 gold coin, while Bloodthirsty Frenzy could merge with Synchronize and Shadow Shield, requiring triple the points and 9 gold coins. Jiang Cheng contemplated these costs. Whether it was skill breakthroughs, fusions, or upgrades for Xiao Meng, along with potion purchases, everything required gold coins. Although he still had over 50 coins on hand, it was clear that earning more gold needed to become a priority. After weighing his options, Jiang Cheng decided not to fuse Leap / for now. Instead, he chose the 3-skill fusion. By spending 180,000 evolution points, 900 enhancement points, and 9 gold coins, a brand new legendary skill was born: Mad Demon Escape Technique. This skill offered impressive passive bonuses: Agility 50, Health 500, Defense 50, Magic Defense 50, Attack Speed 30. Its active effect was even more remarkable, consuming 300 mana points granted a 0.5-second shield. Upon being attacked, the user would blink 5 meters away, gain a 100-point speed boost for 10 seconds, and simultaneously increase their mount's health while reducing incoming damage by 10. Nice. Jiang Cheng snapped his fingers and turned to Xiao Meng. Upgrade Necromantic Fusion Technique for me. Let's fuse some skeletons. Xiao Meng, Jiang Cheng called softly. Hearing her elder skeleton brother use her nickname for the first time, Zhang Mengmeng felt a surge of joy in her heart. However, every time Jiang Cheng spoke, he would pull her close, catching her off guard. While being near him gave her a sense of safety, it also made her blush slightly. Forcing herself to focus, Zhang Mengmeng noticed Jiang Cheng seemed to be using gold coins quite frequently. Skeleton big brother, aren't you running low on gold coins? You seem to be spending them so quickly. I still have over 100 coins from the first kill reward. You can have them, she said, pushing the coins toward him. It's fine. I don't need them for now, Jiang Cheng said, stopping her hand. Keep them for yourself to learn Necromancer Fusion. I need to fuse some elite skeletons. Looking at the considerate girl in front of him, Jiang Cheng felt a warmth in his heart. Although Xiao Meng was a bit inexperienced, she always knew her boundaries. During battles, she would find a safe spot to hide while observing and learning his tactics, quietly cheering him on. Once the fight was over, she would immediately run over to hand him mana potions, helping him recover. No matter how harsh the environment or tedious the process, she never complained. Having such a hardworking, eager, and thoughtful teammate made Jiang Cheng feel at ease. Not to mention, she could assist with fusion, buffing, and potion delivery, and she was essentially a mobile storage back. More importantly, he needed her player status for entering the main city, dungeons, and shops, as his monster state wouldn't allow him entry. All right then, Zhang Mengmeng pouted slightly as she pulled her coins back. But learning Necromancer Fusion requires a lot of gold and experience. I might drop back to level 28. With me here, do you really think leveling up will be an issue? Jiang Cheng said, raising his hand to pat her head, but he hesitated, remembering the awkwardness when he accidentally touched her hair before, and withdrew his hand. True. I'll go level up then, Zhang Mengmeng said excitedly and quickly walked away from Jiang Cheng, afraid that staying any longer would make her too embarrassed. Jiang Cheng nodded and began working on upgrading his skeleton army. After spending 280,000 evolution points, the Black Fiend Commander, Blood Prison Guard, and Grim Skeleton were all upgraded to level 30. The Black Fiend Commander's stats were particularly impressive: 15,000 health, 550,600 attack, 300 defense, and magic resistance. It also gained powerful skills like Soul Shaking Hand. Its morale-boosting attack bonus increased to 40, with a range extended to 100 meters. Training Mastery now covered the same range, granting a 40 skill damage bonus. The 3 true proficiencies also extended to 100 meters, providing a 40 attack boost. While the Black Fiend Battle Spirit's 20 physical damage bonus remained unchanged, it gained a new skill, Golden Cicada Shell, which granted all allies within 100 meters and below 10 health a 10-second invisibility effect. For the next castle, I'll have the Black Fiend commander lead the charge, Jiang Cheng thought to himself. Jiang Cheng carefully examined his team setup, contemplating what roles he still needed to fill. His main lineup was already quite formidable. Bloodraven boasted exceptional attack power, especially when enhanced by the Black Fiend commander, making its strikes devastating. Thousand Arrows excelled in area effect attacks, while Arrow Rain specialized in single-target damage. The Blood Prison Demon Guard was known for its Blood Prison Hand and aura-based skills. Meanwhile, the Black Fiend commander served as the core of the team, not only dealing area damage but also providing a 40 attack boost to blade, bow, and spear weapons, making him the team's ace. When these abilities were combined, they could even result in a permanent 100 damage increase. However, aside from these three core members, the other team members, such as the Frightening Skeleton, were lackluster, with unimpressive stats. Jiang Cheng quickly identified the team's shortcomings. They lacked roles for strong offense, crowd control, healing, and tanking. He immediately shared his vision in detail with Yitiao Dai Xiaoming and entrusted her with managing the remaining 55 skeletons, excluding the core members. Jiang Cheng's plan was clear. First, for the offensive role, we'll fuse 5 brawlers with the strongest Black Fiend archer, using the archer as the primary base. Second, for crowd control, we'll use the Ice Spirit Mage as the foundation and fuse it with all skeletons that have control-based abilities. For the healer role, we'll need a knight with a protective skill, combined with 2 priests with different abilities and 3 knights. Lastly, for the tank role, we'll select the knight with the highest health, pairing it with 4 other knights and 1 archer skilled in piercing step. Yitiao Dai Xiaoming's eyes lit up after hearing his plan, looking at Jiang Cheng with admiration. Skeleton Big Brother, you're amazing. How do you know so much about everything? Jiang Cheng felt a bit helpless since all of this was just basic game knowledge. Just as they were about to start the fusion process, Zhang Mengmeng pointed out an issue. There were only 4 brawlers. Skeleton Big Brother, can I substitute one with a swordsman? After receiving Jiang Cheng's approval, she immediately got to work. After consuming 30 bottles of intermediate magic potions, all the fusions were finally completed. Jiang Cheng eagerly checked the results, particularly the attributes of the newly created Black Fiend Power Archer. It was now at the elite level, with an attack range of 180,180, defense of 1530, and a strength stat of 200. It also possessed the piercing arrow skill. Even more exciting were its 4 passive talents: Archery Mastery, Bone Shatter, Thunderstrike, Gale Pursuit, and Earth Split, all of which originated from the active abilities of the brawlers, but had now been converted into passive effects. This meant that every arrow had a chance to trigger these powerful effects. A 10 chance to cause joint fractures, dealing double damage. A 10 chance to inflict an electric shock effect. A 10 chance to unleash a 4-hit combo. And a 15 chance to slow enemies in an area while dealing additional damage. Although the performance of the other 4 fusion creations was slightly less impressive, the overall team strength had significantly improved. Jiang Cheng promptly spent 350,000 evolution points to level all his members up to level 30, preparing to head to the next castle. Is it here? Yes, this is the place. Outside the Bone Castle, 6 individuals FAMO, Qian Chonglang, Qi Tun Tianxia, Du Ba Tianxia, Anxiang Yulan, and Jian Yingxiang stood observing the scene before them, each with a different expression. I'm certain this is the place Dumb Mo mentioned, Qian Chonglang declared with unwavering confidence. However, FAMO furrowed his brow, resting his chin on his hand as he analyzed the situation. I participated in the beta test. The defensive forces here are no joke. Just the perimeter alone has 372 Black Fiend archers, plus the Black Fiend Gatekeeper who boosts archery attack power by 10. Each archer has an attack power ranging from 130 to 150, and with the Gatekeeper's buff, that increases to 143 to 165. He quickly calculated aloud. Even with 100 points of defense, it would take 18,606 health points to withstand a single volley. Considering Skeleton Boss has about 3,130 health points, unless he has 200 points of defense, there's no way he could breach this place. FAMO truly lives up to his name. Your mental calculations are terrifying. Qi Tun Tianxia chimed in, offering a timely compliment. So, does that mean Skeleton Boss isn't here? Du Ba Tianxia asked in disappointment, while Anxiang Yulan and Jian Yingxiang also showed traces of regret on their faces. FAMO stepped into the castle's inner courtyard, picking up a skeletal remains to inspect closely. Judging by the state of the corpses, this massacre happened 1 hour and 32 minutes ago. Even with long-range magic sniping to pick off the archers one by one from 200 meters away, it would take at least an hour. He continued his analysis. Inside the Black Fiend Castle, there are still 4,172 Black Fiend soldiers. With Skeleton Boss's abilities, it's impossible to clear them all in under half an hour. Plus, the distance from the Dark Forest to here is 18 kilometers. We parted ways just 4 hours ago. There's no way he could have made it in time. Before he could finish, a series of rapid, clattering sounds echoed from afar, accompanied by the light, rhythmic tapping of footsteps. This isn't good. That sound is faster and denser than normal skeletons. It might be a boss. FAMO's expression turned grim. Just as they were about to retreat, Jiang Cheng and a small dumb Mo emerged from the castle, walking over shattered stones. The six of them stood in stunned silence, their eyes filled with doubt as they turned to FAMO. His earlier detailed analysis now seemed entirely off the mark. FAMO. Oh, you're here. And these are? Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming stepped forward, greeting them warmly. She glanced around and noticed that the aloof man with the black staff was nowhere to be seen, leaving her slightly puzzled. Although she modestly claimed to be a semi-experienced player, it was merely an understatement. In truth, apart from the 12 true gods and the supreme god, she knew little about the major figures who rose to prominence later in the game. This was why she failed to recognize FAMO and simply regarded him as a skilled regular player. Oh, Diamond Goddess, Qian Zhonglang walked over with Yunxiang, introducing her. This here is Jianing Yunxiang. You know the queen of the game, right? She's as soft and sweet as you are. Who's the queen of the game? Never mind. Yunxiang rolled her eyes at him, then turned to Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming with a smile. Hello, I'm Yunxiang. That's both my in-game name and my real name. Nice to meet you. As she spoke, she stored the large sword she was carrying into her inventory. Oh, hello. I'm Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming, but you can call me Zhang Mengmeng. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming shook hands with Yunxiang, her demeanor unusually calm, which surprised Qian Zhonglang. In his eyes, Yunxiang was one of the most popular figures among the 12 legends. Whether it was her looks, physique, or charisma, she was top tier, and her skills were second only to those of FAMO representing the Shanhe Club. She had achieved outstanding results in numerous competitions and even secured second place in the latest sword trial tournament. As the face of Shanhe Club, her popularity even surpassed that of the renowned Quan Zone God, earning her the title of Queen of the Game. Previously, when Du Batianxia and Xiang Yulan met Yunxiang, they had been ecstatic, asking for autographs and photos. Yet, the current top-ranked player, Dai Xiaoming, remained so composed in her presence, which was truly astonishing. Diamond Goddess, we meet again. Qi Tun Tianxia stepped forward to shake her hand. I'm Yunxiang's junior. This time, we're here to purchase equipment from Skeleton God. Purchase equipment? Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming looked at Jiang Cheng, and seeing him nod, she immediately pulled out a massive collection of gleaming equipment. To accommodate all the gear for Jiang Cheng, she had specifically spent 50 gold coins to expand her inventory to 1,000 slots. Piled high in front of them were about 100 pieces of equipment, ranging from common white and blue items to rare purple ones, leaving everyone speechless. Holy, Skeleton God, did you guys rob the game admins or something? Everyone was awestruck, even FAMO, who had been avoiding the group earlier, couldn't resist coming over to take a closer look. The equipment they had painstakingly collected over a long time paled in comparison to the sheer quantity Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming casually pulled out. FAMO's eyes immediately landed on a rare purple staff, which he admired with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Yunxiang was drawn to a purple strength ring, though she quickly became frustrated upon realizing she didn't have enough gold coins to purchase it. Du Batianxia and Xiang Yulan both offered to lend her gold coins, but Qi Tun Tianxia firmly stopped them. At the same time, Qian Zhonglang handed over the gold coins from their earlier transaction to Jiang Cheng and curiously asked, "God or player, don't tell me you cleared all this out by yourself in just a few hours?" Jiang Cheng nodded slightly, his expression calm. "No way. I heard from Duguan that there are 372 Black Fiend archers and over 4,000 Black Fiend troops here. And you wiped them all out within a few hours?" Qian Zhonglang's eyes widened in disbelief. His voice was filled with astonishment. "Your monster-slaying speed is faster than a guild of 500 players. The experience points must be skyrocketing like a rocket. Don't tell me you're cheating? This is insane." He leaned closer to Jiang Cheng, lowering his voice. "Master, can you tell me what level she's at now? The leaderboard hasn't updated yet." Jiang Cheng raised 2 fingers and said softly, 28. Level 28? Qian Zhonglang almost jumped up in shock. She leveled up 3 times in such a short period? He was so excited he almost grabbed Jiang Cheng's leg in amazement. For him, leveling up even 1.5 levels in a day was a struggle without dungeon runs. Wow, that's seriously rocket speed. She's already 4 levels ahead of Xia Dongli. Qian Zhonglang smirked mischievously. With a master like you around, Xia Dongli, that guy who claims he'll dominate the rankings for eternity, can kiss the top spot goodbye. He's probably fuming right now. Jiang Cheng looked at Qian Zhonglang's excited expression with some confusion. He had no dealings with Xia Dongli and didn't know much about the man's personality. Xia Dongli's personality? Absolutely rotten. Qian Zhonglang emphasized, explaining, Xia Chongkong is the real deal when it comes to showing off, but Xia Dongli? He's just a cheap knockoff. All he does is flaunt his wealth, but there's nothing else to back it up. Jiang Cheng seemed thoughtful. The 12 true gods earned their titles through strength and achievements, while Xia Dongli seemed to rely solely on money. It was no wonder people didn't respect him. Still, Jiang Cheng suspected there was more to Xia Dongli than met the eye. Perhaps the man was simply hiding his true abilities. Only 132 gold coins? Jiang Cheng shifted the topic, beginning to tally up his earnings. Right now, gold coins and potions were his most pressing concerns. Finally, Jiang Cheng made a proposal. If you want to level up, you can follow me. But there's one condition. Qian Chonglang immediately latched onto Jiang Cheng's leg, his excitement making him incoherent. Master, I swear I'll cling to your leg for eternity. Jiang Cheng tried to shake off this human leech but failed. Resigned, he said, you can join me for leveling, but you'll have to pay in gold coins. Also, I'll need your help training Xiaoming. No problem. Leave it to me. Qian Chonglang thumped his chest confidently. Duguan and I will make sure to train Xiaoming into an absolute pro better than even my master. Qian Chonglang squeezed back into the crowd, grinning smugly as he announced, its confirmed Black Fiend fortress was taken down by the skeleton god. Duguan, does your face hurt now? His words immediately drew stunned looks from everyone. FAMO, who had just equipped a new staff, quickly sent Qian Chonglang a private message. Damn it, this issue was almost over, and you just had to rub it in my face, huh? Fine. Life or death duel it is. As soon as Qian Chonglang sent the private message, Fama couldn't wait to speak up. Your method is to embarrass me? How could you call it embarrassing? Qian Chonglang replied with a mysterious smile. You probably don't know this, but Skull God said he's going to help me level up. This statement hit Fama like a heavy hammer, and his expression instantly changed. As an expert, he was well aware of Jiang Cheng's terrifying strength. Single-handedly, in the Black Fiend Castle, excluding travel time, Jiang Cheng managed to clear out 4,550 wild monsters, including the boss, in a remarkably short time. Such efficiency was something even Fama's master couldn't hope to achieve. Fama began calculating in his mind. If Qian Chongling really got carried and his level skyrocketed, gaining more skills, his ability to maneuver in battle would drastically improve. It might not matter much to ordinary players, but in high-level duels, even the tiniest advantage could determine the outcome. If that happened, defeating Qian Chonglang would become significantly harder. Did he say he'd take me to? Fama's tone suddenly softened, clearly unable to resist the allure of such an opportunity. Nope, Qian Chonglang replied firmly. That's why I deliberately said those things to help you get closer to Skull God. And now you're blaming me? My bad. In a rare sight, Fama lowered his typically arrogant head. However, he didn't seem too disheartened. After all, Jiang Cheng's strength was indeed worthy of respect. Still, a lingering question remained in his mind. Who exactly was this person? Could he really just be a neutral NPC? As they finished buying out Xiaoming's equipment, Qian Chonglang issued a direct order to leave. All right, you've got your gear. Now get lost. But Qitun Tianxia and the others were reluctant to leave so easily. Great gods, can we stay and help out with some menial tasks? Maybe learn a thing or two. Their eyes sparkled with hope. Duba Tianxia and Xiang Yulan eagerly nodded in agreement. Truly, the chance to be in the same room as legends of the gaming world was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Langshan, Fama, Jinying, Tianxia Dai each was a top-tier player. And then there was the mysterious Skull God, who single-handedly crushed over 100 elite members of the Tianxiu Guild, defeated 2 level 30 bosses, and cleared over 4,000 wild monsters in a single castle within an hour. Even this brief encounter would give them bragging rights for years. Qian Chonglang glanced at Jiang Cheng for approval and said, well, I need to ask Skull God about this first. Jiang Cheng was straightforward. After all, equipment always needed buyers, and a big guild was the best channel for that. He nodded in agreement. That's fantastic. Thank you. Great God. The group excitedly expressed their gratitude to Jiang Cheng. By the way, Skull God, where are we heading next? Jiang Cheng paused for a moment before replying with 3 words. Blood Fiend Castle. Blood Fiend Castle? Isn't that a level 35 area? Qian Chonglang was taken aback. The boss there is the level 50 Blood Fiend Warlord, right? I heard there are over 6,000 wild monsters there, much higher level than Black Fiend Castle. Great God, can we even handle that? I won't need to clear it. A team will handle the monsters for us. All you need to do is train Xiaoming. Continue? A team will help with the cleanup? Qian Zhonglong repeated the words with a puzzled expression, his brows furrowed. We only need to train Dumbo God? When he relayed the message to the others, their reactions were surprisingly consistent utter confusion. Someone couldn't help but speak up. Dumbo God is already a top-tier expert. Do we, a bunch of rookies, really need to train him? Bloodfiend Castle is a level 35 wilderness zone, and the monsters there are even denser than in Bone Castle, someone said worriedly. Can Skeleton God handle that? He won't intervene, Qian Zhonglong stated calmly, but his words hit everyone like a hammer. What? Skeleton God won't step in? A few people stood up in shock. Doesn't that mean we're just marching to our deaths? We were hoping to witness his skills, but now he won't even make a move. If not for Jiang Cheng's dazzling achievements in the past, some might have already turned and walked away. Let's go. I trust Skeleton God, Yun Xiang said firmly, casting a deep glance at Jiang Cheng, who was chatting with Dumb Mo. Her words seemed to carry some sort of magic, instantly calming the agitated team. Since Swording God has said so, if Senior Sister agrees, then let's go. The group quickly replenished their supplies, restoring their hunger and thirst levels to optimal states, and set off for Blood Fiend Castle with lingering doubts. Meanwhile, inside Blood Fiend Castle, the Blood Fiend Overlord was soaking in a blood pool, recovering his strength. After using Blood Escape, his power had been halved, leaving him struggling even against the Black Fiend Commander. The memory of being gripped by the Blood Prison Hand still haunted him, though he was grateful to have escaped with his life. Just as he prepared to rest and recuperate, a guard hurriedly entered to report, Overlord, the Purple Fiend Commander requests an audience, claiming it's a matter of great urgency. Get out! The Blood Fiend Overlord snapped impatiently, waving him away. The guard hesitated and said, the Purple Fiend Commander insists that it's a matter of utmost importance, and that he must see you. The Blood Fiend Overlord's blood-red soul flames flickered before he finally relented. Let him wait. An hour later, the increasingly anxious Purple Fiend Commander was finally ushered in to see the Blood Fiend Overlord draped in a black cloak. Save me, Overlord. The Purple Fiend Commander fell to his knees, weeping. The Black Fiend has been destroyed. My castle is the closest to his, and the culprit's next target is very likely me. The Blood Fiend Overlord feigned composure and said, don't panic. The culprit likely enjoys challenging strong opponents and won't bother with someone like you. Before he could finish, an urgent report suddenly interrupted. Report! Outside the castle. Before the messenger could finish his report, the moment the word report escaped his lips, the skeletal arm of Commander Bloodshade trembled violently, and he involuntarily took a few steps back. His soul flame turned icy cold as he warily scrutinized the soldier before him. Even after repeatedly confirming that this was no archer, he remained on edge until the full report was delivered, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Commander Qingsha requests an audience outside the castle. Qingsha? What could he want? Has he caught wind of the news too? Commander Bloodshade muttered under his breath. Nearby, Commander Zisha's cheekbones seemed to glint with a faint trace of delight. Qingsha's arrival underscored the gravity of the situation, providing him with the perfect excuse to request reinforcements from Bloodshade. Yet inwardly, he sneered at Bloodshade's method of deduction. Who would pass up the chance to crush a soft target and instead go after the toughest nut to crack? He thought mockingly. Let him in, Commander Bloodshade said reluctantly, wondering why all these commanders seemed to be flocking to him. Sure, they were his subordinates, but there was no need for them to gather like this. That blood skeleton couldn't even deal with it himself. 10 minutes later, Commander Qingsha entered in haste, clad in his cyan battle robe and accompanied by a few trusted guards. Commander, we have a serious problem. My men reported that Haisha's entire city was wiped out by a single blood skeleton, he exclaimed anxiously as soon as he stepped inside. He then noticed Zisha's presence and added, Zisha's here as well? Looks like the situation is truly dire. Zisha nodded in agreement and was about to speak when Commander Bloodshade interrupted him. What's so impossible about that? Let me tell you the truth, I've seen that blood skeleton before. Arrogant, reckless, and utterly disdainful of attacking castles of the same rank. If my judgment is correct, there's a 90% chance hell come after my Bloodshade castle. You might as well go back and get some sleep. Though the two commanders were skeptical of this statement, they recognized it as a dismissal and prepared to leave. Before departing, Zisha deliberately asked, Commander, do you require reinforcements from us? No need. Bloodshade Castle won't cower before a single blood skeleton. That creature will meet its end at my hands. Commander Bloodshade declared decisively. But just 10 minutes after Qingsha and Zisha had departed, a panicked archer ran in. Commander, bad news? A skeleton is attacking outside the castle. Commander Bloodshade, who had been preparing to send for reinforcements, froze in shock. His skeletal frame turned visibly pale. Quick, go bring back Zisha and Qingsha immediately, he shouted in a panic. Meanwhile, just 50 meters away, Qingsha and Zisha, who had mounted their horses and were leaving, heard the sound of the attack horn behind them. They turned to see a blood-red figure in the distance. Sharing a glance, they couldn't help but smile, silently admiring Commander Bloodshade's foresight. The commander truly has a gift for prediction. I admit, I had doubted him before, thinking he was trying to trick us into drawing the enemy's fire. But now I see I was wrong, Zisha said, feeling ashamed. Indeed, The commander is a model of leadership. To spare us from losing soldiers, he's taking on the blood skeleton himself, Qingsha remarked with admiration. The two bowed in the direction of Bloodshade Castle from afar, laughing as they rode off into the distance. The commander never fails us. The sound of blaring horns echoed incessantly, and the densely packed ranks of Bloodshade archers atop the castle loomed like a dark cloud. The expressions of Du Batianxia and his companions changed drastically. This was a level 35 wilderness zone, and aside from the little Daxiaming, none of them had reached level 20 yet. They were facing monsters 15 levels higher than themselves. The attributes of the Bloodshade archers were terrifying. Elite level units with 2,500 HP, 120-180 attack, 60-60 defense, and skills like Lifesteal Arrow and Armor-Piercing Arrow. On top of that, they were bolstered by archery mastery and powerful innate talents. Fama quickly analyzed the situation. This Bloodshade Castle is much larger than the Bone Castle. It's guarded by 879 archers, 12 level 36 gatekeepers, and a level 38 Bloodshade Lieutenant. The castle stands 51.55 meters tall, surrounded by ivory spikes. Climbing up without breaking through the gates would cost at least 1,175 thats, assuming we can even withstand the concentrated fire from the archers. Raising his purple staff, he unleashed 7 massive fireballs in a row. The Bloodshade archers have a range of 157 meters. We're currently 159 meters away. We can try sniping them with spells. The 7 fireballs flew forward, but as they reached 120 meters, 6 of them disappeared. The lead fireball, however, grew larger and accelerated dramatically. Boom! 438. The fireball struck a Bloodshade archer squarely, dealing a staggering amount of damage. Wow, that's insane. Qitun Tianxia and Anxiang Yulan both gave him a thumbs up in admiration. Fama shook his head. We can only thank the skeleton overlord's weapon for that. But this move is too mana-intensive. S7 fireballs cost 420 MP. I can only cast it 6 more times before I'm out of mana. Besides, these storyline monsters are intelligent. They won't just stand there and take hits. If we provoke them, the 5,000 wild monsters inside will swarm out, and we won't stand a chance. All eyes turned to Jiang Cheng, waiting for his decision. With their current strength, the castle seemed impenetrable. Everyone was curious to see how Jiang Cheng would tackle this challenge. Daxiaming, form a team and start training, Jiang Cheng commanded as he pulled the little Daxiaming closer. He then summoned 22 skeletal minions, including the Blood Prison Demon Guard, Wrathful Bloodraven, and Black Soul Power Archer, among others. With the buffs from the Black Shade Soul Shock Commander and other enhancements, the level 30 Wrathful Bloodraven's attack power had risen to an astonishing 38401. 18 arrows shot forth from the Bloodraven's longbow, all targeting the Bloodshade Lieutenant with 38,000 HP, 3,750, 3,750, 3,750. The sound of arrows piercing through bone echoed continuously, accompanied by dull thud, thud, thud noises. Above the Bloodfiend Lieutenant, damage numbers rained down like a storm, each arrow landing with only a 0.3-second interval. With 38,000 health points, the Bloodfiend Lieutenant didn't even have time to react, collapsing after taking just 11 arrows. The remaining 7 arrows in the sky didn't rest. As if they had a life of their own, each one locked onto a different target, diving straight toward the Bloodfiend archers. 3,957, 3,957, 3,957. In an instant, the 7 Bloodfiend archers, each with only 2,500 health points, didn't even have time to scream before turning into piles of dry bones, falling at the exact moment the lieutenant hit the ground. The sudden turn of events left everyone present completely speechless. A system notification immediately popped up. Killed Bloodfiend Lieutenant, gained 1,800 experience points. Overleveled kill by 16 levels, gained an additional 1,600 experience points. This was followed by a series of notifications for killing the Bloodfiend archers, each reading, gained 160 experience points. Overleveled kill by 16 levels, gained an additional 160 experience points. For a moment, everyone was frozen in shock, their pupils constricting as they instinctively exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. What just happened? Was that an illusion? I think the Bloodfiend Lieutenant just got one-shotted. An illusion? Qitun Tianxia shook his head, staring intently at Shuya. Illusion, my foot. The Bloodfiend Lieutenant is dead. Dead? Anxiang Yulan rubbed her eyes, her face full of disbelief. Fama waved his staff, beginning a detailed analysis. Dead. The Furious Bloodraven has an attack power of 1,2001, plus a 60 archery mastery attack boost, a 20 ranged attack boost from innate talents. He rattled off a list of bonuses, a 40 physical damage boost from the Black Fiend Commander training expertise, a 40 archery attack boost from Archer Mastery, a 40 physical skill boost from Morale Surge, a 20 physical attack boost from Black Fiend Battle Spirit, and various aura effects. Altogether, the attack power reached an astonishing 38401. After finishing his analysis, Fama gave Jiang Cheng a meaningful look. The others were left speechless, staring at Jiang Cheng in stunned silence. Jiang Cheng, however, seemed indifferent to their reactions. Calmly, he turned to Yitiao Dai Xiaoming and said, Xiaoming, the leader of the Dark Fragrance Demon King Squad, is a priest. You can practice with her first to get a feel for things. Zhang Mengmeng quickly snapped out of her shock, nodded in agreement, and initiated an internal team challenge within Xiang Yulan. At the same time, Jiang Cheng commanded the Black Soul Divine Archer to launch an attack. The Black Soul Power Archer, considered the team's second ace after Bloodraven, was finally about to undergo the long-anticipated test in real combat. At Jiang Cheng's command, this black-armored archer stepped forward and instantly activated the Gale Barrage skill. Swish, 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 swish. 4 pitch-black arrows shot out from his ebony longbow like lightning, striking a Blood Fiend archer with pinpoint accuracy. The damage numbers flashed consecutively: 1120, 1120, 1035, 1423. While the Black Soul Power Archer's individual attack wasn't as powerful as Bloodraven's, even with a 220 all-faction attack boost, the highest damage reached only 1423. However, this was more than enough to deal with the Blood Fiend archers. What was even more astonishing was his lightning-fast attack speed. The moment one archer hit the ground, the next target was already struck with a Bone Shatter effect. Although it didn't trigger double damage, the 3,452 triple damage was enough to instantly kill another Blood Fiend archer. Blood Raven and the Power Archer worked seamlessly together, their arrows weaving through the air in perfect synchronization. With every step forward, a swath of enemy forces fell. The astonishing sight left Qi Tianxia and the others utterly dumbfounded. What kind of insane creatures has the skeleton god summoned this time? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder he said he didn't need to lift a finger himself, and Xiang Yulan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she happily noticed her experience bar had already filled halfway, boosting her up by an entire level. Qi Tianxia, staring at his own level 16 status, was even more shocked. Compared to the slow grind of fighting monsters, using potions, and even offending other players, the experience gained from just these few seconds was unprecedented. When the Blood Prison Frenzy Demon Guard appeared, FAMO immediately recognized it as the level 30 boss, Blood Prison Demon Guard alt, previously encountered in the Dark Forest. This revelation left everyone present in stunned disbelief. How could the skeleton god command a boss-level creature? Jiang Cheng signaled for Qian Chonglang to handle the upgrade data and payment matters. Facing such an extraordinary leveling efficiency, no one raised objections to the paid upgrade system. After all, only the skeleton god across the entire server could summon a full boss-level team like this. And so far, only 2 archers had taken action. Who knew how many more powerful entities were hidden among the remaining 22 skeletons? The only downside? Leveling up this way was bound to burn a hole in your wallet. The skeleton overlord truly lives up to his reputation. Not only is his own strength immense, excelling in both offense and defense, but his skills even surpass those of FAMO. What's even more shocking is that he commands an elite squad composed entirely of boss-level members. What does the power of this squad signify? It means their leveling speed will far exceed 99 of the players on the server, with the potential to even surpass Xia Dongli, the god of levels. With financial backing, they not only level up at lightning speed but also have access to top-tier equipment at any time. While ordinary players are still battling over a single wild monster, a bottle of potion, or a piece of basic gear, they are already soaring to unimaginable heights. Duba Tianxia and Xiang Yulan, Qi Tun Tianxia, Qian Chonglang, and Yun Xiang all had excited smiles on their faces. Only FAMO looked grim. His worries were soon validated. The wild monsters of the Blood Fiend Castle began their counterattack. Amidst a deafening clanking sound, the steel gates of the castle slowly descended. Massive iron chains clashed with a metallic din, and a third turtle gate slammed down with a resounding crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Through the haze of dust, a squad of skeleton soldiers clad in crimson armor marched out in perfect formation. They wielded massive Guandao blades, their synchronized footsteps reverberating like thunder. The system immediately displayed their stats. Blood Fiend Guandao Soldiers Elite Class. Level 38. Health 2,888. Attack 120,200. Defense 120,200. Magic Defense 50100. Skill Shield Breaking Slash. Talents Rupture, Cleave, Shatter, Armor Break. The attributes of this elite squad sent shockwaves through everyone present. Even legendary players like Qian Chonglang, FAMO, and Yun Xiang couldn't help but look serious. These Guandao soldiers were comparable to level 15 elite bosses, and there was an entire army of them. FAMO quickly ran the numbers. The Guandao soldiers were 132 meters away, with 821 of them in total. Given the 0.8-second firing rate of the Blood Ravens, the 0.9-second rate of the Divine Arrow Archers, and the triggering of special abilities, they could take down a maximum of 150 enemies within 2 minutes. This meant that after 120 seconds, they would still face over 600 fully armed Guandao soldiers. Aside from the highly defensive Blood Prison Berserk Blade Guards and Black Fiend Soul-Shaking Commanders, the rest of the group would be at extreme risk of annihilation. All eyes turned to Jiang Cheng's blood-red skeletal form, awaiting his decision. Meanwhile, FAMO gazed thoughtfully at Jiang Cheng and his Blood Raven squad, as if anticipating how the skeleton overlord would resolve this seemingly inescapable predicament. What are we still trying to figure out? Let's just run. Chi Tun Tian Xia said anxiously, his face full of frustration. He had just spent 10 gold coins to level up twice and was not about to lose those levels here for nothing. Calm down, junior brother, Yun Xiang said steadily, standing nearby with a greatsword in hand. A true expert, no matter the situation, must first calm themselves. Acting on instinct in a panic only gives you a 50% chance of success. Only by staying composed can you make the right decision. With that, Yun Xiang stepped behind Jiang Cheng, assuming a defensive stance. Body slightly bowed, feet shifted back, greatsword held diagonally, ready to respond to any sudden threat. Boss, just tell me if you need anything. FAMO and Qian Chong Lang also moved in sync to position themselves behind Jiang Cheng, prepared for battle. Even Dai Xiaoming, though visibly nervous, gripped her staff tightly, ready to cast abyssal grasp on the approaching heavy blade soldiers at any moment. This scene left Chi Tun Tian Xia and his two companions stunned. The difference between legendary players and ordinary ones wasn't just in their skills but also in their mentality and composure. While they were still hesitating, FAMO and the others were already fully prepared. Ignore them. Keep training, Jiang Cheng said calmly, his gaze fixed on the distant heavy blade soldiers being taken down one by Blood Crows and Divine Arrow Masters. Zhang Mengmeng immediately issued a new challenge to Xiang Yulan. Hearing the clashing of weapons and the pounding of footsteps all around, Xiang Yulan found it hard to believe continuing a duel while surrounded by hundreds of level 38 elite heavy blade soldiers. But seeing the determined nods from FAMO and the others, she had no choice but to accept this crazy decision. Daimeng, even though I'm a priest, my holy light deals 200 damage to undead players. Be careful. As the two began their duel in the nearby grassland, Qian Chong Lang asked FAMO with interest, "Hey, who do you think will win?" "I'm more interested in how Skeleton Boss plans to turn the tables," FAMO replied with a slight smirk, his eyes fixed on Jiang Cheng. Yun Xiang, Chi Tun Tianxia, and the others also focused their attention on him. The swarm of heavy blade soldiers was now less than 10 meters away. In this critical moment, with no powerful allies to rely on, how would the skeleton boss respond? At a distance of 9 meters, FAMO's piercing eyes swept back and forth across Jiang Cheng's team, his mind racing to calculate the shifting distances. 8 meters. The others held their breath, staring unblinkingly at the unfolding battle. The oppressive aura emanating from the blood fiend blade soldiers paralyzed them, leaving them frozen in place, silently praying that the skeleton god would lead them to safety. 7 meters. Suddenly, Blood Crow stepped forward from Jiang Cheng's team, taking 2 steps ahead and ceasing his shooting. He strode directly toward the blade soldiers. This action left everyone in shock and Archer abandoning their position in the backline to charge into the front. Was he courting death? 5 meters. At this critical moment, FAMO received an unexpected system notification. Ding! Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming has challenged you. In such a life-or-death situation, someone was initiating an internal conflict? Though puzzled, FAMO clicked accept without hesitation. In an instant, a gleam of cold light flickered in FAMO's pupils. Instinctively, he raised his staff to block a spear while channeling his magic, launching a massive fireball straight at Jiang Cheng. As the group remained bewildered by this sudden internal clash, the fireball struck Jiang Cheng precisely, activating the 5-meter blink effect of the frenzied demon escape technique. A flash of red light, and Jiang Cheng's figure vanished. In the next second, he reappeared beyond Blood Crow, standing directly before the blade soldiers. His spear transformed into the cry of frozen despair, and with a sweeping motion, he unleashed the blood prison ice slash. In an instant, 361 ice pillars formed a 22-meter-long horizontal ice wall, perfectly blocking the blade soldiers' impending strike on Blood Crow. Bang! 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 The blade soldiers at the front, caught off guard, crashed into the ice wall, while the following troops piled up due to momentum. With a thunderous crash, the ice wall shattered, taking out 48 blade soldiers in one blow. Seizing the moment, Blood Crow darted forward, his longbow swinging from right to left as he unleashed a level 3000 arrows barrage. A torrential rain of 624 arrows rained down, striking the dense formation of blade soldiers with precision. The first wave of 208 arrows instantly killed the same number of enemies, the second wave claimed 108 more lives, and the third wave reaped another 172. The system notifications rang incessantly as experience points and evolution points surged. In a flawless collaboration, Jiang Cheng and Bloodcrow annihilated 536 blade soldiers in an instant. Jiang Cheng remained composed, patting Bloodcrow on the shoulder and instructing the Blood Prison Frenzied Demon and others to clean up the remaining enemies. He then walked toward the Stundi Tiao Dai Xiaoming, Dark Fragrance Orchid, and the others. Qi Tun Tian Xia, Du Ba Tian Xia, Dark Fragrance Orchid, Qian Chonglang, FAMO, and Yun Xiangal were left in a state of speechless astonishment. As Jiang Cheng was teaching Dai Xiaoming how to counter the Xiang Yulan strategy, Du Ba Tian Xia couldn't suppress his curiosity and was the first to ask about the strange battle that had just occurred. The others also turned their attention to FAMO, as he was the person most qualified to explain the situation. As for directly asking the Skeleton Master, the mere thought sent a shiver down everyone's spine. They couldn't bear that kind of overwhelming presence. The seamless and fluid operations they witnessed earlier, though incomprehensible, had made one thing clear. The gap between them and the Master wasn't just a gap. It was an insurmountable chasm. Damn it, can you guys stop asking me about everything? FAMO, looking equally puzzled, clearly hadn't figured out what had happened either. Dumbass, why did you guys suddenly start fighting? Qian Chonglang asked, his confusion evident. After that mist-like series of moves, over 500 Dao soldiers had vanished, and he was still at a loss. FAMO pondered for a moment before slowly explaining. I received a challenge notification from Dai Xiaoming earlier. I thought she had changed her mind and wanted to challenge me, so I casually accepted it. Who would have guessed that the one attacking me would actually be the Skeleton Master? Of course, I couldn't just sit there and take it, so I retaliated immediately. As he spoke, FAMO's eyes suddenly lit up, as if a realization had dawned on him. I get it now. Get what? Everyone looked at FAMO in confusion, thinking he hadn't explained anything clearly. FAMO gave a mysterious smile. The Skeleton Master attacked me to provoke my retaliation and activate that skill, the one that triggers a 5-meter blink. Then why didn't he attack someone else? Qian Chonglang still didn't understand. FAMO glanced around at the group and asked in return, if the Skeleton Master attacked you, how would you react? I might just kneel and beg for mercy, Qi Tun Tian Xia replied timidly, earning disdainful looks from the others. Yun Xiang thought for a moment and replied confidently, I would probably retreat and keep my distance, then ask questions later. I see now. Qian Chonglang exclaimed as if he had an epiphany. We all have a sense of awe and fear toward the Skeleton Master, so we wouldn't dare fight back. Only this fool, who's been thinking about challenging the Master, would dare to strike him. The Skeleton Master has only been interacting with us for a short time, yet he's already figured out everyone's personalities. That's terrifying. Hearing this, the group looked at Jiang Cheng with newfound reverence. This ability to read people so thoroughly was truly unnerving. Finally, Du Ba Tian Xia raised another question. The Skeleton Master could have just approached directly and used the ice wall. Why bother sending the Blood Crow first and then blinking over? Isn't that unnecessary? Once again, everyone's eyes focused on FAMO. The Mage of Law remained silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone present as he began to analyze the key factors of the battle. This involves the game's aggro mechanics, as well as the precise coordination of vision and timing, he said, glancing around and noticing the confusion on everyone's faces. A subtle smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Do you know which entity the wild monsters in Bloodshade Castle hate the most? It's the Blood Raven. He went on to explain. I've been closely observing the commanders of the Glaive soldiers. Eventually, I realized it was the deputy general on the castle wall. The Blood Raven killed one of the 3 key deputy generals of Bloodshade Castle. This caused the remaining 2 to accumulate the highest aggro value toward the Blood Raven. If Skeleton Overlord had used someone else to lure the monsters instead of the Blood Raven, it would have been impossible to gather all the Glaive soldiers in one spot. There was admiration in his tone as he continued. What's even more impressive is that the moment the Blood Raven moved forward, the Glaive soldiers immediately shifted their formation, changing from a square formation to a fan-shaped one in an attempt to encircle the Blood Raven. Coincidentally, or perhaps not, the Blood Raven's 1,000 arrows skill also has a fan-shaped attack range. This was clearly no accident. Thousand Wave quickly chimed in. This must have been deliberately planned by Skeleton Overlord. Exactly. The Mage of Law nodded approvingly. If the Blood Raven's 1,000 arrows were fired from a distance of 5 meters or more, it could only kill around 100 Glaive soldiers in a square formation. But when all the Glaive soldiers are densely packed into a fan-shaped formation, the outcome is drastically different. His voice was filled with admiration. Skeleton Overlord's tactics were nothing short of brilliant. He first used the Blood Raven to lure the Glaive soldiers into a fan-shaped formation, then utilized a blink ability to create a time lag and strategically placed an ice wall to sever the soldiers' aggro lock. This caused all the glaive soldiers to lose their target momentarily, leaving them unable to adjust their positions and forcing them to crowd into a single point. Finally, one well-placed 1,000 arrows wiped out 488 glaive soldiers in an instant. After hearing this thorough analysis, everyone present gasped in astonishment. They couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration for Jiang Cheng's tactical planning and commanding prowess. Although we're still a bit confused about what we just heard, there's nothing more to say. Everyone stared in awe at the breathtaking scene before them, marveling at it. The skill displayed by the skeleton master was truly astonishing, leaving them all in admiration. The sheer talent gap seemed insurmountable. Mo's gaze flickered between Jiang Cheng and Qian Chonglang, his curiosity deepening. Qian Chonglang's precise interpretation of the skeleton master's gestures made him suspect there might be some kind of connection between the two. Why are you staring at me like that, you fool? Feeling uneasy under Mo's scrutiny, Qian Chonglang quickly changed the topic. The Mo Dao soldiers have suffered heavy losses and are no longer a threat. As long as someone handles healing and supplies, the skeleton master's team can operate efficiently. Their leveling speed is simply astonishing. The others nodded in agreement, immediately contacting friends to purchase more gold coins. At this point, funding support was their most pressing need. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng casually told Yitiao Dai Xiaoming, "Feel free to improvise," and initiated the duel. He understood that true experts needed to develop their own insights, and making mistakes was an essential part of the growth process. Besides, he had already taught her techniques like spell delay and targeting for the necromancer class. The battle began in an instant. Xiang Yulan was the first to strike, unleashing a beam of holy light. A golden sword of light slashed down toward Yitiao Dai Xiaoming's head. The damage indicator, 117, appeared, filling her with excitement. Considering that mages typically had around 800 health points, a few more attacks like that could end the fight. However, in the next moment, 36 skeletal hands erupted from the ground, covering a 10-meter radius. Although Xiang Yulan managed to dodge into the gaps between two skeletal hands just in time, she was still stunned by the terrifying skill of this hidden class. The duel quickly captured the attention of Qian Chonglang and the others. FAMO explained the skill, called Abyssal Grasp, in detail. It's a level 25 skill that allows you to control 36 enemy units within a 10-meter radius, applying silence and immobilization effects. It also deals 50 corrosion damage every 0.5 seconds. However, he added, it has its flaws. The wide range creates noticeable gaps, making it less effective against skilled opponents. Plus, the long cooldown makes using it too early a risky move. While some were disappointed by Yitiao Dai Xiaoming's performance, Yun Xiang had a different perspective. In her view, anyone who could remain by Jiang Cheng's side couldn't possibly be mediocre. The others nodded in agreement, all anticipating what would unfold next. The warlock shook his head, carefully analyzing the situation. Although necromancy could summon 20 skeletons even at level 1, these skeletons were slow-moving and couldn't keep up with the player's speed. Xiang Yulan could easily attack while moving, making it effortless to handle the situation. A true expert must possess exceptional combat awareness. If one could disrupt the opponent while summoning the undead and then use Abyssal Grasp amidst the chaos, the success rate would increase significantly. However, now that the greatest advantage, Abyssal Grasp, was lost, relying solely on necromancy made failure inevitable. During the battle, Xiang Yulan gained 2 buffs consecutively. A level 5 Divine Blessing, which added 150 spell damage and 50 spirit points, and a level 5 Life Blessing, which increased her maximum health by 200 points and restored 10 health points per second. After some probing attacks, Xiang Yulan got serious. She knew that Divine Light was her only offensive skill, so she had to ensure sufficient health and damage output to end the battle quickly. While she activated her buff skills, Yitiao Dai Xiaoming didn't seize the opportunity to counterattack, which puzzled her. Could it be that this supposedly skilled player was actually just a novice? But just as Xiang Yulan cast Divine Light, the 325 damage landed on a skeleton that had suddenly appeared. It turned out that while she was applying buffs, Yitiao Dai Xiaoming had already used a technique taught by Jiang Cheng, pre-selecting a necromancy summoning location during casting and using a casting delay to control the timing of the release. This caused the single target Divine Light to lose its lock-on and hit the temporarily summoned skeleton instead. Immediately after, 35 skeletons erupted from the ground, surrounding Xiang Yulan. 10 skeletons simultaneously raised their bone blades, slashing in unison and dealing consecutive damage. 35, 32, 36. Over 350 health points were lost in an instant. In a panic, Xiang Yulan cast Divine Light on herself, healing 280 points, and prepared to use Purification to clear the field. However, at that moment, the 35 skeletons suddenly merged into one enormous scythe-wielding skeleton. Although Anxiang Yulan's purification dealt a massive 855 damage, it wasn't enough to defeat the side skeleton, which had 11,000 health points. Yiqiao Daxiaming quickly cast necromancy empowerment, boosting the scythe skeleton's attack and spell damage by 300 points. The final blow completely drained Anxiang Yulan's health. Anxiang Yulan was defeated. The onlookers' expressions shifted subtly as their gazes all turned toward the warlock. The warlock. Fama stared at the scene before him, his mind screaming in disbelief, but he ultimately chose to keep silent. Techniques like casting delay or targeting spells weren't particularly difficult for an average summoner to master, especially since they typically had a limited number of summon creatures to control. However, Yiqiao Dai Xiaomeng was currently commanding 36 summon beasts, simultaneously one directly in front of herself, and the other 35 encircling Anxiang Yulan. The precision and mental focus required to achieve such control were nothing short of shocking. Fama had initially thought Yiqiao Dai Xiaomeng lacked sharp awareness, but witnessing this level of skill almost made him cough up blood in frustration. Still, he suppressed his reaction for the sake of his pride. Looks like even the great Demeng isn't someone to be underestimated, Qi Tun Tianxia remarked with a thumbs up in admiration. Yun Xiang cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Cheng, as if understanding something unspoken. Qian Chonglang quickly stepped in to ease the atmosphere. Congratulations to Demeng on the victory. And Yulan, don't feel discouraged. Losing to someone like Demeng is no shame. I won't feel discouraged. And Xiang Yulan responded graciously, extending her hand toward Yiqiao Dai Xiaomeng. It's an honor to spar with you. Winning or losing doesn't matter. Demeng, would you mind adding me as a friend? I'd love to practice with you again sometime. Sure. Zhang Mengmeng agreed without hesitation. Qi Tun Tianxia and Du Ba Tianxia exchanged a gleeful look. What a great deal. One match, and they had the chance to become friends with Demeng. It was a priceless opportunity. Even more importantly, Demeng was closely connected to the skeleton god, which could solidify their golden positions within the skeleton god's team. If other wealthy players caught wind of this, they'd likely fight tooth and nail for such a spot. Demeng, let me take the next round. Qi Tun Tianxia volunteered eagerly. All right, I've been wanting to try fighting a melee opponent, Yiqiao Dai Xiaomeng replied, seeking Jiang Cheng's approval before starting the next duel. Jiang Cheng, however, didn't pay much attention to the match. Instead, he checked his evolution points balance. He currently had around 1 million, still far from the 4 million required for the next hidden stage. He knew his goal clearly: to continuously evolve, restore his peak state, and, perhaps one day, regain his physical body and return to the real world. He began to take action. 3 arrows whizzed through the air, transforming mid-flight into scythes that embedded deeply into the walls of the Blood Fiend fortress. Chains extended from his hands, and with a powerful pull, the momentum launched him toward a group of over 100 Dao soldiers. The chains in his hands instantly morphed into a blood-red Guandao. A dazzling crimson arc swept through the air, and in one strike, 42 Dao soldiers who had been locked in combat with the Blood Prison Berserker guards were simultaneously decapitated. 6,532. The damage numbers appeared in rapid succession. 42 helmeted heads traced perfect parabolic arcs through the air before crashing to the ground in a series of metallic clangs. The bones within the helmets fractured and scattered, creating a gruesome spectacle. Holy crap! 6,532 damage? The group stared in shock at the weapon in Jiang Cheng's hand. This terrifying number made them realize that the previous Ice Wall skill likely had no damage bonus at all. Earlier, they had been worried about whether this master player could break through the Blood Fiend castle. Now it seemed he simply hadn't bothered to make an effort. Every strike from Jiang Cheng was precise beyond belief. With just 4 swings, a swarm of monsters fell to the ground. The sound of experience point notifications rang out continuously, and the numbers climbed rapidly. What shocked them even more was that his attacks had a splitting damage effect, and the occasional flashes of green light above his head revealed that he also had a lifesteal ability. Although his attack speed was only 2.12 seconds per strike, and his movement speed was 0.95 seconds per step, these shortcomings were completely compensated for by the skill that turned arrows into chain scythes. More importantly, he seemed to have some buff skills that he hadn't even used yet. FAMO gazed at Jiang Cheng's figure, finding this mysterious individual increasingly unfathomable. His precise insight, masterful control of mana, impeccable perspective techniques, flawless combat awareness, profound understanding of weapon skills, and extreme grasp of terrain and human inertia, these were far beyond what an average player could achieve. FAMO thought to himself that this might merely be the tip of the iceberg when it came to Jiang Cheng's capabilities. If he were to face my master, what are the odds he would win? FAMO murmured, deep in thought. At that moment, Qi Tun Tianxia shouted excitedly, my ranking jumped from over 1 million to just over 150,000. Qian Chonglang eagerly checked his own level and found he had reached level 21, with his ranking soaring from over 3,000 to 1,255. FAMO calmly stated that he had reached level 22, with a ranking in the 400s. Xia Dongli is still at level 26, and Dai Meng has already reached level 29, Qian Chonglang said as they followed Jiang Cheng deeper into the Bloodfiend Castle. If he levels up one more time, he'll become the first level 30 player in the entire server. The era of dungeons and guilds is about to begin. Watching Jiang Cheng cut through enemies like a hot knife through butter, Qian Chonglang thought to himself, the master player must have already obtained a guild establishment token, right? I wonder if he'll create a guild. Either way, I need to stay close to him and hold on to this golden opportunity. Jiang Cheng stormed through the Bloodfiend Castle and reached the Bloodfiend Hall in just 1 hour and 30 minutes. This was 2 minutes faster than his previous record at Black Fiend Castle, leaving Yun Xiang and the others in awe. It was worth noting that while Black Fiend Castle was only a level 40 zone, Bloodfiend Castle was a high-level zone at level 50, with a vast disparity in difficulty between the two. Jiang Cheng assessed the rewards from his journey. The elimination of over 6,000 elite soldiers earned him 2.4 million evolution points, bringing his total to 3.49 million, just 500,000 points shy of his next evolution. Defeating the elite boss contributed 1,200 enhancement points. His level increased by 1, and all attributes saw improvements. Health and mana rose by 100 points each, attack power increased by 10 points, and defense improved by 5 points. Previously, selling equipment had earned him 178 gold coins, and leading the team to level up generated another 180 coins. As for the equipment from Bloodfiend Castle, Jiang Cheng entrusted it to Yitiao Dai Xiaoming for safekeeping. These high-level items wouldn't fetch a good price for now, so he planned to sell them later when in-game currency depreciated. However, when FAMO followed Jiang Cheng into the Bloodfiend Hall, they discovered something unusual. Despite all the commotion, the Bloodfiend Warlord had yet to appear. The vast hall was eerily empty, save for rows of weapon racks, bone-crafted armaments, and a heap of skeleton remains in the center. Qitun Tianxia noticed something peculiar about the remains of a blood-fiend archer on the ground. After inspecting it, FAMO analyzed. Judging by the wound on the sternum, it seems the archer was ambushed and killed by a skeleton wielding a blade from behind. It must have been a death filled with regret. Since the boss was absent, Qian Chonglang couldn't wait to tackle the dungeon instead. The dungeon ranged from level 20 to level 1000, with corresponding challenges every 5 levels. The first clear rewards were incredibly tempting, including 2 million experience points and a variety of rare equipment and materials. At this moment, Yitiao Dai Xiaoming had already reached level 30, becoming the center of attention across the entire server. Major guilds sent invitations one after another, including overtures from Qionglu, ranked 6th, and Fa Shanji, ranked 8th. However, Qian Chonglang politely declined all offers because there was a significant event taking place in the real world. Jiang Cheng, known as the supreme god of the gaming world, the latter overlord, and the all-class grandmaster, was having his funeral today. Rumor had it that all the big names in the gaming world would attend to pay their respects. What time is it now? Duba Tianxia asked urgently, his voice tinged with unusual excitement. Qitun Tianxia was focused on searching every corner of the Bloodfiend Hall and replied without looking up, "What's the rush? Is it more important than leveling up with Skeleton God? Today is the funeral of the Supreme God, the Grand Demon King of the Heavenly Ladder. Aren't you going to attend?" Snap. Qitun Tianxia smacked his forehead abruptly. "I totally forgot. Zhang the Demon King is my idol. I definitely plan to go." His frustration was evident. This was a monumental event across the entire game server. The Great Wilderness Game even organized an online memorial ceremony, with billions of players participating simultaneously. As someone living near the hometown of the Supreme God, he had every intention of attending in person. Unnoticed, Yun Xiang had walked up behind him and teased, "Isn't your idol supposed to be your master?" Qitun Tianxia replied seriously, "Well, my master is my idol, but Zhang the Demon King is my ultimate idol. There's no conflict there, right?" He quickly added, "Besides, Master will take us there later, but we should at least greet Skeleton God first. It'd be rude otherwise." Before long, the entire team gathered in front of Jiang Cheng and Yitiao Dai Xiaoming. Qian Zhonglang pulled FAMO forward and bowed respectfully to Jiang Cheng. "Skeleton God, we'll have to put the dungeon on hold. Today is a significant day in the gaming world, and we must attend." Jiang Cheng looked at the scene before him with some confusion, particularly noticing Yitiao Dai Xiaoming's hesitant expression. As a relatively unknown player in the gaming world, why did she feel the need to participate in such a major event? Before leaving, Duba Tianxia hesitated for a moment. "Actually, to be honest, never mind. I guess you wouldn't understand, Skeleton God. I just hope we'll get to team up again next time." Even though this NPC was exceptionally intelligent, it wasn't a real person, and saying such things felt a bit strange. After everyone left, the Bloodfiend Castle became eerily empty. Yitiao Dai Xiaoming seemed a little down but didn't dwell on it too much. After all, while these people were her friends, they didn't compare to Jiang Cheng in importance. "Xiaoming, are you going too?" Jiang Cheng asked gently as he approached her. Zhang Mengmeng replied softly, "Skeleton big brother, can I sell some gold coins?" She wanted to help her idol's mother, who, as rumors had it, had fallen ill after her son's death and was now struggling with only her daughter to care for her. "You can use the gold coins however you like," Jiang Cheng said warmly, sensing her hesitation. "Just don't starve yourself like last time." With that, he summoned his skeletal warhorse. "Hop on. We'll take you to Reborn City, and we can kill some wild monsters along the way to level up." Ah! Zhang Mengmeng let out a startled cry as she suddenly felt herself being lifted into the air. She clung tightly to Jiang Cheng's skeletal frame, her heart pounding wildly. Traveling like this with the skeleton big brother was truly terrifying. "Is something serious happening?" Zhang Mengmeng asked as she watched Jiang Cheng speeding through the air. His blood-red spear cut through the sky, leaving trails of cold light, while the wild monsters along the way fell one after another. "One of my friends has passed away. I'm going to attend his funeral," Jiang Cheng replied. "A funeral?" Zhang Mengmeng repeated. Jiang Cheng's spear abruptly halted midair, and his entire form seemed frozen in place. The gravity of the news in the gaming world plunged him into deep contemplation. The fierce wind fanned the flames in his eye sockets, and the atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Clinging to him, Zhang Mengmeng keenly sensed the change in his demeanor. A wave of desolation, sorrow, and loneliness emanated from him. Just one sentence from her had caused such a drastic shift in the skeleton big brother. His once swift spear movements had slowed noticeably, and even when a rune spider leapt onto his head and dropped silk that fluttered in the wind, he ignored it. This was highly unusual for someone as sharp and reactive as him. "Skeleton big brother, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Zhang Mengmeng asked cautiously, gently brushing the spider silk off his head as she spoke. Jiang Cheng remained silent for a long time. It wasn't until he pierced through a charging rake cat with his spear that he finally said, Were you close to him?" "I." Zhang Mengmeng hesitated for a moment. "Not really. I can't say we were close. He didn't know me, but I knew him. He was a superstar in his field. Almost everyone knew who he was." Speaking of her idol, Zhang Mengmeng's voice filled with admiration. "Did you know? He won second place in the sword trial competition when he was just 16. Later, he defeated the 7 legends and the top 10 experts, winning the championship 3 years in a row. He was a legend of his era. He set countless world records and invented numerous divine techniques that became the subject of everyone's studies. Even his 3 disciples achieved extraordinary feats. One became one of the 12 true gods, another rose to the top of the 10 villains, and the third has held the top spot on the ladder rankings for years, inheriting his legacy. He was the most incredible person I've ever known." As she grew more excited, Zhang Mengmeng almost slipped off the skeletal mount but managed to grab hold of Jiang Cheng just in time. "Phew! That was close," she said, patting her chest and sighing in relief. Noticing Jiang Cheng had fallen silent again, she asked worriedly, "Skeleton big brother, what's wrong?" With a sudden burst of action, Jiang Cheng drove his spear through another level 20 rate cat, and the flames in his eyes flared brightly. After 3 hours of relentless hunting, his evolution points had finally reached 4.01 million. The past was the past. There was no turning back. He could only move forward. "Nothing. We're here." "Reborn City," Jiang Cheng said calmly, his gaze fixed on the imposing city ahead. Just then, a massive image appeared in the sky, drawing everyone's attention. "Holy crap! What is that?" a player exclaimed in shock. "What's the big deal? Stop overreacting," another player replied nonchalantly. "It's the funeral for the supreme god today. The great wilderness world is holding an online memorial service for him, and the opening ceremony should be starting soon." Amid the crowd, a night player noticed a particularly striking figure. "Hey, you over there. Yeah, you, the gorgeous lady. Don't think you can just..." His words abruptly trailed off as the scene before him left him utterly baffled. A beautiful female knight was riding a skeletal horse, cradling a blood-red skeleton in her arms. The bizarre combination defied all logic, leaving him momentarily speechless. Was the skeletal knight class supposed to be exclusive to male players? What stunned him even more was the aura of the blood skeleton. A skeletal horse as its mount, a flowing crimson cape in the wind, and a stunning companion by its side. Damn it, even a skeleton is living a better life than me. This is ridiculous. The knight player sank into a deep bout of self-doubt. Jiang Cheng's appearance caused quite a stir among the players, who stared at the unusual pair with awe and envy. As they approached the gates of Reborn City, 2 NPC guards wielding gleaming halberds blocked their path. "Sorry, you'll need to dismiss your summoned creature before entering the city," one of the guards said, crossing his halberd in front of them. Zhang Mengmeng looked flustered, clearly caught off guard by the rule. The players around them immediately started whispering among themselves. Some questioned her familiarity with the game, while others reminisced about the rules from the Myth Games era. No one could bring their pets into the city back then either, unless they were someone like Xia Dongli, the #1 in the world, someone added. Hearing the words, number one in the world, Zhang Mengmeng's eyes lit up. Jiang Cheng, standing behind her, reminded her at just the right moment, put on your title. He explained that the number one in the world title granted numerous privileges, the most notable being outranking any official. Any NPC with an official position was required to show respect to the holder of the title, and city gate guards were no exception. They were obligated to kneel. Without hesitation, Zhang Mengmeng proudly displayed the dazzling golden number one in the world title. In an instant, an eerie silence enveloped the entire city gate. Thud. The two gatekeeping NPCs suddenly dropped to their knees, their guandos clattering to the ground, their heads bowed deeply with respect, their bodies trembling slightly, and their palms gripping the weapons were already soaked in cold sweat. Master, you are the number one under heaven. Please, enter the city at once. They dared not lift their heads, terrified that a single misstep might provoke Zhang Mengmeng's wrath and cost them their positions. Zhang Mengmeng, however, wasn't overthinking it. She was just a little stunned, was simply revealing her title enough to make their attitudes do a complete 180? This number one under heaven title was unexpectedly powerful. No wonder Skeleton Big Brother was so focused on leveling up. He clearly foresaw this advantage. She glanced at Jiang Cheng with admiration before leading him into the city. Along the way, players stepped aside, their eyes filled with shock, envy, and awe. So that's the top-ranked player, Dai Xiaoming? She surpassed Xia Dongli. A true legend make way. Our new Feng City has someone this incredible? Just moments ago, I was doubting the number one title serves me right. The players buzzed with chatter, swarming toward the south gate until it was completely packed. Zhang Mengmeng found herself stuck in place, wearing a troubled expression. Skeleton Big Brother, what should we do? Jiang Cheng looked up at the sky, shaking his head slightly. Take off the title. Things will settle down in a moment. As Zhang Mengmeng hesitated, the sky suddenly darkened. A single starburst illuminated the center of the darkness, and then the curtains seemed to rise, flooding the world with light. Amid the roaring winds, two figures appeared above the desert. One clad in golden robes wielding a golden spear, the other in silver armor holding a silver spear. It's the Supreme God. That's the golden Supreme Dragon Soul Spear. The other is the Silver Snow War God, Zhao Bian. No, back then, he was one of the seven wonders. Seizing the moment while everyone was gazing at the sky, Zhang Mengmeng quickly removed her title and slipped into a tavern with Jiang Cheng. She briefly greeted him before logging off, leaving Jiang Cheng alone in a private room. He pushed open the wooden window and joined millions of players across the server in watching the spectacle unfolding in the sky. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8. The two legendary figures stood facing each other across the desert. The long-awaited, never-before-seen duel was about to begin. Everyone held their breath, anticipating this clash of titans. The battle commenced. Clang! The deafening sound of metal colliding reverberated through the desert skies as two long spears clashed, sending brilliant sparks flying. Zhao Bian and Jiang Cheng were thrown backward like arrows loosed from a bow, stirring up a storm of yellow sand. Zhao Bian raised his right hand and stomped the ground forcefully, creating a ripple of sand. The silver-white spear in his hand spun rapidly behind him, gradually transforming into the shadow of a coiling dragon. This powerful vortex of suction drew all the sand around into its swirl. This was none other than one of the 14 divine techniques, the Dragon Shadow Spiral Spear. This move not only disrupted Jiang Cheng's charging skill, but also manipulated his trajectory using the vortex's force. Although using this technique in front of its creator might seem like showing off one's limited skills, Zhao Bian had no choice but to go all out against the strength of a supreme god. Just then, a golden flash reflected by the blazing sun shot directly at Zhao Bian's eyes. Instinctively, he shut them but still managed to precisely block Jiang Cheng's level 40 skill, Crescent Spear. However, as he reopened his eyes, another golden flash came hurtling toward him. Anticipating this, Zhao Bian turned swiftly, dodging the blade's strike with his back, while thrusting his spear backward in a counterattack, a classic rear horse strike. Jiang Cheng swiftly retreated using his flash kill skill, hurling his spear toward Zhao Bian in the process. He then summoned his warhorse, leaped onto its back, and activated the mount's jump ability. In the instant Zhao Bian deflected the incoming spear, Jiang Cheng had already closed the 7-step gap, catching his golden spear midair before unleashing his level 65 area effect skill, Thousand Shadows Cold Spear. This rare offensive skill for the Knight class created a fan-shaped burst of spear shadows within a 3-meter range, delivering 11 strikes, each dealing 400 damage. Though the Knight class typically excelled in defense, in the hands of a master, these offensive skills could leave opponents of other classes in utter dismay. As the ferocious assault closed in, Zhao Bian remained composed. Using a momentum-shifting flash kill, he evaded the first wave of attacks and hurled his spear in a counterattack, intending to mimic Jiang Cheng's earlier tactics. Just as he was about to summon his warhorse for a counterstrike, he was caught in the suction of the Dragon Shadow Spiral Spear left by his opponent, forcing the summoning ritual to fail. In that fleeting moment, a golden figure brushed past him. The next instant, the tip of a golden spear burst through Zhao Baiyan's chest, blood splattering into the air as the system displayed the damage. 11171. This precise rear strike pierced straight through Zhao Baiyan's body. That shot was absolutely epic. The players watching erupted with excitement. The audience buzzed with chattersome, marveling at the brilliance of the duel between experts, while others were puzzled by the complexity of the moves. A battle between top-tier players is naturally beyond the understanding of us regular players, an experienced veteran explained. Every move they make is calculated with precision. On the screen, Zhao Baiyan remained standing. Under the arena's rules, both players' health was balanced at around 100,000, so the damage of just over 10,000 was far from fatal. This thrilling exchange was a carefully edited highlight, prepared by the game developers for the memorial event. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a snowy mountain setting, showcasing another iconic battleia clash between the Sword Emperor, one of the 7 legends from the mythic era, and the Supreme God. The Sword Emperor unleashed a seamless chain of attacks. A leaping slash that caused a 0.2-second stun, followed by a switch to a short sword for a cross slash, and culminating in a flurry of blade strikes. Each move was executed with impeccable accuracy, and 32 waves of sword energy rained down on Jiang Cheng like a storm. Damage numbers flashed repeatedly: 3,425, 3,425, 3,425. Jiang Cheng's health plummeted, leaving him with an almost imperceptible 3 HP. The audience erupted with excitement. The Supreme God is done for, someone exclaimed. But the veteran players exchanged knowing smiles. This was the championship match of the second sword trial tournament, one of them explained. The Demon King Jiang deliberately let his health drop to near zero so he could turn the tables with a clutch comeback. Rumor has it, the Sword Emperor had boasted before the match that he could KO Jiang in under 30 seconds. Sure enough, the following scenes left every novice player stunned. Jiang Cheng, with just 3 HP remaining, executed a counterattack in only 8 seconds, achieving a flawless reversal and setting the record for the fastest kill in the arena's history. After this legendary battle, the Sword Emperor quit the gaming world in defeat, while Jiang Cheng's legacy was immortalized. As the replay ended, Jiang Cheng had already closed the window, ready to embark on his next evolution. A system notification appeared. The evolution required 1 million evolution points, 50 gold coins, and introduced 3 new evolution paths: Devour, Morph, and Fusion. The morning ceremony continued, but Jiang Cheng couldn't muster any interest. Watching the crowd bid farewell to him, the absurdity of attending his own funeral left him with nothing but a faint sense of guilt toward his family and nostalgic reflections on his past. Gaming had been the turning point in his life. When he was 9, his father was killed by a wealthy young man obsessed with racing games. Although the family received 200,000 yuan in compensation, his mother developed a deep hatred for games and strictly forbade him from engaging with them. Yet, Jiang Cheng's extraordinary talent for gaming made it impossible for him to resist its allure. At 10, he began secretly playing console games, moving on to AR simulation games, until the release of Myth, a game with a 60 virtual reality immersion level, which became his companion for the next decade. At 16, he dropped out of school without his family's knowledge, using his saved gaming earnings to purchase a VR headset, officially embarking on the path of a professional gamer. In his first year, he secured second place in the sword trial tournament. Over the next 3 years, he sought out martial arts masters, especially forming a close connection with Quan Zong, one of the 12 true gods. Through relentless study and practice, he created the 14 divine techniques, broke multiple records, and achieved 3 consecutive victories in the sword trial tournament, earning the title of the #1 player in Myth. However, this glory could only be shared with his friends in the game. In reality, for the sake of his mother's mental and physical well-being, he had to conceal his true identity and live an ordinary life. Fate, however, had other plans. A car accident left him with multiple severe fractures and intracranial hemorrhaging that compressed his nerves, rendering surgery impossible. Even after exhausting all his savings on treatment, his skills could not be restored. Eventually, he became a coach, but his frail body led others to doubt that he was the legendary online gaming champion. He ultimately ended up working as a game booster for hire. Now, in a bizarre twist of fate, after his sudden death, he found himself reincarnated as a skeleton in the game Grand Wilderness, summoned by a girl named Dai Xiaoming. Whether it was due to the timing of the summoning or the influence of the evolution system, he couldn't be sure. But Dai Xiaoming had indeed given him a second chance at life. Quietly, he resolved to train this kindred-spirited girl to become the 13th true god as a way to repay her. Of course, his immediate priority was survival. The evolution system presented him with 3 choices: the soul-devouring reaper of the undead, the shape-shifting lament of the fallen kingdom, and the fusion-evolved Dragonblood Scourge Knight. After reviewing the options for the 3 hero templates, Jiang Cheng noticed that each one came with a detailed backstory. This made him realize that these heroes might actually exist as NPCs or bosses in the game. The first was the Undead Reaper, Qialuozhua. In life, he was an ordinary, timid man from the Moonlit Kingdom. While accompanying his wife to Skull Island, they were ambushed by the undead. His wife sacrificed herself to protect him, leaving him to endure the ridicule and scorn of the townspeople. Eventually, he mustered the courage to return to Skull Island alone, sword in hand, seeking revenge. However, his lack of strength led to his gruesome death at the hands of the undead. In death, his body was infused with the power of the Ironblood Overlord's trident. Using this newfound strength, he slaughtered 3 million undead on Skull Island, earning the feared title of Undead Reaper among their kind. The second was by Zhang Tian, the sorrow of a fallen nation. A renowned general from the Lulan Kingdom, his miscalculation in a critical decision led to the kingdom's destruction at the hands of the Lei Kingdom. Racked with guilt, he ultimately chose to charge into the Lei Kingdom alone. In a battle against an army of 100,000, he took down over 8,000 soldiers before falling in combat. His unyielding regret trapped his soul in the ruins of the ancient Lulan Kingdom, where he now wields his twin hammers to slay any living being who dares trespass, turning the ruins into a forbidden zone. The third was Kael'th, the Dragonblood Scourge. Once a righteous knight of the illusory citadel, he was tainted by dragon blood during a battle with a black dragon. Unable to withstand its power, his flesh disintegrated, and he fell into corruption, becoming a death knight. With dragon blood coursing through him, his steed transformed into a skeletal dragon mount, and he rose to become a commander of the Scourge Legion. Jiang Cheng carefully analyzed the traits of all 3 heroes. The Undead Reaper, despite being imbued with the power of the trident, was fundamentally a product of chance. By Zhang Tian, though valiant, was merely an ordinary general limited by his reliance on twin hammers. Kael'th, on the other hand, stood out with his background as a knight of the illusory citadel and the immense power of his dragon bloodline. However, Jiang Cheng, known for his unconventional thinking and innovative approach, was reluctant to follow the crowd. He began to wonder if there might be hidden evolution paths available. Are there any hidden evolution paths? He asked tentatively. Jiang Cheng stood in place, feeling a bit helpless. 3 evolutionary paths lay before him, and each presented its own set of challenges. The Necromancer Reaper required him to travel to Skull Island and devour Chelroth. The woe of the Fallen Kingdom demanded he journey to the ancient Lulan Kingdom to inherit Byzantian's legacy and reshape himself to rebuild the dynasty. As for the Dragonblood Scourge Knight, it required him to convert Earls and achieve fusion. None of these options seemed realistic for Jiang Cheng. He had always been someone who solved problems with his fists, and the idea of persuading others felt utterly absurd. Besides, with Daxiaming currently offline, his movement range was limited to just 3,000 meters, making long-distance travel impossible. While he was still hesitating, the system suddenly chimed in. Congratulations, host, for resisting temptation. Hidden Evolution Mode, Unlock Trait Evolution. The system elaborated. Trait evolution allows the host to freely choose an evolutionary path, but it requires collecting materials. The success rate depends on the quality of the materials. Would you like to proceed with trait evolution? Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. This choice felt tailor-made for him. Without hesitation, he immediately selected trait evolution. The system then displayed a list of 3,145 traits for him to choose from, requiring him to pick 5. The extensive list included attributes such as attack speed, movement speed, casting speed, area damage, and more. After careful consideration, Jiang Cheng selected attack speed, movement speed, control, and debuff. These were attributes that were notoriously difficult to improve in the late game and would help compensate for his inability to equip a full set of gear. The system responded promptly. Selection successful. Payment of 4 million evolution points and 200 gold coins required. Current evolution success rate, 58. Jiang Cheng then added the Black Fiend Runestone and the Heart of Calamity as materials, raising the success rate to 83. Evolution process initiated. Duration, 1 hour. The system finally announced. In an instant, Jiang Cheng's entire blood-red body began to dry up rapidly. Thick black mist suddenly surged around the tavern, rushing frantically into the building. The sky grew heavy with dark clouds. If not for the game's developers masking the scene under the guise of a mourning ceremony, this spectacle would surely have caused an uproar among the players. The black mist poured entirely into Jiang Cheng's blood-red form, enveloping him in an icy, oppressive aura. The soul fire in his eyes gradually turned pitch black. His right shoulder and left arm twisted unnaturally, as if something was about to break through his bones. Meanwhile, in a rundown residential complex on the outskirts of Tianhai City, Demengad, I've arrived. Which floor are you on? Zhang Rue asked over the phone as he stood in the courtyard. Upon hearing the news that Dai Xiaoming wanted to sell gold coins, He had rushed over immediately. Though the game had been live for 3 days, only a single day had passed in reality. Despite some devaluation, gold coins still maintained a high exchange rate of 1 to 80,000. Controlling gold coins meant power, and with them, he could continue leveling up alongside the skeleton god. I'm in building 22, on the 22nd floor. I'll come down now, the other person replied. Zhang Rue ended the call and turned to the stoic man beside him. Master, she's in building 22. This area looks pretty rundown. Seems like her financial situation isn't great. The current gold-to-cash ratio is 80,000. But I assume your family isn't short on money, right? The man gave him a meaningful glance. Yes, master, I understand, Zhang Rue replied, shivering slightly. I won't meet her in person. Yun Xiang, you go with him. Understood, master. Yun Xiang, seated in the front passenger seat, nodded and fixed his gaze on the staircase of building 22. Meanwhile, Zhang Mengmeng, having just finished her instant noodles, casually changed into a yellow dress and headed downstairs, only to unexpectedly run into an old schoolmate, Zhang Haoming. He had his arms around two glamorous women and lit up with surprise when he saw her. Hey, Zhang Mengmeng, you live here? Zhang Haoming greeted her warmly. As a prominent figure during their time at Tianhai University, he had gone on to become a professional player for a renowned gaming club. With the global popularity of the game Great Wilderness, his fame had skyrocketed. Yeah, I live here. What about you? What are you doing here? Zhang Mengmeng asked, puzzled. Oh, my master is taking me to meet a big shot in the online gaming world. Also, I'm here to pick up my girlfriend, Zhang Haoming said smugly. I heard you're playing Great Wilderness too. Want me to help you level up? Zhang Mengmeng's expression grew awkward. When it came to leveling up quickly, who could possibly compare to her skeleton big brother? Oh, no need. My level is quite high. Zhang Mengmeng politely declined Zhang Haoming's invitation. Although he enjoyed showing off, he was a decent person, and she didn't want to outright reject him. Zhang Haoming didn't insist after hearing her response. As a member of the Dream Peak Club's esports team, his daily training schedule was already packed, and helping others level up would indeed be a stretch. Despite Zhang Mengmeng's stunning appearance, in this era where gaming skill reigned supreme, she was just an average player. Pro gamers had become highly sought-after talents for major companies, and he didn't want to jeopardize his career prospects by babysitting a novice. To be honest, her refusal was a relief. All right then, maybe another time. Let me know if you need help, Zhang Haoming said casually before shifting the topic. By the way, do you want to come along? This funeral is gathering all the top players. Even the fist master of the 12 true gods and his prized disciple Yun Xiang will be there. Mentioning Yun Xiang, his tone suddenly grew excited. You might not know this, but Yun Xiang is the goddess of us 13 million Swordmaster players. Even my mentor is a die-hard fan of hers. If I could just see her at the funeral and get an autograph, I could die happy. Yun Xiang. Zhang Mengmeng's eyes lit up as she recalled the person who had greeted her earlier. She's the Fist Master's disciple? Is she really that famous? What? Zhang Haoming looked at her in disbelief. You don't even know Yun Xiang? What a waste of 6 months playing this game. She's a top player from the Mountains and Rivers Club. She won second place in the final round of the Mythos Games Sword Trial Tournament and is known as one of the 12 legends. Forget it. We clearly have no common ground. You probably don't even know the supreme deity. I'm not inviting you anymore. With that, he wrapped his arms around two female companions and sped off in his BMW. Zhang Mengmeng stood there, momentarily stunned, thinking she really needed to brush up on her knowledge of the gaming world. She vaguely felt that the spell mage and Qian Chonglang she had encountered earlier were probably famous players too. Just then, a Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of her. The passenger side window slowly rolled down, revealing Yun Xiang's cool and composed face. Get in, dumb cutie, Yun Xiang said as she got out and opened the back door for her. Thank you. Though Zhang Mengmeng felt a bit reserved after learning Yun Xiang's identity, her time in Jiang Cheng had taught her not to overreact. In the distance, Zhang Haoming heard one of his female companions exclaim, Haoming, look, your classmate just got into a Rolls-Royce, and it was your goddess who personally opened the door for her. No way. Zhang Haoming turned his head, utterly dumbfounded. Overthinking it, me goddess opened the car door for her. Zhang Haoming followed his girlfriend's pointing finger and froze in place. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to believe what he was seeing. Yun Xiang was opening the door of a Rolls-Royce for Zhang Mengmeng. After Mengmeng got into the passenger seat, Yun Xiang even thoughtfully closed the door for her. The luxury car sped off past him, disappearing into the distance. Zhang Haoming shook his head and tried to reassure himself. I must have overdone it last night, and now I'm seeing things. He pulled out his car keys and gestured for the two women with him to get in. As a professional gamer, Zhang Haoming lived quite comfortably. Even dating two girlfriends at the same time didn't stir up any criticism. These two women were utterly obedient to him, and even when he admitted that his heart belonged to his goddess, they didn't mind, though their intelligence seemed to leave something to be desired. But Yun Xiang opening the car door for Zhang Mengmeng? That was beyond absurd. There was no way the two of them could even be connected. Let's go. We're heading to the funeral. Outside the Jiang family hall in Qingshan town, hundreds of luxury cars were parked in rows from Rolls-Royce to Bentley, McLaren to Ferrari. Even a Range Rover looked out of place among them. The townsfolk whispered among themselves, puzzled as to why the funeral of a small internet cafe employee had drawn so many high-profile attendees. Inside the hall, guests were already mingling. A petite girl with a ponytail handed Xia Dongli 3 sticks of incense, her tone laced with mockery. Xia Dongli, what are you doing here? Skipping your level grinding to attend my master's funeral? Haven't managed to catch up to Dai Xiaoming yet? Xia Dongli was about to bow when his face darkened at her words. Qinshan Shui, since when did you start caring about the rankings? Just curious, Qinshan Shui sighed, her voice tinged with sorrow. Today's an important day for my master. Hurry up and offer the incense. Qian Zhonglong gently patted his cousin on the shoulder to comfort her, but Qinshan Shui stubbornly retorted, I'm not sad. That jerk didn't even tell me when he got her. They never saw me as a real disciple. Before she could finish, her eyes reddened, and she quickly excused herself to the restroom. Stubborn as always, Qian Zhonglong sighed softly, then turned back to continue handing out incense to the guests. At that moment, he noticed 3 familiar faces. You're here too? His eyes lit up as he looked at Zhang Mengmeng, Yun Xiang, and Zhang Rui. Yes, I'm here, one of them replied. After the 3 of them finished offering incense, Qian Zhonglong arranged for them to sit at table 3, where the feast began. The table was laden with a variety of delicacies, and the aroma of braised pork was particularly enticing. Qian Zhonglong picked up a piece of braised pork and glanced at Zhang Mengmeng. Did Auntie accept the money? Zhang Mengmeng carefully chewed on a slice of lotus root and nodded. At first, Auntie didn't want to take it. It was Yun who told me to make up a lie, saying I was his ex-girlfriend and that he left me 5 million before he left. That's the only reason she reluctantly accepted 1 million. Annie really is a good person. She certainly is. Ah, forget it, let's not talk about it anymore, Qian Zhonglong said, shaking his head and steering the conversation elsewhere. He asked concernedly, Diming Dashin, aren't you planning to move to a new place? I asked around, and it seems the building you're living in is a dangerous one. If you don't move soon, it could be risky. What? Zhang Mengmeng looked surprised. I didn't know that. I'd better find a new place to rent quickly. My VR headset also needs replacing, it's starting to short circuit. I'll take you later. In Tianhai City, I, Zhang Rui, still have some connections. Thank you so much. I didn't expect you to be so kind, Zhang Mengmeng said sincerely. But please don't keep calling me Dimeng Dashin. All the achievements I have now are thanks to Skull Dashin mentoring me. I'm just a noob. Got it, Dimeng Dashin, Zhang Rui said with a laugh. But please put in a good word for me in front of Skull Dashin. Don't leave me hanging, alright? Of course, I will. Zhang Mengmeng nodded repeatedly. While they were chatting, a middle-aged man from table 12 led Zhang Haoming and his 2 female companions toward Zhang Rui's table. Before leaving, the man pointed toward table 1 and whispered to Zhang Haoming, the people at that table are all untouchable big shots. See that person? That's Xia Dongli, the god of levels. And over there, Wan Jianbing Shuangqian Shan Shui, the fairy, and Quan Zong. These people aren't just top players in the game, they are also influential figures in real life. We can't afford to mess with them. As they walked, the middle-aged man continued, you have to know your place. Now, I'm introducing you to Zhang Xiao, the leader of the Outyin gang. While their guild ranking isn't the best, he's the apprentice of Quan Zong Dashin. Among the people I know, he's the closest to Yun Xiang Tianho. If you can get his approval, he might even introduce you to Yun Xiang Tianho. If she's willing to mentor you, your future will be limitless. Whether you can seize the opportunity is up to you. As he finished speaking, he gave a meaningful glance at the 2 women beside Zhang Haoming. Zhang Haoming immediately understood and nodded repeatedly. Thank you for the guidance, boss. I'll make sure to perform well. When he caught sight of Yun Xiang's striking silhouette next to Zhang Rui, his legs trembled with excitement. However, the figure in the yellow dress gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Zhang Xiao, let me introduce you to a promising talent, the middle-aged man said enthusiastically. The middle-aged man pulled Zhang Haoming over to Zhang Rui and greeted him respectfully. Young Master Zhang, so it's you, Oldemo. Zhang Rui's gaze shifted to the dazed Zhang Haoming standing nearby. He frowned slightly and asked, who's this? A new recruit you brought along? Seems like he doesn't know proper manners. Next time, don't bring random people to see me. The middle-aged man, called Oldemo, was instantly flustered and angrily glared at Zhang Haoming. What the hell are you doing? Enough, just get out of here. Can't you see we're eating? A glint of coldness flashed in Zhang Rui's eyes. Apologies for disturbing you, young Master Zhang. They'll take him away right now, Oldemo said hastily, pulling Zhang Haoming back to table 12. Once they returned to their seats, Old Emo slammed the table heavily. What's wrong with you? This was a rare chance to approach a legendary figure, and look at what you've done. You've completely embarrassed me. Zhang Mengmeng snapped out of his daze and gave a bitter smile. Boss, that gorgeous woman in the yellow dress sitting next to young Master Zhang. She seems to be my classmate. I can't believe my eyes. Your classmate? Old Emo sneered with disbelief. Yeah, right? You? A classmate of someone sitting with Lang Shun and Yun Xiang? Then why are you even working at my club? Staring at Zhang Mengmeng, who was chatting and laughing with Yun Xiang and the others, Zhang Haoming let out a long sigh. To be honest, I still can't believe it myself. In the game, the online morning ceremony had just concluded. At the final moment, all players simultaneously closed their eyes and pressed their hands together, silently paying tribute to the Supreme God for a full minute. Then, massive text appeared in the sky. May the Supreme God live forever in our hearts. With a thunderous explosion of fireworks, the funeral officially came to an end. Millions upon millions of players opened their eyes and, filled with emotion, shouted in unison, "May the Supreme God live forever in our hearts." Their voices echoed throughout the game world. Meanwhile, in the tavern, black flames had begun to ignite within Jiang Cheng's eyes. A system notification followed. Congratulations to the host for evolving into Wing of Calamity, a harbinger of misfortune for the mortal realm. Post-evolution attribute increases. Attack 200, Strength 200, Agility 300. Obtained Calamity Weapon, Calamity Death's Embrace. Detected possession of Frost Sorrow, now upgraded to Ice Calamity Blade of Omen. Evolution has triggered the awakening of a secondary weapon, Calamity Death's Wing. Evolution also unlocks dual passive skills, Dark Curse and Black Dawn, which require task completion for full awakening. Exclusive mission for the Harbinger of Misfortune triggered. A specific task for the Harbinger of Calamity caught his eye. A messenger born of disaster, existing beyond the bounds of order, neither human nor ghost, neither saint nor demon, rejected by both heaven and hell. To awaken the power of the Harbinger of Calamity, one must defeat the 7 archangels of the Church, the 7 demons of hell's sins, and annihilate both the Celestial Legion and the Calamity Legion. The mission details sent a chill through Jiang Cheng's heart. First, there were the Skeleton King and the Blood Prison Demon Lord. Now, he faced the Church, Hell, the Celestial Legion, and the Calamity Legion, 4 formidable factions as enemies. The sheer number of adversaries far exceeded his expectations. Yet, after a brief pause, he thought, the more debts, the less they weigh, and accepted his fate with resolve. The black soul fire in his eye sockets suddenly flared with dazzling intensity, and a sense of anticipation stirred within him. Powerful foes were, after all, the stepping stones to his progress. As he looked down at himself, the transformation was unmistakable. His once blood-red bones had turned a pure black, surrounded by eerie black flames that seemed capable of reducing anything they touched to ashes. The weapon in his right hand had undergone a dramatic change. The cold black longsword now gleamed with a metallic luster, as if forged from black ice itself. This weapon, named Ice Calamity, Blade of Omen, had become thinner and sharper than before, reaching a length of 1.3 meters. Within the black blade, something appeared to be moving constantly, as though an unknown entity was sealed inside. Holding it in his hand, a bone-chilling coldness pierced straight to his core. The weapon's attributes had been significantly enhanced. Its attack power skyrocketed from 250 to 450, with an additional 100,100 in magical attack, while strength and agility each increased by 55 points, and critical hit rate rose by 40. Its special properties had also undergone a qualitative leap. Cold Void, a fusion of Oblivion and Rift. Each attack reduces the enemy's armor by 50 points and increases critical damage by 80. Ice Whale, a combination of Blood Prison and Lament, with a 9 chance to trigger slow, bleed, and confusion effects. Frozen Soul, slows enemy movement and applies a continuous freezing effect. Ice Calamity, a 2 chance to deal 300 attack damage as freezing damage within a 3 by 3 meter area. Jiang Cheng quickly calculated. His total attack power now reached 1509, and each Ice Whale trigger could deal 752 damage per second, totaling 2,256 damage over 3 seconds. Although the single instance damage was slightly lower than the previous 3,000, the overall burst potential was significantly higher and could scale with increased attack power. More importantly, the chance of triggering confusion had increased from 1 to 9, with its duration extended by an additional second. Eager for the challenges ahead, Jiang Cheng was ready to put his newly acquired power to the test. Once Xiaoming returned, they'd head straight into a dungeon to unleash this newfound strength. After standing up, Jiang Cheng walked slowly to the window and pushed it open. The sky was no longer as pitch black as before. A bright sun hung high, casting a sacred radiance. The streets below were still crowded with people, their low murmurs revealing that they were still immersed in the imagery of the earlier funeral. Jiang Cheng paid no attention to the noise outside and instead focused on testing his secondary weapon. With a slight raise of his right hand, a crisp sword hum echoed in the air. Instantly, a black sword wing, about 2 meters long and composed of 3 sharp blades, extended from his right shoulder. The system immediately displayed the weapon's information. Calamity, Wing of Death. Secondary weapon. Quality, rare. Attributes, attack 100, strength 10, agility 10. Special effect, Reap deals 3 of the user's max HP as true damage on attack. Skill, Leap allows brief flight for 60 seconds, cooldown, 10 minutes. Not bad, Jiang Cheng murmured, though his tone carried a hint of disappointment. While the weapon offered flight capabilities and true damage, making it highly effective against assassin classes, its overall attributes were somewhat underwhelming. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Cheng attempted to move his left hand, wanting to explore another potential evolution. As his left hand lifted, the sword wing on his right shoulder abruptly retracted and transformed into 3 sharp blades that appeared in his left hand. This unexpected discovery brought a glimmer of satisfaction to Jiang Cheng. The additional 110 attack points, combined with the 100 points from his soul power, brought his total attack stat to 1719. Just as he was about to carefully examine the changes in his talent attributes on the stat panel, an unforeseen event interrupted his thoughts. A figure suddenly shot out from beneath his feet, accompanied by a pained yelp. Zhang Mengmeng crouched on the wooden planks, rubbing her head with a pained expression. When she looked up and recognized the figure before her, she exclaimed in surprise, You're skeleton big brother?" The impenetrable darkness was cold and eerie, exuding an ominous aura from Jiang Cheng's entire being. Black flames flickered in his eye sockets, and the cape on his back had transformed from pure black to a black base with white patterns, faintly revealing an intricate design. The weapon in his hand had also changed, becoming longer, thinner, and lighter. Its color shifted from blood red to pure black, with a more refined and aesthetic appearance. Zhang Mengmeng couldn't help but feel drawn to the weapon the moment she saw it. If not for the fear Jiang Cheng evoked in her at that moment, she would have rushed forward to touch it. Just one glance at him made her right eye involuntarily twitch, as if forewarning her of impending misfortune. A skeleton big brother. You've evolved again? Zhang Mengmeng's heart was in turmoil, struggling to calm down. The game had only been live for 3 days, and yet he had undergone multiple evolutions, defying all logic. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly and pulled her closer to him. You seem quite scared of me? Zhang Mengmeng shrank her head, nodding at first but then quickly shaking it, realizing it might not be the right response. Seeing her adorable reaction, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smile. Don't forget, you're the one who summoned me. My attacks can't harm you. Zhang Mengmeng froze for a moment before snapping back to her senses. She had been about to declare herself his master, but thought better of it and quickly changed the subject. By the way, skeleton big brother, did you watch the funeral? I did. Jiang Cheng turned away and sighed deeply. Skeleton big brother, you can actually see it? I heard NPCs aren't supposed to be able to. Zhang Mengmeng stared at Jiang Cheng in amazement, suspicion glimmering in her eyes. He seemed far too unusual, ostensibly her subordinate, yet his range of activity far exceeded the 500-meter limit imposed on other summoned creatures. He could even witness the memorial service. She had once speculated that Jiang Cheng might be a real human NPC planted by the game company, but she quickly dismissed the idea. In a game controlled entirely by an AI system, the company higher-ups only had the authority to organize events. Skeleton big brother, after watching the video, what do you think? How does that Jiang Cheng compare to you? Zhang Mengmeng suddenly asked. Me? Compared to Jiang Cheng? Jiang Cheng let out a dry laugh. It's not my place to comment on someone who's already passed away. Noticing the faint disappointment on Zhang Mengmeng's face, Jiang Cheng inquired, this question wasn't your own idea, was it? Zhang Mengmeng confessed immediately, it was Qitun Tianxia who told me to ask. Honestly, if I could, I'd like to have a match with him. But that's obviously impossible. Jiang Cheng's tone carried a strange undertone, as the thought of fighting himself was beyond comprehension. Not at all. Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed excitedly. The game is about to release the Supreme God Memorial Dungeon, and the final boss is him. Her enthusiasm quickly dimmed as she added, but the difficulty level is Hell Abyss tier. Supreme God Dungeon? And the final boss is me? Jiang Cheng's expression grew even more peculiar. He thought to himself, they actually made me into a dungeon boss? Forget it, let's head to the dungeon first. Jiang Cheng shook his head, pushing those strange thoughts aside. He took hold of the hand of the small, dazed-looking Meng and left the tavern. The exclusive quest for the Harbinger of Doom might be an epic-level ultimate mission, but attempting it with his current strength would be akin to courting death. However, there was a far more pressing task awaiting him, awakening his dual passive skills. To achieve this, he needed to defeat the boss Calamity Witch in the level 30 dungeon and the boss Spider Queen in the level 40 dungeon. Once completed, he could awaken the 2 passive skills, Dark Dawn, and Dark Curse, which were similar in effect to his current rage/skill. These skills were a must-have for him. Wait a second, skeleton big brother. Zhang Mengmeng suddenly stopped in her tracks. I need to buy some food supplies and potions. She greeted the tavern owner, drawing curious glances from the surrounding players. Miss, what do you need? The owner, noticing her luxurious attire, enthusiastically began pitching his wares. Our tavern's specialties tinting treasures, volcano snow, and the legendary pear are all especially delicious, reasonably priced, and guaranteed to satisfy. The other players in the tavern couldn't help but chime in with teasing remarks. Boss, do you really think she can afford that? 1 silver is worth 800 bucks these days. Wouldn't a nice meal in real life be better spent? Exactly. My entire fortune is just 5 silver, and that's already considered wealthy. If she buys those dishes, will she still have money left for potions or equipment repairs? How much is each? Zhang Mengmeng asked hesitantly. For the past 2 days, she had only been eating steamed buns and flatbread in the game. While she didn't mind, the low satiety level made her uncomfortable after eating too much of it. The owner's attitude immediately turned colder. Tianqing treasures is 1 silver per portion, volcano snow is 2 silver, and the legendary pear is 5 silver per portion? That's so expensive. Zhang Mengmeng was stunned. A single portion of Tianqing treasures cost as much as 10 meals in real life. I'll give you a list, Jiang Cheng said softly from behind her. Although Zhang Mengmeng felt a pang of heartache over the gold coins, she followed Jiang Cheng's suggestion and placed her order with the owner. Boss, I'll take 10 portions of Tianqing treasures, 5 portions of volcano snow, 12 portions of red sakura special, 3 bottles of grape wine, 5 bottles of fungio, and 30 bottles of clear water. With that, she began trading with the owner. The tavern owner widened his eyes in disbelief. 30 gold coins. Such a staggering amount for a single transaction. It was unheard of in all his years running the establishment. He even pinched his own arm, wondering if this was some sort of dream. The nearby players, seeing the system notification confirming the transaction, erupted in astonished exclamations. Whoa, that's insane. She's a bona fide rich lady. 30 gold coins for ordinary food? How much is that in real money? That's 2.8 million renminbi. My god. This game is unplayable now. Comparing yourself to others will just drive you crazy. Envious and jealous gazes came from all directions. Even the NPC waiters in the tavern couldn't hide their excitement, their eyes gleaming as they stared at Yitiao Dai Xiaoming. In an instant, Zhang Mengmeng's game interface was flooded with friend requests, and her character was surrounded by a crowd of players, packed so tightly that not even air could squeeze through. Rich lady, do you need a worker? Level 18 sword fighter here. Blue gear with 180 attack. I'll help you level up super fast. Don't listen to him. I'm a level 20 mage with 120 magic attack. I guarantee you'll level up at lightning speed. Zhang Mengmeng frowned, feeling a bit overwhelmed. The enthusiasm of these players made her uncomfortable. If not for the game's anti-harassment settings, this mob might already be clinging to her legs, crying and begging. It's just a friend request. It's not that big of a deal. One player began to say. Clang. A sharp, clear sound of a blade rang out, slicing through the chaotic atmosphere. A long sword, wreathed in black flames, had somehow appeared against the neck of the sword fighter who had just spoken. The temperature in the tavern seemed to plummet, and all eyes were drawn to the dark figure that had suddenly appeared in front of Yitiao Dai Xiaoming. The next moment, as if under some invisible pressure, all the players instinctively took a step back, creating a clear path for Yitiao Dai Xiaoming. What the heck just happened? A player looked around in confusion, as if waking up from a hallucination. Why do I feel like I just went to Antarctica and got hit by a car? He glanced down at the massive blue sword in his hands, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Wait, my blue sword is still here? Didn't it just get destroyed? Even after Jiang Cheng and Yitiao Dai Xiaoming left, the atmosphere in the tavern remained thick with an eerie tension. The image of a dark figure lingered in the minds of over 200 players, a shadowy, cold, and ominous presence they couldn't shake off. Wait, we didn't actually see that black-cloaked skeleton just now, did we? You didn't see it either? That's so strange. Could he be invisible? Aren't summoned creatures banned in the city? Could he be an NPC? The players began speculating wildly about Jiang Cheng's true identity, their discussions filled with curiosity and uncertainty. By this point, Jiang Cheng and Yitiao Dai Xiaoming had already arrived at the entrance to the Angerwind City dungeon. Along the way, apart from a few envious glances cast toward Yitiao Dai Xiaoming's appearance and gear, their journey was relatively uneventful. During this time, Jiang Cheng made an unexpected discovery about the hidden properties of the Calamity Wings. By staying within Yitiao Dai Xiaoming's shadow, he could activate a stealth effect. This revelation spared him from much unwanted attention. Skeleton big brother, Zhang Mengmeng said suddenly, why did you spend so much on those expensive dishes and drinks? 30 gold coins is like 2.4 million in real money. That could buy food for decades in the real world. These dishes have special effects in the dungeon. You'll understand soon enough. Jiang Cheng replied simply, his focus already shifting to scouting for suitable teammates among the crowd. The dungeon had 3 types: party dungeons, guild dungeons, and raid dungeons, with maximum player limits of 20, 100, and 1000 respectively. At the current stage, only the party dungeon was available, and it required a full team of 10 players to enter. With experience points now skyrocketing to a requirement of 3.2 million, dungeons had become the best way to earn experience, gear, and materials. Since Chi Tun Tianxia wasn't high enough level and other familiar faces were offline, Jiang Cheng had no choice but to recruit new teammates from the bustling crowd to tackle the level 20 dungeon, Goblin Pursuit. Around him, voices called out in quick succession. Level 20 priest looking for a team. Just cover potions. Temple guild recruiting mages. Don't bother if your attack is under 100. Pure strength swordsman team quick clear of Goblin Pursuit. Jiang Cheng swiftly analyzed the situation. With his own capabilities, the team would primarily need healers and support. He quickly identified 2 purifiers and 3 holy light priests in the crowd. Xiaoming, Jiang Cheng turned to Etiao Dai Xiaoming. Go invite those players to join our team. An anonymous player has invited you to join her team. Do you accept? The system notification popped up suddenly, leaving Qi Xiaobai and Nai Tian Nai Di Nai Kongqi momentarily stunned. It wasn't until they saw Etiao Dai Xiaoming standing in front of them with a smile that they finally understood what was happening. Qi Xiaobai's gaze was instantly drawn to Etiao Dai Xiaoming's delicate features, her eyes lighting up with admiration. Meanwhile, Nai Tian Nai Di Nai Kongqi was fixated on the dazzling gear the other player was wearing, especially the exquisite staff, her eyes filled with envy. Etiao Dai Xiaoming shifted uncomfortably under their blatant stares, feeling slightly awkward. Not even willing to reveal her name? Does she think she's the best in the world? Nai Tian Nai Di Nai Kongqi said warily. Xiaobai, don't join the team. This could be a scam. She explained that each player could only enter the same dungeon 10 times a day, and some unscrupulous players would form teams only to leave abruptly, wasting others' dungeon attempts. But Qi Xiaobai was already mesmerized by Etiao Dai Xiaoming's beauty. I'm joining. Such a gorgeous lady, she might actually be the best in the world. As soon as she joined the team, she enthusiastically threw her arm around Etiao Dai Xiaoming's shoulder, addressing her with affectionate familiarity. Left with no choice, Nai Tian Nai Di Nai Kongqi reluctantly joined as well. Fine. Even if we get scammed, I'll accept it. Soon, more players joined the team. Yurong Naida, Diao Shui Duo Hiri Shui, Wachao Xiongda, Wenai Xiongda, and 36 Dida Zhu Shui. To everyone's surprise, all of them were priest class players. The team chat erupted in chaos. Leader, why is everyone a priest? The Goblin King boss has 2 million HP. How are we supposed to fight without damage dealers? Do you think you're some kind of archmage? I'm out. This isn't a normal team. Some players started leaving. Nai Tian Nai Di Nai Kongqi panicked as well. Xiaobai, I told you not to join. But just then, as the last priest joined, Etiao Dai Xiaoming immediately led the entire team into the dungeon. Whoa, we're doomed. The team members exclaimed in shock. Nai Tian Nai Di Nai Kongqi yelled in despair. This is it. We're going to wipe. Xiaobai, I warned you not to join, and now Luke's definitely going to ditch us. What the heck is going on? How are they starting the raid with just 10 people? The newly joined, clueless priest stood there dumbfounded. As a healer, he knew that this 20-player dungeon was usually a hot spot with 200 players scrambling to get in. Yet here was this team, daring to start with just 10 members? 36 D Dezhushui gave him a knowing smile. Why don't you take a closer look at the team composition? Still puzzled, the priest scanned the team list, muttering under his breath. What's so special about the composition? Don't tell me it's 10 priests, or something. The group erupted into laughter. You're a genius, man, Yurong Naida said, patting him on the shoulder and giving him a thumbs up. The others joined in, teasing and laughing. The priest, now completely baffled, examined the team setup more carefully. He froze in shock. It was indeed 9 priests, 2 purifiers, and 7 holy light priests, and 1 DPS. Are you kidding me? Captain, are you some sort of divine miracle worker? He exclaimed. With this lineup, we can't even get past the first wave of those 10 bomb-throwing goblins. At that moment, the other 9 members were already aboard the wooden ship, the Chaser, grumbling incessantly at Etiao Dai Xiaoming. She, however, was intently listening as Jiang Cheng explained the dungeon strategy. The Goblin Chase is based on a story where the decked-out goblins stole the treasure of King Baimu and are fleeing across the sea, Jiang Cheng said, while drinking a Swiftwind potion purchased by Etiao Dai Xiaoming. The first challenge is that our ship is too slow, usually trailing 50 meters behind the Goblin King's ship and eating their dust, all while dodging Molotov cocktails. But we don't have an ice mage? Etiao Dai Xiaoming asked, her confusion evident. That's because we don't need one, Jiang Cheng replied, stepping out from her shadow. A 10-player team allows the ship to move faster, maintaining a 30-meter distance. And my chain scythe happens to have just the right reach. As he spoke, the ice calamity ominous blade in his hand transformed into a longbow wreathed in black flames. He knocked 3 arrows and fired them in quick succession at the stern of the Goblin King's ship. Xiaonai, didn't you say she would run away? Well, I don't see her running at all. Qi Xiaobai, though regretting his naive trust in others, couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope when he saw Yitiao Daxiaming still in the dungeon. The others on the ship looked equally puzzled. Nai Tian Nai Di Nai Kongqi frowned and said, "It's useless. We can't even pass the first stage. Look at us, nothing but healers, not a single damage dealer." 36D Daju, Shui, shook her head and sighed. Even if her damage is high, how can she possibly take down 10 throwing goblins, each with 20,000 HP? Those guys throw Molotov cocktails. Without an ice mage to extinguish the flames, our ship would have burned to ashes by now. Then why are you all still standing around here? Qi Xiaobai, irritated by their attitude, snapped back at them. Someone retorted, "Hey, that's not fair. Since we're already here, why rush to leave? What if she has another plan? Haven't you noticed? With 10 people on the team, the ship's moving faster. We're closing in on the Goblin King's ship. So what if we're close? You can't just fly over there." Yurong Nida smugly began explaining the optimal team setup. The ideal configuration actually is 1 Ice Mage, 4 Elemental Mages, 5 Dark Archers, 2 Guardian Knights, 3 Dragon Spear Riders, 1 Purifier, and 4 Priests. This setup was devised by the Record God, a disciple of the Supreme God, achieving the fastest clear time of 15 minutes and 33 seconds. As he spoke, he glanced at Yitiao Daxiaming standing at the bow of the ship. Dungeons require teamwork. So what if the ship's faster? No matter how strong one person is, even a Saint Mage couldn't clear this alone unless you're a flying dragon rider. While everyone was lamenting, 3 sharp whistling sounds broke through the air. 3 black-flamed arrows struck the stern of the Goblin King's ship with precision. A chain suddenly materialized, linking the 2 ships together. The chain clinked as a black-cloaked skeleton wrapped an arm around Yitiao Daxiaming's waist and leaped into the air, using the chain for momentum. The 10 throwing goblins on the Goblin King's ship immediately reacted, hurling Molotov cocktails in unison. Just as everyone held their breath, worried for the 2 airborne figures, the black skeleton suddenly swung its right hand. A pair of black blade-like wings unfolded from its shoulders. Holy crap! It can actually fly? What the? Is that even possible? Shocked voices erupted one after another. Seriously, this is possible? 36D stared in disbelief at the wooden boat beneath her feet, her thoughts racing. She suddenly realized that Black Skull might have only recruited 10 team members because he could fly. Such intricate details being accounted for made her question just how deeply this mysterious figure understood the dungeon. All eyes were fixed on the petite figure of Dai Xiaoming hovering in the air. Her movements were agile as she deftly dodged the dense barrage of attacks from 10 throwing goblins, finally landing steadily on the Goblin King's ship. "Nida, you even predicted she could fly?" Someone exclaimed. "Quick, calculate when I'll get a girlfriend. And, can we clear this dungeon? Who even is she?" Yurong Nida shook her head and explained. "That wasn't a prediction. It must have been part of Black Skull's plan. But even if she made it over there alone, it wouldn't change much. The dungeon has only a 2-hour time limit. Just dealing with those 10 throwing goblins, each with 50 points of defense and magic resistance, would take at least half an hour. Then there are 3 more stages with over 100 monsters, each with more than 20,000 HP, and the boss has a staggering 2 million HP. There's no way one person could." Before she could finish her sentence, a crisp sound of a blade rang out, cutting her off. Black Skull, wielding a pitch-black longsword, slashed at the nearest throwing goblin. The battle erupted in an instant. Critical hit. A damage number of 6,912 appeared, followed by a Gale Shadow Strike dealing 2473 damage, and an additional 742 from the Frostrend effect. What stunned everyone even more was that Jiang Cheng broke the game's 0.3 second attack cooldown, executing his next move in just 0.1 seconds. 3 sword wings pierced precisely into the goblin's chest, triggering another critical hit for 6,912 damage. Next, a frost explosion erupted, dealing 545 damage to 4 surrounding goblins. Finally, the 3 Tumberlong sword wings extending from Jiang Cheng's shoulders swept through, delivering a devastating 6999 damage critical hit. In a mere 0.3 seconds, an elegant series of attacks annihilated the throwing goblin, whose HP had been a formidable 20,000, in an instant. This jaw-dropping display left the entire dungeon in a deathly silence. What the heck? 20,000 HP gone in an instant. Yurong Nida exclaimed, the burning sensation on his face making him too embarrassed to meet anyone's gaze. No way. Is he hacking? taking down a throwing goblin in one strike? Nai Tian Nai Di Nai Kongqi blurted out in disbelief. Don't jump to conclusions. This game doesn't even allow hacks. 36D, Daz Wishui retorted, shaking her head. You probably didn't notice that the damage number above the throwing goblin's head was only 6,999. What the? 6,999? That's insane damage. The group was stunned. Even when I use Holy Purification with a 500 bonus against summons, I only deal around 600 damage. This is more than 10 times that. But Nai Tian Nai Di Nai Kongqi frowned in confusion. If the damage was only 6,999, how did a goblin with 20,000 HP die instantly? Isn't that hacking? The others nodded in agreement. 36D, Daz Wishui smirked slightly. If I'm not mistaken, the key lies in that black skeleton's weapon. Everyone immediately turned their eyes to Jiang Cheng, only to see that the sword in his hand had already been shifted to rest on his right shoulder, leaving them even more puzzled. Actually, 36D Daz Wishui began explaining in detail. The game's physical damage mechanics work like this: attack initiation, hit registration, damage display, weapon withdrawal, and weapon reset. This is the complete attack sequence. The damage is triggered the moment the blade makes contact with the enemy. She continued analyzing. The black skeleton's attack speed must be around 0.3 seconds, likely boosted by some acceleration skill. In the full attack sequence, initiating the attack takes 0.03 seconds, landing the hit takes 0.06 seconds, and displaying the damage takes just 0.01 seconds. However, withdrawing and resetting the weapon takes up the remaining 0.2 seconds. But if you switch weapons the moment the damage appears, you can skip the weapon reset animation entirely. This technique is known as forced weapon reset in myth-based games. Although there's a 10-second cooldown after each switch, the black skeleton's two weapons seem to deal equivalent damage. Combined with forced weapon reset, it can strike 3 times in 0.3 seconds every 10 seconds. After finishing her explanation, 36D Daz Wishui glanced meaningfully at Goblin King Hao's dumb Xiaoming. It seems we're dealing with a true expert here. If this team leader can summon a pet like that, he's definitely not an ordinary player. So, you're saying he dealt 3 hits of 6,999 damage within 0.3 seconds, but the game's health display system couldn't keep up, so it only showed as 1 hit? 36D Daju Shui said while nodding in agreement. Whoa, brother 36D, you're so insightful and even played mythology before. You must be a top-tier player. Nai Tian Nai Di Nai Kong Chi's eyes sparkled with admiration, her tone full of reverence. The others also looked at him with respect, surprised that amidst this group of rookies, a mythology veteran had emerged. Ah, you're too kind, too kind. It's just that I've played games for a few more years, 36D Daju Shui said modestly on the surface, but inwardly, he was feeling quite pleased. However, he knew deep down that in front of that person, he was probably just a minor character. So, where did this black skeleton come from? Could it be a summon from a hidden class? Is the captain actually one of those 09 million hidden class players? Does that mean we'll definitely clear this dungeon? Nai Tian Nai Di Nai Kong Chi eagerly asked, her initial suspicion replaced by shock and delight at the revelation of the captain's hidden expertise. Watching Jiang Cheng effortlessly take down 10 throwing goblins, 36D Daju Shui poured some cold water on their excitement. Not necessarily. A game isn't just about dealing high damage. Without proper skills, you'll still get wiped out by the boss. He continued his analysis. The first stage's throwing goblins are slow and deal low damage. Clearing them is just a matter of time. But in the second stage, we'll face 100 flame goblins. They cast spells quickly and deal 100 points of burn damage per second. The biggest problem is the wooden barrier with 1 million HP in front. Only extreme flame mages, elemental mages, or classes with fire attribute weapons can deal 500 damage to it. Other classes can only deal 100. Without a knight to tank up front, we won't even get close. At that moment, their boat approached the Goblin King's ship. With a mix of doubt and hope, the group boarded. Jiang Cheng explained to Yitiao Dai Xiaoming, the wooden barrier in the second stage has 200 physical defense, can't be life-stealed from, and can't be armor broken. Only fire-based spells can deal 500 damage. The burn damage from the flame goblins ignores defense, so even with my high health, without lifesteal, it's hard to endure. What do we do then? Yitiao Dai Xiaoming asked anxiously. Jiang Cheng smirked and lightly flicked his sword wings. Simple. Just fly over. That's simple. Yitiao Dai Xiaoming looked dumbfounded. For me, yes. But I can show you another ultra-fast strategy, Jiang Cheng said, transforming his weapon into a staff and extending his hand towards Yitiao Dai Xiaoming. I need 5 bottles of fungio, 5 bottles of wine, and 10 bottles of mana potions. Brother skeleton, no wonder you bought all this alcohol. Does it serve some special purpose? Dai Xiaoming stared at Jiang Cheng with an admiring gaze, eagerly awaiting his explanation. It's simple Molotov cocktails, Jiang Cheng explained. They inflict burning damage on wooden barriers. While in a burning state, any subsequent attacks on the barrier are treated as fire-based, amplifying the damage. As he spoke, Jiang Cheng threw 3 bottles of fungio and red wine at the wooden barrier. These 2 types of alcohol had high ignition points individually, but when mixed together and hit by 3 consecutive bursts of magical flames, the result was astonishing. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosive flames connected instantly, creating a fiery inferno that engulfed a 30-meter radius. The alcohol ignited in a flash, sending flames soaring skyward. The spectacle was so breathtaking that everyone was left speechless. And that's how it works, Jiang Cheng said, his staff transforming into a black longbow in his hands. He released 3 arrows, which whistled through the air and struck the wooden barrier with pinpoint accuracy. 45,872. 45,872. 45,872. 3 massive damage numbers floated above the barrier. Thanks to the burning effect, all attacks were treated as fire-based and received a 500 damage boost. Combined with the Raven Heart's additional 40 attack power bonus, the resulting damage was extraordinary. What the heck? Did you see that damage? 1 arrow did 45,872 damage. 3 arrows totaled 138,000. This skeleton is insane. Nai Tian Nai Di Nai Kongqi covered her mouth in disbelief, staring at the jaw-dropping damage. The others were equally stunned by Jiang Cheng's power. Not only could his weapon seamlessly switch forms, but he also had a cloak and wings, making him look impossibly cool. However, 36D Da Zhushui keenly noticed something unusual. Wait a second. This black skeleton's damage wasn't this high before. How did it jump from 6,999 to 45,872? He replayed Jiang Cheng's actions in his mind and suddenly realized the key was the 2 bottles of alcohol. Yet, he couldn't quite wrap his head around the sheer intensity of the flames. The others listened to his analysis, still puzzled but full of admiration for this innovative combat strategy. With this guy on our team, we might just break the record for the fastest clear of the level 20 dungeon. Come on, let's go help out and maybe pick up a few tips from the master. I don't think the master needs any help, Qi Xiaobai said timidly. Why not? Over 100 flame goblins, no matter how strong the master is, without an area attack, taking them down one by one would be overwhelming. Exactly, not to mention the flame goblins inflict burn status. The true damage is terrifying. We can help cleanse the debuffs and heal the master. The group voiced their opinions while walking toward Yitiao Daxiaming. Under the guidance of the seasoned player, 36D Dazwishui, they skillfully avoided the traps on the Goblin King's ship and quickly arrived in front of Yitiao Daxiaming. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out. Jiang Cheng's eight-round volley of arrows shattered the wooden barrier into ashes. Over 100 flame goblins surged out like a flood, causing the group to stumble back a few steps in shock. As soon as the goblins entered range, they began swinging their withered wooden staves, unleashing a barrage of fireballs that rained down toward Jiang Cheng. Xiaoming, Necromancer's Summon, Abyssal Grasp, Jiang Cheng commanded in a deep voice. Zhang Mengmeng nodded in understanding. Instantly, 35 undead summons materialized in front of Jiang Cheng. Hundreds of fireballs exploded, reducing the skeletons to ashes, with sparks and bone fragments scattering in all directions. At the same time, Yitiao Daxiaming's Abyssal Grasp precisely immobilized 32 frontline goblins, catching them just as they were about to launch another round of fireballs. Damage numbers of 80 floated above the heads of the controlled goblins. Seizing the moment, Jiang Cheng hurled his last 2 bottles of grape wine and fungio into the air, followed by 3 explosive flames. The bottles shattered, and the flaming liquid rained down, inflicting burn status on 91 out of the 98 goblins. A burst of fire erupted on Jiang Cheng, triggering his mad demon evasion skill. In a flash of black light, his figure teleported. With a sharp slash, his blade swept across. 45,328. 45,328. 46,218. Within 0.3 seconds, he executed a forced blade sheath, blade slash, sword pierce, and wing sweep combo, instantly taking down 3 flame goblins with only 10,000 HP each. The Fury Slash passive activated, sending damage numbers surging within a 2-meter radius. 8,412. 8,412. 8,412. 12 goblin corpses collapsed with a resounding thud. In just 30 seconds, every flame goblin had fallen to Jiang Cheng's blade. The group, who had been preparing their spells to assist Jiang Cheng, froze mid-cast, their staves suspended in the air as they stared in stunned silence at the scene before them. Taking down 100 flame goblins in 30 seconds, the spectators stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide as they stared at the aftermath of the battle. Such overwhelming combat power was simply jaw-dropping. Who said there's no area damage? This is insane, someone exclaimed. After seeing this fight, Am inspired to go look for a hidden class myself. Count me in. Everyone lowered their staffs, their shock evident. Qi Xiaobai pouted smugly. I told you the pro didn't need any help, but you just wouldn't believe me. Yurong Nida's eyes narrowed, ignoring Qi Xiaobai's boastful remarks. She started analyzing seriously. The two skills the captain just used are definitely not something a regular mage can wield. That kind of wide area control combined with silence effects, plus continuous damage over time, can only belong to a hidden class. 36D Dizusui nodded in agreement and added, I suspect that Black Skeleton isn't just a simple summon. It's likely a companion unique to a hidden class. Maybe the captain triggered some hidden quest that required defeating a specific boss, and this skeleton was summoned as a key aid for the task. Exactly, but it's absurdly overpowered. Others chimed in. Where do you even go to switch to such a hidden class? And where can we get such a cool skeleton? Nightyan Nighty Nakonki's eyes sparkled with excitement as they said, Captain, you're incredible. I sincerely apologize for ever doubting you. That was my mistake. After witnessing the strength displayed by Yitiao Daiming and Jiang Cheng, everyone's attitude shifted drastically. In the gaming world, true experts always command respect. 36D Dizusui, brimming with curiosity, asked, Captain, how did you pull off such an amazing move? I couldn't make sense of it. Can you explain? Yitiao Daiming looked toward Jiang Cheng, who responded with a flicker of soul fire and said cheerfully, I don't mind sharing. Whether you can master it depends on your own talent. Jiang Cheng had always been open-minded. The 14 divine techniques he created were inspired by studying others' gameplay videos and combining them with his martial arts experience. Although countless players had attempted to replicate them, only a handful had succeeded in fully mastering them. He firmly believed that skills should evolve with time, and that progress required collective exploration and innovation. After Yitiao Daiming finished explaining the specific steps, everyone's expression shifted. Wait, you need 5 bottles of Fangio and grape wine, and then use mana to connect them while evenly sprinkling it on each goblin? Forget it. 36D Dazwavi sighed, shaking her head. The skill of magical linking, which is second only to divine abilities, is mastered by fewer than 1,000 players among the billions of mage players in the entire game. It's out of our reach. She continued her analysis. Not to mention that you have to evenly pour wine on 100 goblins to trigger the burning effect. At best, you'd hit 5 if you splashed randomly. Plus, this red wine costs 3 silver per bottle, while the Fungio costs 2 silver. Just one dungeon run would cost 50 silver, and I only have 9 silver and 98 copper to my name. This would bankrupt me. The others nodded in agreement, their expressions a mix of admiration for Jiang Cheng's technical prowess and envy of Yitiao Daxiaming's financial resources. Although Yitiao Daxiaming felt a pang of heartache herself, Jiang Cheng's remark, only people who can't make money think about saving it, left her speechless. The third stage turned out to be unexpectedly easy. For heavily armored goblins, each with 100,000 health points, were no match for Jiang Cheng and were swiftly taken down. Boss, how do we deal with the final stage against the dressed-up goblin? 36D Dazwishui asked excitedly, glancing at the time. It had taken less than 3 minutes, far below the record of 15 minutes and 33 seconds that had stood for over a year. I heard the dressed-up goblin puts on stolen equipment, boosting its defense and attack to 500 for 3 minutes. I can't even break through its defense, 36D Dazwishui explained. Even though your attack power is over 2,000, you might run out of time. When they realized Yitiao Daxiaming wasn't even trying to break the record, everyone was stunned. Such effortless record-breaking strength, truly the mark of a master. Yitiao Daxiaming handed Jiang Cheng 20 bottles of mid-level mana potions and asked eagerly, Skelly big bro, what's the strategy for this stage? Jiang Cheng accepted the potions and revealed a little-known secret. There was once a dragon knight who discovered that the dressed-up goblin doesn't put on its gear until 5 minutes have passed. Since no one had ever cleared the third stage in under 5 minutes, nobody knew the boss is actually still asleep at this point. And this spirited-turned boss has one major weakness: it's terrified of water. Who's that boring dragon knight? A curious little dumb dragon asked. Jiang Cheng didn't respond, simply shaking his head helplessly because that so-called boring dragon knight was none other than himself. But there was no time to explain. Jiang Cheng swiftly entered battle mode, releasing 3 arrows simultaneously. They flew straight into the still-sleeping decked-out goblin. In the next moment, his weapon transformed into a chain sickle, and with a skillful swing, he sent the one-metal goblin hurtling toward the sea. With a loud splash, water sprayed high into the air. The decked-out goblin woke with a start, panic written all over its face as it began flailing wildly. A series of 12,235 damage numbers popped up above its head, leaving everyone on the scene utterly stunned. No way. This pirate is afraid of water? Ha ha ha, that's so mean. Who would have thought you could fight like this? Whenever the decked-out goblin tried to use its water leap skill to jump back onto the ship, it was instantly frozen by the icy effect of Jiang Cheng's weapon. The combination of a weakened state and slowed movement left the poor boss floundering in the water like a fish out of its element. Taking advantage of his ability to recover arrows, Jiang Cheng kept up a relentless attack. Another triple shot landed, and more 25,352 damage numbers flashed. In just a minute, the easiest boss fight in history came to an end. Everyone was still reeling from this mind-blowing strategy. Even the usually talkative Yurong Nida was left speechless. Captain, where did you learn this strategy? Which forum? Someone asked curiously. Little Dumb Dragon knew this was Skeleton Big Brother's original tactic, but she chose to stay silent. Don't bother asking, someone chimed in. Without the captain's legendary weapon with freezing, tearing, slowing, and debuffing effects, knowing the strategy wouldn't help you anyway. Right on cue, the system notification chimed in. Ding! Decked out goblin defeated, goblin pursuit cleared. Experience points increased by 2 million. Evolution points increased by 2 million. Enhancement points increased by 2,000. The results of the goblin pursuit battle were astonishing. A clearance time of 4 minutes and 12 seconds, with an SSS perfect rating. The system immediately issued a world announcement, declaring that the player team from Ragewind City comprising Itiao Daxiaming, Yurong Nida, 36D Das Wishui, Qi Xiaobai, and others had achieved the first ever victory in the level 20 dungeon, Goblin Pursuit Battle. This announcement sent shockwaves through the great wilderness world. Countless players repeatedly checked the news in disbelief. 4 minutes and 12 seconds? Even the elite team formed by the record god needed 15 minutes and 33 seconds to clear the dungeon. Such a result was simply unimaginable. The game's AI was instantly flooded with over 5 billion complaints questioning the legitimacy of the achievement. Had it not been for many players being occupied with an online morning event and unable to respond immediately, this number might have soared to 8 billion. The management was forced to intervene, issuing a statement promising to address the matter within 5 minutes. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the other 9 team members were left stunned when they saw the world announcement. Only then did they realize that their captain was none other than Itiao Daxiaming's top-tier player who broke the level leaderboard record and surpassed the 12 true gods. Not only that, but she also held the number 1 spot on the weapon rankings. So this is the level 25 Purple Blood Raven set, exclaimed Nai Tian Nai Di Nai Kong Chi in awe. The other team members chimed in with amazement. Captain, you've been hiding this from us so well. If we'd known you were such a legendary pro, would have joined your team in a heartbeat. While everyone was still reeling from the revelation, Jiang Cheng reminded them to use the pulling technique to collect the dropped equipment. It turned out that the reason he specifically recruited 9 priests was precisely for this purpose. The boss loot would fall into the water and needed to be retrieved, using the priest's level 15 pulling technique skill to transfer it onto the ship. This little-known trick was actually quite simple to execute, and Itiao Daxiaming quickly taught everyone how to do it. Once the team members caught on, they couldn't help but marvel. Wow, I can't believe the pulling technique can be used like this. Who would have thought a non-priest pro like you could come up with such a clever strategy? Now it all makes sense why we needed so many priests. Getting to clear a dungeon with the captain, the legendary pro, is a fortune I could never dream of earning in my lifetime. Yurong Nida said humbly, setting aside their usual pride as a minor skilled player. Flattering, they added, if I could, I'd gladly pick up loot for the captain for the rest of my life. Nida, stop being so cringy. Just pick up the loot, will you? 36D Da Zhu Shui said with a frown. Captain, I'd pick up loot for you for 2 lifetimes. As soon as 36D finished speaking, another player chimed in. 36D, can you act like a decent human being? Qi Xiaobai retorted while running over to Itiao Dai Xiaoming's side. Clinging to her arm, they said coquettishly, Big boss, from now on, I'm yours. They'll do whatever you ask. EW. You guys are too much. Someone couldn't help but complain. Captain, I don't ask for anything else, just add me as a friend. Faced with this overwhelming enthusiasm from the group of 9, Itiao Dai Xiaoming felt a little awkward. She knew all too well that her strength was entirely reliant on the help of her skeleton big brother, which made her feel unworthy of being called a legend. Don't say that, guys. All of this was thanks to my skeleton big brother's strategy. It has nothing to do with me. She hastily waved her hands, trying to shift the credit to Jiang Cheng. Big boss, you're too humble. We get it. Exactly. The boss must be saying that to keep her secrets safe. Let's just focus on the loot. I think I saw some green gear earlier. Itiao Dai Xiaoming tried to explain further, but Jiang Cheng stopped her, so she followed the group to check the loot. Just then, 36D Da Zhu Shui suddenly spoke up. Big boss, all the credit for clearing this dungeon goes to you. Well, just take a look at the loot for fun. We don't need to take anything. The other 8 players froze at her words. The loot from the dungeon included level 20 equipment, socketing stones, gems, and even a skill book. With a 300 drop rate and a record-breaking first clear, the value of these items was beyond question. Facing the puzzled gazes of the group, 36D looked around and spoke seriously. I know you're reluctant, But let me ask you this, how much did we actually contribute to this dungeon run? Aside from picking up loot, what do we really do? And yet, look at what we've gained, 200 million XP each. And we've all leveled up by 7 levels, right? Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads, starting to understand. If it's not a first kill, the most you'll get is 400,000 experience points, enough to level up twice at most. 36D said excitedly. But because you not only achieved the first kill but also set a record, the system made an exception and gave a 5x experience reward. A whopping 2 million experience points. That's equivalent to grinding monsters non-stop in the wild for 5 days. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she continued. What's even more important is the fame we've gained. According to the dungeon's mechanics, players who are more than 15 levels above the dungeon level can't enter. This means the highest level for Goblin Pursuit is 35. And your 4-minute 12-second record? Even if 20 top-level 35 players entered together, they probably couldn't beat it. Do you know what this means? 36D's tone grew even more impassioned. From now on, anyone who enters this dungeon will see all our names first. We'll be etched into the history of the game, admired by billions of players. Once you leave here, the major guilds will be fighting to recruit you, treating you like VIPs. She looked at the team with a hint of mockery. You probably can't even imagine what it feels like to have the big shots from all the top guilds groveling at your feet. I never thought I'd see it in my lifetime. To get first-hand information, they'll do things you wouldn't believe. Aren't all these benefits enough to satisfy you? Under 36D's speech, the team finally came to their senses. One by one, they apologized to Dai Xiaoming, reluctantly returning the equipment. We're sorry, Captain. We were blinded by greed. Smack. Yurong Nida even slapped himself across the face. I'm sorry, boss. I was wrong. Jiang Cheng seemed indifferent to it all, only giving 36D a meaningful glance before turning to Dai Xiaoming and saying, this guy's not bad. Xiaoming, add him as a friend. We can take him along for the next level 30 dungeon. Check out the gear first, and we'll head back to prepare afterward. With that, Jiang Cheng began inspecting his loot, a skill book and 2 different gems. To his surprise, he also found a socketing stone, which was perfect for his newly evolved legendary quality main weapon, and even his secondary weapon could use a socket upgrade. In addition, he received 2,000 enhancement points and 20 million evolution points, meaning he was ready for another round of upgrades. Jiang Cheng's eyes scanned over the attributes of the newly acquired items one by one. Socket Stone 3-star. Can add a socket to equipment with a 30 success rate. Magic Power Stone rare. Embedding it into a weapon increases magic attack by 50 points. Magic Resistance Spirit Stone rare. Embedding it into armor increases magic defense by 50 points. Heavy Strike Elite passive. Attacks have a 3 chance to cause a 0.1 second stun and deal an additional 1 attack damage. Looking at these new items, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but muse. It seems the system wants me to collect all possible passive attack skills. He silently took stock of his existing passives. Bleed, Freeze, Slow, Decelerate, Confusion, Armor Break, Frostbite, Split, Bloodthirsty 7 Slashes, Lifesteal, Sever, and Black Ice Bone. Although the Sever effect was relatively weak, it was still better than nothing. Not to mention, he also had the dual passive skills Dark Dawn and Dark Curse, which, once awakened, would inevitably bring curse and blindness effects. Now, with the addition of Heavy Strike, which could cause stuns, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for his future opponents. If all these passive effects triggered simultaneously, their status bar would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with various debuffs. He immediately upgraded Heavy Strike to level 10 at the cost of 5,500 evolution points. The skill's attributes improved significantly. The trigger rate increased from 3 to 8, the stun duration extended to 0.2 seconds, and the additional damage rose to 6. Although the improvement wasn't massive, Jiang Cheng wasn't in a rush to push it further. Instead, he planned to focus on enhancing his equipment first. He decided to start by adding a socket to his secondary weapon. Considering the low success rate of the socket stone and the average quality of the gems he had obtained this time, he chose to embed the Magic Power Stone into his secondary weapon to boost magic attack and the Magic Resistance Spirit Stone into the helmet to increase magic defense. Beside him, Qi Xiaobai glanced at Jiang Cheng's Frost Disaster and Death's Wing, then at his own level 20 plain white staff, his eyes filled with envy. That Skeleton Senior's weapons are just too cool. They must be legendary grade equipment. At this stage, only a quest NPC like him could wield something so powerful. And he can even transform his left hand into wings. How awesome is that? If only I had a guardian NPC like that. The others also began discussing Jiang Cheng's identity. That cape of his must be extraordinary too. This black skeleton is definitely an epic tier NPC. Yeah, and that weapon that can switch between scythe, bow, and blade forms is so overpowered. Every attack comes with additional effects. Hidden classes are just on another level. Too bad they're so rare you need to defeat hidden bosses to even have a chance at getting one. The dungeon countdown began. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. As the group stepped out of the dungeon, they instantly became the center of attention. Thousands of eyes turned to them in unison, followed by a flood of friend requests pouring in. Ding ding ding. Sacred Lord has sent you a friend request. Wings of the Mage God has sent you a friend request. Dragon City has sent you a friend request. The overwhelming number of notifications left the group completely stunned. As they exited the instance, their friend request notifications exploded in an instant. They stared in shock at the numbers displayed in the friendly stand, alarming 8-digit figure in glaring red. Over 50 million messages flooded in, which was already unbelievable, but the most extreme case was Jiang, whose friend request skyrocketed to over 300 million. She was utterly speechless. Let's move, no hesitation, Jiang Cheng reminded from behind Jiang. Outside the instance, tens of thousands of players had already gathered. If they got surrounded, escape would be nearly impossible. Although there weren't many players who had just reached level 20, the crowd of onlookers was overwhelming. Jiang quickly snapped out of her daze, immediately silenced the notifications, and headed toward the center of Angerwind City. However, the surrounding players continued to close in on them. Hello, I am Imo Shunbing, leader of the Martial God Armory Guild, ranked 19th in Huaxia District. Hey, big shot. I'm the leader of Strength's Domain, ranked 72nd. Don't leave, please consider joining our guild. Could you tell us your username? Which role were you in this instance? Surrounded by thousands of players, Jiang felt immense pressure. Thankfully, she had hidden her name, and the other 9 team members drew away some of the attention. Most importantly, Jiang Cheng stood behind her, exuding a subtle yet intimidating aura that made the crowd hesitate to get too close. This created just enough space for them to break through. Skeleton Big Brother, being a top player sure isn't easy. Jiang wiped the sweat from her forehead. Maybe you're just not someone who enjoys being in the spotlight, Jiang Cheng said with a shrug. Look at 36D and the others are thoroughly enjoying the attention. Whether you like it or not, you'll have to get used to it. From now on, being surrounded, admired, and in the center of attention will be your new normal. Every move you make will come with benefits, but you'll also have to bear the consequences. That's a lesson every top player has to learn. Oh, I see. Skeleton Big Brother. Will do my best to adapt, Jiang said with determination, raising her small fists. So, where are we going now? To pick up a quest, Jiang Cheng replied as he led her to a small tavern. He pointed to a bearded NPC passed out on a table. That's Charlotte from Hal Street. He has a quest that will greatly help you improve your abilities. Jiang glanced around. The tavern was filthy, and the air reeked of alcohol. Skeleton Big Brother, this place is so deserted. How did you even find out there's a quest here? It's a unique quest, and the reward is one of a kind, Jiang Cheng said with a tinge of helplessness in his tone. Hurry up before someone else takes it. Hearing the words, unique quest, Jiang's eyes lit up. Noticing several players in the tavern casting curious glances at the NPC, she quickly made her way toward the bearded man slumped over the table. Hey, beautiful, this NPC seems to have caught our eye first, said Heilung Damong, blocking Yiqiao Jiang's path with his spear, his tone carrying a hint of arrogance. His teammates had already surrounded Charlotte, eagerly striking up a conversation. Yiqiao Jiang was filled with urgency. This was a unique quest given to her by Skeleton Big Brother, one of a kind on the entire server. If someone else claimed it, she'd lose her chance forever. She couldn't let Skeleton Big Brother down. With that resolve, she didn't hesitate to activate the in-town duel challenge mode. Huh. Heilung Damong froze in surprise. Due to their party status, all 5 of his teammates received the challenge invitation as well. This girl wanted to take on all 6 of them at once? Exchanging amused glances, Heilung Damong and his teammates couldn't even be bothered to interact with Charlotte anymore. In their minds, female players generally didn't take games seriously and couldn't compete with male players in skill. A Unknown was already unlikely, let alone a 6-0. Alright, brothers, let's accept her challenge and show her what real cruelty looks like. Got it. On it. The group eagerly accepted the duel, and the scene instantly transitioned, isolating the surrounding bystanders from the battle. Just as Heilung Damong was about to utter some condescending remarks, Yiqiao Jiang had already calculated her moves. 36 abyssal hands appeared simultaneously, locking all 5 of his teammates in place. Damage numbers of 80 floated above their heads, and they were immediately silenced. Then, with a light raise of her blood-red staff, 36 skeletons burst through the wooden floorboards of the tavern, unleashing a frenzied attack on the 6 players. Damage numbers like 35, 24, 19, and 32 popped up incessantly. What the heck? So many skeletons? What's going on? The 6 of them were completely immobilized, unable to even speak, their terrified gazes meeting each other. Although in-town duels didn't result in equipment loss, they did cost experience points, and now, they didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. 3 seconds later, the relentless skeleton assault reduced all 6 players to white light, signaling their defeat. When they respawned at the revival point and saw the kill information, they were dumbstruck. Wait, that was the Etiao Daxiaming, #1 on the leaderboard. She's also the speedrun record holder for the Goblin Pursuit dungeon. It's over. I just lost 85 of my level 19 experience. I can't even run the dungeon now. That was brutal area control followed by a skeleton swarm. There was no chance to fight back. The group was too intimidated to utter a single threat, let alone express any anger. This was the power of a top-tier player, leaving ordinary solo players no choice but to accept their fate. From now on, stay sharp and stop pulling this sneaky nonsense. If you see someone in a red robe with a red staff, run. Heilung Damong warned his teammates sternly. Back in the tavern, Jiang Cheng patted Yiqiao Daxiaming on the shoulder, offering her detailed advice on improving her techniques, particularly on controlling the summoning positions and timing of her skeletons. Daxiaming listened attentively, her face glowing with a bright, cheerful smile that left the surrounding players utterly captivated. Whoa, 1 against 6 and still won. This is a true master. The tavern erupted in astonished murmurs. The female player, Etiao Dai Xiaoming, who was initially underestimated, managed to defeat 6 opponents single-handedly, earning the admiration of everyone present. While her skills were now recognized, there were still a few fearless players attempting to cozy up to Charlotte in her presence. When Etiao Dai Xiaoming extended a challenge for a duel, these players all made excuses to decline, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Jiang Cheng noticed and gently explained, "Don't worry, they don't have 10 bottles of Fungio, so they can't trigger the unique quest." At that moment, 7 or 8 players had already surrounded Charlotte, trying to extract information from her. Watching the dejected Etiao Dai Xiaoming, Jiang Cheng revealed the key to the quest. "So that's how it works." Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed in sudden realization, patting her chest in relief. "Why didn't you tell me earlier, skeleton big brother? You made me so anxious." Jiang Cheng lightly patted her shoulder and leaned in, offering patient advice. "This is just a test for you. Remember, never let minor setbacks rattle you. Panic and nervousness are the easiest ways to cloud your judgment in battle. Learn to adjust your emotions at any moment. Don't let them take control of your mind." As he watched her walk away, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but recall another young girl who had once followed him, Qian Shui. The two girls were polar opposites in personality. Qian Shui was tough on the outside but soft on the inside, showing her vulnerability only to him, while Etiao Dai Xiaoming appeared delicate but was actually resilient and determined. Yet both shared perseverance and a strong will, making them promising talents. While the other players, frustrated by Charlotte's lack of response, left empty-handed, Etiao Dai Xiaoming calmly placed a bottle of Fungio on the table. The sound of the bottle hitting the surface immediately snapped Charlotte out of her daze, and she excitedly began to drink. One bottle after another, Charlotte downed a total of 10 bottles of Fungio. Amid the mocking laughter of the other players, she finally began to mutter, my child, that accursed calamity witch, give me back my child." A system notification promptly appeared. "Congratulations on triggering the unique hidden quest. Retrieve Charlotte's child. Quest reward, Legendary Skill Enhancement Scrolls 5. Damn, it really triggered." A sudden exclamation echoed through the tavern. It really triggered? No way. Curious glances from the surrounding players turned toward the source. A tavern attendant stepped forward with a wry smile on his face. "It's not fake. While working here, I often chatted with Charlotte. I always felt there was something unusual about that NPC, like he was hiding some kind of secret." With a sigh, the attendant continued, "I even exchanged 5 gold coins, spent 500,000 renminbi, and bought all kinds of drinks for him, trying to get him to talk." "And the result? What happened?" all the players asked in unison. "He didn't say a single word. I ended up losing everything." The attendant's expression was filled with bitterness, which sent the surrounding players into fits of laughter. "Wow, you're definitely the unluckiest," someone teased. "It seems this hidden quest requires 10 bottles of Fungio to trigger. Everyone, go buy some now." As soon as the words were spoken, the players rushed out in a frenzy, desperate not to miss the chance for the hidden quest. Many reluctantly purchased 10 bottles of Fungio and placed them in front of Charlotte, only to meet predictable disappointment. During that time, the price of Fungio skyrocketed, leaving many clueless players puzzled. Only those who witnessed Etiao Daxiaming receiving the hidden quest firsthand understood the painful story behind it. The scene shifted to the marketplace in Gale City. "Skeleton big brother, what does the legendary skill enhancement scroll do?" Etiao Daxiaming asked Jiang Cheng excitedly. Jiang Cheng, browsing the stalls, explained, "It upgrades skills to the legendary level. The usage depends on the skill's current level. For basic skills, you need 3 scrolls, and for each level jump, you'll require 1 additional scroll. If it's already a legendary level skill, the scroll can break its original level cap, like turning a level 20 cap into 201. Can you use it, skeleton big brother?" Zhang Mengmeng immediately thought of Jiang Cheng, her concern warming his heart. "This doesn't work for me," Jiang Cheng replied. "Oh, Then what skill should I enhance? Jiang Cheng left the decision to her. That's for you to decide. You need to learn how to make choices and take responsibility for the consequences. All right, they'll think it through. Yi Tiao Daxiaming nodded earnestly, then asked, by the way, what are we buying here in the marketplace? Preparing for the level 30 dungeon. Is it the same kind of dungeon again? Jiang Cheng simply gave a mysterious smile. The final scene shifted to Qingfeng City, where Qian Zhonglong and Qian Shanxue were in the middle of a duel. A volley of 5 icy arrows struck Qian Zhonglong, defeating him. As he stared at the tube 1 damage indicators above his head, he helplessly withdrew from the sparring match. Your gear's pretty good lately. Already got a level 25 legendary bow? Qian Shanxue asked. Bought it from some mysterious pro, Qian Zhonglong replied. But even if I grind through dungeons and level up to 25 to use the legendary bow, I still can't beat you, cousin. That's because you're bad at the game. I told you to train properly, but you kept slacking off. Now you regret it, huh? Cousin, I wasn't slacking off. I'm just genuinely not as good as you. What takes you 10 days to learn takes me 2 months, and even then, I'm terrible at it. It's embarrassing. Qian Zhonglong sighed. But recently, I met a mysterious pro with insane skills and a great attitude. I'm planning to learn from him for a while. Mysterious pro? Qian Shanxue sheathed her Frost of 10,000 miles bow and gave Qian Zhonglong a strange look. Someone actually sees potential in you. A noob? Who's blind enough for that? Well, that's a secret for now, Qian Zhonglong put on a mysterious expression, deliberately keeping them guessing. TCH, who cares? If someone like you caught their eye, their skills probably aren't much better. Qian Shanxue dismissed his antics and focused on fine-tuning her weapon, the Frost of 10,000 miles. The Frost of 10,000 miles was a growth-type exclusive secondary weapon specially designed by the game company for the 12 True Gods players. Each True God had one. While it was a piece of equipment coveted by billions of players, its attributes weren't particularly outstanding. The key challenge was that to upgrade this weapon, players needed to continuously collect various materials. Without those, it became practically useless in the later stages of the game. I need to farm materials in some dungeons soon. Are you coming? Qian Shanxue asked, seeing that Qian Zhonglong remained silent. Me? I've already got a team. A pro player said they'd take me on a run through the level 30 dungeon, Qian Zhonglong replied, leaving Qian Shanxue momentarily stunned. You? Didn't you used to pester me non-stop to take you into dungeons and teach you stuff? What's gotten into you today? Qian Shanxue squinted at him. The level 30 Catastrophic Demoness dungeon requires the team leader to be level 30, and the level difference between team members can't exceed 5. Other than Yi Tiao Daxiaming, who else is level 30 right now? She gave him a peculiar look. Don't tell me the one taking you is Yi Tiao Daxiaming? Hee cousin. You guessed it right. You're full of it. Qian Shanxue scoffed. As one of the 12 True Gods, she'd encountered countless top-tier players, but very few had truly impressed her. Only Yi Tiao Daxiaming, who dominated the leaderboards for level and weapon rankings and set unbelievable dungeon records, had managed to catch their attention, clearing the Goblin Pursuit battle in 4 minutes and 12 seconds with a team of 9 healers, no less. Such a godlike achievement left even miracle makers like them in awe. When the world announcement came out, no one believed it until the AI system personally verified it, silencing the doubters. I'm serious. She even attended Master's funeral before. You were just too busy arguing with Xia Dongli to notice her. Seeing Qian Shanxue's skepticism, Qian Zhonglong became flustered. Really? So, her skills are genuinely impressive. Qian Shanxue's interest was piqued. She hadn't expected her cousin to actually know Yi Tiao Daxiaming. This might finally be her chance to see what the hype was about. You misunderstood. Her skills are so bad you wouldn't believe it. Hearing this, Qian Shanxue immediately raised the Frost of 10,000 miles, aiming 5 gleaming arrows straight at Qian Zonglang's head. Xiaolang, are you feeling bold today? Or do you think I've forgotten how to use a bow? Don't be rash, cousin. Qian Zhonglong yelped, darting around to avoid the lock-on, though it was futile. He could only plead repeatedly. What I meant is that her skills are bad, but I didn't say she's weak. You're messing with me? No, absolutely not. If you really want to know why not come see for yourself? They're heading into a dungeon anyway. We can team up with them. Is your master still refusing to come out? The president of the 6th-ranked guild in the Huaxia server, Fashion GE, sent this message and waited, but no reply appeared on his screen. He wasn't discouraged after all. Top players often had their own temperaments. Although he had founded his guild under the name Fashion, God of Magic, he was well aware of the gap between himself and the true elite players. His title was just a nickname. In terms of skill, he couldn't even defeat Famo the Magic Demon, let alone reach the level of the legendary Qian Chonglang. This time, he was trying to invite Fashion the Holy Mage to join them because they had just recruited a heavyweight newcomer, one of the players who had set the world record of 4 minutes and 12 seconds with the 9 priest lineup. With this veteran player on their side and Fashion's help, they just might break that astonishing record. President, Still no word from FAMO? Tianmo Ji stood in the bustling dungeon area of Angerwin City, his tone filled with urgency as he surveyed the crowd. News of the record attempt had spread, and others were already making moves to challenge it. Don't worry, Efation Ji said confidently, a faint smile on his face. They're only competing for second place. People like that never amount to much. Our goal is to shatter the record. But, hasn't Efation barely started leveling up yet? It doesn't matter. A world record can wait. Right now, I just want to reach out to Efation. As long as she's interested, the record will be broken eventually. But Imo Shenbing has already brought in Xue Xiaowu from the 12 Legends. Efation Ji sneered. Xue Xiaowu? Just a ghost blade berserker. She's already level 26 and has mastered Ghost Chi Explosion at level 25. Her burst damage is insane. So what if her burst damage is strong? When it comes to AoE attacks, who can surpass the god of AoE? Efation. Efation Ji's tone was resolute. Besides, breaking a record isn't that simple. Do they think a few tricks will suffice? If it were that easy, why would we need geniuses? He sighed. Whoever came up with that strategy for clearing the dungeon is truly a genius. But there are plenty of people with ideas. How many can actually execute them flawlessly? It's a shame I missed the chance to meet Yitiao Dai Xiaoming. I would have loved to witness such a talent in action. Tianmo Ji nodded in agreement. It really is a pity. According to the veteran player, her control over battle tempo is exceptionally sharp. No wonder she became the best in the world. But the real challenge is still convincing Efation. Wait, Efation Ji suddenly exclaimed, excitement lighting up his expression. He replied. He quickly opened the message, already imagining the possibilities. If they could recruit Efation Ji was confident they could make history. Once they claimed the world record for Goblin Pursuit, it would be theirs forever. With that achievement, more players would flock to their guild, strengthening their ranks, and he would ascend to even greater heights. But what greeted him on the screen were just a few crushing words. Famo Bao Yu. Sorry, my master said. You're not worthy? The wings of the mage god waited eagerly for a reply, only to be met with a devastating response. At this moment, all he wanted to scream in his heart was, am I not worthy? This blow expanded the shadow in his heart to an enormous size enough to build several more psychological aid centers. Yet, he forced himself to stay calm. If the mage saint was unavailable, there was still the mage demon. As the data wizard, the mage demon's gaming skills were unmatched in the 12 Legends. Even if they couldn't secure the top spot with the mage saint, with the mage demon's help, they could at least solidify their position as second in the entire server. With this renewed confidence, he sent another message. Sorry to bother you. The great mage saint must have some urgent matters, which is why they can't come, right? The reply hit him like a sledgehammer. No, my master is just sleeping. Honestly, there's no need to overthink. Don't feel bad. When my master said that, there was no malice. She simply feels you're not worthy, that's all. The wings of the mage god suppressed his burning anger and instead turned to the mage demon for help. I'm sure you've seen the world announcement. We have the key data to break the record, but we need your expertise to make it happen. Oh, sorry. I have something to take care of today, so I probably can't make it. May I ask what it is? Is there anything I can help with? Not much, just that I lost my house key and need to get a new one made. Sorry about that. This dismissive response made the wings of the mage god's face darken with frustration. The leader of the 6th-ranked guild in all of Huaxia, being treated with such disregard. At that moment, the demon wings urgently asked about the results of the invitations. The wings of the mage god quickly made up an excuse, saying the mage saint wasn't feeling well and the mage demon had gone to Zhuke City to level up. To silence the demon wings' doubts, he even bet his newly acquired level 25 purple staff, which had cost him 20 million yesterday. But the demon wings pointed eastward, towards the dungeon area, and said, look over there. Who do you think that is? Following his gesture, the wings of the mage god saw a crowd of players gathered around someone, chanting enthusiastically, Mage Demon, Mage Demon. At that moment, the wings of the mage god. Skeleton Big Brother, aren't we going to add more people? It's already been half an hour. Zhang Mengmeng hid inside a Gothic-style church in the dungeon, her tone barely concealing her anxiety. Ever since she learned that the dungeon could unlock Skeleton Big Brother's dual passive skills, she had been restless. Not to mention, 36D de Zhu was also in the team. Though he hadn't said anything, everyone understood how valuable the early game time was. No rush, Jiang Cheng said as he stood inside the church, facing off against Father Adam. He explained to her, this dungeon has been upgraded to a hard difficulty level because of the unique mission. All monsters have double attribute buffs, and a hidden boss will appear. He paused and continued, the dual boss setup not only increases the number of monsters, but also imposes a 10-minute time limit. Relying on just my damage output, it's hard to complete it within the time frame. I've already asked Qian Chonglang to contact a few experts, including FAMO. They'll be here soon. I see. Zhang Mengmeng nodded in realization, but her gaze couldn't help drifting toward the tense standoff between Father Adam and Jiang Cheng. Ever since they entered the church, the priest had been shadowing Jiang Cheng closely, and the tension between the two was palpable. Young girl, this necromancer is no good. He will bring you endless disaster. Father Adam glared at Jiang Cheng as if he were facing some monstrous threat. Zhang Mengmeng didn't know what to do. Sometimes, NPCs being overly intelligent could be a hassle. She was also puzzled as to why Jiang Cheng had brought her to a place so obviously at odds with his identity as a necromancer. Let's go. Ignore him, Jiang Cheng said, withdrawing the soul fire he'd been using to confront the priest. This old man has a kind heart. Although he possesses the world's most powerful purification magic, he actually holds no prejudice against necromancers. I brought you here just to get acquainted with him. You'll understand later. Zhang Mengmeng was stunned by his words. This seemingly ordinary priest actually possessed the world's most powerful purification magic? That was no simple title. Declining Father Adam's attempts to persuade them to stay, they left the church and regrouped with 36D Da Zhushui. Boss, 36D Da Zhushui said anxiously, your secret for clearing the goblin chase has been leaked to the major guilds by Yurong Nida and her group. Now, Martial Arts Divine Soldiers Hall has already taken their team and broken the record down to 11 minutes and 34 seconds. When Yiqiao Daxiaming showed no reaction, 36D Da Zhushui was perplexed. Boss, aren't you angry? I don't see why I should be angry. Their 11 minutes and 34 seconds still can't beat Skeleton Big Brother's record, Zhang Mengmeng calmly explained. Finally, Jiang Cheng listed the reinforcements who would be arriving. FAMO, Qian Chonglang, Yun Xiang, Fay Kuang-tu, and Lu Feng. Hearing the names of these legendary players, 36D Da Zhushui was left in stunned silence. These legendary figures were actually coming? 36D Big Infusion cast a skeptical glance at the scene before her. FAMO, Jian Ying, Qian Chonglang, Fay Kuang-tu, and Lu Feng. These five names were nothing short of legendary in the gaming world. FAMO, a disciple of the Storm Sect, was hailed as the foremost of the 12 legends and the champion of the final mythical sword trial tournament. Jian Ying, whose real name was Yun Xiang, came from the Fist Sect under Zhenchant. Ranked second among the 12 legends, she was not only the star of the Shanhe Club, but also the runner-up in the final sword trial tournament, earning her the title of a gaming queen. Qian Chonglang, a disciple of Wanli Hanzhuang, was ranked last among the 12 legends, but was widely recognized as the third best archer. He placed 12th in the final sword trial tournament. Fay Kuang-tu, a former disciple of the late Supreme God, was the leader of the 10 Evils and served as the vice president of the Demon Hall Guild. He had secured third place in the third sword trial tournament. As for Lu Feng, he was one of the 7 renowned figures of the mythical era. Later, he became the third disciple of the Supreme God and now, as the God of Records, held 1,782 records across the mythical server. 1,781 now. How could these god-ear figures be summoned so easily? 36D Big Infusion thought to herself. Even with a guild, wealth, and some level of skill, without matching their caliber, they wouldn't even spare you a glance. While Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming was revered as the god of levels and seemed untouchable to ordinary players, in the presence of these heavyweights, the title of ranking first on the leaderboards carried only so much weight. As for Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming and that Black Skull's technical skills, they had mastered some advanced tricks and could be considered top-tier players, but compared to those who wielded godlike abilities, the gap was still significant. Same name? Probably not. 36D Big Infusion murmured softly. I've seen Yun Xiang before, but am not very familiar with the others. Seeing Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming exuding confidence, 36D Big Infusion, despite her doubts, dared not say much. After all, FAMO was nearby. What if he really had been invited? In such a situation, staying silent was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Skeleton Big Brother, Qian Chonglang said he's almost here. He's just outside the city. Jiang Cheng nodded without saying much. Although he was using a smaller character from Mythical in front of Qian Chonglang, even that alternate account was far from ordinary. It was the leader of the Demon Hall Guild, which, with only 10 members, had dared to challenge the top-ranked Sanctuary Guild. Jiang Cheng was confident that this identity alone would be enough to summon Qian Chonglang's 2 disciples. With that settled, Jiang Cheng began focusing on strengthening other parts of his body. After the Goblin Chase, his enhancement points had reached 4,200, and he had over 2 million evolution points. However, he still had a long way to go to gather the 40 million evolution points required for the next evolution. He was well aware that with the rapid level progression of players after the dungeon opened and the emergence of super guilds equipped with guild modes that eliminated friendly fire, along with collective buffs and formation bonuses, the influence of solo players like him would inevitably diminish. Jiang Cheng understood that these super guilds wouldn't coexist peacefully with him forever. No matter how vast the great wilderness world or how abundant its bosses, conflicts over resources were inevitable. As long as leveling up and defeating bosses required venturing out, clashes with other players were bound to happen. Even though he was once the supreme god in mythical, skirmishes, guild wars, castle sieges, and even national wars with players or superguilds were nothing new to him. While they might show respect outwardly, who knew what schemes they might be plotting behind the scenes? Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that his car accident and sudden death were somehow suspicious. Jiang Cheng flexed his fingers, the joints cracking as he fell into thought. While his attack and control capabilities were sufficient, his magical offense and defense were glaringly inadequate. This would put him at a significant disadvantage against bosses with physical immunity, like the level 30 dungeon boss, the Calamity Demoness. Although she lacked a physical immunity skill, her Calamity counter armor reflected 50 of all physical damage, bypassing both defense and evasion. In fact, the reflected damage often exceeded the damage dealt to her. Even using a bow would still trigger the counter effect. Improving these two attributes was urgent. Jiang Cheng decided to observe the changes in his talents after evolution before making his next move. Jiang Cheng carefully examined the attribute bonuses for each of the talents. The Will of Black Ice provided 50 ice attribute damage, 50 spirit, and 3 casting speed. It also allowed him to spend 8 mana points to establish telepathic communication with creatures within a 10-centimeter range. The Bone of Black Ice granted 30 ice attribute damage and transformed his entire body into black ice. Within a 0.5 meter range, it inflicted an icy assault on enemies every 0.5 seconds. Each assault stacked a slowing effect, reducing the enemy's attack and movement speed by 2. At 10 stacks, the enemy would be frozen for 0.5 seconds. The feat of Black Ice not only provided 30 ice attribute damage and 135 movement speed, but also added a stacking movement speed bonus while moving, increasing by 1 per stack. At 10 stacks, it granted an additional 10 movement speed. The Eye of Black Ice Survey added 20 ice attribute damage and could pierce through fog and miasma within a 130-meter range. I see. Jiang Cheng suddenly understood. This explained why triggering the Ice Calamity dealt more damage than expected. The combined talents provided a total of 130 ice attribute damage, though this was a fixed value that could only be increased through enhancement points. He immediately invested 1,000 enhancement points into upgrading the Will of Black Ice, gaining 20 ice attribute damage, 30 spirit, and 1 casting speed. Then he invested another 2,000 points, obtaining 50 ice attribute damage, 100 spirit, and 2 casting speed. This enhancement triggered a breakthrough, evolving the Will of Black Ice into the Faith of Black Ice. The evolved Faith of Black Ice not only significantly increased its base stats 120 ice attribute damage, 180 spirit, and 6 casting speed, but also unlocked a new skill, Eye of Faith. This skill consumed 300 mana points to deal 130 magic damage to a single target and slowed it by 10, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. After successfully socketing his secondary weapon, Jiang Cheng embedded a magic spirit stone, adding 50 magic damage. Combined with the 300-point boost from Dai Xiaoming's necromantic enhancement skill, his total magic attack power reached an astonishing 630 points, far surpassing other mage players at this stage. In terms of defense, socketing a magic-resistant spirit stone into his skull provided an additional 50 magic defense, which, combined with the 100-point bonus from his assault armor, totaled 150 magic defense. This comprehensive improvement significantly increased his confidence in facing the Calamity Witch. At that moment, Qin Chonglong's excited voice came through, quickly followed by a disappointed tone. I'm really sorry, Skeleton Boss. The people you wanted me to invite are all unavailable. But then he smirked mischievously, stepping aside to introduce someone. However, I think with my master here, we can easily make up for all 3 of them. Jiang Cheng, who was about to adjust the position of his secondary weapon, froze in his tracks upon hearing this. Her ice blue, long wavy hair danced lightly in the breeze, and her exposed skin was as smooth and delicate as fine jade. Petite and dainty, even with her ice blue battle boots, she barely reached the shoulder of Qin Chonglang, who stood at an impressive 1.8 meters tall. The height difference made her seem less like an older cousin and more like a younger sister by 8 years. Her bright, wide eyes were fixed ahead, holding a scrutinizing gaze. At this moment, Jiang Cheng was hidden within the shadow of the petite and innocent Zhang Mengmeng, so well concealed that even her sharp instincts couldn't detect him. Yet, Qin Shanxue appeared as though she could see right through the disguise. Perhaps it was the natural instinct of an archer, or perhaps she truly sensed something. Jiang Cheng noticed a subtle shift in her expression that hinted at her unease. Memories flooded back. Qin Shanxue had been one of his most outstanding disciples, diligent, obedient, and the most attached to her mentor. Years ago, this little girl had been rejected from the national archery team due to her height and had vented her frustration by diving into the game. Her furious yet precise shooting at wild monsters caught Jiang Cheng's attention. For a level 1 novice to perform advanced techniques like curved shots and rapid four-arrow volleys was extraordinary. Unable to resist, Jiang Cheng challenged her with a small, low-level account of his own. To his surprise, he lost to this exceptionally gifted young girl. From then on, they became an inseparable mentor-student pair. Over 3 years, they leveled up, defeated bosses, honed their skills, and challenged top players together, building an enviable legend in the mythical game. After every battle, the two would retreat to the guild leader's chamber to analyze their opponent's techniques and strategies. If not for the car accident that forced him to quit the game, they might still be innovating new divine skills together. Jiang Cheng's most frequent words to her were, "Don't lose hope. You'll grow taller someday." Now, as they reunited, she was still the same petite girl who hadn't grown much, while he had become a cold skeleton, a poignant reminder of life's unpredictability. The black flames in his eye sockets flickered as Jiang Cheng watched Qian Shanxue step past Qian Chonglang, her small steps carrying her forward. "Hello, I hear your skills are remarkable. Even my apprentice couldn't best you. Care for a spar?" Qian Shanxue asked with a friendly smile, extending her right hand as she stood before Zhang Mengmeng. Strangely, her hand bypassed Zhang Mengmeng entirely, reaching toward the space behind her. This unexpected gesture left Zhang Mengmeng momentarily bewildered, unsure how to respond. Just then, a skeletal hand cloaked in black flames gently clasped Qian Shanshua's slender hand. The moment his knuckles brushed against that warm, soft palm, memories surged like a tidal wave. "Master Fu, I lost again. That little demon is so hateful. How dare she bully me? Master Fu, come out and spank her." "Master Fu, guess what? I created a new technique today and beat that little demon. Aren't I amazing? Master Fu, why won't you come out and praise me?" "Master Fu, I have good news for you. I think I've grown a little taller." "Master Fu, where on earth have you gone? Could you at least let me know?" "Master Fu, do you know you've been gone for 91 days, 12 hours, 32 minutes, and 41 seconds? I really miss you." These messages were left under his account 3 months after his car accident, heartfelt confessions from that little girl. Jiang Cheng stepped out from the shadow of Dai Xiaoming, approaching her and leaning down to gaze at the icy blue hair. Instinctively, he reached out with his left hand, intending to pat her head like he used to. But just as his fingers were about to touch her hair, Qian Shanxue stepped back. Your hand, it's so cold." Qian Shanxue stared in shock at her frostbitten red hand, and quickly retreated 3 steps. Tilting her head, she regarded Jiang Cheng with a puzzled look. "I don't know why, but you give me this strange feeling of wanting to be close to you. Can you tell me why?" Jiang Cheng froze. For a long moment, he simply shook his head, glancing down at the black flames flickering around his skeletal hand. Then, with a sigh, he glanced at Qian Shangsu's frostbitten right hand before stepping forward 3 paces and retreating once more into Dai Xiaoming's shadow. "Xiaoming, pick the team and enter the dungeon." Dai Xiaoming was still in a daze, unable to comprehend why the skeletal big brother seemed to know Qian Shanxue. She sensed something unusual in his tone, but couldn't quite tell if it was just her imagination. "Qian Shanxue. It's Qian Shanxue, one of the 12 true gods. Oh my god. The ruthless lowly, one of the 12 true gods." The dungeon area erupted into chaos. Over 70,000 players turned their attention to the figure with icy blue hair. The crowd surged forward like a tidal wave, completely overshadowing the previously celebrated FAMO. Even 36D de Jusui, stunned, almost dropped her staff. One of the legendary true gods was about to join their team? As the first disciple of the supreme god and one of the 12 true gods, Qian Shangsu's name, Endless Frost, was renowned throughout the gaming world. She had once teamed up with the supreme god to face the vice president of the Holy Temple, sword god Xie Changkong, and his 361 elite fighters, and emerged victorious. Even more unforgettable was her achievement of securing 3rd place in the sword trial tournament 3 consecutive times using the archer class, a profession often scorned by players. Her prowess proved the value of the class through sheer strength. At this moment, the city of Rage Wind was in an uproar. Even Imo Shanbing, the guild leader of martial god armament rank 19th, had to go to great lengths to invite someone like Xue Xiaowu. Xue Xiaowu and FAMO's presence had already drawn an additional 30,000 spectators to the dungeon grounds. Now, with Qian Shangsu's appearance, the area was packed to capacity. Rage Wind City was on the verge of exploding. "Qian Shanxue? No way, that can't be real." Imo Shanbing, who was about to enter the dungeon, froze in disbelief as he heard the commotion around him. As someone who had to spend 50 million and personally visit Xiao Wu's master to invite her, he was well aware of the legendary status of the super god Qian Shanxue. "Qian Shanxue?" Fa Shunji's pupils contracted sharply. "Why is she here? Who could possibly get her to come?" Tian Emoji, casually holding his newly acquired staff, said nonchalantly, "Guild leader, maybe she just wanted to join the dungeon herself?" "You don't know anything." Fa Shinji impatiently interrupted. Every city has dungeons, and the 12 true gods spawn only in the 4 major cities. Why would she travel all the way to Stormrage City? Who invited her to break the goblin pursuit record? She's just a true god. Why are you so worked up, guild leader? Worked up? Me? Worked up? Do I look worked up to you? I'm the guild leader of the 6th-ranked guild in Huaxia. A true god is nothing to me. Suddenly, a system notification interrupted Fa. Shan Jiyi's rant. Notification. Tiao Dai Xiaoming has invited you to join the Calamity Demonist dungeon. Do you accept? Fa. Shan Ji froze, carefully checking the team configuration. Leader. Tiao Dai Xiaoming level 31 Necromancer. Member. Famo Bao Yu level 26 Flame Mage. Member. Qian Zhong Lang level 25 Divine Archer. Member. Yun Xiang level 25 Sword Fighter. Member. 36 Dida Zhu, Shui level 27 Holy Priest. Member. Shui Xiao Wu level 26 Ghostblade Berserker. Member. Wanli Han Shuang Qian Shan Shui level 28 Ice Bao Sharpshooter. An all-star lineup. Fa. Shunji leapt from his seat in excitement. Tian Mo Ji, startled by the sudden movement, nearly dropped his staff. Guild leader, what's gotten into you? Didn't you say you wouldn't? Before he could finish, he caught sight of the invitation. Holy! Tiao Dai Xiaoming invited me to join. It's all legends. His staff slipped from his grasp, smacking Fa. Shunji square in the face. Ignoring the mishap, Tian Mo Ji slapped Fa. Shunji's hand away just as he was about to accept the invite. Bursting with excitement, he shouted, Guild leader, I joined the team. Can you believe it? I'm in the all-star lineup. Seeing Fa. Shunji's darkening expression, Tian Mo Ji's jubilant grin froze. Thud. The Vinewood staff came down hard on Tian Mo Ji's head. You interrupted me while I was trying to join the team. Now Mo Shimbing got in, and the team is full. They're not taking any more members. Fa. Shinji roared while furiously whacking him. Stop hitting me, guild leader. I'll leave the team so you can join. Fa. Shinji finally stopped, muttering, that's more like it. Hurry up and leave. He was already envisioning the moment his name would be etched into history. Okay, I'll leave right now. Whoosh. Before Tian Mo Ji could finish his sentence, he disappeared. Fa. Shinji stood there, frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. President. President. What's going on? Where's the vice president? The barrage of questions made Wings of the Arcane God feel an instant headache. He had intended to stay silent, but seeing the increasingly anxious crowd of guild members, he had no choice but to wave his hand in resignation. Stop asking. The vice president's mom had a sudden car accident, and he logged off to treat the whole village to a meal. A sudden car accident? What kind of nonsense is that? Someone immediately questioned. But the vice president is clearly still online. He's even in the dungeon. How the hell should I know? At that moment, the sound of howling winds filled the ears of the 10 players. A sandstorm erupted before them, with golden grains of sand swirling furiously under the blazing sun. Yet, despite standing on scorching hot desert ground, the group of 10 suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Level 30 Catastrophic Demonic, which dungeon had begun. Achoo. Wings of the demon sneezed. Is it just me? Or is it really cold? Feels like someone is cursing me. But there was no time to dwell on that now. Standing before him was a lineup that could only be described as an all-star team. The number 1 in the world, Dumb Little Meng. Wanli Han Shuangqian Shan Shui from the 12 True Gods. The Archmage's disciple Famo. The Swordmaster's disciple Shui Xiao Wu. The Fistmaster's disciple Yun Xiang. And Wanli Han Shuang's disciple Qian Chonglang. Every single one of them was a legendary figure. Xiao Wu, what are you doing here in Stormwind City? Xiao Yun Xiang, aren't you here too? Shui Xiao Wu flicked her winered hair and pointed accusingly at Emotion Bing. Actually, my master tricked me into coming here. It's all this guy's fault. Humph. Emotion Bing looked thoroughly embarrassed. This young lady was indeed hard to handle. She had promised to help him break the goblin pursuit record, but the moment Yun Xiang invited her, she jumped ship to this team. If he hadn't joined as well, he would have really lost out this time. Famoj Lang Gouge, why are you guys here too? Shui Xiaowu ignored Emotion Bing and ran excitedly to Famo and Qian Chonglang. Xiaowu, stop calling me that nickname in public. Qian Chonglang glared at her. Fine, fine, I won't call you that. Geez, why so grumpy? What left 36D Big Infusion, Wings of the Demon, and Emotion being utterly dumbfounded was that the famously aloof and cold Famo was acting like a completely different person in front of Shui Xiaowu. He was all smiles, chatting warmly with her, and their intimate behavior resembled that of a couple deeply in love. Holy crap, this is huge. Emotion Bing and Wings of the Demon whispered to each other. The legendary data god Famo is actually in a relationship with Shui Xiaowu? If this news gets out, it'll blow up for sure. The dungeon's preparation time was only 1 minute. Shui Xiaowu, Famo, and Yun Xiang were engrossed in their conversation, while Qian Chonglang and Qian Shanshui were busy discussing strategies. However, Qian Shanshui's gaze occasionally wandered toward Jiang Cheng. In this star-studded lineup, only 36D Big Infusion seemed completely out of place, trembling nervously. I'm the only noob in the team. I'm freaking out. What do I do? Just then, the dungeon issued a sudden notification. Due to the presence of a hidden quest, the difficulty of this dungeon has been elevated to level 40 hard mode. All monster levels have been increased to level 40, with all attributes doubled. This is a mandatory dungeon. Clear time, 8 minutes. Success will grant all participants a level up. Failure will result in a level decrease of 1 and a 3 reduction in all attributes. As the announcement echoed, everyone's expressions turned grim. Continue with the Force dungeon? Clear a level 40 hard dungeon in 8 minutes. Everyone's astonished gazes focused on Yiqiao Daxiaming. As the team organizer, she was supposed to know the specifics of this task. Most of the team members were only around level 25. Facing level 40 dungeon monsters, their attacks were unlikely to deal significant damage. What made things even more worrying was the inclusion of hidden quests and the potential existence of a hidden boss in this dungeon, combined with the strict 8-minute time limit. The challenge seemed almost insurmountable. I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to be like this either, Yiqiao Daxiaming said apologetically, though her tone was unusually firm. But I can guarantee that we can clear this dungeon. Her longtime partnership with Jiang Cheng had built her confidence in him. She trusted he wouldn't take on such a task without good reason. Emo Xinbing and Tianma Ji both let out helpless sighs. Yiqiao Daxiaming's vague explanation had completely doused their initial excitement about joining an all-star team. The dungeon's penalty system was exceptionally harsh. Failure not only meant losing levels, but also reducing all attributes by 3. Such severe conditions were unheard of in their gaming experience. Cousin, how are we supposed to tackle this? Qian Chonglang turned to Qian Shanshui for advice. However, Qian Shanshui seemed lost in her own thoughts. Who was that person you mentioned earlier? Huh? Qian Chonglang was momentarily confused, unable to understand why his cousin was thinking of unrelated matters in such a critical situation. He gives me a very familiar feeling, Qian Shanshui said thoughtfully, her gaze lingering on Yiqiao Daxiaming. It's definitely not the person you mentioned. When that black skeleton retreated into her shadow, its footsteps were particularly heavy, almost as if carrying a trace of sorrow. Level doesn't matter to me, Qian Shanshui said nonchalantly, dismissing her brother's concern. Qian Chonglang sighed in frustration. That might be true for you, but it matters a lot to everyone else. He could only pin his hopes on Jiang Cheng now. At that moment, Jiang Cheng, speaking through Daxiaming, began explaining the story behind the disaster sorceress. She was once a prodigy in magic, skilled in creating powerful disaster spells. Her mentor exploited her infatuation with him, using her to wreak havoc across the land while he posed as a savior to gain fame and profit. Eventually, the truth was exposed, and the disaster sorceress was sentenced to death by fire. Before her execution, she revealed the truth, but no one believed her. Her soul, consumed by despair, transformed into the true disaster sorceress, wreaking havoc in a lawless land, thus creating the current disaster sorceress dungeon. Xiaoming, can you guess who her mentor is? Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming froze at the question, her eyes darting around. Could it be Father Adam? Or teacher Natalie? Or maybe the village chief from the beginner's village? Jiang Cheng sighed, rubbing his forehead as he interrupted her wild guesses with a helpless shrug. Xiaoming lowered her head sheepishly. Skeleton big brother, am I just too dumb? No, you're doing fine. You just need to work on your analytical thinking, Jiang Cheng reassured her. That's a relief, Xiaoming said excitedly, ready to chat with the others. But she quickly noticed the tense atmosphere. Everyone's attention was fixed on Qian Shanshui's back, waiting for her to speak. Though she remained silent, the aura she exuded was suffocating. Among the group, even the usually bold 36D Da Zhu seemed to be trembling slightly. With only 10 seconds left on the countdown, FAMO broke the silence first. Level 30 Dungeon, First Stage. Endless Desert. 172 Desert Furious Wolves. Their health is doubled to 60,000, and their attack is doubled to 400. He swiftly laid out the strategy. These mobs, aside from the boss, are particularly weak to physical attacks. Shanshui, Xiaolang, Xiaowu, and Shunbing, you focus on offense. 3060, your job is buffs and healing. The Desert Furious Wolves move in packs, ambushing from the sandstorms. I'll handle the rear with Tianma Ji and Daiming Dashan. Famojej is so cool, Shui Xiaowu said dreamily as she gazed at him. Focus. Don't mess up your positioning during the fight, or you'll be the first to die, Famo warned sternly. Humph, I won't be the first to die, Shui Xiaowu retorted, but the preparation phase ended before she could say more. 300 meters away, a dark mass of wolves emerged from the desert sands. In an instant, Qian Shanshui released 5 frost arrows, each hitting the right eye of the 5 wolves at the front of the pack with pinpoint accuracy. 1235, 1235, 1198. 1198. 1197. Five anguished howls echoed as the wolves struck by her arrows suffered triple critical damage, were blinded, and slowed by 50, effectively halting the advance of the pack behind them. Emo Shinbing and Tianmaji exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with admiration. This was the legendary power of a true deity. Even through the swirling desert winds and sand, she could strike the wolves' eyes with precision from 300 meters away. I'll slow down the front 40, Qian Shanxue commanded swiftly. Xiaolang, Xiaoyu, you two block the flanks. Don't let them break through and encircle us. As soon as the words left her mouth, Qian Shanxue gracefully raised her hands, and two ice-blue longbows materialized on either side. Her movements were fluid like flowing water, and 5 arrows shot through the air, precisely striking 5 desert wild wolves. With an interval of just 0.2 seconds, the arrows pierced through the wolves' eyes one after another, inflicting both blindness and a slowing effect. Holy crap! Forced quick draw for an archer? Is that even possible? Emo Shinbing stood dumbfounded. Forced quick draw was considered almost impossible for archers. While archers had infinite arrows and no mana cost, every shot required a complete sequence of actions: drawing the bow, nocking the arrow, aiming, releasing, and resetting the bow. For an average person, just completing these motions would take 1 or 2 seconds, let alone ensuring accuracy and power. This was one of the main reasons archers were often regarded as an underdog class. Yet Qianshan Shui could complete the entire sequence in just 0.2 seconds, as if it were an instinct, requiring no aiming at all. Even more astonishing was her ability to fire 5 arrows simultaneously, 300 meters away, in a sandstorm, with each arrow hitting the wolf's eyes with pinpoint accuracy. I always thought I was pretty good at playing an archer, maybe not far behind Qianshan Shui. Now I see, I'm nothing but a joke, Tian Emoji said with a sigh. When the distance shortened to 280 meters, Qianshan Shui unleashed another round of 5 arrows, hitting the right eye of 5 more wild wolves with precision. In a mere 4 seconds, she had fired 48 arrows. All 40 desert wild wolves were hit, the slowing effect forcing them to form a sluggish line, with 132 more wolves trailing behind. Whenever the slowing effect on any wolf was about to expire, Qianshan Shui would immediately follow up with fresh arrows to maintain control. So this is the legendary slowing line of death? No wonder she's the #1 archer. The crowd marveled in awe. With Sister Qianshan Shui being this amazing, does that mean Skeleton Big Brother doesn't even need to step in? Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming asked eagerly. Not enough? Jiang Cheng shook his head. Not enough? What do you mean? Damage isn't enough. Jiang Cheng emerged from Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming's shadow. She can only hold them off. She has 8 minutes, but they need 9 minutes to finish this wave. They'll handle it. Clang. A sharp sound of a sword echoed, causing Qianshan Shui to pause slightly and glance at Jiang Cheng. So, you're finally going to make a move? Xiaoming, pass on the message in the name of the captain. Jiang Cheng spoke as he checked his skill panel, deftly flexing his wrist. Although they had planned a strategy before entering the dungeon, after witnessing the little girl's operation, a faster and more aggressive tactic came to mind. This approach would allow him to unleash his damage potential without hesitation. The Desert Frenzy Wolf, despite having only a 20 Desert Thorns effect that couldn't reflect arrows, possessed an astonishing attack power. Coupled with the double effect of Dark Intimidation, attacking too quickly could result in his own high damage rebounding and depleting his 4,330 HP before he could even recover with lifesteal. The only fallback would be relying on health potions for a slow recovery, which was undeniably a waste of time. To fully unleash his ultimate attack power, he needed a specific weapon. Among the 48 available weapon types, the greatsword was undoubtedly his weapon of choice. Each weapon carried unique hidden traits. The guandao could cut through shields and cavalry, the scythe reduced life recovery, the spear boosted mounted damage, dual swords increased attack speed, and the greatsword had a ground-shattering, air-launching effect. The key was this. When monsters or players were in an airborne state, their passive effects would be completely disabled. Except for a handful of monsters immune to air launching, this trait was effective against nearly all targets. Back in the Myth Games era, Jiang Cheng had set an incredible record. Using a max-level power swordsman paired with a level 1 greatsword, he exploited the swordsman's wide-area air-launching effect to juggle 226 humanoid monsters each with 20 passive skills at level 300. He kept them airborne for 30 seconds without taking a single hit. This feat led the game company to remove all skills with air launch effects, causing a massive uproar across the server. Now, players could only achieve air launch attacks using the ground-shattering effects of greatswords or gauntlets, relying on precise timing and predictions. Compared to the small range of gauntlets, the greatsword's area of effect was far superior. By combining this with the archer's crowd control scatter shot technique, he could completely ignore rebound effects and deal full damage to the 172 Desert Frenzy Wolves. While the standard approach would take around 3 minutes, this strategy could cut it down to just 1 minute. This was crucial for unlocking dual passive skills. A system notification appeared. Do you wish to spend 550,000 evolution points and 100 enhancement points to evolve the assault armor? Yes, evolve. At his command, the assault armor successfully evolved into the Sky Assault armor, unlocking 3 weapon types: Warhammer, Han Sword, and Great Sword, while also increasing the longbow's arrow capacity. The Sky Assault armor revealed its astonishing final attributes. Legendary quality, 3 additional effects: 30 weapon attack power, 30 armor defense, 150 arrow capacity, the ability to switch between 13 weapon forms freely for 90 minutes, with a cooldown of 120 minutes. A dazed Zhang Mengmeng stared at Jiang Cheng in confusion. Huh, in the name of the captain? What does that even mean? Jiang Cheng quickly turned to Xue Xiaowu to ask about her build, strength stats, and Skyfall chain technique. He also inquired whether Qianshan Xue could perform planetary devastation. That? Dai Xiaoming was still hesitating, but was coldly interrupted by Jiang Cheng. As a qualified pro, maintaining authority and a firm attitude was essential. Dai Xiaoming timidly nodded, took a deep breath, and cleared her throat. Gathering her courage, her cheeks flushed as she quickly asked in one breath, Xue Xiaowu, what's your power level? What's your playstyle? Do you have a greatsword? And can you do Skyhold Connect? Qian Shangsu, can you use Earthfall Star now? Emotion Bing, Yun Xiang, what are your playstyles? To her surprise, although the group seemed a bit taken aback, no one showed any sign of rejection. Power level 150, Ghost Energy Burst playstyle. I have a greatsword for switching, and I can do Skyhold Connect, Xue Xiaowu answered concisely. I'm a Ground Shock Burst playstyle, focusing on strong control and damage, Yun Xiang added. Same here, but I'm still not very proficient with Skyhold Connect, Emo Xianbing chimed in. Qian Shangsu shot 5 arrows, each hitting the pack of wolves with precision, slowing their speed. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. The tone of these questions felt oddly familiar, completely unlike Dai Xiaoming's usual personality. All right, Qian Shangsu, keep controlling the wolves' speed and wait for my signal. Yun Xiang, Xue Xiaowu, charge with me. Before Dai Xiaoming finished speaking, she dashed into the swirling sands. Xue Xiaowu, with her crimson hair flowing, immediately switched to her greatsword and followed closely behind. Yun Xiang joined without hesitation, and the three faced off against 172 desert wild wolves. Emo Shenbing and the others exchanged confused glances and turned to 36D Dazwishui for answers. What are they doing? Weren't they doing fine earlier? These desert wild wolves have high attack power and reflect damage. They're going in without a healer? Aren't they afraid of getting wiped out? Tianma Ji asked, puzzled. 36D Dazwishui shrugged. Don't look at me. I'm just here for support. The mage FAMO stared thoughtfully at the trio's retreating figures. Is the skeleton boss planning to finish them all in one go? 172 desert wild wolves, each with 60,000 HP, 400 defense, and reflect damage. He was about to continue analyzing but abruptly shut his mouth, wary of being proven wrong again. 225 meters. 3, 2, 1. Jiang Cheng issued the command through Xiaoming. Send a voice message to Qian Shangsu. Altitude 172 meters, arc 379, landing coordinates at the center altar position, 32.93, 32.95, 32.98, 32.101, 32.103. Fire. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Cheng's weapon swiftly transformed into a longbow, and the black flames in his eyes flared up with a blinding brilliance. He quickly calculated the parameters with astounding precision. Height, 171 meters. Range, 378. Target point, 32.96. Without hesitation, 3 arrows shot toward the sky at a dazzling speed. Behind him, Xue Xiaowu followed closely, her face filled with confusion as she stared at the sudden appearance of the black skeleton archer. At that moment, Yun Xiang spoke up to explain. Have you ever heard of Earthfall Stardust? Earthfall Stardust? Xue Xiaowu asked in surprise. You mean that legendary archery skill? Predicting the enemy's position, firing 10 arrows at once, and using a 0.3-second stun window to cause a 3-second daze. The more she spoke, the more incredulous she became. But what does his 3-shot sequence have to do with Sister Xue's 5-arrow combo? At this distance, how can he possibly predict the positions of 172 desert wild wolves with such precision? He's already fired over 200 arrows. What if they collide in midair? Wouldn't that ruin everything? Yun Xiang didn't answer directly. Instead, he silently gripped the massive sword in his hands. It's not just 2 people. It's 3 working together. The altar was now only 10 meters away, while the wolves were still 40 meters behind. Jiang Cheng decisively gave the order. Xiaoming, tell Qianshan Xue to stop slowing them down. Then he shouted, pick up the pace head for the desert altar. When they were just 7 meters from the altar, the dense rain of arrows in the sky began its descent. The wolves suddenly surged forward, charging at them with ferocious speed. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. At the very moment Jiang Cheng stepped onto the altar, 5 desert wild wolves leapt into the air, jaws wide open as they lunged toward him. But just as they were about to reach him, 5 frost arrows struck with pinpoint accuracy, freezing the wolves midair. Jiang Cheng's attacks unfolded seamlessly, like flowing water. A sweeping strike from the sword wing on his right shoulder, a rapid combo from the sword wing on his left, followed by a black ice slash from the weapon in his hands. Within just 0.3 seconds, 3 consecutive strikes dealt a staggering 36,000 points of damage. He then switched his weapon to the Ice Catastrophe Greatsword and slammed it into the ground. Boom! The impact triggered a suspension effect, and what followed was a relentless storm of attacks. Critical hits, vital strikes, icy devastation, and finishing blows. A flurry of damage numbers appeared in rapid succession. 12,953, 12,959, 12,988. One-shot kill. Jiang Cheng roared. Don't just stand there, help me suspend the rest of the wolves. Oh my, how did she do that? Xue Xiaowu stared in awe at the arrows flying through the air with pinpoint precision. Each arrow seemed meticulously calculated, not only avoiding collisions flawlessly but also maintaining perfect timing, as if performing a carefully choreographed rain of arrows. While she was still immersed in shock, a reminder from dumb little Meng snapped her back to reality. The lingering pain on her face was a stark reminder of the urgency of the battle. At this moment, 3 desert wild wolves were already suspended midair. Level 25 skill. Ghostly Aura Burst. Xue Xiaowu quickly activated her skill. This ability boosted her attack speed by 200 and reduced the enemy's dark attribute resistance by 30 points with each normal attack. After stacking it 10 times, it triggered the Ghostly Aura Burst, dealing 350 attack damage. Her greatsword slammed heavily onto the altar's stone floor, sending shards of rock flying as the 3 desert wild wolves were launched into the air. Following the game update, all professions had lost their aerial effects, leaving players reliant on ground-shaking attacks from greatswords, which required the user's strength to exceed at least half of the monsters. As Jiang Cheng took over dealing with the 3 airborne wolves, Xue Xiaowu immediately turned her focus to the remaining 5 wolves pinned midair by arrows. She moved swiftly, precisely striking the ground beneath their feet to keep them suspended. However, in the midst of repositioning, she suddenly noticed something peculiar about the ground and felt a jolt of realization. In the desert, this ground-shaking tactic wouldn't work to achieve an aerial effect. She finally understood Jiang Cheng's earlier preparations. The timing of the arrows, the positioning, and the prediction set had all been meticulously calculated, like a perfectly orchestrated prelude to battle. Her thoughts were interrupted as a massive great sword crashed down in front of her. Xiaowu, focus! Jiang Cheng's voice snapped her out of it. She quickly adjusted her mindset and resumed fighting. Xue Xiaowu and Yun Xiang focused on maintaining the aerial control, while Jiang Cheng concentrated on dealing damage. It took approximately 2 seconds to take down each desert wild wolf, utilizing the splitting effect of Fury Slash and the passive immobilization from Qinshan Xue. Their teamwork was seamless. Finally, at 1 minute and 8 seconds, all the desert wild wolves were defeated. Gazing at the field littered with wolf corpses, Xue Xiaowu looked incredulously at Jiang Cheng's equipment. The legendary weapon, the ever-changing wings, the mysterious cloak, every piece radiated extraordinary power. In that moment, her interest in Jiang Cheng far surpassed her admiration for the arcane mage. Meanwhile, standing silently to the side, Qinshan Xue lowered her Swiftstorm weapon, a flicker of complex emotion passing through her eyes. The level of seamless coordination here is truly astonishing. Qinshan Xue's eyes were fixed with concentration as she followed Imo Shunbing and Tian Imo Ji forward, her heart still unable to calm. 1 minute and 8 seconds to take down 172 desert mad wolves? 36D Daju Xue's eyes gleamed with amazement. Your teamwork is like something straight out of a movie, perfect. Positioning, skill chaining, seizing the 0.3 second stun window, and preemptively predicting the knock-up effect for 2 seconds. This isn't just gaming. It's art. Don't sell yourself short, Imo Shunbing said with a smile. You keep saying you'd never manage it even if you learned how. No, this time I'm not being modest, 36D Daju Xue replied seriously. Accurately predicting the timing of every arrow, executing 5 consecutive shots, anticipating the wolves' movements and landing points so they leap into the arrows, and chaining the knock-up effects for 172 wolves. Ordinary players couldn't pull this off even with a 20-person team. This kind of textbook-defying coordination, only the two of you could achieve it. Nearby, Qian Zhonglong, Fama, and Qinshan Xue were having a quiet conversation. Sister Xue, are you suspicious of his identity? Fama asked thoughtfully. I'm not sure, Qinshan Xue replied, a strange red glint flashing in her eyes. But he is definitely not that person. Noticing his cousin's unusual demeanor, Qian Zhonglong looked concerned. Did you discover something? Unless we force him to go all out, it's hard to say, Qinshan Xue said. waving off further questions. Let's go. We shouldn't waste Timmy on to the second checkpoint. Shui Xiaowu excitedly ran up to Fama. Fama brother, did you see how amazing that skeleton was? When Fama remained unresponsive, she pouted in dissatisfaction. Are you into Yunxiang now? Jerk. Her words left Emo Shunbing and Tian Emoji exchanging puzzled glances, silently speculating about the complicated relationships among these people. Yunxiang, on the other hand, simply shook her head helplessly before walking over to Yitiao Daximing to ask a technical question. Skeleton Master, may I ask why those wolves leapt up on their own? The ground was obviously clear of obstacles. It's the desert mad wolves' Skillgale bloodlust, Yitiao Daximing replied succinctly. Fama quickly caught up and pressed further. So, you're saying Sister Shue's slowing effect triggered their Gale bloodlust, and the 200 speed boost caused them to lose control and leap prematurely? But that would require precise calculations for 172 landing points, predicting the wolves' acceleration timing, frenzy duration, and leap moments. Sister Shue fired 344 arrows, and you shot 150, with every single arrow hitting at the exact moment the wolves leapt, achieving a flawless 0.3-second chain reaction. Such an advanced level of computation, there are fewer than 5,000 people in the entire server who could pull that off, and they're national-level talents who wouldn't waste their time on games. Even if they did play, it's impossible to develop such deep game understanding in a short time. So, who exactly are you? Over the past 6 months, Qianshan Shui had never experienced such seamless teamwork with anyone. She quickly stepped forward, standing behind Jiang Cheng, her gaze intense as she fixed her eyes on the skeleton and asked in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you?" This sudden question left the others exchanging puzzled glances. Shui Xiaowu, Emo Shenbing, Tian Emoji, and 3060 de Zhu Shui were all equally baffled, thinking to themselves, isn't he just an NPC tasked with protecting the adorable little sister? Why would Fama ask such a strange question? Even Dai Xiaoming was stunned by the query, looking at Jiang Cheng with confusion in her eyes. Meanwhile, Qianshan Shui, Qian Zhonglong, and Fama all kept their eyes locked on Jiang Cheng's skeletal frame, waiting for an answer. However, Jiang Cheng remained silent, quietly following behind Dai Xiaoming. Seeing this, Fama suddenly spoke up. Did you all notice? The team clearly only has 9 members, so why does it show 10? At these words, everyone hurriedly opened the team interface to count the members, and indeed, there were only 9. This discovery deepened their confusion. Just then, the second stage began. Jiang Cheng moved with fluid precision, instantly forming a black ice spear in his hand and hurling it toward a distant snow mountain. The spear whistled through the air, embedding itself into the mountainside and sending snow cascading down like a blizzard. He then summoned chains that connected to the spear, which had now transformed into a scythe, using the momentum to swing himself into the air. As his figure ascended to a height of 30 meters, the chains suddenly morphed into a massive black ice hammer. Seizing the moment, Jiang Cheng swung it downward, directly smashing into a pack of 39 snowfield wolves below. With a thunderous crash, the head of the first wolf was instantly obliterated, followed by 11 more wolves being flung away by the enormous shockwave. Each displayed a damage number of 45732, all killed in an instant. Witnessing such overwhelming power, the group couldn't help but marvel at the fact that this level of strength rendered their assistance unnecessary. Yet Qianshan Shui seemed pensive. She turned to Qian Zhonglong and murmured, "Xiaolang, follow him when we leave the dungeon. If he leaves the city, notify me." "Big cousin, what are you planning?" Qian Zhonglong asked, shivering slightly at the faint smile on her lips. "Find someone to test his true strength," Qianshan Shui said calmly. "Who? Do you Dao, Huang Quan? The Netherworld Huang Quan? That group leader of Huang Quan? Can he really come?" Qian Zhonglong's lips curled slightly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. As one of the 12 true gods, the Netherworld Huang Quan is a legendary figure in the history of the mythology game. He was the first player to obtain the guild creation token and founded the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Guild, which dominated the guild leaderboard for a long time. However, the rise of the powerful Sanctuary Guild, led by 7 top-tier players, eventually challenged their reign. In a series of arena battles that shook the gaming world, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation ultimately fell. Over time, the other 6 Paths members of the guild retired one after another due to age, leaving only Netherworld Huang Quan actively participating in the game to this day. Before entering the mythology game, Huang Quan was already a top-tier player in the real-time strategy gaming scene. His Warcraft team had won 3 consecutive WCG championships in both the 1v1 and 2v2 categories for China. After joining the mythology game, Huang Quan chose the necromancer profession, which suited him perfectly. He pioneered techniques like synchronized summoning, advanced summoning, and sequential summoning, along with devastating strategies such as the skeleton horde, double ghosts of heaven and earth, and crowd control tactics. These became iconic methods emulated by countless summoners. Due to the Huang Quan and his ID, his fanbase became known as the Huang Group, and he earned the affectionate title of Group Leader Huang. Among the 12 true gods, he is regarded as the most approachable. Still, Qian Chonglang thought to himself, with the terrifying offensive power of the skeleton overlord, Huang Chuan's summoning strategies might be completely suppressed. Whether he comes or not is none of your concern. Qianshan Shui shot him a glance, her tone dripping with disdain. You should focus on improving your own strength and preparing for the upcoming civil war. Hearing this, Qian Chonglang's expression froze. In the mythology game, each of the 12 true gods has a disciple, which is no coincidence. Some master-disciple relationships were established long ago, while others, like Shui Xiaowu and Yin Go Xianyue, were chosen by the sword god and the human ice weapon respectively after their impressive performances in the final sword trial tournament. Since the 12 true gods are evenly matched, with victories and defeats among them, even the game's AI cannot definitively rank their strengths. To resolve this, they agreed to have their disciples compete in the Great Wilderness Game 6 months later to determine their rankings. Cousin. Qian Chonglang's face turned awkward. Get lost. Qianshan Shui grabbed his ear sharply. I knew you weren't taking this seriously. Did finishing last in the sword trial tournament teach you nothing? It's one thing for you to embarrass yourself, and I can handle being humiliated too, but don't you dare disgrace him. As she spoke, she cast a meaningful glance toward Jiang Cheng, who was locked in battle with the Snowfield Wild Wolf. Bang! Snowflakes exploded as 3 ferocious Snowfield wolves were sent flying, meeting their end at Jiang Cheng's hands. The surrounding group, including Shui Xiaowu and Yun Xiang, felt the shockwave from the massive hammer, their expressions subtly changing. Shui Xiaowu quietly assessed the strength of this mysterious black skull. Wielding such a hammer required at least 200 strength points. It not only reduced attack speed by 200, but also necessitated a two-handed grip, leaving no room for defense, which could severely disrupt combat rhythm. Yet, in Black Skull's hands, this weapon displayed incredible versatility. Moments ago, he had been slashing at one Snowfield wolf with a large guandao. In the blink of an eye, the blade transformed into a massive hammer, perfectly timed to strike as the other 2 wolves lunged, sending all 3 beasts flying simultaneously. This weapon's ability to shift forms effectively nullified the danger of being overwhelmed by multiple attackers. Shui Xiaowu watched, captivated, recalling the weapon's various forms she had already seen. A bow, a greatsword, a spear, a hammer, a chain scythe. She was eager to know what other shapes this extraordinary weapon could take. Let's move on to the 3rd stage, Jiang Cheng said, driving his spear through the abdomen of the last Snowfield wolf. He swiftly stowed his weapon and pressed forward. Since upgrading his Skystrike armor to level 3, his damage output had increased by 30. His basic attacks now dealt over 8,800 damage, while his maximum burst could reach 20,839, an impressive 4,000 point boost from before. However, since entering the dungeon, his plunder effect hadn't activated even once. The Necro Codex's resurrection ability was also rendered useless. He couldn't consume soul power to revive himself, nor did killing monsters yield any soul power. Even the Undead Legion couldn't be summoned. Jiang Cheng speculated this was a unique restriction of the dungeon. It seemed this place was better suited for leveling up and acquiring equipment, rather than expanding an undead army. As he pondered, Qianshan Shui quietly approached him. Do you think I've grown taller? She suddenly asked, causing Jiang Cheng to pause briefly before quickening his pace to widen the gap between them. Undeterred, Qianshan Shui followed closely behind, speaking as if to herself. You know, last month, the national team wanted me to rejoin them. Do you know how I responded? Her words drew surprised glances from Emo Shunbing and Tian Emoji, who couldn't comprehend why one of the 12 divine players of the gaming world seemed so fixated on a skeletal NPC. Seeing Jiang Cheng remain silent and focused on moving forward, Qianshan Shui finally couldn't hold back. She shouted, I told them I wanted to wait for you. I wanted to go with you. Ever since you disappeared that day, I've been waiting 6 months now. Do you really not want me anymore? Upon hearing Qian Shengsu's heart-wrenching cry, Tianma Zi's expression suddenly froze. His gaze flickered back and forth between the tearful Qian Shengsu and the steadily walking Jiang Cheng, as a bold theory began to take shape in his mind. I see it now. Tianma Zi exclaimed with a look of sudden realization. Think about it. Qian Shengsu is the Icebow sharpshooter, and Dao Meng is a necromancer. Both are hidden classes. Now that this black skeleton is protecting Dao Meng, it's clearly become her NPC. So, he grew more animated as he spoke. Qian Shengsu must have interacted with this black skeleton when she changed classes, but then the skeleton switched sides to protect Dao Meng. Isn't that basically being betrayed? Brilliant. Emo Shinbing praised sincerely, then turned to the silent 36D Dazwishui. You're one of those 9 record-breaking priests, aren't you? What's your take on this? 36D Dazwishui shrank back slightly. I'm just a bystander, I don't really know. Seeing that Qian Shengsu's probing had no effect, Qian's Honglang prepared to help her up. Cousin, let's go. He's not reacting at all, it's probably not him. No, Qian Shangsu said, wiping the corners of her eyes before a faint smile appeared. You're mistaken. His steps faltered. The nearby Fama, stepping closer, added, he was walking with extreme precision earlier, each step spaced with millimeter accuracy. Now, what does that mean? Qian's Honglang asked in confusion. Fama sighed. It could mean he's the person we're looking for, or it could simply mean he's tired and doesn't want to maintain such precise movement anymore. Either is possible. While the group continued to speculate, Qian Shangsu suddenly seemed like a different person. Smiling, she rejoined the group. Xiao Daoming, you attended my master's funeral, didn't you? Yes. Yiqiao Daxiaming nodded enthusiastically. Your master was my idol. And my brother even saved him once. I see, Qian Shangsu said thoughtfully, before abruptly turning to Jiang Cheng. Brother Skeleton, are you all right? You don't look so good. This brief exchange made the atmosphere even more delicate. Each person's expression revealed their own thoughts, while the ever-silent black skeleton seemed more enigmatic than ever. Jiang Cheng glanced meaningfully at Qinshan Shui, who was walking on his left. This disciple had clearly sensed something, though Jiang Cheng himself wasn't sure when he had given it away. He hadn't been deliberately hiding anything. He simply didn't want her to rely on him as much as she used to. He noticed she seemed a bit taller, thanks to her clever little trick curling her straight hair. The voluminous curls added some height, making her look more statuesque. But more importantly, she had indeed grown up. It was time for her to learn independence. Jiang Cheng silently resolved to have a proper talk with her after they finished this dungeon. Turning his gaze to Yiqiao Daxiaming on his right, Jiang Cheng let out a long breath. His connection to her seemed to have deepened over time. But now wasn't the moment to dwell on such things, they were here to clear the dungeon. The third stage will have a hidden boss. Xiaoming, help me relay instructions later, Jiang Cheng said. Yiqiao Daxiaming snapped out of her thoughts and nodded obediently. Got it. As the group stepped into the volcanic stage of the third level, an enraged female voice echoed around them. Foolish mortals. You killed my people. You sided with the wicked. You deserve to die. All of you deserve to die. Trying to take my child? Impossible. What the? The boss is already showing up in the third stage? It's a hidden boss. Wait, is this a double boss situation? Seriously? Everyone checked the time, 5 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Their faces turned grim as they hurriedly inspected the boss's stats. Catastrophic Demoness. Charlotte's Calamity. Level, 30. Quality, Legendary. HP, 3 million. Attack, 5050. Magic attack, 5001,000. Defense, 5001,000. Magic defense, 010. Skills, Blizzard, Tornado, Volcanic Roar. Traits, Magic Mastery, Magic Critical, Catastrophic Counter, Magic Suppression. Description, a wrathful demoness of calamity. Proceed with caution. Skeleton Big Brother. Is the demoness Minter Charlotte? Yiqiao Daxiaming asked, suddenly enlightened. But Charlotte is so evil. Why are we helping him get his child back? Jiang Cheng smiled faintly. It's a quest. No choice. That's such a simple reason, Xiaoming muttered, momentarily stunned. For Jiang Cheng, the hidden boss was just a precursor to the final boss. His dual passives were on the verge of awakening. No matter what happened, he kept his ultimate goal in mind, evolving, restoring himself, and breaking free from this predicament. If he didn't regain his strength soon and remain trapped in the game, the consequences could be dire. Should the game world vanish like the myths of old or undergo another rewrite by the developers, his fate would be sealed. FAMO, Tianma Wings, 36. It's time for you to shine, Jiang Cheng instructed. FAMO, watch my hand signals. Explosive Flames, Tier 6 Chain. Yiqiao Daxiaming quickly relayed the instructions. Jiang Cheng's weapon transformed into the black ice staff as he unleashed 3 explosive flames, chaining them together and hurling them at the demoness of calamity. FAMO brandished his new staff, his eyes sharpening with focus. Finally, it's my turn to take action. Here we go. Here we go, just a 6th-tier connection. A glint of excitement flashed in FAMO's eyes. He had long grown tired of playing a supporting role. As someone capable of achieving a 7th-tier connection, a 6th-tier connection was child's play for him. FAMO focused intently, his extraordinary memory capturing every detail of the surrounding environment. At the same time, his sharp mental calculation skills quickly analyzed Jiang Cheng's explosive fire spell. With a swing of his staff, he perfectly synchronized his move with the exact moment Jiang Cheng unleashed the fiery explosion. Boom, 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 boom. 785. 785. 785. 785. 785. 5 consecutive explosions erupted around the disaster demoness, surrounding her with a chain of fiery blasts that left her crying out in pain. FAMO's expression suddenly darkened, had only managed to connect 5 of them. Jiang Cheng's mana connection points were too well hidden, and he had missed one. Recalling his earlier bold words, FAMO felt a wave of embarrassment. No worries, I was just testing things out, Jiang Cheng said calmly. Next, Xiao Ming, enhance my spells. 36D. Stop standing there and cast Spirit Fortification with Demon Wings for me and FAMO. Oh, I'm on it. 36D eagerly stepped forward, her staff trembling slightly as she cast the Spirit Enhancement spell on both of them. System notifications appeared instantly. You have received a Spirit Fortification from a teammate, increasing your spirit by 150 for 10 minutes. You have received a strengthening effect from Xiao Ming, increasing your attack and spell power by 300 for 10 minutes. 780 spell power now, Jiang Cheng announced. From here on, Demon Wings will cast the explosive fire spell first. FAMO. You connect to his spell, and then I'll take over. FAMO nodded in agreement, clearly understanding Jiang Cheng's strategy. Meanwhile, Demon Wings was still in shock. This skeleton was not only a master of mana connections, but also proficient in every type of weapon. He was practically a god of all professions. Snap out of it and start attacking. FAMO frowned, reminding the distracted Demon Wings. As the vice president of the 6th Guild, Demon Wings' performance was disappointing. If FAMO had any other choice, he wouldn't have teamed up with someone like him. Oh, right. I'm on it. Demon Wings snapped back to reality, exclaiming excitedly, fighting alongside 2 legends like you feels like a dream. Please, teach me well. The wing of the Sky Demon was still unaware that he had been looked down upon by FAMO. Excitedly, he grabbed his staff, and with trembling hands, cast a massive fireball. With a loud boom, the fireball hit the Calamity Demoness deadened, displaying a damage number of 385. Sorry, slipped my hand. The wing of the Sky Demon smacked his forehead, silently cursing himself for being so clumsy. It was rare to team up with a high-level player, yet he managed to mess things up. At that moment, FAMO alerted everyone. Look at the Calamity Demoness movement. She's about to cast a tornado. Dodge quickly. Before the words even finished, countless volcanic ashes began swirling around, forming a dangerous vortex. The Calamity Demoness raised her staff as the tornado started to take shape. Haha, you will all perish. The Calamity Demoness laughed maniacally. Oh crap, the range is too big. We're gonna get sucked in. 36D Big Water Shout screamed in panic. Xiao Ming, Abyssal Grasp. Although equally flustered, Tiao Dai Xiao Ming didn't hesitate to cast Abyssal Grasp, firmly grabbing hold of the Calamity Demoness ankle. The silence effect triggered immediately, and the swirling vortex in the air dissipated in an instant. The Calamity Demoness froze. Damn it, how dare you interrupt my spell? You're all dead. Wing of the Sky Demon, use your skill. Boom. A blast of explosive flames erupted beneath the Calamity Demoness. FAMO reacted swiftly, unleashing 3 consecutive explosive fire spells with only 0.2 seconds between each cast. The 3 flames merged into 4, increasing spell damage by 60. As FAMO's flames detonated, Jiang Cheng followed with 3 more explosive fire spells. A miraculous scene unfolded. Jiang Cheng's spell connection absorbed all the flames, transforming them into his own. Under everyone's astonished gaze, 1 flame became 4, and 4 became 7. The attack range expanded from 5 meters to a staggering 50 meters. Jiang Cheng's original spell damage of 780 points, with double amplification, soared to a shocking 3,120 points. Boom, boom, boom. 7 explosive fire spells detonated simultaneously, dealing a total of 21,840 damage to the Calamity Demoness. Everyone gasped in disbelief. The sheer scale of this damage exceeded anything they had ever imagined. Wait, was that really my skill just now? The Wing of the Sky Demon stared at his staff in disbelief. FAMO explained, that's the Skeleton Overlord spell absorption. He converts our skills into his own. As the group prepared to continue their assault, Tiao Dai Xiaoming suddenly said, wait, this damage, it's still not enough. Her words left everyone stunned. Over 20,000 damage in one hit wasn't enough? No other mage could connect spells, and no one had the ability to further amplify spell damage. Was this not already the limit? Could there still be room for improvement? Shuexiaowu, use your blink step to get close to her and deal physical damage. I'll interrupt her skill, Tiao Daxiaming instructed. Blink step? Shuexiaowu frowned slightly, her tone filled with obvious surprise. How do you even know I can do that? Blink step, one of the 14 divine techniques created by the Supreme God, relies on precise lateral shifting during high-speed movement. This skill not only allows the user to dodge attacks while advancing, but can also be used while retreating or standing still. It can even combine seamlessly with other divine techniques like Momentum Slash or Shadow Step. However, the skill demands exceptional balance and control, requiring immense stamina and constant focus to predict the opponent's attack trajectory. Just a guess, Tiao Daxiaming replied succinctly. Well, I have to say, your guess is spot on, Shui Xiaowu said with a wry smile. But, with my current movement speed, I'm not sure I can pull it off. Clearly, she was nervous about messing up in front of everyone. Let me handle it. I'm more experienced with Blink Step, Yun Xiang volunteered, sensing Shui Xiaowu's hesitation. My Gale Step is already at level 20, boosting movement speed by 200, which is 50 more than Ghost Step. At 0.4 seconds per step, it might be more reliable. Tiao Daxiaming shook her head firmly. No, it won't work. Your class isn't suited for this. Noticing that the Disaster Witch's silence effect was about to wear off, Tiao Daxiaming urged, go now. If it really doesn't work, I'll back you up. Taking a deep breath, Shui Xiaowu activated Ghost Step to increase her speed and charged toward the Disaster Witch. The opponent immediately swung her staff, releasing a small flame. To the shock of the 36D team, the flame exploded at Shui Xiaowu's feet, yet she remained completely unharmed. Tima Zhi keenly observed that Shui Xiaowu's figure only wavered slightly. After a series of evasive maneuvers, Shui Xiaowu finally closed in on the stunned Disaster Witch. She activated Ghostly Aura Burst and slashed down with her blade. A damage value of 521 appeared above the Disaster Witch's head, but Shui Xiaowu herself took 290 recoil damage. Switch weapons. Switch now. FAMO shouted, covering his face. Do you want to kill yourself with recoil? Shui Xiaowu's blunder at that moment perfectly validated FAMO's earlier concerns. This seemingly flawless warrior could, at times, make some truly foolish mistakes. I don't have a knife. Shui Xiaowu cried out in panic. She had just dodged one of the Disaster Witch's skills, only to hear FAMO shout, leaving her frozen in place. Where is she from? Jiang Cheng turned to Tiao Daxiaming and asked, feeling a bit exasperated. The reason he could predict Shui Xiaowu's use of Blink Dash was purely because the Ghost Dance Berserker class demanded precise movement skills. Techniques like Blink Dash, Phantom Step, and Momentum Strike were all essential skills for the class. Although he didn't know Shui Xiaowu personally, his trust in Xie Changkong made him assume she wouldn't act so recklessly. From the northeast, FAMO replied awkwardly, scratching his forehead. All right then, let her drink potions and hold the line. Qian Zhonglong, you're a divine archer. Use Shock Arrow to help restrain the Disaster Witch for Shui Xiaowu. After seeing Shui Xiaowu land 3 consecutive strikes, Jiang Cheng instructed Tiao Daxiaming, her damage should have increased by now. Tima Wings, FAMO, go all out with your damage output. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. 7 bursts of explosive flames erupted one after another, each dealing 4,135 points of damage, totaling 28,945 damage. An impressive 7,180 points higher than before. Did the damage really increase? How come? What's the logic behind this? I want to know too. How is Shui Xiaowu, a physical class, increasing spell damage by attacking the Disaster Witch? While the group was still in shock, Shui Xiaowu landed her 4th strike, triggering another round of explosive flames. This time, the damage climbed even higher to 31,045 points. With Qian Zhonglong's support, he ensured that whenever the Disaster Witch was about to unleash a skill, he would stun her just in time, creating opportunities for Shui Xiaowu to deal damage. Meanwhile, Shui Xiaowu's Ghostly Aura Burst continuously lowered the boss's dark attribute resistance, allowing Jiang Cheng's damage to soar even further. By the time Shui Xiaowu landed her 9th strike, Jiang Cheng's explosive flames were dealing 5,960 points of damage per burst, with 7 bursts stacking to an astonishing 41,720 points. 1 minute and 48 seconds later, the system notification rang out. Congratulations on defeating the Disaster Witch who was seizing Charlotte Lawn. Hidden Dungeon Boss successfully slain. Hidden Quest completed. Due to the defeat of the Hidden Boss, the rare drop rate for this dungeon's boss has increased to 50, legendary drop rate to 20, and mythic drop rate to 2, with an experience bonus of 200. This meant that, combined with the 500 experience bonus from the first clear, the original 600,000 XP reward would skyrocket to 4.2 million XP. Even more exciting, with an additional 300 first clear drop rate bonus, the chance of obtaining mythic level items would reach a staggering 6. Big Brother Skeleton, the task is completed, but I didn't receive any rewards? Tiao Daxiaming asked, her face puzzled as she looked at Jiang Cheng. Did you see the child? Jiang Cheng asked. No, she replied. Once you return to the tavern, the reward will be there, came Jiang Cheng's deep voice from beneath his skull mask. Oh, so that's how it works. Tiao Daxiaming pouted, her face filled with awkwardness. The final boss battle was underway. Jiang Cheng swung his staff, unleashing explosive flames, while taking a moment to cautiously ask, is your brother doing okay? The fight was well within their control. Despite the boss's doubled health bar, as long as Shui Xiaowu didn't make any mistakes, Jiang Cheng's focused connection with the explosive flame spell was more than enough. My brother, Tiao Daxiaming's voice suddenly trailed off. She stared at Jiang Cheng's back as he wielded his staff, a mix of emotions welling up inside her, deep sorrow intertwined with confusion. Why would a character, supposedly an AI or a game staff member, care about her brother? He's gone, she said calmly at last, then continued. My brother loved me a lot. He was a gaming enthusiast and idolized the Supreme God. His dream was to become a professional player and eventually apprentice under the Supreme God. But half a year ago, he was diagnosed with late-stage stomach cancer. Zhang Mengmeng paused, her eyes glistening with tears. One day, while getting some fresh air, he was hit by a car while saving someone. Big brother skeleton, do you want to hear more? Jiang Cheng didn't turn around but gave a slight nod. His staff continued to move rhythmically. If he knew the person he saved was his idol, I think he'd have been happy, Zhang Mengmeng said, wiping her tears and trying to steady her voice. I used to hate him for abandoning me for someone else. But later, in the hospital, when I found out who that person was, I thought maybe it was fate. But why did that person also pass away just 6 months later? I used to hate games, she admitted, glancing at Jiang Cheng's back. But maybe this really is fate. If it weren't for fulfilling my brother's dream, I wouldn't have come here, wouldn't have met Big Brother Skeleton, or made so many friends. Boom. With the final explosive flame, the Calamity Demoness collapsed to the ground. 7 streaks of purple light and 4 streaks of green light illuminated the boss body, while one striking pink glow drew everyone's attention. The system notification sounded. Congratulations on slaying the level 40 Calamity Demoness. You have gained 5.6 million experience points, 5.6 million evolution points, and 4,600 enhancement points. As Yiqiao Daxiaming's eyes sparkled with excitement while staring at the loot, Jiang Cheng took a step back and solemnly declared, from now on, you are my apprentice. Wow. Pink. Dai Xiaoming's eyes lit up as she excitedly rushed toward the legendary piece of equipment. Pink was her favorite color, and the allure of such a high-level item made everyone's hearts race with desire. Everyone except Jiang Cheng and Qian Shan Shui, who remained still, as the rest surged toward the corpse of the Calamity Demoness. Jiang Cheng watched Dai Xiaoming's enthusiastic display and shook his head helplessly. What's wrong, skeleton big brother? You seem a bit down. Is it because you're being ignored? Qian Shan Shui's soft, childlike voice reached Jiang Cheng's ears. Jiang Cheng smiled knowingly at her words. He glanced at her briefly, then extended his hand toward her. Qian Shan Shui froze, tilting her head, her delicate face filled with confusion. What are you trying to do? Jiang Cheng gestured with his fingers again. Qian Shan Shui hesitated, then took a cautious step forward, drawing a deep breath as she fixed her gaze on him. When Jiang Cheng's right hand reached toward her head, she didn't pull away. Her heartbeat quickened, and a familiar warmth surged in her chest. Before Jiang Cheng could touch her, Qian Shan Shui threw herself into his arms, wrapping herself tightly around his skeletal frame. Despite his body being ice-cold to the touch, and despite the freezing chill that left her unable to speak, her body stiffening instantly, she clung to him desperately, tears streaming from her eyes. Jiang Cheng gently stroked her ice-blue hair, smoothing out the messy strands as he gazed at her tear-streaked, frost-bitten face. Measuring from her head to his throat bone with his hand, he said softly, "You're still 150. Even if you tied your hair up, it wouldn't change anything." He gently pushed the tearful Qian Shan Shui away and sighed beside her ear. "But, you really have grown up?" "No, master, I haven't." Qian Shan Shui tried to speak urgently but found her body frozen and her throat choked with emotion. She wanted so badly to tell Jiang Cheng that she would always be his little follower. Always and forever. Tears of frustration streaked down her delicate face, her eyes brimming with complexity and grievance. Jiang Cheng placed his hands firmly on her shoulders, his tone serious. "I know what you're thinking. Don't do anything for me. Don't reveal my identity. Don't tell anyone, especially that crazy woman." Seeing the tears at the corners of Qian Shan Shui's eyes, Jiang Cheng raised a hand, as if to wipe them away but ultimately let it drop. "You said it yourself, you're not a child anymore. Don't be reckless. All you need to know is that I'm still alive. That's enough." Turning to leave, Jiang Cheng began walking toward Dai Xiaoming to help tally the spoils. Halfway there, he glanced back at Qian Shan Shui. "Xiao Shui, we will meet again." Qian Shan Shui didn't hear his final words. She stood there in a daze, staring at Jiang Cheng's retreating figure as her body slowly thawed. Tears continued to fall. "Master, why? Why did you end up like this?" "No, this isn't what I want. I will help you. I will bring you back to reality." She cast one last, deep look at Jiang Cheng. "Master, we will meet again." Ding. The system notified Qian Shan Shui that she had exited the dungeon. The others, still immersed in the joy of examining the equipment, were suddenly startled by the notification of her departure. "Shuejia, why did you refund the book?" "This? Who knows? Maybe she was dumped by some heartless guy." Shui Xiaowu glanced at Jiang Cheng meaningfully, as if she had uncovered some hidden truth. While Jiang Cheng was lost in thought, a bubbly Dai Xiaoming ran up to him, holding a staff high above her head. Big brother skeleton? Look, she exclaimed, excitedly handing the staff to him. Jiang Cheng took the weapon and carefully examined the piece of gear that had dropped by chance. Arsley's Calamity Staff. Quality, Legendary. Level, 40. Base Attributes. Attack, 10120 Magic Attack. Constitution, 200,240. Spirit, 35. Accuracy, 55. Magic Damage, 15. Magic Critical Chance, 15. Magic Critical Damage, 30. Special Effects. Tornado, 10 chance to create a 3x 3 meter tornado on a basic magic attack, dealing 20 of magic attack as damage. Blizzard, 10 chance to create a 3x 3 meter blizzard on a basic magic attack, dealing 20 of magic attack as damage. Volcano, 10 chance to create a 3x 3 meter volcanic eruption on a basic magic attack, dealing 20 of magic attack as damage. Overview. The Staff of the Calamity Witch, imbued with the power of natural disasters. The name Calamity Witch really fits. What bad luck she even lost her weapon, Jiang Cheng remarked. Yeah, I feel so bad for her. Not only was she betrayed by her mentor, but now she's lost her weapon too, Xiaoming said sympathetically. But you seem pretty happy holding that staff, Jiang Cheng teased. Ugh, you're so mean. Big brother skeleton is making fun of me. Xiaoming pouted, then opened her palm. Oh, right, this is from everyone to you. Jiang Cheng accepted 2 gems, 1 pink and 1 green. Heart of Calamity. Quality, Legendary. Effect. Grants the Master of Magic talent when socketed into equipment. Calamity Rune Stone. Quality, Legendary. Effect. Grants the Magic Critical talent when socketed into armor. These 2 gems were incredibly significant to Jiang Cheng. The Master of Magic talent boosted magic damage by 60, while the Magic Critical talent gave a 10 chance to trigger critical hits. These Mastery-type talents were divided into 7 levels, from Novice to Saint, with corresponding damage boosts of 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 200, and 500. Although Jiang Cheng had acquired both the Archery Mastery and Master of Magic talents, he was still far from achieving mastery in all classes. However, the most pressing matter now was to check the dual passives he had awakened this time. Congratulations on clearing the Disaster Witch dungeon. As the system notification sounded, Jiang Cheng received an unexpected reward, a passive skill from the Wings of Calamity called Dark Dawn. This was a legendary tier dual passive skill. The first effect, Darkness, was truly intimidating. With normal or spell attacks, there was a 10 chance to blind the opponent. Each stack of the Darkness effect reduced the enemy's vision range by 30 meters, up to a maximum of 10 stacks. The second effect, Dawn, was even more lethal, a 3 chance to trigger the Dawn effect, dealing 100 points of damage. Moreover, when the enemy accumulated 10 stacks of the Darkness effect, the next attack would activate Dawn's Killing Blow, dealing damage equal to 20 of the Darkness stacks multiplied by the user's attack power. Jiang Cheng quickly calculated the skill's power. With his current attack power of 1819, stacking 10 layers of the Darkness effect would not only reduce the enemy's vision range by 300 meters, essentially rendering them blind, but also trigger Dawn's Killing Blow, dealing an astounding 200 of his attack power as damage, amounting to a terrifying 3,638 points. Dark Dawn. Dawn's Killing Blow. Jiang Cheng murmured the skill's name, already anticipating the potential power of another dual passive skill, Dark Curse. Just then, Xiaoming approached and reported the team's loot. Qian Chonglang had obtained a level 40 legendary class piece of equipment, Shui Xiaowu had acquired a level 40 legendary greatsword, and Yun Xiang had secured a legendary ring. Although the equipment required higher levels, their value was undeniable, and they all chose to purchase them with gold coins. Xiaoming leaned closer to Jiang Cheng, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Skeleton big brother, we made 872 gold coins this time. Jiang Cheng chuckled and playfully pinched her little nose. Who would have thought you were such a little money grubber? Seeing her pout in mock annoyance, he added seriously, gold will depreciate over time. The key is to make the most of the 10 dungeon attempts we get each day. This level 40 dungeon offers a lot of experience. I've already reached level 33, just 2 more levels, and I can take on the Goblin Pursuit Challenge. Oh right, Xiaoming suddenly remembered something. Mo Xinbing and Tian Mo Ji said they've both reached level 30. They're thinking about starting a guild and asked if we'd like to join. Jiang Cheng shook his head and explained the pros and cons of joining a guild. While guilds offered many benefits, such as exclusive shops, battle formation skills, and city occupation privileges, they also came with responsibilities and a loss of freedom. Taking out a guild creation token from his inventory, he smiled and said, actually, there's no rush to join a guild. We can create our own. Then, you can invite whoever you want. Big brother skeleton, when did you get the guild creation token? Yitiao Daxiaming eagerly took the token Jiang Cheng handed over, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Can I really invite anyone to join? Jiang Cheng nodded with a smile. Of course. That's amazing. Yiqiao Daxiaming couldn't hide her excitement. Don't rush, Jiang Cheng reminded her. You need to finish the dungeon first to establish the guild, and you still have an unclaimed hidden reward. Yiqiao Daxiaming nodded repeatedly, happily leaving the party. Just then, a striking world announcement popped up in every player's view. Congratulations to new Feng City players Yiqiao Daxiaming, Fa Mo Baoyu, Qian Chonglang, Yun Xiang, Shui Xiaowu, Tian Mo Ji, Mo Shinbing, 36D Daju Shui, and Qianshan Shui for completing the level 40 hard disaster witch dungeon. Completion time: 7 minutes and 12 seconds, currently ranked first across all servers. Reward: 5x first clear experience bonus, 5 legendary strengthening stones. The announcement immediately caused a stir among the players. 7 minutes and 12 seconds for first place? Goblin Pursuit takes under 3 minutes to top the leaderboard now. 7 minutes and 12 seconds is impressive. Don't forget, the previous best record was over 15 minutes. Wait, did you not read carefully? This is the Disaster Witch dungeon. What? The level 30 Disaster Witch? And on hard mode at level 40. When players finally realized this wasn't just an ordinary low-level dungeon, the world chat exploded. 7 minutes and 12 seconds to clear a level 40 hard disaster Witch. Are they even human? Look at their party lineup. Qianshan Shui is one of the 12 true gods, Yiqiao Daxiaming is the new god of levels, and the rest are all legendary players and guild elites. But who on earth is this 36D Daju Shui? Coincidentally, 36D Daju Shui overheard the chatter and sighed with a self-deprecating smile. I'm just a benchwarmer, really? When your skills don't match your reputation, criticism comes easy. Meanwhile, Tian Mo Ji, with his name hidden, had returned to Fa Shun Ji's side, only to find the guild leader wearing a gloomy expression. So, you're finally back, Fa Shun Ji said coldly. How did it feel to run a dungeon with an all-star lineup? Absolutely mind-blowing, Tian Mo Ji exclaimed, slapping his leg in excitement. Their mechanics, awareness, and skills were out of this world. We were so hyped going in, and we even triggered a hidden quest. Everyone was shocked except for Daxiaming, who stayed calm. Then, he trailed off as he finally noticed the guild leader's darkened expression. Guild leader, what's wrong? Seeing the expression on Fa Shunji's face, Tian Mo Ji felt a jolt of panic. Just as Fa Shunji was about to pull out his staff to teach him a lesson, Tian Mo Ji acted quickly, immediately offering the level 25 purple staff to him. Fa Shunji froze for a moment, staring at the staff in front of him. He slowly sheathed the 39-meter-long cleaver that was halfway drawn, though his words remained haughty. What's this supposed to mean? Trying to bribe me? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Before he even finished speaking, he had already taken the staff, his face instantly brightening. While other guild members muttered, shameless, Fa Shunji was happily stroking the staff. My rare level 25 staff. Finally back in my hands. After admiring it for a moment, he noticed the looks from those around him. Clearing his throat, he patted Tian Mo Ji on the shoulder. Ahem. Tian Mo, you did well this time. Clearing the level 40 hard mode of the Calamity Demoness dungeon in 7 minutes and 12 seconds is record-worthy. From this day forward, our Fa Shinji guild will finally rise to prominence. Everyone, let's give a round of applause to welcome back our vice guild leader with honor. Awesome. The guild leader is amazing, and the vice guild leader is amazing too. Vice guild leader. What was it like working closely with Qianshan Shui, the legendary player? Did you manage to get Yun Xiang's autograph? What kind of loot did you get this time? The guild members erupted in excitement. Tian Mo Ji sighed, motioning for everyone to quiet down. You're all too kind. The greatest takeaway this time was the experience. It made me realize how far we are from the true experts. We still have a lot to learn, and it's far too early to feel proud. He paused for a moment before continuing. Of course, there was also the experience points gained. I'm now level 31. But more importantly, I've obtained the most precious thing in my life. At these words, everyone held their breath, even Fa Shunji focusing intently on him. Tian Mo Ji slowly reached into his inventory and pulled out a staff that gleamed with a cold, radiant light. Fa Shinji glanced at the level 25 purple staff in his hand, then at the level 30 purple staff in Tian Mo Ji's. His expression gradually froze. That's right, this is my most precious reward, a rare level 30 purple staff. The Bordeaux staff. With a spell attack power of 150 and hey, guild leader, why are you hitting me? Meanwhile, after exiting the dungeon, Shui Xiaowu immediately sent a message to her mentor, Xie Changkong. It took 5 whole minutes before she received a reply. Did you get it done? Of course. With your apprentice on the job, is there anything that can't be done? Shui Xiaowu replied proudly. But I heard from Mo Shinbing that you bailed on him? Joined someone else's team? Well, master, let me explain. You have 1 minute. Hey, race the thing, master. In that team, I came across someone extraordinary. A skeleton. I don't know if it's just a quirky NPC or something else, but it seems to have some unclear connection with Qian Shan Shui. You're saying Qian Shan Shui went to New Feng City? So, this is the reason you stood up in Mo Shenbing? Xie Changkong's voice carried a chilling edge. As someone who habitually kept track of the 12 True Gods movements, he knew Qian Shan Shui's trip to New Feng City wasn't a big deal, certainly not more important than his own reputation. Master, you don't understand? This skeleton is truly incredible, Shui Xiaowu explained anxiously. Have you ever seen the falling star technique? Of course, it's just a minor skill used by archers, Xie Changkong replied dismissively. I know that falling star is nothing special to you, Shui Xiaowu said excitedly, but have you ever seen a falling star that shoots over 500 arrows at once? Over 500 arrows at the same time? From far away in White Tiger City, Xie Changkong paused his hand, which was about to press the button to enter a dungeon. Are you joking? How would I dare joke with you? It seems Qian Shan Shui has improved again, Xie Changkong remarked, signaling to his guild teammates to get ready as he stopped paying attention to Shui Xiaowu. Although it was hard to believe, if Qian Shan Shui had indeed achieved such a thing, he wasn't entirely surprised. The priority now was to level up to 30 as soon as possible. Let's go in. This time, Dai Xiaoming is leading the team again to break records, probably as a publicity stunt for establishing a guild, Xie Changkong said, spinning his rock-crushing sword. Xia Dongli has already reached level 30. Although his ranking dropped to 10th, it's clear he shifted focus to setting up the first guild. That's not a good sign. The number 1 guild is a battleground no one can afford to lose. It rightfully belongs to the sanctuary. Even the honor of being the first to establish a guild cannot be given away. Dungeon records will never surpass the glory of being the top guild. Xie Changkong summoned a butler-like life player. Fuan, is everything prepared? Young master, everything is set. She won't make it to the city lord's mansion. Good. Xie Changkong was just about to enter the dungeon when a new message from Shui Xiaowu stopped him. His expression instantly grew serious. The message revealed that the group falling star technique was a collaboration between Qian Shan Shui and a mysterious black skeleton. This enigmatic figure not only calculated the precise landing points of all 500 arrows, but also predicted the movements of 172 desert wolves, including the exact timing of their bloodthirst and berserk abilities. Even more astonishing, this black skeleton was fully equipped, exceptionally skilled, and capable of perfectly controlling the flow of battle with devastating damage output. Fuan, Xie Changkong suddenly realized something. Who did we arrange to intercept this time? Young master, it's the Northfall guilds. Luo Baiming, formerly the Sword Emperor. Fuan stammered nervously. So it's him. Xie Changkong sneered. The Sword Emperor, with a name like that? Even in death, he's still being dragged through the mud? Xie Changkong frowned as he gazed at the scene before him, memories of the supreme god, Jiang Cheng, surfacing in his mind. This legendary player had once used 16 different IDs, each beginning with Jiang Bei, dominating the leaderboards of various professions. In the swordsman class, there were the powerful swordsman Jiang Bei Ming, the swift swordsman Jiang Bei Feng, the ghostly berserker Jiang Bei Quang, and the magic swordsman Jiang Bei Lan. Among mages, there were the elemental mage Jiang Bei Yuan, the frost mage Jiang Bei Po, the flame mage Jiang Bei Yin, and the battle mage Jiang Bei Po. For martial artists, there were the martial arts master Jiang Bei Chuan and the demon-subduing monk Jiang Bei Huang. Within the necromancer class, there were the necromancer Jiang Bei Hai and the alchemist Jiang Bei Mo. In the knight profession, there were the guardian knight Jiang Bei Yu, the dragon knight Jiang Bei Kong, and the skeletal knight Jiang Bei Quan. Lastly, in the assassin class, there was the shadowy blade Jiang Bei Yin. This so-called Sword Emperor, naming his guild Beiluo, is clearly targeting the deceased supreme god. How childish, Xie Changkong remarked with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Luo Baiming as an ID? It's an obvious jab at the time Jiang Cheng used Jiang Bei Ming to snatch his championship in the first sword trial tournament. Fuan cautiously asked, should we cancel our collaboration with him? No need. Xie Changkong twirled the golden ring in his hand lightly, a cold smile playing on his lips. His inability to accept defeat makes him all the more useful. Proceed with the plan. Don't let her get within a step of the city lord's mansion until my Changkong Sword Guild secures the guild creation order. Of course, if she hands over the guild creation order, she can pass. Understood. Fuan exhaled in relief, his tension easing. Meanwhile, outside the city lord's mansion in Ragewind City, Jiang Cheng was accompanying Zhang Mengmeng, who had just received a hidden reward. Skeleton Big Brother, my necromantic fusion skill has been upgraded to a legendary skill. Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling with pride. Jiang Cheng smiled and asked about the results of this rare skill's transformation. Upon learning that the skill had evolved into necromantic magic fusion, he suggested, you should continue enhancing your necromancer summoning skill. When Zhang Mengmeng hesitated due to a shortage of enhancement scrolls, Jiang Cheng's tone suddenly turned serious. You must remember, your life is of utmost importance. I don't know if it'll disappear if you die, so you must become stronger. Hearing this, Zhang Mengmeng froze for a moment before nodding resolutely. As the two prepared to enter the city lord's mansion, they discovered that the usually quiet square was packed with players, forming layers of crowds that completely blocked the entrance. What do we do? There are so many people today, Zhang Mengmeng asked in confusion. Should we head to another city? Jiang Cheng let out a cold snort. You underestimate certain people's influence. No matter which city we go to, we'll be stopped. This is a deliberate blockade, and there's only one solution: fight our way through. But there are so many of them. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming said timidly, her eyes filled with worry. The city lord's mansion is surrounded by players in 18 layers of defense, at least 300 of them. Killing them one by one, how long would that take? And her voice grew softer. I might not even be able to beat them. They're all in teams, and I'm just one person going up against a whole group. Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly as his gaze landed on a few figures standing at the top of the staircase leading to the city lord's gate. Luo Baiming, Luo Beichuan, Luo Beihai, Luo Beikua, he murmured, naming them one by one. It seems they're all old acquaintances. Do I have to fight all 10 of them by myself? Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming asked anxiously. The memory of her last challenge against 6 people in the tavern was still vivid in her mind, leaving her with lingering dread. The thought of facing 10 opponents now made her feel even more apprehensive. Especially after Jiang Cheng's resolute words, she hesitated. But seeing his unwavering determination, she could only muster her courage and step forward. Captain, she's here, Luo Beichuan said, his expression shifting as he alerted Luo Baiming beside him. Looks like this newly crowned god of levels has a lot of confidence, Luo Baiming sneered dismissively. Still, Captain, you should be cautious. I can't shake the feeling that something bad will happen as soon as she gets close. It's unsettling. Heh, even the former god of levels, Xia Dongli, didn't impress me. What could she possibly do? Luo Baiming's eyes were filled with contempt. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming only managed to level up quickly by relying on a skeleton NPC. A so-called number 1 player who depends on an NPC dares to challenge our Beiluo Guild's 360 members? NPCs can't enter during city challenges as good as dead. Gripping his slender sword, Luo Baiming stared coldly at Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming's figure, thinking to himself, but honestly, this Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming, she's undoubtedly one of the most elegant women I've ever seen, rivaling that crazy mage woman. Wait, Captain, don't tell me you? Heh, I've seen plenty of women. There's no type I haven't encountered. Of course, Captain. You're the legendary Sword Emperor, once the leader of the 7 wonders of the mythical era. What kind of woman wouldn't fall for you? Luo Beichuan laughed heartily. But this Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming is courting death. I bet she can't even get past level 5 from the first group. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the city lord's mansion, 10 beams of light flashed, leaving only Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming standing there. Luo Beichuan stared, dumbfounded. This? Luo Beichuan hesitated, itching to jump in and assist. Stay calm. It was just luck, Luo Baiming said confidently, watching as the second team stepped forward. This group, led by Little Six, was personally trained by me. Among my 36 disciples, he's one of the strongest. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming's progress ends here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 10 beams of light illuminated the space, and once again, only Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming remained. Luo Baiming's willow leaf sword trembled ever so slightly in his hand. While challenges within the city didn't result in lost equipment, they did cause players to lose levels. These were elite teams he had carefully cultivated over 3 days, each member around level 25. Losing 20 of them in such a short span was a devastating blow. Captain, let me team up with Little 7. Luo Beichuan urgently requested. No need. Little 7 is the one I trust most among you. With the team he's leading. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 10 beams of light flashed, and Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming took yet another step forward. Luo Baiming's pupils contracted sharply. Go team up with Little 8. Luo Baiming stared in disbelief at the willow leaf sword in his hand. How could Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming be so fast? It was practically an instant kill. Although he was confident that with Luo Beichuan joining Xiaoba's team, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming would surely be stopped, his expression twisted the moment he looked up at the battlefield. Didn't I tell you to help Xiaoba? Luo Baiming roared, slapping Luo Beichuan on the head as the latter stood there dazed. Seeing the aggrieved look on his face only made Luo Baiming angrier. He had specifically instructed him to join the team for support, and yet here he was, standing around like an idiot. A surge of frustration made him want to draw his sword and strike him down. This was his carefully trained elite team. The massive level losses this time were unbearable. Each player would now need to grind through countless dungeon runs to recover, and dungeon attempts were an incredibly precious resource. Without elite players leading the charge, clearing dungeons would be nearly impossible. They were nothing like Yiqiao Daxiaming, who could effortlessly dominate the goblin pursuit battle without breaking a sweat. The losses weren't just about time, effort, or patience, it was about the invaluable dungeon attempts and the critical early game level advantage. Every extra level meant additional skills, better gear, higher stats, and increased damage. Moreover, with guilds poised to spring up like mushrooms after the rain, those with a roster of high-level players would inevitably seize the upper hand. Xiaoba's already at the respawn point. I couldn't make it in time, Luo Beichuan explained helplessly. To be safe, I had to leave a spot open in Shursan's team and join them instead. The respawn point? Luo Beiming was stunned. In the blink of an eye, her kill speed has gotten even faster? Is that even possible? Although the system prevented rejecting challenges due to malicious blocking, eliminating 9 teams and moving on to the 13th in mere seconds, it was beyond comprehension. Before he could finish processing this, Luo Beichuan had already transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Luo Beiming's hand trembled around his sword. From the 9th team to the 13th in under 7 seconds, could she really one-shot 10 players at a time? In his fury, he slashed viciously at the doorframe, his face twitching uncontrollably. The humiliation this time was deafening. Fortunately, with Luo Beichuan's addition, their team wasn't instantly wiped out. This gave Luo Beiming and Luo Beihai a small measure of relief. Captain, this Yiqiao Daxiaming is far more than she seems, Luo Beihai remarked gravely. I know, Luo Beiming replied, his expression dark but still holding on to a shred of hope. But with Beichuan there, she's as good as dead. Before he could finish, the sound of 10 players being eliminated echoed at once. Luo Beiming's face turned pale as he hurriedly looked ahead. His worst fear had come true. Even his most prized disciple had only lasted 8 seconds longer than the other teams. Checking the friend interface, he saw a message from Luo Beichuan at the respawn point, and a chill ran down his spine. Captain, that skeleton can enter the challenge interface. Looking at the 9 already defeated teams and Yiqiao Daxiaming, who was still eager to continue challenging, Luo Beiming finally snapped. Everyone, stand down. Stop throwing your lives away. His heart bled. Beiluo Guild's losses this time were catastrophic, easily in the millions. The dungeon attempts, potions, time, and effort were all wasted, and their level advantage was completely gone. Their influence in the Sacred Hall would undoubtedly plummet. If only he had intervened personally from the start. But it was too late now. He had no choice but to lead his 9 strongest disciples and personally deal with Yiqiao Daxiaming. A mere skeleton NPC. No matter how powerful its attacks, what could it possibly do against him? He was the Sword Emperor, once ranked among the 7 legends. Though he had been KO'd in 8 seconds by the Supreme God during the first Sword Trial Tournament, his years of seclusion had allowed him to master many of the Supreme God's techniques. Though some divine skills were restricted due to attribute limitations, with techniques like Shadow Step, Leverage Slash, Flash Step, Skybreaker Slash, and Combat Force Override at his disposal, defeating an NPC with nothing but high attack power and no divine skills should be a walk in the park. Alright, you guys handle Yiqiao Daxiaming, Luo Beiming commanded as he advanced towards the target, quickly issuing instructions. Dealing with a necromancer isn't particularly difficult. The key is to avoid the abyssal hands. As for her scythe-wielding skeletons, they're slow-moving and not worth worrying about. If she doesn't use combo skills and just tries to kite with regular skeletons, tank the damage and prioritize taking out the skeletons first. Just as he was about to elaborate further on tactical details, his foot landed on the staircase. Suddenly, a system notification rang out. Player Luo Beiming, you have been flagged by the system for malicious blocking and cannot refuse any player challenges. Immediately after, another notification followed. You have been challenged by player Yiqiao Daxiaming. Entering the duel scenario. With a ripple in the air, the 11 figures standing outside the Lord's mansion disappeared. When they regained their footing, they found themselves still in front of the mansion, but now only Yiqiao Daxiaming stood opposite them. Before anyone could speak, Yiqiao Daxiaming raised her staff, summoning 36 abyssal hands that broke through the ground, attempting to trap the opposing 10 players. However, the 9 teammates, relying on their anticipation and agile positioning, managed to evade the control skill entirely. Close and quickly. Don't give her a chance to summon anything else. Luo Beiming shouted as he leapt into the air, preparing to unleash a diving slash. His gaze was locked firmly on Yiqiao Daxiaming, though his mind was preoccupied with the question. Where is the skeleton NPC that Luo Beichuan mentioned? At that moment, Jiang Cheng's low voice came from behind Yiqiao Daxiaming. This Luo Beiming is skilled. He'll handle him. As for the other 9, use the newly evolved Summon Demon Spirit to test its effectiveness. Form them into a single file formation to block their approach. You can stay back and attack with basic spells. As the 9 players closed the distance to just 7 steps from Yiqiao Daxiaming, she suddenly swung her staff. 36 blood-red skeletons erupted from the ground, neatly aligned in a straight line. These skeletons were unlike ordinary bone constructs. They glowed with a crimson hue, wielded blood-colored scimitars, and exuded an intimidating aura. This was a legendary level necromancy summon, enhanced by 3 skill upgrade scrolls, with all attributes boosted 8-fold. The sight caused the 9 players to hesitate briefly, but recalling their captain's instructions, they didn't let their guard down too much. They're just skeletons. One skill should take care of them, they said, activating their abilities. Diving slash, cross slash, 114, 109, 172. Damage numbers popped up, but the skeletons remained standing. What's going on? They exclaimed in shock. Are their health points doubled? Still, it's only 200 HP attacking. 75, 45, 75. Damage numbers popped up in quick succession. The group stared at the meager damage from these normal attacks, feeling a sense of unease. They knew well that skill attacks had inherent bonuses, but for normal attacks to be this ineffective, was this skeleton's defense truly that terrifying? Suddenly, 321, 311 flashed in the air. Damn, how is this single basic magic attack from Dai Xiaoming so powerful? Luo Beiyuan exclaimed in shock, hurriedly downing a health potion as he retreated. As a level 26 player with barely over 900 HP, those 2 basic magic attacks had nearly taken his life. He'll step in. My magic defense is high. Luo Beikong had barely finished speaking before 297 damage followed immediately. Worse yet was the critical hit that came right after, a glaring red 598 that felt like a stab to everyone's eyes. Left with only 13 HP, Luo Beikong tried to retreat in panic, but he hadn't anticipated a blood-red curved blade silently descending. 13, though the damage wasn't high, it was just enough to take away his last sliver of health. Accompanied by a flash of white light, Luo Beikong's figure dissolved into a stream of light. Dai Xiaoming immediately cast Undead Empowerment on the blood skeleton, battling Luo Beikwa, instantly boosting its attack power by 300 points. The newly strengthened blood skeleton swung its blade, dealing 225 damage and forcing Luo Beikwa to stagger backward. However, it was Dai Xiaoming's magic orb critical hit, 599, that decisively sent him back to the respawn point. Damn it, this woman is seriously cursed. It's bad enough the skeletons can't be killed, but her magic damage is completely broken. The group shouted as they retreated, using leap slashes to create distance. Their eyes locked on the row of blood skeletons standing protectively in front of Dai Xiaoming. They were supposed to be weak skeletons with 100 HP. Did that suddenly double? Even with 200 HP, they've taken so many hits and still won't go down. What kind of god-ear gear is this woman wearing? Luo Beiming, who was currently engaged in combat with Jiang Cheng, had no time to respond to his teammates' outcries before a dazzling flash of blade light came hurtling toward him. An intermediate divine skill? Blade light slash? Luo Beiming instinctively closed his eyes and relied on his hearing to execute a triple slash to evade the attack. The crisp clash of metal rang out as his willow leaf sword met the opponent's black ice blade. He immediately followed up with a cross slash counterattack, only to realize in shock that the black skeleton had vanished. What stunned him even more was the sudden reappearance of another blade light. Impossible. Divine Shadow Blade Light Slash? A level 25 sword fighter is indeed a unique class. This physical attack-focused class comes with 10 skills, 5 of which are active: Swift Step, Leap Slash, Triple Slash, Cross Slash, and Protective Chi. The remaining 4 are passive skills. Blood Sword initially adds 30 attack points, with an additional 3 points per level. Sword Mastery increases sword weapon and skill damage by 40. Blood Slash normal attacks trigger a bleed effect and deal 20 more damage to bleeding targets, and Blood Step increases damage by 3 for every 10 health lost, but reduces movement speed by 10. At this moment in the battle, the level 28 Luo Beiming was in an extremely passive position. Facing Jiang Cheng's Shadow Blade Slash, he could only barely evade by combining Triple Slash with the Spatial Flash triggered by Protective Chi. What frustrated him even more was that his prized Shadow Step was completely ineffective against Jiang Cheng. Every time he tried to use it, he found a gleaming black ice weapon blocking his path. How can an NPC use Shadow Blade Slash? Why didn't Xia Changkong warn me in advance? This question echoed repeatedly in Luo Beiming's mind. Boom. The black ice weapon in Jiang Cheng's hand suddenly erupted, and the ice catastrophe effect with 300 attack power exploded at Luo Beiming's feet. With all his skills on cooldown, he could only watch helplessly as the damage number, 5,748, floated above his head. Instantly, he was killed, turning into a beam of light and vanishing. Immediately afterward, Jiang Cheng quickly switched to his staff and unleashed explosive flames on the remaining 3 players in rapid succession. 1208, 1208, critical hit, 2,488. As 3 blinding white flashes illuminated the battlefield, the scene began to shift. Jiang Cheng and Yitiao Daxiaming reappeared outside the gates of the City Lord's mansion, leaving behind over 200 stun members of the Beiluo Guild. Everyone fall back. Regroup at the respawn point. Luo Baiming quickly sent out a message to all members. This was my mistake for underestimating him. We'll ambush him again once he leaves the city. The members of the Beiluo Guild dispersed, their eyes filled with awe and respect for this player who had defeated the Sword Emperor. Although the current Sword Emperor's strength was no longer on par with the 12 true gods, he was still a top-tier expert. For Yitiao, Daxiaming to defeat him undoubtedly made her someone worthy of their attention. Jiang Cheng turned to Yitiao Daxiaming and asked softly, Xiaoming, have you decided on a name for the guild yet? Skeleton Big Brother. What's your name? A naive-looking Dai Xiaoming tugged at the corner of his robe, her eyes filled with confusion. Clearly, this question had stumped her. Jiang Cheng tapped his bony finger lightly against his skull, a hint of helplessness in his gesture. As someone who struggles even with naming 16 game characters, he wasn't sure how to advise her. You'll need to come up with something yourself, he reminded her seriously. They could come back at any moment, and you'll have to fight your way out again. Ugh. So troublesome. Don't worry, you can pick any name you like. Names aren't that important anyway. Alright, I'll just come up with something random, but Skeleton Big Brother. You're not allowed to scold me. Dai Xiaoming pouted and turned toward the City Lord's mansion, with Jiang Cheng silently following behind her. The guards at the mansion warmly ushered the pair into the main hall. At that moment, Lord Howard was entertaining a female noble. Hearing their footsteps, the noblewoman turned gracefully, offering Dai Xiaoming a gentle smile. Dai Xiaoming responded with an innocent smile of her own. Don't look into her eyes, Jiang Cheng suddenly whispered from behind her. Why not? What's wrong with her eyes? She looks like a nice lady. Focus on creating the guild. Ignore anything she says, Jiang Cheng warned again. His caution was not without reason, for the woman before them was none other than Su Lianya, world-class hypnosis master and renowned psychology professor. Su Lianya, hailed as a prodigy since childhood, was fluent in 18 languages. At just 18 years old, she served as the chief confession specialist at the prestigious Greta prison in the United States, solving 172 serial murder cases in just 3 years. Beyond her professional achievements, her beauty, figure, and elegance were nothing short of extraordinary. At 22, she resigned from her prison duties and joined the mythical game, where she was appointed as one of the 12 vice presidents of the Sanctuary Guild. Every move she made within the guild was groundbreaking, successfully persuading 5 vice presidents of Samsara Six Paths to defect to the Sanctuary, merging multiple top-tier guilds under its banner, and solidifying the Sanctuary's unparalleled dominance. Under her leadership, the Sanctuary amassed a staggering 10 million members, with 7 of its 12 vice presidents later becoming the 12 true gods. Lord City, I'm here to establish a guild. Here are 1,000 gold coins and the guild creation token, Dai Xiaoming said, suppressing her urge to engage with Su Lianya and getting straight to the point. To Jiang Cheng's surprise, Su Lianya remained silent throughout. However, Lord Howard's expression darkened. Apologies, miss, but I've been promoted to Grand General of National Defense. As of today, I no longer handle such matters. Please take your leave. Dai Xiaoming's shoulders slumped in disappointment. Skeleton Big Brother, we're so unlucky. She turned to leave, but Jiang Cheng grabbed her arm. Jiang Cheng cast a deep glance at Su Lianya, who leaned casually against the desk, and asked, May I inquire who the new City Lord is? The actions of the temple clearly show they don't want Yitiao Dai Xiaoming to establish a guild. Jiang Cheng, who was usually mild-mannered and rarely angered, finally lost his temper after the temple repeatedly obstructed their efforts. My apologies, but from now on, the new lord of the city will be me. Su Lianya raised her delicate hand slightly, signaling for Hao Er to rise. Although Hao Er, the Suntobe Grand General of the Wei Kingdom, held a significantly higher position, he immediately stood up respectfully and stepped back, relinquishing the city lord's seat. Su Lianya gracefully sat down, her slender fingers lightly holding a wine glass. Welcome, little sister, to my city lord's residence to establish your guild. Tell me, what kind of guild do you want to create? I'll call it Mengdong Tianxia. Yitiao Dai Xiaoming mustered her courage to shout out the name but then shrank back, sneaking a glance at Jiang Cheng behind her. Seeing him holding his forehead with an expression of utter despair, she panicked. Brother Skeleton clearly doesn't like the name I came up with. What should I do? Can I change it? But what name should I choose instead? She touched her cheeks, lost in thought. Are you sure? Su Lianya's hand holding the wine glass trembled slightly as she glanced thoughtfully behind her. Before Yitiao Dai Xiaoming could finish her sentence, Su Lianya made the decision. Alright, we'll use that name. I'll handle all the paperwork for you, and waive the 200 gold fee. She slid a document forward and said warmly, Just sign your name here, little sister. Although Yitiao Dai Xiaoming found it strange Brother Skeleton seemed to be very wary of this elder sister, yet she was so kind to her she didn't hesitate to sign her name. In an instant, system announcements rang out across the world. Congratulations to Yitiao Dai Xiaoming for successfully establishing the guild Mengdong Tianxia. Congratulations to Yitiao Dai Xiaoming for becoming the first player to establish a guild and gaining level 1 territory. Luo Yun City, the guild leaderboard is now open, with Mengdong Tianxia securing the top spot. Rewards include Legendary Skill Enhancement Scroll X1, Legendary Enhancement Stones X5, Legendary King's Ring, and 100,000 guild contribution points. Mengdong Tianxia will initiate a siege battle in 10 days. Success will retain the territory. Failure will result in the guild's disbandment. Alright, little sister, the paperwork is all done. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, elder sister. Yitiao Dai Xiaoming exclaimed in delight, shaking Su Lianya's hand with a beaming smile. As Su Lianya's elegant figure disappeared into the distance, Jiang Cheng said coldly, "It seems the temple has thrown away its reputation and resorted to outright poaching. Big brother skeleton. What are you talking about?" Hearing Jiang Cheng mumbling to himself, Yitiao Dai Xiaoming tilted her head, her eyes full of confusion. "Tell me, what do you think of Su Lianya?" Jiang Cheng asked directly. Su Lianya? So that sister's name is Su Lianya. Yitiao Dai Xiaoming's eyes lit up as she excitedly said, "She's really nice. Even though she's the city lord, she doesn't act superior at all. She even helped me save 200 gold coins and took care of all the paperwork. Big brother skeleton, do you have some misunderstanding about her?" Seeing Yitiao Dai Xiaoming's anxious expression, Jiang Cheng sighed and rubbed his forehead before guiding her step by step. "When did you start calling her sister?" I'm not really sure. I just feel like she's a really good person." Jiang Cheng shook his head and decided to make her see the truth. "Earlier, when you were blocked outside the City Lord's mansion, were you angry?" Yitiao Dai Xiaoming nodded. "When City Lord Hauer said no business was being handled today, what was your first reaction?" Jiang Cheng turned her around and looked into her eyes seriously. I wanted to stab him." Yitiao Dai Xiaoming frowned, waving her little fists in frustration. "Do you know what Su Lianya's status was before she became the City Lord?" Jiang Cheng asked. Yitiao Dai Xiaoming tilted her head, thinking for a moment. "Maybe a princess? Or a noblewoman? She's really beautiful." Jiang Cheng helplessly patted his forehead and continued questioning. "When she smiled at you, did you feel flattered?" "Yeah. That's her setting a trap for you," Jiang Cheng explained seriously, analyzing in detail the strategies of dignitary smiles, the effect of status contrasts, and how they create a sense of dependency. Yitiao Dai Xiaoming finally began to understand. "So Sister Su Lianya approached me on purpose? But why doesn't she just add me as a friend?" "That's exactly her brilliance," Jiang Cheng explained. "Being too direct would make people wary. She's waiting for you to approach her voluntarily. But I don't even have anything to ask her about. In the siege battle 10 days from now, if you fail the first time, who will you turn to for help?" Su Lian, Yitiao Dai Xiaoming stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing the hidden implications. Seeing her starting to grasp the situation, Jiang Cheng asked, "Even after everything I've said, do you still feel like she might not be a bad person?" "Kind of." Yitiao Dai Xiaoming patted her chest, looking a bit shaken. "Looks like this siege battle won't go smoothly." Jiang Cheng put away his weapon, Ice Disaster, and flexed his wrist. "What should we do then?" Yitiao Dai Xiaoming asked in a panic. Jiang Cheng gently patted her head, comforting her. "Who knows what will happen 10 days from now? Just focus on recruiting people for now, but make sure to charge an entry fee 10 gold per person." 10 gold coins? Yitiao Dai Xiaoming nearly fainted on the spot when she heard the membership fee. Although she was a semi-experienced player, judging by the reactions of other players in the tavern, it was clear that this amount was astronomical for regular players. Repairing equipment, buying potions, stocking up on supplies, upgrading gear, learning skills, everything required gold coins. Even someone like Imo Shinbing, a prominent guild leader, had been visibly pained when Zhang Mengmeng demanded 100 gold coins from him earlier. Not to mention, if converted to real-world currency, 10 gold coins were equivalent to 800,000 RMB, enough to buy a house in a small city. "Xiaoming, do you know what the hardest part of running a guild is?" Jiang Cheng asked, leading Yitiao Dai Xiaoming outside the city gates while watching players coming and going. "What is it?" she asked curiously. "Eliminating spies." Jiang Cheng's expression turned serious. Every guild struggles with the presence of spies, especially large ones. As the first guild ever established, Mengdong Tianxia is no exception. His face showed a subtle change at the mention of the guild's name. He continued, "Spies are the greatest threat to a guild's stability. Many guilds collapse not because of external issues, but because of internal sabotage. Right now, you're on your own and can't dedicate all your energy to managing the guild, so it's impossible to completely prevent spies. Instead, raising the membership barrier is the better option. This way, even if a spy causes trouble later, the loss of kicking them out will be minimized." "Skeleton big brother, why do you sound so experienced?" Yi Tiao Dai Xiaoming looked at him in surprise. Jiang Cheng was silent for a moment. I am, he admitted. He recalled how, when he founded the Modian Guild to rival the Shengdian Guild, he had used the same strategy and it had worked remarkably well. But will anyone really be willing to pay 10 gold coins to join? She asked, glancing at the barrage of thumbs-up emojis from Qian Chonglang, Yun Xiang, and Qi Tun Tianxia, mixed with countless accusations of greed and doubts about the guild's intentions. Yi Tiao Dai Xiaoming began to worry that Mingdong Tianxia might die before it even got off the ground. They will, and ITLL fill up quickly, Jiang Cheng said calmly. In fact, I originally considered setting it at 100 gold coins. Yi Tiao Dai Xiaoming was dumbfounded. Sure enough, as soon as the membership requirements were finalized, a wave of criticism and curses flooded in, but within just 30 seconds, all 1,000 membership slots for Mingdong Tianxia had been filled. The system automatically processed the applications, and when Yi Tiao Dai Xiaoming saw the guild account displaying 10,000 gold coins, she was completely stunned. Skeleton big brother, pinch me. I need to know if I'm dreaming. Jiang Cheng smiled knowingly and gently patted her hair. Alright, if you want to know whether you're dreaming, just ask the new guild members. The guild chat channel was buzzing with messages, scrolling so fast that Xiaoming stared at the dense wall of text, unsure how to jump in. Yu Xiaqing, where's the guild leader? Guild leader, say something. Jiefu Jiezeo, the guild leader is a pro. Do you think they have time for us? Dejintan, exactly. When is the guild leader going to help us level up? Long, forget it. The guild leader is a legendary figure here one moment, gone the next. A flurry of questions followed, with the discussion shifting from the guild leader's whereabouts to leveling up, the guild territory, and even someone asking for help because their boss was snatched in the Luoyun wilds. Xiaoming stared at the endless stream of questions, feeling a headache coming on. Xiaoming, ignore them for now, Jiang Cheng said. Give me the enhancement stones, use the skill enhancement scroll, and equip the Ring of Kings. We're heading to Luoyun City to scout the area and start building a skeleton army in preparation for the siege. Plus, it's time you sharpened your combat skills. But, won't they quit the guild? Xiaoming asked worriedly. Jiang Cheng shook his head. Joining a guild is like a marriage. The more you invest, the more you value it. Even if they leave, it's no loss to us. Bringing in new members might even earn us more gold. Hearing this, Xiaoming couldn't help but marvel at how calculated this skeleton elder brother was, much more so than she was. She obediently replied, closed the guild chat channel, and got to work. Meanwhile, the outside world was abuzz with discussions about the rapid rise of the Mingdong Tianxia Guild to full capacity. Players found it hard to believe that people were willing to spend 10 gold coins to join what they called a cutesy guild. Soon, the forums were flooded with posts about Mingdong Tianxia, ranging from top 10 cases of wealthy fools to a timeline of Xiaoming's money-milking schemes, pushing actual game strategy threads to the back. Overnight, Xiaoming became a legendary figure known to all. Not only did she top the wealth leaderboard, but she also held titles like number 1 under heaven, second on the weapons leaderboard, and first place in 2 dungeon global rankings. Yet, among all the players, she earned one particularly unique title, the gold-digging demoness. Messages from friends kept pouring in, and Yi Tiao Dai Xiaoming carefully replied to each one. Qian Zhonglang marveled at how quickly the guild reached full capacity. Qi Tun Tianxia complained about not getting a spot. Yun Xiang apologized for being unable to join, while Fa Mobile Yu and Xiang Yulan sent their congratulations. Du Ba Tianxia even offered assistance during future siege battles. After responding to all the messages, she realized they had already left Angerwind City and arrived in the wilderness near Luoyun City. Riding on her skeletal warhorse, she leaned against Jiang Cheng, pondering her next steps to upgrade her equipment. At that moment, she took out a radiant phoenix-shaped ring and examined it closely. The ring's attributes left her in awe. Ring of the King. Quality, Legendary level 505000. Critical damage 50. Magic critical damage 30. Attack 3050. Magic attack 3050. Special effects. King's Aura. Normal attacks or spells deal an additional 1.2x damage. King's Soul. Killing monsters or players grants 1 soul power experience point for upgrading the ring. Note: drops upon death. Exclusive to the leader of the top-ranked guild. Skeleton Big Brother. This ring is amazing. It can even grow stronger, and the phoenix design is so beautiful. Yi Tiao Dai Xiaoming exclaimed excitedly. The phoenix shape is gender-specific. For males, it's a dragon design. But pay attention to the last line: if we lose the top guild ranking, this ring will just be a gift for someone else. Jiang Cheng reminded her while steering the skeletal warhorse. Though slightly disheartened, she quickly perked up again. Well, I'll enjoy wearing it while I can. She eagerly prepared to put on the ring but suddenly paused. Skeleton Big Brother, how do I wear this ring? Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback. He halted the skeletal warhorse, took the ring from her, and gently slid it onto her ring finger. This is how you wear a ring, silly girl. Oh, so that's how it's done. Thank you, skeleton big brother. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming's cheeks flushed as a sense of joy filled her heart. She secretly admired the ring on her finger, thinking to herself that even the usually composed skeleton big brother had his moments of gullibility, placing the ring on such a significant finger. Jiang Cheng, realizing he had been outwitted by this seemingly naive girl, shook his head with a smile and turned his gaze toward the icy forest ahead. About 500 meters behind them, a night player quietly halted his warhorse, watching their silhouettes. Captain, they've stopped at the snowfield forest. You'd better hurry. He messaged Luo Beiming. Well done, Shirba. This time, we have a detailed plan. We're taking down that black skeleton for sure. Luo Beiming replied resolutely. Outside the snowfield forest, 30,000 meters away, Luo Beiming was leading a relentless pursuit with his 500 men. He rubbed his frostbitten hands together as he trudged through the thick snow, his expression dark and menacing. That damn Yiqiao Daxiaming was riding a skeletal warhorse, moving at an astonishing speed. They hadn't even managed to intercept him at the city gates, and now they were left chasing after him, swallowing the snow and wind kicked up in his wake. The thought of Yiqiao Daxiaming's numerous achievements only fueled Luo Beiming's fury. First in the world rankings, second on the weapon leaderboard, first in the goblin chase event across all servers, first to clear the disaster witch on hard mode, the first guild leader in the entire server, number 1 on the wealth leaderboard, and to top it off, he had a black skeletal bodyguard capable of taking on 10 opponents at once. Now, there was also this cursed skeletal warhorse, so fast that even his 500 elite soldiers couldn't keep up. Luo Beiming had no choice but to grit his teeth and spend 200 gold coins to equip 18 riders with steeds from Rage Wind City, just to barely keep up with their target. Clenching the willow leaf sword in his hand, he suppressed the urge to lash out in rage. Beichuan, are you sure that skeleton can use mana link? Luo Beiming asked in a low, serious tone. Absolutely, master. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu were killed by 3 explosive fire spells from it. But before Xiao Lu died, his Ice Blade spell hit the skeleton. Judging by the damage, its magic defense isn't high. This time, we've brought only mages, with a combined magic attack power of 180. There's no way it can survive. Luo Beiming fell into deep thought. After a moment, he pulled out 3 puppet scrolls, a sinister smile tugging at his lips. Shadowblade Slash, Mana Link, such high damage? For most people, you'd be untouchable. These 3 siege troll puppet scrolls were treasures he had painstakingly acquired from a lord, worth a fortune. There were likely only these 3 in the entire server. With these puppets, each boasting 100,000 health points and immunity to magic, they could block damage and obscure the enemy's vision. Paired with the firepower of his 500 mage group, unless that black skeleton could pull off a mana tornado of destruction, it would be as good as dead. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the snowfield forest ahead, Jiang Cheng reined in his skeletal warhorse and warned, ahead lies the snowfield forest. Most of the frost bears here are around level 40, with high defense and lots of health. Beyond that is the level 50 storyline area, the demonic castle. Be careful. Yiqiao Daxiaming dismounted and drew his staff, preparing to cooperate with Jiang Cheng. Over the next 2 hours, Jiang Cheng taught him how to maneuver and seize opportunities in battle while assisting him in clearing out the monsters of the snowfield forest. Congratulations on killing the snowfield ogre. You have gained 400 experience points, 400 evolution points, and a 140 experience and evolution point bonus for defeating an enemy 7 levels higher than you. Congratulations. Your level has increased by 1. Current level, 34. The system notification chimed. After 2 hours of intense monster grinding, Jiang Cheng and the little companion Dai Xiaoming finally completed a focused leveling session. The harvest from over 5,000 wild monsters was substantial, 2.7 million experience points and evolution points, along with a 1-level increase. The new attributes made Jiang Cheng even more formidable. Health and mana increased by 100 points each, attack rose by 10 points, and defense grew by 5 points. The biggest gain was the plundered 35 strength points and a gigantification skill. This elite level skill had impressive effects. Consuming 300 mana would enlarge the user's body size 10-fold for 10 minutes, granting a bonus of 100 points to strength, defense, and magic defense, with a cooldown of 1 day. Jiang Cheng immediately decided to enhance this skill. He invested 5,500 evolution points to raise it to level 10, then used 1 silver coin, 100 evolution points, and 10,000 enhancement points to evolve it into titanification. The skill's quality advanced to rare level, and its effects became even more powerful. Consuming 700 mana would enlarge the user's body size 20-fold for 30 minutes, granting a bonus of 300 strength, 200 defense, and magic defense. More importantly, it added a shockwave effect, giving normal attacks a 15 chance to reduce the movement speed of enemies within a 3x 3-meter radius by 30. Next, Jiang Cheng used the remaining 4,300 enhancement points on his handbone. Luck was on his side after 9 enhancements. Not only did he gain a 200-point attack boost, but he also unlocked 2 socket slots. Combined with the strength points he had plundered earlier, his attack power now reached an astonishing 2,054. To his delight, the enhancement process also granted him a legendary talent, Wind God's Hand. It provided a 100 agility boost and a 130 attack speed increase, with a 1 chance for normal attacks to trigger Wind God's Shadow, delivering a triple combo, each strike dealing 5 times the damage of the previous one. After socketing the Heart of Calamity and Calamity Rune into the handbone, Jiang Cheng gained the talents of Spell Mastery and Spell Critical. Noticing Xiao Ming's cheeks flushed red from the cold, Jiang Cheng suggested, "Xiao Ming, the monsters are cleared, and you look cold and hungry. Let's find a place to rest for a bit." "Okay, skeleton big brother, you're so kind. Let's go light a fire under that snow fir tree." Xiao Ming nodded in agreement. The two found a spot under the tree, cleared an area, and started a warm campfire using dry wood from Jiang Cheng's inventory. During their break, Jiang Cheng thoughtfully shared his combat insights with Xiao Ming, covering everything from mastering synchronized summoning to pre-battle observation tips and targeting critical points. Xiao Ming, with her frostbitten cheeks resting on her hands, listened attentively to every detail. Jiang Cheng continued, "The experience points from outer area monsters may not match those from dungeons, but they make up for it with sheer numbers and higher drop rates for basic equipment and coins. Once you take over Luo Yun City, you can bring trusted guild members here to grind levels and farm gear." "Oh, I understand," Xiao Ming replied, nodding obediently as she stuffed a piece of beef into her mouth. "I have 82 resurrected giant troll skeletons here. Drink some mana potions and fuse them," Jiang Cheng said, piling up the 3 turtle skeletons in front of Xiao Ming. These skeletons, resurrected from snowfield trolls, were over 8 meters tall but had no particularly outstanding abilities beyond high defense, high health, and the gigantification skill, making them ideal for use as fusion tanks. "Okay, skeleton big brother, just a moment," Xiao Ming replied, taking out a legendary skill enhancement scroll and using it on her necromantic fusion skill. As golden light flashed, the skill underwent a transformation. "Congratulations on using the legendary skill enhancement scroll. Necromantic fusion has evolved into the legendary skill, Nether True Fusion." The Netherworld True Fusion technique, as a legendary skill, has 2 core effects. The first is Active Netherworld, which consumes 1,000 mana points to merge 36 ghost spirits into one, transforming them into a powerful Netherworld Ghost General. This form lasts for 60 minutes and has a cooldown of 90 minutes. The second is True Fusion, which, at the cost of 1,800 mana points, allows the fusion of any undead entity, with the effect depending on the nature of the undead itself. Wow, the Netherworld Ghost General must be really powerful. A strip of joy flashed across Tiao Dai Xiao Ming's delicate face. "But for now, I'll try merging with Skeleton Big Brother first." At that moment, Jiang Cheng suddenly spoke up cautiously. "Wait." He swiftly collected 82 giant troll skeletons into the Necromancer's Black Scripture and pulled Tiao Dai Xiao Ming behind the snow mountain. "Someone's coming about 400 people. Skeleton Big Brother, aren't you usually fearless?" Tiao Dai Xiao Ming was puzzled by Jiang Cheng's overly cautious behavior. "Most of them are mages this time," Jiang Cheng explained seriously. "Xiao Ming, remember this. In this world, mage groups and archer groups are the most powerful teams in terms of collective attack and burst damage. Without extremely high magical and physical defenses, never confront them heathen." His caution stemmed entirely from concern that Tiao Dai Xiao Ming wouldn't withstand the concentrated firepower. "Skeleton Big Brother, how do you know they're all mages?" Tiao Dai Xiao Ming asked in surprise, peeking through the gaps in the snow firs. Amid the heavy snowfall, she could only make out vague silhouettes in the distance. Jiang Cheng patiently explained, "It's simple. First, observe their movement speed. Every class has specific armor mastery: heavy armor, light armor, plate armor, and cloth armor. Only mages wear cloth armor. Armor weight affects movement, attack, and casting speed. On this snowy terrain, different types of armor make distinct sounds when stepping on the snow." Tiao Dai Xiao Ming leaned her little head closer to the snow fir, trying to discern these subtle differences, but only ended up with snow falling on her head. "Can't tell the difference?" Heavy armor wearers step heavily on the snow, sinking deeper, while cloth armor is much lighter, with higher strides and naturally faster movement. "Oh, I think I heard it." Tiao Dai Xiao Ming shrank her neck, feeling a little embarrassed. The details were so subtle that she couldn't distinguish them at all. "I know you didn't hear it," Jiang Cheng said with a smile, continuing, "but you can also identify them by looking at the glimmers. Did you notice? No matter the level of a staff, there's always a gemstone at the top." I really didn't hear it," Tiao Dai Xiao Ming admitted sheepishly, nodding in embarrassment after being exposed. A hint of curiosity flashed across her small face as Tiao Dai Xiao Ming couldn't help but ponder. Why do the glowing points differ, even though they are all weapons? This question fascinated her deeply. She quickly grabbed Jiang Cheng's arm and eagerly asked, "Skeleton big brother, what's the difference between this staff and other weapons?" Jiang Cheng patiently explained, "The gemstone itself doesn't emit light, but under sunlight, it behaves uniquely. It's like a miniature prism that splits white light into 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Because the gemstone has high refractive and dispersive properties, it reflects specks of multicolored light, which is entirely different from the surface glimmers of other weapons. Look at those teams over there. Their weapons emit speckled flashes as they walk." Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming immediately squinted her big eyes to observe the distance carefully. Sure enough, she noticed the twinkling specks of light. At that moment, she gazed at Jiang Cheng with admiration, delighted to have encountered such a knowledgeable and impressive figure. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng recognized the group in the distance. "It's Luo Beiming," he said with a faint smile. "This time, he's brought over 500 mages. Looks like he plans to overwhelm me with magic. What? What should we do? There are so many of them we should run." Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming, understanding the power of a mage troop, began stomping her feet anxiously. But Jiang Cheng, calm and composed, shook his head confidently. Recalling his recently enhanced gigantification ability, he simply said, "Wait here. I'll be back soon." "Okay, skeleton big brother, I understand." Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming obediently hid behind the snowy robes, casting a strengthening spell on Jiang Cheng. She clenched her little fists tightly, ready to summon the Nether Ghost General if necessary. Black skeleton. From the distance, Luo Beiming raised his long blade, pointing it toward the approaching Jiang Cheng. "I underestimated you last time. Now, do you dare face us again?" "Nobody moves within 50 meters, Luo Beiming commanded in a low voice, his eyes fixed ahead as he warned his subordinates. "This skeleton is cunning and could escape at any moment. If we can take it down in one concentrated strike, I can save my scrolls," he calculated silently. This wasn't about an unknown duel with Jiang Cheng. The challenge was merely bait to lure him into a trap. The thought of saving 3 precious scrolls and earning recognition from the president of the Sanctuary Guild was tantalizing. Not to mention the promising future of integrating the Beiluo Guild into the Sanctuary's branch network. "I warn all of you, especially those skilled in magical sniping, don't try to show off in front of me." Luo Beiming's voice turned icy. Despite the fact that most of the mages present were elite members of the Sanctuary's FA-Yun team, he couldn't risk anyone disrupting the plan in an attempt to impress him. The FA-Yun team demonstrated their professionalism, remaining calm and focused as Jiang Cheng entered the 60-meter range. However, something completely unexpected unfolded. Boom, boom, boom. From beyond 60 meters, Jiang Cheng suddenly swung his black ice staff, unleashing 3 explosive fire spells in succession. The blasts connected, forming a fiery path stretching 30 meters. The brilliance of this move lay in its design. Although explosive fire was a non-target spell with a 50-meter range, it became devastatingly effective when linked, with the outer edge of the flames reaching precisely 5 meters into the FA-Yun team's position. Under the blazing light, Jiang Cheng's astonishing power was revealed. A base damage of 633, amplified by 60 under the support of his Master of Magic class, reaching 1012, with an additional 50 boost from the linked explosive fire. 1518, 1518, 3036. Critical hit. In an instant, the 11 mages within the 5-meter range disintegrated into glowing particles. What the hell? A 3000 critical hit? A 3rd-tier spell link covering 30 meters? Who is this guy? A hidden archmage? Screw the no-sniping rule. We're sitting ducks out here. The remaining 490-plus FA-Yun mages erupted in shock, their skeptical gazes turning to Luo Beiming. His expression darkened as he spun around to glare at Luo Beichuan. "Why didn't you tell me he could link a 30-meter range?" Luo Beichuan shrugged helplessly. "You didn't ask." Though inwardly cursing Luo Beiming 100,000 times over, he ultimately swallowed his frustration, unable to defy orders from their superior. "Move forward. Focus fire. Magical sniping. Kill him." Luo Beiming raised his willow leaf blade, abandoning his earlier restrictions on the FA-Yun team. Yet, what happened next would take them even further by surprise. The black skeleton not only didn't retreat, but charged straight at them. This skeleton is asking for death. Front row, Ice Soul Mages, cast Area Blizzard, blast it to pieces. At the command, 135 Ice Soul Mages in the front row raised their staffs in unison. Dark clouds instantly gathered over Jiang Cheng, and a raging blizzard came crashing down. Hail rained down like arrows, with the level 25 area skill triggering 3 times in 2 seconds, each time dealing 150 magic attack damage and covering a 5 by 5 meter area. 405 damage numbers popped up in rapid succession, but Jiang Cheng had anticipated this. As the blizzard descended, his staff quickly disassembled, transforming into a magic-resistant armor that enveloped his entire body. His assault armor evolved into Sky Assault Armor, increasing his magic resistance by 30 to reach 130 points. Combined with his original 51 points of defense, his total defense skyrocketed to 181 points. Damage numbers flashed densely. 11, 9, 7, 3. Everyone was stunned. This round of relentless bombardment only dealt 2,172 points of damage, reducing the black skeleton's health by just about half. What the heck? Who said he had no magic resistance? The front row mages exchanged uneasy glances, their confidence shaken. They knew full well that with the black skeleton's attack power, a single skill could wipe out dozens of them. While Blizzard was powerful, its 30-second cooldown was too long, and the damage from regular ice blades was negligible. Yet Luo Biming refused to back down. Look, his weapon turned into armor. He's trying to get close for an area attack. Hit him again. I'll reward each of you with 10 gold coins. Greed overpowered fear, and 491 mages raised their staffs once more. Ice blades, fireballs, and explosive flames rained down in an overwhelming barrage. But Jiang Cheng remained unfazed, continuing his advance. Just as the spells were about to hit, he activated his giant transformation. His black skeletal frame rapidly expanded, and the magic-resistant armor on him exploded into countless bone fragments, which coalesced in his hands to form a massive 10-meter-long black ice staff. With a casual swing of the staff, deafening explosions echoed, and 72 mages were instantly felled. Following that, a 30-meter-wide explosive flame wiped out another 64 lives. Meanwhile, the enemy's spells barely scratched him, dealing a pitiful 1 damage. Over 400 attacks collectively reduced his health by a mere 490 points. Beichuan. He has a giant transformation skill. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions echoed through the air, mixed with the anguished cries of allies. Luo Beichuan stood frozen at the back of the squad, a dazed expression on his face as he glanced at the grim look of Luo Biming. Is this my fault too? Luo Beichuan muttered to himself in frustration. Damn it, how was I supposed to know he could grow gigantic? What kind of nonsense is that? Beichuan, go back and write a report. Resign while you're at it, Luo Biming said coldly before swiftly pulling out a scroll and charging forward. As Luo Biming's figure disappeared into the chaos, Luo Beichuan's heart sank into despair. His bond with his mentor was shattered, his career ruined, and life seemed to lose all meaning in that instant. Determined not to continue down this path, he turned to leave the battlefield. Fall back. There's explosive fire ahead. Before the warning could fully register, a thunderous blast erupted. 3026. With his health instantly depleted, Luo Beichuan collapsed, his face blank with confusion. As his body dissolved into light, his final cry echoed. Why didn't you say so earlier? Meanwhile, the explosive flames disrupted Luo Biming's attempt to summon the siege golem puppet. With a sharp crack, his protective aura shattered instantly. In the nick of time, he escaped the blast radius using a triple slash technique. As he surveyed the battlefield again, a grim scene unfolded before him. The entire Fa Yun regiment was annihilated. Of skeletons in various shades and scattered equipment and materials bore witness to the devastating defeat. Damn it! Luo Biming growled through gritted teeth. The real goal of these skeletons was to wipe us out completely. Faced with a barrage of insults flooding his friend list, Luo Biming felt suffocated. Leading a 500-strong Fa Yun regiment, only to face such a crushing defeat, was a humiliation he couldn't bear to show before the temple. He activated Swift Step, sprinting across the snowy terrain, clutching 3 puppet scrolls in his hand as his only solace. At least these priceless scrolls might give him a chance to rise again. Suddenly, an arrow descended from the sky. Luo Biming scoffed and easily sliced it apart. 2 more arrows followed, but he deflected them with ease. Trying to take me down with predictive arrows? He sneered at the broken arrows on the ground. As a former sword emperor and the foremost of the 7 wonders, such tricks were laughable. But when the third volley of 3 arrows came simultaneously, Luo Biming's expression darkened. He realized the enemy was toying with him. Refusing to be played with any longer, he unleashed one of the 14 divine techniques momentum flash kill. With a sharp clang, Luo Biming propelled himself 10 meters back. Just as he prepared to turn and flee, his pupils suddenly contracted in shock. Damn it, I underestimated them again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sky was filled with a dense rain of arrows, descending like a dark, deadly net. A total of 136 arrows blanketed an area 10 meters in diameter, all aimed right at Luo Biming's position. Earthfall, starfall. Luo Biming's pupils shrank in shock as he stared at the scene in disbelief. A skeleton was actually capable of unleashing such a massive-scale Earthfall Starfall attack. This was completely beyond his comprehension. What made the situation even more despairing was that all of his movement skills had already been exhausted. Divine techniques like borrowed momentum flash kill, leap slash, and triple slash's spatial dashes were all unavailable. The black skeleton had clearly calculated everything, trapping him in this deadly scenario. With no way to retreat, Luo Baiming could only muster all his strength and unleash his most powerful abilities to counter the rain of arrows. Clang. Forced blade draw clang. Cross slash. Clang. Combat technique override. Basic attack. Dragon Shadow Spiral Spear Strike. Through his extreme maneuvers, he managed to deflect 13 arrows one after another. Victory seemed within reach when, suddenly, his vision plunged into complete darkness. What's happening? It's not even nighttime yet. Relying on his strong physical instincts, he sensed the final arrow hurtling toward his left forearm. Clang. He struck it. With the impact reverberating back, his vision instantly returned. Just as Luo Baiming thought he had survived the crisis, a massive 7,552 damage indicator appeared above his head. The system notification followed. You have received Dawn Break damage, triggering Dawn's killing intent. Critical hit activated, taking 7,552 damage. As he watched his body gradually fade away, Luo Baiming was utterly dumbfounded. A skill like this exists? Why didn't anyone warn me? In a flash of white light, his body vanished into the snow. His fallen willow leaf sword and 3 siege golem scrolls were casually lifted by Jiang Cheng with his guandao. Jiang Cheng inspected the loot's attributes. The willow leaf sword was of rare quality, boasting 25 attack, 100,110 strength, 25 agility, and additional effects like blazing sky and 30 points of armor penetration. The 3 legendary grade siege golem scrolls were even more priceless, capable of summoning 100 turtle troll golems that could block vision, were immune to magic, and had fortress-breaking abilities. This Luo Baiming is truly a generous soul, delivering legendary treasures from miles away. Jiang Cheng thought to himself with satisfaction. With these 3 scrolls, the chances of victory in the siege of Luoyun City 10 days later had increased significantly. Fortune shapes the world, and the legacy continues. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.